Meet 𝐁𝐞𝐭𝐫, a battle-hardened veteran and humanity's final warrior wielding the legendary Star Soul General, activating his soul armor. He stands alone against a sea of thousands of monstrous invaders. Shadows blot out the heavens. Yet the survivors below cheer with newfound hope. In their eyes, the Star Soul General is more than a soldier. He is their only savior. After decades of solitary defense in the final fortress, Star Calendar 1390 marks the ultimate stand. I've lost. Yunxiang realizes as endless horrors crawl through the spatial rifts to surround him. The power gap is staggering, proving that sheer willpower cannot overcome this hopeless nightmare. With no options left, he chooses a final, devastating self-destruction to take them all down. But when he opens his eyes, death has been cheated. He is somehow still breathing. Regressed to his youth in a mech martial academy uniform, he finds himself back in Yuanding City. This city was supposed to be rubble. He has traveled 16 years into the past. Memory strikes. The catastrophic beast tide is about to wipe this entire academy off the map. The surprise assault was a massacre, claiming the lives of every student and instructor. Heroes fought until their last breath, while the young Yunxiang was just a trash with broken soul veins. Back then, he was powerless to stop the slaughter. But this timeline will be different. The gears of fate are finally grinding in reverse. Carrying 16 years of combat experience and hidden knowledge, he will erase every past regret. Who goes there? A student stammers. I am 𝐁𝐞𝐭𝐫. He replies, the legend has returned. This marks the dawn of humanity's counterattack. Star Calendar 1390. The northern city of Xuanwu. The last bastion is a hellscape of smoke, debris, and the agonizing screams of the dying. Desperate pleas for mercy echo as civilians scramble to escape the unfolding carnage. Colossal hands snatch the unlucky, turning innocent lives into mere rations for the monsters. A dragon-mouthed beast with 1,000 limbs devours everything in sight. This is the 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿. This spatial predator uses a vacuum stomach trait to swallow 10 times its own massive volume. Crunch. A group of survivors is pulverized in its maw, spraying crimson mist across the ruins. After finishing its meal, it hunts again. To this beast, humans are nothing but livestock, and it's not alone. A swarm of these predators is systematically razing the entire city. The apocalypse isn't a distant prophecy anymore. It is happening right here, right now. During the frantic escape, a young boy trips. His mother rushes back, desperate to save him. Before they can move, the 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐿 looms over them. The mother's heart stops in pure terror. From across the block, a giant set of talons slowly descends toward the trembling pair, paralyzed with fear and tears streaming down her face. She prays for a miracle. Just as the claws close in, a streak of golden light pierces the 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐿's skull, exploding in fury. Against all odds, the mother and child are spared from a gruesome death. Clinging to her son, she watches as every monster in the city suddenly freezes in place. A split second later, countless golden flashes strike, shredding the beasts with legendary precision. The monsters have no time to react. They are being systematically purged by an unknown force. Glowing swords rain down, vibrating with power before surging back toward a single point. The soul swords return to their master, hovering around the Star Soul General in the sky. It is a magnificent sight. The boy stops crying, looking up as if seeing a superhero. The mother weeps with gratitude. Slowly, the terrified masses look up at their guardian. Everyone recognizes this golden silhouette. It is the ultimate shield against the void. The Star Soul General shifts forms, entering its high-tier origin master state. Within the golden cockpit, 𝐁𝐞𝐭𝐫 gasps for air, his body pushed to the limit. The system interface blares a red alert. Soul power critical, only 5% remaining. Less than a minute remains. Without hesitation, 𝐁𝐞𝐭𝐫 swallows a soul-restoring pill. He is humanity's final Star Soul pilot. For decades, he has stood as a lone guardian, protecting the last remnants of mankind within these crumbling walls. As his soul power surges, the beast tide begins to converge. Their predatory gaze locks onto his position. A sudden chill runs down his spine. A beast charges a lethal blast in its maw, leaving the civilians paralyzed with despair. If this strike lands, it's all over. There is nowhere left to hide from this devastation. A pillar of blinding light erupts from the sky. It descends like a scythe to harvest the survivors. In a flash of speed, Yunxiang intercepts the beam. He stands as a solitary wall against the apocalypse. His sword array forms an impenetrable shield. But more beasts join the assault, amplifying the destructive energy. The epicenter vanishes in a massive shockwave, Thick smoke and debris swallow the city's edge in a dark shroud. Through the haze, 𝐊𝐥𝐥𝐿 remains standing. Residual bolts of electricity flicker across his battered frame. Behind him, the people collapse in shock. They can't believe they survived that catastrophic explosion. The defense held, but his soul armor is heavily damaged. The massive energy overload leaves him temporarily paralyzed. He gasps for air inside the cockpit. He must lure these monsters away to an uninhabited zone. With a sharp gesture, he deactivates his gear. The soul armor dissolves into shimmering digital stardust. The onlookers are stunned. 𝐁𝐥𝐥𝐿 triggers the Star-Lord system, initiating the replication sequence. Space begins to warp and distort behind him. A new Star Soul General is summoned from the void. Two soul cores emerge from the ether. They lock around 𝐁𝐥𝐥𝐿, encasing him in a fresh layer of power. A brilliant light radiates, forming a towering silhouette. The air vibrates with a sudden, overwhelming pressure. Armor plates materialize from limbs to torso. In an instant, the Tauren Star Soul is fully manifested. Unlike his previous form, this armor is bone white. It looks like an unbreakable, crystalline fortress. 𝐁𝐥𝐥𝐿 pushes his limits again. The white steel shifts, transforming into a magnificent golden hue. A child watches from his mother's arms in pure awe. He's only seen this in old archives, never in person. The Tauren soul has now reached its phoenix form, a high-speed hunter designed for ultimate aerial mobility. Mechanical parts shift beautifully into wings. Sharp talons glint, ready to tear through the beast horde. Lightning crackles around the phoenix's frame. The very atmosphere hums with divine energy. With wings of fire, he streaks across the sky. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, decimating the beasts instantly. This is the true, terrifying power of a Star Soul General. The beasts quickly retaliate against the intense heat. They spit out a strange, pitch-black substance from their maws. System warning. An ambush is detected from the rear. 𝐁𝐥𝐥𝐿's expression turns grim as he narrowly evades. Massive hands erupt from the monsters' mouths. They reach out like shadows to crush the phoenix midair. This Star-Lord system is an ancient mystery, a power 𝐁𝐥𝐥𝐿 discovered within a long-lost civilization. It allows him to inherit legendary souls. It provides the crucial edge needed to survive every impossible crisis. By combining system data with his vast experience, he has cheated death time and time again. He weaves through the darkness, but the pressure is relentless. Suddenly, the massive black hands ensnare him. 𝐁𝐥𝐥𝐿 is trapped in their crushing grip. He scoffs at the danger. Without hesitation, he decomposes his soul form into a stream of raw data. The beasts are left baffled as their prey vanishes. As the phoenix's tail fades, it rematerializes as 𝐊𝐸𝐥𝐿. A razor-sharp spear manifests in his grip. He lunges forward, launching a devastating counteroffensive. The data stream flows again, rewriting his essence. His soul armor evolves as the system scans the battlefield. The spearhead transforms as the smoke clears. The 𝐊𝐸𝐥𝐿 soul yields to the legendary Lu Bu. His body radiates a crimson battle intent. This is the peerless warrior, the strongest soul in existence. Despite his forms, the toll is heavy. 𝐁𝐥𝐥𝐿's soul power is hitting the absolute limit. He crushes another pill, and energy floods his veins. His eyes flash with a murderous, golden light. Gripping his halberd, he dives toward the earth, a god of war descending to end the nightmare. Through the system, he holds the secrets of the past. The truth of the ancient world is within his grasp. Humanity once stood at the pinnacle, masters of a godlike technological civilization. They wove a celestial net, launching millions of satellites to encircle the globe. This star net provided infinite energy, allowing them to manipulate space and matter itself. Reshaping the world was effortless. Yet their insatiable hunger for power only grew. Blind greed pushed them to meddle with time, triggering a world-ending cataclysm. Eons passed, and that glorious golden age was buried beneath the dust of history. The world split into 5 continents. With Tong Vantung hailing from the east, Eastern Star Soul Masters manifest spiritual power to hunt the beasts, ravaging their lands. But unity was a dream. Endless civil wars left the Eastern continent bleeding. Nations crumbled under the beast tides, leaving Vantung as a lone, wandering survivor. For decades, he lived on the edge, escaping certain death by a hair's breadth. As spatial rifts multiplied, the monsters grew stronger, pushing him to his absolute limit. Trapped in isolation, a high-tier beast unleashed a devastating strike from above. Vantung instantly activated his dragon soul form, narrowly evading the lethal blast. His soul energy was tanking. He checked his belt. His soul-restoring pills were gone. The monster didn't stop. condensing a massive sphere of light to finish him off. With no escape, he braced himself, spinning his weapon into a defensive whirlwind. Steel clashed with raw energy in a violent explosion that shook the very earth. Before the smoke cleared, a hidden tentacle struck, shattering his star soul armor. Agony surged through his body, colder and more bitter than the winter snow. Surrounded and dying, Von Tung gambled everything on one final, desperate star release. Channeling his core, he summoned a storm of primordial soul blades against the swarm. He cleared a path and landed heavily, his spirit flickering like a dying flame. Suddenly, the star system interface flashed a high-level critical danger warning. A massive spatial collapse was imminent. System recommendation: flee immediately or face certain death. 5 seconds. The sky fractured like glass as the countdown began its final toll. Colossal claws tore through the void, breaching the fabric of the mortal realm. S-rank monsters flooded out, their massive forms blotting out the lightning-scarred sky. Panicked survivors scrambled onto the last evacuation ships, desperate to escape the carnage. As the ship prepared for takeoff, a small child barely managed to stumble inside. The boy looked up, asking his mother if the Star Soul General could win, but the sky was a sea of monsters. Numbers alone were enough to crush him. Von Tung stood battered, realizing he had missed his own window for survival. The system frantically scanned for a way out for its dying host. It suggested using the transport ships as bait to lure the monsters away. Cold and calculating, the system prioritized the hostess' life over thousands of innocents. Looking at the ship, Von Tung saw the face of the child he did as saved. Sacrifice them to live. A bitter choice flashed across his tired face. Forget it. He defied the system, choosing the path of a true warrior. After years of fighting alone in the dark, he was simply tired of running. If humanity's spark survives, we will rise again. He turned to face the end. He ignited his very life force, burning his soul to achieve a final awakening. He apologized to his fallen comrades, ready to join them in the great beyond. The system screamed lethal overload, but Von Tung no longer cared for its warnings. His soul aura exploded with blinding intensity, shaking the heavens as he charged forward. Inside, Song Yunxiang roared as his remaining life force ignited like a dying star. His star soul armor condensed into a blinding sun, unleashing hundreds of devastating energy beams. The beasts were instantly vaporized, crushed by a terrifying power they couldn't even comprehend, burning his soul like a final, brilliant flame. Yunxiang turned the sky into a hellish inferno. When the light faded, only a massive, smoke-filled crater remained where the armor once stood. The swarm vanished, leaving the heavens eerily quiet and empty once again. Floating in darkness, Yunxiang heard a voice. His eyes fluttered open to a hazy figure. In a small room, a young man bolted upright, his mind racing with 1,000 questions. Where am I? I should have died, taking those monsters down with me. He froze, staring at the bedside mirror in utter shock at the reflection staring back. He was wearing the Jiwu Academy uniform, a relic from a life long gone. Cold sweat poured down. He was 18 again. Years before the legendary war began. Scrambling to his feet, Yunxiang's eyes locked onto the calendar hanging on the wall. Star calendar year 1330. Time had reversed. He was back in the Tiandu Kingdom. Is it possible? Have I really regressed 16 years into the past? Yuanding is a border city home to the prestigious Jiwu Academy, founded 4 centuries ago. As a top-tier hub for Star Soul Masters, the Academy arena was currently roaring with life. 2 Star Soul armors clashed in brutal melee, their blades ringing out with heavy metallic screeches. The crowd went wild as Class 10 faced off against the elites of Class 7. In a quiet corner, a youth watched the mechanical duel with wide, sparkling eyes. He recognized the blue armor, the Academy's specialized combat gear for high-level trainees. Lu Yan, an 18-year-old yellow rank master, watched the cool machines in total awe. The duel intensified. Twin blades slashed down, forcing the red armor into a desperate defense. Under the relentless pressure of the dual swords, the red armor was forced to retreat, sensing victory. The blue armor surged forward, convinced its opponent was finally broken. Suddenly, the red armor fired its shoulder cannons. The audience hissed at the dirty tactic. The blue armor leaped high, activating its signature, Flying Toad Whirlwind Sword technique. The spectators cheered. Certain Class 10 couldn't possibly survive such a high-tier lethal strike. A vacuum of steel formed mid-air as the blue armor became a spinning vortex of destruction. Wait! It's a trap, Lu Yan shouted. Realizing the red armor was baiting the ultimate move, the nearby students scoffed, mocking him for questioning the obvious outcome of the match. Thinking he was a spy, they turned on him, until a massive explosion rocked the arena. A piece of shattered armor flew past. The stunned students scrambled back to the screen. They cursed Liu Yan for the distraction, missing the climax of the brutal exchange. To their horror, the red armor had countered perfectly, holding a blade to its rival's throat. As the Class 7 fans fumed in confusion, they looked for Liu Yan, but he was gone. Having slipped away, Liu Yan retreated to the academy's rear to avoid the mob's wrath. He had asked the gatekeeper for directions, yet found himself hopelessly lost in the back alleys. Every turn led to another dead end, and the main gate was nowhere in sight. Frustrated by the maze-like design, Liu Yan realized he needed a more direct exit strategy. He began channeling soul power into his legs, preparing to bypass the obstacles entirely. His body erupted in a golden aura as he prepped for a high-rank physical boost. With a powerful burst, he vaulted dozens of meters, clearing the massive wall in one jump, landing gracefully. He looked up only to find himself staring at a group of girls changing. His eyes locked with a student named Ha Yan, who was caught completely off guard. Grade 10 class rep, a high-tier yellow-rank spirit soul master. The steamy view gives Liu Yan a massive nosebleed. Facing a blushing, furious Ha Yan, her squad launches a manhunt. To them, Liu Yan is just a degenerate peeper. Liu Yan flees, desperately pleading his innocence. But his excuses fall on deaf ears against their burning rage. He darts through alleyways until bam, a dead end. His eyes nearly pop out of his head in sheer terror. This is the 10th time he's been cornered. Ha Yan's crew arrives, radiating pure, unadulterated killing intent. They aren't talking. Their plan: beat Liu Yan half to death, then drag his carcass to the dean's office. Blood-curdling screams echo from a dark corner of the academy grounds as the brutal punishment begins. Later, at the administration office, Liu Yan sits bound and broken. His face is a swollen, purple mess. He finally speaks. Liu Yan, from the borderlands, a new student who passed the exam, definitely not a stalker. Opposite him sit the academy principal, Gu Tujing, and her sharp-eyed secretary, Xiao Yue. Xiao Yue reads the file. Grade A2 talent. Combat score 97. A qualified recruit for the Kovu Academy. His father is a retired yellow-rank veteran with a third-class merit for distinguished military service. Gu Tudin sees potential. If nothing goes wrong, could this kid break into the black rank before age 20? A mischievous idea strikes the principal. She decides to dump Liu Yan into Class 10, the den of problem children. Decision made. Gu Tudin orders Xiao Yue to finalize his enrollment paperwork and admission procedures immediately. Accepted. But the principal's eerie gaze sends a chill down Liu Yan's spine. Something feels very wrong. Gu Tudin orders him untied. Ha Yan protests instantly, furious at such a lenient punishment for a peeping Tom. Despite her massive dissatisfaction, Ha Yan suppresses her fury, steam practically blowing out of her ears in rage. Then the bombshell Liu Yan is assigned to Ha Yan's class under her direct supervision. His jaw hits the floor. No room for argument. Gu Tudin tells Ha Yan to give him a tour and grab his new uniform. Ha Yan trembles with rage but complies. The principal hands Liu Yan's student file over to her. Using a mystical technique, Xiao Yue seals the paper file into a sleek, high-tech student ID card. She warns that it contains all his hidden stats and must be kept safe at all costs. Ha Yan glares like she wants to shred him. Follow me. Student, Liu Yan. She spits out each word. Liu Yan can only sigh in defeat. Ha Yan gives a cold salute and storms off without another word. Liu Yan awkwardly mimics the salute. The principal and secretary watch the duo leave in absolute silence. Moments later, Xiao Yue suddenly remembers a critical report that had slipped her mind earlier. A student is missing. Number 16 from Class 10. Song Yang-xiang. He's been gone 3 days without contact. Xiao Yue asks if they should report the disappearance to the authorities before being cut off mid-sentence. Gu Tudin remembers him a trash-tier student from the Song family who entered through back doors and connections. According to witnesses, the last thing the boy asked was, "Is today actually April 9th? He muttered, 3 days left, then vanished into thin air. No one has seen him since. Xiao Yue coughs on cigarette smoke and scolds the principal for smoking in the office again. Gu Tudin smirks, blowing smoke in her face. After some bickering, they return to the Song Yangshan case. Gu notes, his family background is messy. Step 1, they must contact his parents and relatives immediately. Outside, Ha Yan points out the facilities. To the left, the alchemy labs and experimental testing rooms. To the right, the main hall. Tomorrow's Spirit Soul Mecha and Array coding classes are held there. Liu Yan follows, asking where they reheaded. The arena. You've got Spirit Soul combat practice this afternoon. Suddenly remembering his disheveled state, she reminds him he still hasn't changed into his official uniform. Don't forget. The Class 10 instructor absolutely despises students who dress like total degenerates. Yen turns to yell, but Liu Yan is frozen, staring upward in awe at something massive. That's the hero of 400 years ago. She explains, the legendary Spirit Soul Mecha. Tatu. Over the centuries, this legendary battle armor has become a towering monument of the Academy's history. It stood here since the dawn of Kovu. Legend says thousands of years ago, great calamity beasts appeared. These cold-blooded monsters slaughtered humanity, devouring every bit of civilization and wisdom they could find. Humanity was helpless against extinction. At the peak of despair, celestial immortals descended from the heavens. They forged bones from stars and spirits into shells to create the Star Soul Generals. These entities possessed divine power, obliterating the monsters. Their legacy lived on through mystical soul jades. These jades seek those with heroic destinies, bestowing the legendary power of the Star Soul Generals. They also revealed secret cultivation methods for humans to awaken their inner spiritual potential. Those with the trait for cultivation became Star Soul Masters, leading humanity toward a new era of strength. A millennium ago, a sage replicated this divine technology, mass-producing countless Star Soul Generals. Masters became legendary hunters, reclaiming the monster-infested lands to build a thriving new continent. The first Academy principal was a chosen hero, bonded with the high-tier general, Zuo Chi. 400 years ago, he conquered the southern province and established the Southern Mech Warrior Academy. His general became a sealed soul jade inside this statue, guarding the academy for the next successor. Hearing this, Liu Yan felt his blood boil. He had finally discovered his true life's quest. He swore to become a hero like the founder, aiming for the absolute top of the rankings. He targeted the 8 generals tier. Suddenly, the Zuo Chi statue vibrated, sending shockwaves through the area. The soul jade emitted a violent resonance, leaving Liu Yan and Yan completely stunned. Yan recognized the soul power, resonance. Could this legendary jade truly be acknowledging a degenerate like him? Snapping out of it, Liu Yan frantically asked if she saw the light. What just happened? Before she could answer, he touched the statue, but the mysterious activation had already faded away. Yan was bewildered. Why would the founder's elite general resonate with a person like Liu Yan? Could he actually be the next host for the legendary Zuo Chi? She quickly dismissed it as an illusion. A high-tier general would never choose someone so clumsy. Liu Yan kept investigating, even trying to use his own saliva to trigger the system window again. Annoyed, Yan struck him hard on the head. She couldn't stand his ridiculous behavior. She dragged him away to report, while Liu Yan remained obsessed with that sudden reaction from Zuo Chi. From a high balcony, a mysterious youth observed the entire scene with a knowing gaze. He found it strange that people still believed in those ancient immortal legends 16 years ago. This was Song Yun-xiang, a regressor missing for 3 days, finally completing his hidden preparations. This time, he wouldn't let his allies die. Meanwhile, the arena erupted with the sounds of battle. 2 Star Soul Generals clashed fiercely on stage, sparks flying as their weapons collided with cinematic intensity. The blue mech eventually suppressed the red one. The crowd roared, admiring the power of the Star Masters. Observing the results, the assistant instructor Cheng Yi checked the performance data. The blue mech's control was impressive. Should we award an extra point for that maneuver? Instructor Ube was unimpressed, calling the fight a chaotic mess that would lead to certain death. Cheng Yi didn't dare argue. Just then, Yan arrived with Liu Yan, the Academy's newest recruit. Liu Yan immediately introduced himself with excessive energy, trying to make a strong first impression. His awkward intensity made Yan cringe. Even the instructor had to tell him to pipe down. Ube showed zero interest in his words, her cold gaze cutting through his excitement. She hated useless chatter and ordered a sudden duel between Yan and the newcomer, Liu Yan. Liu Yan was shocked and tried to decline, but Yan was already itching for a fight. The male students cheered, eager to see Yan put the arrogant rookie in his place. They mocked Liu Yan, warning him that their class rep was a top-tier ranker in the academy. Cheng Yi felt uneasy about the match, asking Liu Yan if he even knew how to pilot. Liu Yan claimed some basic training from his father, Though he lacked his own Star Soul General, Cheng Yi lent him a 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿 Soul Charm as a temporary item for the lesson. By infusing soul power into the charm, he could manifest a general. Lu Yan's eyes filled with excitement. Behold, the legendary 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿 Star Soul Armor. 𝐊𝐢 Academy's finest creation. This design? The intricate patterns. Lu Dian realized it far surpassed his father's heirloom jade. Losing patience, Cheng Yi stepped onto the platform and activated the soul talisman for the summoning. Following suit, Lu Dian watched as data streams converged, manifesting the crimson and azure battlesuits. Inside her cockpit, Ha Yan smirked maliciously, eager to make Lu Dian regret his previous voyeurism. Unfazed, Lu Dian challenged her to go all out. The crowd roared, craving a total mech demolition. With dusk nearing and dinner on their minds, Ha Yan launched herself into the air. She streaked toward Lu Dian like a comet. Anticipating the strike, he narrowly evaded her blade. Ha Yan's pursuit was relentless and blindingly fast. After several exchanges, Lu Dian retreated again. All talk and no action. Ha Yan taunted as she hunted him across the field. Where was that bravado now? Lu Dian kept evading, making Ha Yan look dominant. Cheng Yi Sahil, a rookie running like a coward, but Wu Bei warned him not to be fooled. His movements seemed chaotic and desperate. Yet, he dodged every single strike. Cheng Yi froze. Was Lu Dian truly this calculating? Ha Yan unleashed her dual blades, forcing Lu Dian behind his shield. His mech staggered back, appearing weak. Inside the red cockpit, Lu Dian groaned under the pressure. The power gap was undeniable. 2 full ranking tiers created a crushing soul pressure disadvantage. The audience grew restless, certain the outcome was already written in stone. A yellow tier beginner versus a late-stage expert. The stats weren't even close, a 40% power deficit. Realizing he couldn't win a head-on clash, Lu Dian prioritized maintaining his distance. Ha Yan switched to long-range fire. Lu Dian blocked, calmly analyzing her sloppy projectile control. Is this all you've got? He mocked. Your aim is pathetic. Ha Yan's temper finally snapped. If you want pain, I'll give it to you, she roared. Her fury igniting, she charged her ultimate skill. The crowd gasped. They couldn't believe she was going this far. It was over. Lu Dian was a dead man. Even Cheng Yi stood stunned by the impending impact. Ha Yan soared high, crossing her twin blades as soul energy surged to a terrifying peak. She dove. 2 arcs of blinding light carved through the air, crashing directly onto Lu Dian. Shards of red metal flew everywhere. The crowd winced, feeling the bone-crushing impact through their screens. The transfer student's luck had run out. But amidst the dust, Wu Bei remained expressionless. The rookie won, she stated. Cheng Yi's jaw dropped. The students around them protested in disbelief. Are you joking? Instructor, they yelled. He's been pulverized. Wu Bei simply gestured for them to look closer. The red armor was trashed. Yes, but Lu Dian's blade was pressed against the blue suit's core. By the rules of the duel, Lu Dian was the victor. Ha Yan stood frozen, her mind reeling. Lu Dian smirked despite the wreckage. Ha Yan could only stammer. Her pride shattered along with the silence. The arena fell into a stunned hush. A newcomer, a low ranker, had just toppled the elite class rep. Wu Bei smiled, stepping down to finalize the result. The most impressive fight today, she declared, asking Lu Dian to reveal his secret strategy. Lu Dian grinned, eager to explain his high-risk gambit. Her stats were superior in every way. Speed, strength, and precision were all on her side. But as he studied her movements during the chaos, he realized she was hoarding soul power, likely due to low stamina or a defensive habit. Wu Bei's eyes gleamed. To maintain such analytical focus against a superior foe was legendary. He wasn't done. By kiting her, he confirmed her lack of range mastery, and knowing her hot-headed nature, he baited her into that final, reckless strike. Ha Yan trembled with humiliation, her face burning as she realized she'd been played like a fiddle. Fed up with his talk, Ha Yan lashed out at Lu Dian, labeling him a bottom-tier degenerate. Lu Dian ignored the insult, panicking over the repair costs for his damaged mech system instead. Exasperated, Ha Yan explained that Star Soul Generals are summoned entities, not physical machines that break. She recalled that Mech 16 belonged to Tong Van Tuong, a man known for his malice. Tuong was the legendary 3-minute failure, having vanished for days. He was nearly marked as missing. Clueless about the nickname, Lu Dian wondered if it referred to some embarrassing bedroom performance issue. Classmates revealed the truth. Huang's soul was defective, a low-tier trash who would never reach awakening. His summoned Star Soul General could barely manifest for 3 minutes before flickering out completely. He only entered the academy through connections. Cutting the gossip. Ao Boy ordered everyone to lunch. Suddenly, the sky bled into darkness. Ha Yen felt a primal shiver as the atmosphere turned cold. Space fractured as massive dimensional rifts tore open, spilling forth gargantuan boss monsters into reality. Emergency sirens wailed across the city, signaling a catastrophic dungeon break was finally underway. Ao Boy's expression hardened as the rifts expanded, raining down monsters directly onto the academy grounds. Paralyzed by fear, students collapsed as they witnessed the hellish descent of the invading beasts. Chaos erupted instantly. Screams echoed as students scrambled to escape the impending monster outbreak. Giant monsters crashed into the streets, discharging lethal lightning while hunting humans like starving predators. Total pandemonium gripped the city as the beasts began charging devastating energy spheres in their maws. Those locked in the monsters' sights felt the icy grip of death. Realizing survival was impossible, the energy beams vaporized everything they touched, reducing massive structures to mere dust in seconds. Unstoppable beams of destruction carved through the city, heading straight for the heart of the academy. Relying on instinct, Ao Boy signaled Thon Yi to manifest a Star Soul shield against the blast. The academy was spared, but the resulting shockwave sent students flying like leaves in a storm. The onslaught finally ceased. Thon Yi's mech was 73% damaged, with soul power hitting critical. This level of power was unprecedented, even for a veteran. These monsters were off the charts. More beasts landed, voracious gluttons capable of consuming prey several times their own massive size. Ao Boy scanned the battlefield. 10 high-tier monsters were closing in on Thon Yi's position. He barked orders for students to find cover. This was a war zone beyond their capabilities. Meanwhile, Thon Yi fought against time to regenerate his shattered mech using his remaining soul reserves. Ha Yan and Lu Dian offered to help, but Ao Boy shut them down with a command. Before recovery was complete, a monster lunged, its massive jaws aiming for the vulnerable Thon Yi. In a flash of speed, Ao Boy summoned his mech, cleaving the beast in two with ease. The students gasped. This was the legendary 𝐊𝐸𝐲𝐿, a specialized mech of terrifying power. These weren't mindless beasts. They began coordinating, launching a multi-pronged pincer attack from the shadows. Ao Boy countered with ease, yet noticed something strange. The monsters' movements were slightly lagging behind. Thang Yi suggested a tactical retreat as more monsters appeared, but Ao Boy cut him off. He silenced the doubt, ordering them to hold the line until the hunter guilds arrived. A tide of monsters surged forward, leaving a trail of smoke and ruin across the city. Terrified, Lu Dian turned to Ha Yan. Desperate for any plan to survive the impending slaughter, having no other choice, Ha Yan urged him to retreat and follow the instructor's final command. Knowing they were just dead weight, they fled. Mid-retreat, Lu Dian spotted strange glimmers in the sky. At headquarters, 𝐊𝐸𝐿 confirmed that the guild's relief forces were finally approaching the combat zone. Ao Boy was promoted to squadron commander with one mission: defend the arena at all costs. Fueled by renewed resolve, Ao Boy launched a fierce counter-offensive against the encroaching monster horde. More Star Soul generals descended from the heavens. These were the elite student council members. Though exhausted, Ao Boy unified the reinforcements into the legendary 12-mech Tiger Wing formation. The Star Soul generals lock shields, forming an impenetrable wall against the beast tide. This formation is perfect. The center lures them in while the flanks execute a pincer strike. Even the principal praises Wu Bei, calling her the white fox of the battlefield. From the command center, 𝐊𝐸𝐿 monitors the front line, tracking every monster's movement. Defense lines set. Reinforcements arrived. 𝐊𝐸𝐿 awaits Turdin's final command. All academy mechas, hold your ground, Turdin roars. Survival is the only mission. Trap the beasts in the kill zone. We hold until the wave breaks. The students dig in with grim resolve. This isn't about victory, it's pure survival. The beasts swarm, using their massive size to crush the students' sword techniques. Lightning-charged claws flash, sending a Star Soul general flying with a single strike. Explosions rock the academy, burying the battlefield in a shroud of dust and debris. A 100-foot titan emerges from the smoke, towering over Ha Yin and Luk Diern. Boulders rain down as they flee. One wrong step means getting crushed instantly. It's too fast. Ha Yin decides to stall the monster, directing Diern to entrance 9. Luk Diern panics, sweat pouring down. He has no idea where the secret path lies. Ha Yin summon Mika, pointing toward the Zuo Chi statue. Go, run now. She summons her Star Soul General to buy him seconds. Diern sprints toward the statue. He curses his own weakness while watching Ha-Yen take a brutal, bone-crushing hit. Ha-Yen is slammed to the ground, but screams for him to keep running. Diern grinds his teeth, running through a storm of guilt and his own perceived uselessness. Why am I just a degenerate runner? Why must others die for my sake? If only I had the power. If only I could awaken a Star Soul General. A memory sparks. The Zuo Chi statue? It's his only hope to change fate. If he is the chosen one, he could inherit the power of a legendary soul. He pushes his limits, praying Ha-Yen can survive just a few moments longer. The statue is in sight. He begs the heavens for the Star Soul armor to accept him, but he stops dead. A mysterious figure is already perched atop the Zuo Chi statue. The stranger shatters the stone, pulling a glowing artifact from the statue's heart. It's the Zuo Chi soul jade. The stranger smirks at Diern, who stands there speechless. Who are you? Diern demands. The boy looks down and answers with chilling calm. I am Tongvan Tung. I've returned. Memories of a failed past life flood his mind. He remembers the academy instructors and the students who once treated him like trash. He remembers his fallen brothers and the enemies he could never hope to defeat. Every past failure and inner demon claws at his soul like a physical weight. Suddenly, his eyes ignite with celestial light, and a blinding aura erupts from his body. Steam rises as Tongvan Tung completes a breakthrough to peak yellow rank. 4 cultivation realms in 3 days. This speed is unheard of for any hunter. For a body with a defective soul, it's a miracle. But time is running out. In his past life, he self-destructed to take his enemies to hell with him. Instead of death, he reincarnated 16 years back into his trash air self. His father had sent him here to hide him from the family's brutal politics. Back then, he was a degenerate. Then the beasts came, and his family was erased. After the kingdom fell, he only survived by unlocking the Star-Lord system. This mysterious system interface gave him hidden stats and the ability to copy souls. It's a cheat code ability from his past life that somehow followed him through reincarnation. Song Yunxiang commanded the Star-Lord system to scan his current status. * ping times. The interface processed instantly. His soul was still fractured, lacking a Star Soul General. He wondered how the system reincarnated with him. All his past power-ups were gone. He was back at level 1, starting his progression from 0. It was the 9th. Tonight, the academy would be swarmed by boss monsters. He had to move fast. Using ancient alchemy, he leaped from the initial stage to peak yellow rank in just 3 days. In his past life, he only healed his soul at age 50, leaving his body with permanent defects. Those scars trapped him below the saint rank, making a true power-up impossible. His combat power was nerfed to 20%. Forced to rely on stamina potions just to survive. Now, 1 reconstitution pill would fully heal his soul traits without any side effects. He arrived at the South Province Pharmacy in the heart of the Eastern capital. His order of Heavenly Dragon Root was delayed until noon. He stepped back out to wait. 16 years ago, alchemy was primitive, and high-tier alchemists were incredibly rare. This rare herb was common here. With 1 more ingredient, his soul evolution could finally begin. Even without a star soul for his armor, he would crush the monster horde tonight. With a few hours left, he decided to prep the battlefield. He headed to the arena to set up defensive arrays, hoping to minimize the coming casualties. He deployed Northern Continent Array's forbidden knowledge that was 100 years ahead of this era. Unfortunately, his current rank was too low to activate high-tier lethality. These traps would only slow the monsters down. Suddenly, voices nearby caught his attention. Ha-Yan and Lu-Yan had stopped, mesmerized by the statue of the Star Soul General. Zuo Chi. As they discussed ancient legends, Yunxiang looked at the statue and smirked at his past. In his previous life, he had begged this statue for power like a stray dog. This time was different. He triggered the system window to scan the statue's hidden stats. * ping times. The system detected an unowned soul jade. He could forcibly extract the legendary item. The statue trembled violently. The others watched in awe, completely misinterpreting the phenomenon. The system couldn't copy the jade yet. It needed to be bound to a host first. Yunxiang wasn't in a rush to claim the prize. He would seize the soul jade during the chaos of the attack. Just then, his herbs arrived. He returned to the pharmacy, focused on refining the pill to restore his heaven soul. In this timeline, he would not let his allies sacrifice themselves in vain. On the street, he spotted a familiar figure. He doubted his eyes. Why would they be here? He activated a system scan. His vision shifted, revealing the target's hidden soul power. That specific energy flow in the Dantian It was a secret technique from the northern Dilun kingdom. He knew that country well, a dangerous neighbor bordering the northern frontier. They were one of the three great powers, claiming the continent's orthodox culture. In 3 years, Dilun would shatter the peace and trigger a total war. That invasion would become the spark that eventually destroyed the entire eastern continent. Why were northern spies infiltrating the city so early? Something was wrong. Was there a hidden plot in the original timeline that he had missed? Inside the pharmacy, a maid greeted him warmly. Showcasing their exclusive high-tier stock, he remained cold, stating he was only there to collect his pre-ordered items. She led him to the VIP area. The total bill came to 130,000 credits. After the deposit, he still owed a fortune. Yunxiang realized he was short on cash. The maid's expression shifted. They only accepted hard currency for such rare materials, unfazed. He pulled out several high-grade pills. He would trade his own creations for the ingredients. Her eyes widened in shock, gasping. A Tier 3 soul restoration pill. These essence-condensing pills far outclassed their own Grandmaster's finest work. She trembled while holding them, unable to identify several ancient items. Requesting the chief manager's appraisal, Van Tuong asked for a private alchemy room. They had one, though it had sat derelict without a resident alchemist. No problem, he said, seeking soul force isolation within a hidden chamber. It was exactly as the girl had described. The furnace was a 60-year-old broken relic. What junk? Scoffed, sighing. He utilized futuristic spirit tribe void refining arts he'd mastered. Combining void refinement with arrays meant a physical furnace was no longer required. Setting the stage, Van Tuong activated the 4-direction smelting array instantly. Glowing halos overlapped as he tossed heavenly dragon scales into the center. The exterior remained calm, masking the blinding flares of power erupting within. At that very moment, the attendant reported a mysterious guest with high-tier, unidentified pills. The elder remained composed as he began his systematic item inspection, identifying the human flame pill. He froze. He truly intends to sell these. Without waiting, the elder rushed out to meet this high-tier guest. She worried about the furnace, assuming he only needed a quiet room. Inside, Van Tuong was still focused, manipulating the complex refining interface. With a final command, a brilliant golden pill manifested in his palm. A Tier 6 reconstruction pill. Good enough, he muttered, swallowing it to recover. Tier 6 energy surged instantly, mending his fractured soul veins piece by piece. Outside, 2 hours passed. The impatient manager questioned if he was inside. She confirmed it, noting an active array was sealing the door shut. Finally, the heavy chamber doors slowly groaned open. Looking drained but satisfied, he smirked. The big fish had swallowed the bait. The elder bowed respectfully, scrutinizing the mysterious youth with a keen eye. Noting his academy uniform and rare pills, he sensed a hidden powerhouse, a hidden clan's heir, or the disciple of a legendary grandmaster. Van Tuong asked if the pill quality met their guild's standards. Beyond satisfied, the elder exclaimed, holding the legendary Tier 5 pill. You have a sharp eye, the boy praised, building rapport with him. Still in disbelief, the elder asked if he truly intended to sell. I'm short on cash, he lied smoothly. Give me your best price. This blood-burning pill could grant an instant rank up for Soul Masters. It guarantees breakthroughs. At auction, the bidding war would be legendary. Ignoring the hype, he demanded a price. The manager began the tally. 300,000 for the blood pill. The others are lower. Total is 440,000. Let's make it 500,000. Van Tuong's system-like intuition saw through him. The old fox is playing, predicting a probe into his secrets. He feigned a deep, contemplative hesitation. We only flip these for 600,000. The elder pleaded. 500 is my limit. I'll throw in some rare bonus herbs. Van Tuong chuckled, revealing he was a student from Juan Manor. He tosses 2 more blood-burning pills forward. Make it 1 million. Flat, he demands coolly. The manager freezes in shock. Surely, a peerless alchemist master is backing this mysterious youth. Recalling the mention of the 9-piece mansion, the manager's heart begins to race. 9-piece marquise. One of the 8 generals. Could he be a South Province young master? Van Tuong smirks. This bait is perfect for catching the monster fish behind this pharmacy. This manager is likely a Hong clan branch member, the true power elite of the South Province. In his past life, the Hong Merchant Guild was a legendary titan of the Eastern Continent. They dominate 70% of the empire's alchemy market and high-tier medicinal trade. Their influence spans generations. Wealth, connections, and hidden stats Truly a terrifying powerhouse. This time, he will prevent the coming calamity tide and change his fate. To survive, Van Tuong needs power, gold, and elite guild connections, no exceptions. He'll use the Hong Guild as his tool. Instantly, the manager's attitude flips to total submission. Please, young master, let us discuss this in the VIP lounge. The manager stammers. Inside, Van Tuong secures 1,000,000 credits. The dragon items, consider them a complimentary gift. It's pocket change. The manager insists, waiving the 30,000 credit fee with a respectful bow. Van Tuong accepts. The manager then retrieves a Tier 3 golden membership pass from his desk. He explains that their pharmacy is a cornerstone of the massive Hong Merchant Guild. This is a platinum jade charm. It represents our highest level of trust and status. Platinum perks at every guild branch. Take it as a tribute. He offers with sincerity. After a brief talk, Van Tuong departs. The assistant finally dares to whisper a question. Seeing the manager's humble face, she realizes the youth's hidden rank must be astronomical. He mentioned the 9-piece marquis. The boy's surname is Tong, just like the general, a young master of the Saint-Rank Tong clan. A legendary lineage from the South Province. Saints are rare, but a rank 5 alchemist. That is divine power we cannot afford to lose. The girl's eyes widen in disbelief. A rank 5 master on this continent. Such pills are usually ancient relics found only in the deepest SS rank dungeons. I checked them. They are peerless grade, freshly refined with overwhelming energy. Tell the 4th miss immediately. The master we've been seeking has finally appeared. Van Tuong examines the charm, his quest progression accelerating faster than he ever imagined. He brushes past a girl, and suddenly, past life memories surge forth like a tidal wave. Ah, Tan. He grabs her hand. He can't believe his eyes. The confusion is written all over him. It's really her. The one he lost. Fate has brought her back to him. System alert soul. General detected. Lubu's spirit soul copied successfully. A10. The Tai Yu Yen SS sign. Bearer of the Lubu soul. In the past, they met much later. Back then, she was an unstoppable quasi-saint warrior. A goddess of the battlefield, wielding Lubu's unmatched might. She stood alone against empires to stop the human slaughter. In his previous life, they first met amidst the blood and iron of a devastating war. After surviving together, he once asked her about the origin of the name Atan. Was it an alias? She told him of the Tai Uyen Great Seer's cryptic prophecy. The storm is coming. You are destined to be the shield that stops the rain. He grips her hand tight. Unknowingly, he has already evolved by copying Lubu's legendary soul. She looks so young and innocent now. Suddenly, a hidden blade gleams in her hand. Danger. She breaks free. Eyes cold. Who are you? How do you know my secret name? She strikes Van Tuong parries instantly, moving behind her. Wait, I'm not your enemy. She freezes. Eyes wide. How? How do you know the secret killer arts of Tai Uyen? Shifting focus, Yunxiang notices Atan is being marked by hidden pursuers. Before he can react, Atan delivers a brutal heel strike to his vitals. The agony is instant, leaving Yunxiang trembling on the cold ground. The stalkers close in, ignoring the fallen boy to chase Atan. Seizing the moment, Yunxiang trips the lead scout, sending him face first into the dirt. The man scrambles up, face flushed with rage, hurling curses at the meddling brat. The group prioritizes their mission, but Yunxiang isn't finished. He stands, radiating a provocative aura that demands their attention. You think you can touch me and just walk away? The thugs bark back in frustration. Since Yunxiang initiated the clash, they quickly conclude he is a high-level accomplice protecting their target. Their leader steps forward, claiming to be a secret agent from the capital. He declares Yunxiang a suspect and demands he be detained immediately. With a sharp gaze, Yunxiang instantly sees through their lie. These men are definitely not Imperial agents. Playing along, Yunxiang effortlessly fakes his credentials, reciting a cryptic high-level code that stuns the group. The fake agents exchange confused glances, wondering if they just stumbled upon a real elite operative's secret signal. Their attitude shifts instantly. The leader bows in respect as Yunxiang identifies himself as Deep Cover Agent 54188. As the conversation flows, the leader signals his men to continue the hunt while he handles this unexpected official. He maintains a professional facade, despite knowing nothing of the agency. Recapping the situation, they question Yunxiang about his suspicious contact with the target. Yunxiang's eyes narrow with lethal precision. He counters by asking if the girl is the notorious Taiyuan assassin. He claims his department has been tracking her for months, blaming the thugs for ruining his deep cover operation. The bluff works perfectly. The leader is convinced Yunxiang is a high-ranking master from the Southern Intelligence Bureau. Their reports never mentioned another agency was involved, causing a massive ripple of doubt within their ranks. To avoid a scene, the leader plans to lure Yunxiang into their kill zone. He invites the boy to join their hunt. Yunxiang pretends to hesitate, wanting to notify his superiors, but the leader stops him immediately. He claims there is a high-level mole within the bureau, making this a strictly off-the-books black op. The term setting the net triggers Yunxiang's instincts. He asks if a trap has already been laid for the girl. As they move, the leader spills the plan. They are purposely flushing her toward a designated ambush point. Yunxiang smirks internally, marveling at how easily these fools are falling for his act. As a former high commander in his past life, outsmarting these amateur spies is child's play for him. While walking, Yunxiang activates his vision to scan the leader's internal energy. He detects soul power characteristic of the Dilun Kingdom. These men are foreign infiltrators. This energy matches the assassins he encountered near the academy. The enemy has penetrated deeper than he imagined. A memory from his past life flashes. The Southern Academy was destroyed during a beast tide, and the legendary soul jades vanished. Could these Dilun spies be the architects behind that future catastrophe? Passing a stall, Yunxiang spots strawberry tanghulu, a Tan's absolute favorite treat. He stops to buy the entire stock, taking a bite to ensure the quality before catching up. When asked for his name, Yunxiang gives a cold smile and introduces himself as Cheng Yi. Miles away, the real Cheng Yi at the academy suddenly lets out a massive sneeze. In the dark outskirts of the forest, a Tan finds herself completely surrounded by the mysterious hitmen. A wicked old man steps from the shadows as she hits a dead end, his smile twisted with malice. He has been waiting. With a wave of his hand, a massive spatial barrier system seals the entire area. Legions of black-clad warriors emerge from the trees, locking down every possible escape route. Powerful spirit, soul generals materialize, proving that this wasn't just a chase, it was a meticulously planned execution. They have her full profile, including her possession of the legendary Lubu spirit soul. The old man laughs hysterically as his men tighten the circle, savoring his inevitable victory. He commands her to surrender, boasting that his spatial array has severed all connection to the outside world. A subordinate makes a vulgar comment about her beauty, only to have a dagger pierce his skull instantly. A Tan asks if he finds that satisfying. The silence is broken as the enraged mob charges to avenge their fallen comrade. The old man stood like a silent predator, watching the shadows. Moments later, Yunxiang and that Diluan foreigner stepped right into the magic circle. Once the formation flickered to life, the trap was officially sprung. Yunxiang moved forward, his eyes scanning the pulsating energy of the spatial array. This was a level 5 barrier, a high-tier seal designed to swallow every sound and shockwave from the carnage within. Observing those Star Soul generals, he realized they were modified city guard mechs. It seemed these infiltrators had some serious connections. By exploiting hidden backdoors within the Heaven Capital, they had managed to forge high-ranking soul charms for their mechanical puppets. The guide led Yunxiang straight to the elder, bowing low and addressing the man as the boss of their operation. Ahead of them, the battlefield was a bloodbath. A horde of thugs lunged at a Tan with feral rage, yet her defense remained absolutely impenetrable. Mid-clash, a Tan spotted Yunxiang standing with the enemy and scowled in disgust. As he waved, a lethal dagger whistled through the air toward him. Caught off guard, Yunxiang snatched the nearest thug to use as a human shield. The poor bastard's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. Yunxiang barked at a Tan, shouting that she was reckless and that he was definitely not on the same side as these losers. A Tan ignored his whining, her mind racing. Who was this guy? He was only at the yellow rank, yet he dodged her strike effortlessly. A heavy silence fell as Yunxiang and the old man locked eyes. Finally, the elder's freezing voice cut through the air. "Who are you?" A henchman hurried over, whispering that this brat claimed to be a secret agent from the South Province Intelligence Bureau. Hearing this, the boss dismissed him as a stray fly, a mere unlucky soul to be crushed once the main target was dealt with. He planned to erase them both. As the battle raged, a Tan mowed down the fodder, but the 4 Star Soul generals remained chillingly still, losing his patience. One of the generals drew a massive blade and lunged forward in a devastating surprise assault. A Tan's gaze turned razor sharp. She vaulted high into the air, narrowly evading the bone-crushing power of the mechanical swing. Floating in midair, she roared for a full synchro. A star soul core materialized from the void, enveloping her body in a torrential storm of energy. Brilliant light exploded as mechanical plates snapped into place, solidifying with a thunderous metallic hum that shook the very earth. A majestic star soul general stood revealed, spear in hand. Atan spun her weapon with lethal precision. Building up terrifying momentum, she unleashed a direct strike, obliterating the enemy general in a single blow. The remaining thugs froze in horror, but there was no turning back now. Another warrior charged with a guttural roar. Without flinching, Atan swung her spear in a wide arc, slamming it into the enemy's ribs. Seizing the opening, the final two generals launched a desperate pincer attack from the shadows, aiming for her blind spot. Sensing the threat, Atan pivoted instantly. Caught off guard, the assassins were forced to abandon their strike and desperately brace for impact. But the power gap was a goddamn canyon. Even with their combined strength, they couldn't hope to stop her overwhelming might. Atan's kick sent them flying like ragdolls, leveling the forest in their wake. Realizing the tide had turned, the boss deployed every last shadow soldier. They swarmed forward like locusts, summoning a legion of mechs to surround Atan. This time, the odds were 10-1. Inside her cockpit, the 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐥𝐿 system flashed red with lethal warnings. Fighting this many high-tier units solo was a total suicide mission. Amidst the chaos of the swarm, Atan's eyes flickered toward the standoff between Yunxiang and the mysterious old leader. Suddenly, Yunxiang spoke up, mockingly asking if they weren't worried about the city guards detecting this massive commotion. The lead shadow gave a sinister smirk, boasting that this level 5 spatial barrier was completely untraceable from the outside world. Even if they leveled the forest, not a whisper would escape. Hearing that, Yunxiang grinned. He felt much more relieved now. The thug nearby secretly activated a weapon card, suddenly drawing his blade in a lethal arc aimed straight for Yunxiang's throat. He sneered, promising to send the kid to hell. But Yunxiang vanished, reappearing behind him and driving a skewer through his neck. Go to hell yourself, you brainless hack. Yunxiang muttered with a cold glare. The man died with his eyes wide in shock. Yunxiang continued, I'm relieved because now I can wipe you all out without any witnesses. The old man's jaw dropped in sheer terror. He stuttered, frantically ordering his remaining men to kill the boy immediately. A mob of shadows surged forward at his command. Without even flinching, Yunxiang activated his own hidden cards, ready for the slaughter. His movements were a blur of lethal grace. Every swing of his blade claimed another life. He was playing on a completely different level. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened with a new plan. As the sea of enemies closed in again, Yunxiang decided to change his tactics. He began to kite the enemies, creating distance while summoning the star system interface. Can you hack this barrier? He questioned. The system gave an affirmative ping. It immediately began interfacing with the magic array, initiating a deep layer data breach and analysis. The structure was complex, a level 5 spatial fold on the outside, concealing a level 4 soul locking array deep within. The hack was nearly complete. Full control would be granted in 125 seconds. Meanwhile, Atan was still locked in a desperate struggle. She was cutting them down like grass. But for everyone she killed, the sheer number of enemies continued to overwhelm her. The clock was ticking down. Atan's soul power was hitting critical levels, her breath coming in ragged, desperate gasps. Below, the old man ignored Van Tuong, locking his sights onto the 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐥𝐿 mecha. Seeing his chance, he ordered his hunters to trigger the capture array. Suddenly, glowing geometric patterns erupted all around Atan, sealing her fate within the circle. Before she could react, chains of light surged from the patterns, binding the soul, General Mecha tight. No matter how she struggled, the restraints wouldn't budge. Trapped and frustrated, Atan cursed the system, her voice echoing through the comms as she fought the inevitable. Realizing brute force wouldn't work, she tried to initiate a mecha disassembly, but the system window flashed red. Even her escape route was locked. The old man let out a sinister cackle. This soul-locking array was an ancient relic from a lost civilization, designed specifically to trap high-tier soul generals. At this point, trying to escape through disassembly was like a low-tier degenerate trying to outrun a world boss. Impossible. With a cruel smirk, he ordered his men to begin the forced extraction of the 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐥𝐿 soulstone data. En comment? The enemy mechas deployed cylindrical pulse weapons. They transformed into needles, aiming right for Atan's back, before firing an eerie light. The light slowly engulfed her mecha as she struggled with everything she had. The pilots behind her couldn't help but gloat at her misery. She had taken out so many of their brothers. They were going to enjoy watching her powerlessly wither away this time. But just as all hope seemed lost, a massive surge of soul power erupted nearby, the signature of a new soul general awakening. The Dark Mecha Squad didn't know what hit them. A streak of lightning tore through the air, bisecting their units in a single, devastating strike. Several unlucky hunters were deleted instantly. The chains binding their bow shattered, and the extraction tools were skewered by a massive spear. Stunned, Atan looked up to see a second Lu Bu soul general standing right beside her, radiating an overwhelming aura. Inside the cockpit was none other than Van Tuong. He gave her a sharp 𝐁𝐞𝐭𝐫, urging her to get her head in the game. He only had a 3-minute limit on this form. Yet Atan remained frozen, unable to process the impossible sight before her. Her jaw dropped as she stared at the interface. This shouldn't be possible. How could there be 2 Lu Bu units in the same server? Suddenly, Van Tuong's spear lunged directly at Atan. She screamed in terror, her reflexes failing her as the blade whistled toward her. But the strike wasn't for her. Van Tuong's spear pierced right past her shoulder, impaling a cloaked assassin who was about to strike her from behind. The hunter inside the black mecha didn't even have time to scream before being wiped from existence. With a pulse of soul power, Van Tuong turned the enemy mecha into raw data and a spray of blood, leaving nothing behind. Even Van Tuong was surprised by the sheer carnage. Note to self: dial back the power-up next time or there won't be anything left to loot. Still suspicious, Atan leveled her weapon at Van Tuong, demanding to know his true identity and his hidden stats. She bombarded him with questions. What kind of soul general was he using? Why was his skill evolution identical to hers? Van Tuong dodged the questions, reminding her he wasn't the enemy. We can talk later, he said. Right now? We need to clear these mobs. Atan scoffed, but she knew he was right. She gave a sharp nod, temporarily accepting the alliance. Before she could even move, Van Tuong charged. Every swing of his spear was a masterpiece of precision, effortlessly slicing enemies in half. Atan watched in awe. This kid's movements were insane. Every single strike landed perfectly on the enemy's most vulnerable weak points. Without a single wasted motion, Van Tuong spun his spear, dismantling another heavy mecha with a flick of his wrist. The spearhead found the pilot's heart every time. After a few tries, Van Tuong had mastered the exact force needed for a clean kill. He didn't want to turn them into a mess again. Finished with the group, he casually tossed the corpse aside like common trash. Just then, a hunter leaped from the shadows, attempting a high-altitude strike on Van Tuong's blind spot. Without even looking, Van Tuong thrust his spear upward, skewering the attacker through the chest and hurling him into the dark forest below. Atan was having a much harder time. The battle was chaotic, and while one enemy pinned her down, another lunged at her from behind. She exploded with soul power, spinning her halberd in a desperate move to kill both, leaving her breathless and drained. Taking a moment to recover, she glanced over at Van Tuong's side of the battlefield. He was moving like a ghost, taking lives with simple, efficient thrusts. To Atan, this wasn't the skill of a mere yellow-tier hunter. He was sniping energy cores with terrifying accuracy, controlling his soul power output like a master of the highest rank. His movements were cold, calculated, and professional. To Atan, Van Tuong looked like a war veteran with decades of blood on his hands. Van Tuong's voice came through the comms, cold and sharp. One left. He turned his gaze toward the lead mecha that had been watching from the sidelines. Inside, the old man felt his blood run cold. His eyes were wide with terror. He never imagined his perfect trap would be ruined by 2 Lu Bus and a monster like this. As Van Tuong walked forward like an unstoppable disaster, he commanded the leader to kneel. The old man finally began to lose his mind, blinded by denial. The old man lunged forward, desperate to run Yunxiang through. Gripping his spear, Yunxiang unleashed a heavy double strike, shattering his opponent's arms instantly. Crashing down in a heap, the fool spat curses until Yunxiang's blade grazed his throat. Faced with Lu Bu's godlike aura, he felt like a mere ant, his pride instantly crushed. Spared for questioning, it was clear he was a Diluan rat posing as a heavenly capital spy. He even possessed a soul general. Atan was shocked to learn these mongrels were from Diluan. Yunxiang shook his head. He couldn't believe Atan actually fell for their pathetic disguise. How awkward. Tan turned away in disgust while the old man's face twisted in desperate rage. He stopped questioning how Yunxiang knew and screamed, "Long live the general!" Before attempting to self-destruct, Tan scrambled back. But Yunxiang didn't flinch, trying to blow up in front of him. Not today. With a wave, he released a soul resonance pulse. Tan watched in awe as the explosion was neutralized. Keeping the suppression tight, Yunxiang pulled back a fist. "Get out of my sight," he roared. A devastating heavy punch exploded against the old man's armor, shattering the mecha into scrap metal. The old man plummeted into a crater, motionless. Yunxiang deactivated his form, leaving the enemy for dead. Yunxiang grabbed the man by the jaw, forcing his mouth open with a cold, iron grip. From his past life, he knew these rats hid poison capsules in their teeth for quick suicides. "You're with Nightweb, aren't you?" The old man froze. How could a kid know that General? Nearby, Atangaspith. The name Nightweb carried a terrifying weight in this world. The mercenary king commander of the 33,000 remnants of Tai. He, wielder of the Ganjiang soul. Yunxiang's memories of his previous life flashed back. He knew exactly what was coming. Nightweb led his mercenaries into Diluan's ranks, spending years drenching the heavenly capital in blood. As a member of the Black Armor Guard, Yunxiang had clashed with that monster many times. Back then, his fractured soul veins were no match. Even now, the ghost of a scar throbbed. Tan watched him, completely confused. There wasn't a single scar on his face. What was he talking about? "Take him to Tai Yuan," Yunxiang commanded. Suddenly, Tan's blade was at his throat. "Who are you?" Not only did he expose Diluan, but he knew the deepest secrets of the Tai Yuan organization. He calmly lowered her hand. "Tai Yuan, the secret keepers of peace, working to prevent human extinction. I'm not your enemy, Tan, and I'm certainly no enemy to the Tai Yuan cause. In this life, our goals align. We must unite all human factions against the true darkness approaching." Tan lowered her guard, her mind racing as she processed his heavy words. He disarmed her with a grin, handing over a candied hawthorn stick. The name Song Yunxiang. She stared at the candy, dazed. Yunxiang apologized silently. Some secrets weren't ready for the light. He'd explain when the time was right. Meanwhile, Tan was a blushing, confused mess, holding her treat. How did he know I like these? She wondered. Truly a mystery. Meanwhile, Yunxiang stripped the corpses. Tan watched him, baffled, until Yunxiang let out a frustrated growl of disappointment. These guys are penniless. Not a single gold coin. Tan snapped his cool hero act was for loot. She actually felt a bit of respect for a second. But he was just a greedy scavenger. Yunxiang glanced back with a smirk. "You aren't thinking something disrespectful, are you? Little girl, you money-grubbing freak," she barked. Yunxiang 𝐁𝐞𝐿, looking up at the sky with a weary grin. "You're too young to understand the harsh realities of the world, Tan," he remarked calmly. "Do you know the two words that rule everyone who walks under the heavens?" She shook her head. "Having money," he replied playfully. Tan stared at him like he had grown a second head. "First, heroes need cash to stay righteous. Second, wealth is the foundation of all power. Without funds, your path is blocked. With gold, there are 100 ways to force a level up." Tan's eyes widened. It was as if a whole new world of greedy possibilities had just opened. "Listen," Yunxiang noted. "Sufficient resources can ignite any conflict, yet they can resolve them just as easily. There are no permanent enemies, only shifting interests. With the right incentive, even a mortal foe becomes a useful tool." Silence fell as he stared intently at Azan. She stood frozen, paralyzed by his cold logic. Finally snapping back, she realized the terrifying truth in his words. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A violent gale erupted as the heavens began to warp and twist. The sun vanished instantly, replaced by an oppressive, suffocating darkness that swallowed the land. Yunxiang's heart raced in shock. Azan was confused, but his mind screamed, "A dimensional rift! How is this possible?" The beast tide was ahead of schedule. This wasn't like his past life. Azan suspected the men in black were pulling the strings. Yunxiang narrowed his eyes, sensing the foul play. The pieces of the puzzle were finally clicking together. Leaning against a tree, the old man let out a sinister cackle. His comrades had clearly succeeded in their mission. Ignoring the villain, Yunxiang demanded to know what Tai Yuan was hiding. Azan's expression darkened, hesitating to speak. Desperate, Yunxiang pressed her for the truth. Finally, Azan relented and revealed the grim reality of the situation. According to Tai Yuan's intel, the Dilun Kingdom had unearthed forbidden technology to manufacture artificial rifts. They intended to weaponize this power for war. Her mission in Nanzhou was to investigate this madness. An ambush. Yunxiang muttered, his face turning grim as the full conspiracy finally unfolded before him. Jiwu Academy's downfall was Diluna's handiwork. Everything made sense now. The old man's laughter grew more deranged. You were both dead anyway, he mocked. Instantly, Yunxiang lunged, hoisting the old man up as soul power surged. Before the villain could beg, jagged bolts of lightning surged through his veins, tearing his body apart with agony. Azan jumped forward, frantically trying to restrain Yunxiang's lethal rage before it was too late. His soul veins are shattered. Yunxiang growled, tossing the broken man. He forced a recovery pill down his throat. He reassured Azan that the man was too valuable to let die just yet. He handed Azan a storage card filled with high-grade elixirs. Take these. You'll need them for what's coming. He urged her to retreat to Yuanding City. But she refused. Bound by her duty to her branch, she had a critical mission to complete. Yunxiang cut her off with a nod. He understood her burden completely. Turning inward, Yunxiang summoned the system interface. Can I equip Lubu's red hair steed right now? The system confirmed forced activation possible. The cost would be triple the standard soul power consumption. Without hesitation, Yunxiang downed 3 soul restoration pills. Azan watched, her jaw dropping in sheer disbelief. Those pills cost 50,000 credits each. Yet he burned 3 instantly. Light exploded as the armor took shape. Fragments of the Soul General materialized, coalescing into the legendary Lu Bu mounted upon his crimson stallion. The astral flame steed Azan cried out, her voice trembling at the sight of the legendary creature. That was a heaven-tier mount. Even she couldn't wield such power. Then, a thought struck her. Zuo Chi. According to Tai Yuan's intel, the mythical Zuo Chi could transform into any other legendary soul general. Azan stared in awe. Could Yunxiang truly be the master of the legendary Zuo Chi? Mounted and ready, Yunxiang prepared to charge. Azan shouted a final warning about the Dilun Kingdom. With a sharp nod, he vanished in a blur of motion, leaving nothing but dust and a stunned Azan. She couldn't believe a monster like Yunxiang existed in Tiandu. This information had to reach the organization. A Zuo Chi user could shatter the global balance of power and ignite a total world war. Meanwhile, Yunxiang tore across the landscape, each stride of his mount covering hundreds of meters in a heartbeat. Inside his soul armor, he realized the truth. Dilun triggered the rift to seize the Zuo Chi soul jade. In his past life, the jade vanished after the tide. But why was the beast tide opening so early? Was it his soul resonance this morning? Or did his intervention accelerate the enemy's timeline? Regardless, this was his chance. He could finally rewrite history and save everyone he once lost. Shifting his thoughts to the battle ahead, Yunxiang accelerated into a streak of blinding crimson light. Yuanding City was already a hellscape. The West District was buried under a shroud of black smoke. Agonized screams filled the air as monsters tore through the city's mechanized defenses with ease. The garrison fought desperately to hold the line, but their lead commander was already broken and bleeding, battered and broken. Instructor 𝐁𝐞𝐿 barely stands within her golden mecha, propped up by her allies, a hair's breadth from death. She owes her life to Captain Chu and his timely intervention. This man is Chu Dong, the grizzled leader of the West City's 5th Defense Squad. Grief shadows his face as he looks upon the fallen students, fueling a righteous, burning fury. Suddenly, an urgent voice cracks through the comms. 2 hostiles are flanking from the left, while an entire swarm emerges from the right. His face drains of color as the radar updates 40 monsters are closing in fast, cornered and outmatched. The squad whispers of a desperate tactical retreat, but Chudong shuts it down instantly. Their orders are to hold this ground or die trying. They cannot allow the blood of their fallen brothers to have been spilled for nothing, igniting their fighting spirit. He declares that the soldiers of Tiandu never back down from hell. 3 mechas roar in defiance, standing as the final shield for the wounded 𝐁𝐞𝐿 and her pupils. From the rubble, terrified survivors watch, praying for their guardians to hold the line. Chudong turns to 𝐁𝐞𝐿 with a grim finality. They will stall the beasts while she leads the civilians to safety. No arguments allowed. With a deafening war cry, the 3 warriors charge headlong into the jaws of death. The monsters howl, their multiple limbs snapping shut on the mecha's blades like iron traps. Chudong draws a second blade, striking deep, As a student trembles, asking if they truly must flee, 𝐁𝐞𝐿 confirms the distress signal is sent, urging them to endure just a moment longer. Her words spark a flame in the students' hearts, and they prepare to join the fray. Elsewhere, a lone mecha is swarmed. Pinned down by the relentless weight of the monsters, a beast's maw crushes the mecha's arm, and Fatty's screams echo through the cockpit. The rest of the squad is buried under a mountain of claws, unable to break free. With one arm gone, the beast aims for the core, opening a void-like mouth to finish the job. Just as Fatty faces the end, two students intercept, kicking the monster back in a clutch, save, but tragedy strikes as Four Eyes is dragged into the dirt, his screams shattering 𝐁𝐞𝐿's focus. A razor-sharp claw grazes 𝐁𝐞𝐿's neck, nearly breaching the hull in a terrifying near miss. The four mechas are being dismantled piece by piece, their limbs torn away by the swarm. Despair takes hold as the students cry out, "Where are the reinforcements?" 𝐁𝐞𝐿's situation is even worse. Her internal systems are failing and she's bleeding out. A heavy blow disarms her, leaving her defenseless as 𝐁𝐞𝐿 screams her name in vain. She lies broken on the ground, watching the monster's fist rise for the killing strike. Her students freeze, paralyzed as they watch their mentor's impending execution. In the dark abyss of her mind, 𝐁𝐞𝐿 prays for a miracle. Anyone, please save them. Tears fall as she refuses to accept this end. While the civilians cling to each other in prayer, 𝐁𝐞𝐿 fights to stand. But his mecha is dead weight. He's forced to watch her die. The monster's twin fists descend with the force of a falling mountain. She flinches. But instead of death, a blinding streak of light obliterates the beast instantly. Everyone stands frozen, from the battle-hardened instructors to the weeping refugees. As the dust settles, a legendary heavy spear stands embedded in the earth, glowing with starlight. Even the monsters tremble as a massive, haunting silhouette emerges from the fog. With heavy, rhythmic hoofbeats, a mechanical hand reaches out, summoning the spear back. A crimson mecha stands tall like a god of war, wreathed in the ethereal blue flames of its steed. The beasts recoil, their primal instincts screaming that a true predator has arrived. Sensing their end, the swarm abandons all caution and lunges at the newcomer in a desperate frenzy. Van Tuong charged headfirst into the horde. His grip tightening on his legendary weapon, he unleashed a devastating shockwave, blasting the monster's back with godlike physical power. Without pausing, he swept his spear across the battlefield, obliterating every beast in his path. The onlookers stood frozen, their jaws dropping at this display of non-human strength. The four mechs remained motionless, wondering if this was the secret reinforcement they needed. Even 𝐁𝐞𝐿 was baffled, while 𝐁𝐞𝐿 questioned what tier of spirit soul this was. Within moments, the 100-strong horde was annihilated, and Van Tuong returned to the survivors. Upon reaching the group, he deactivated his spirit armor and descended to the ground. He casually claimed to be a passerby, leaving the trembling witnesses in total awe. Approaching a fallen soldier, he raised the national flag, declaring the heavenly capital's ultimate victory. His roaring cry ignited their spirits, causing every mech pilot to cheer in unison. The surviving citizens wept with joy, though 𝐁𝐞𝐿's gaze remained fixed on the youth. She realized his uniform belonged to the academy. How could a mere student be this overpowered? Van Tuong noticed a fallen girl nearby and quickly confirmed she was still clinging to life. Finding him was her lucky break. He claimed her soul talisman as the price for survival. After administering a high-tier recovery pill, he carried her back to the main group. They bowed in deep respect, and even the arrogant 𝐁𝐞𝐿 lowered his head to introduce himself. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 sensed something deeper, silencing his subordinates who dared to question a hidden master. He knew strength defined hierarchy. Van Tuong handed the injured girl over to 𝐁𝐞𝐿's care. He told them to skip the formalities, explaining that the spring return pill would save her life. After a heavy silence, 𝐁𝐞𝐿 finally asked if he was truly an academy student. Van Tuong didn't answer. Instead, tossing them a rare bottle of healing elixirs, he introduced himself as Song Yungxiang before activating his spirit gear to head toward the academy. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 watched him leave, shocked that a yellow-tier peak could possess such terrifying stats. She wondered if he was a legendary elder, hiding his true cultivation level. Looking at the medicine, 𝐁𝐞𝐿 nearly fainted when he saw it was full of soul-restoring pills. The others were confused until they learned the true market value of the dropped items. These soul-restoring pills are rare, Tier 3 items, worth over 50,000 credits each. The group was stunned. One bottle was worth a year's salary. This hunter was incredibly generous. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 stared at the horizon, desperate to know the truth behind the mysterious Song Yangxiang. The unconscious girl whispered his name as smoke and fire consumed the ruins of the city. In another sector, flashes of silver light sliced through the suffocating darkness of the battlefield. Van Tuong's spear carved through monsters like paper as he galloped toward the academy gates. Just a short distance away from the carnage, a new presence emerged. A mysterious old man watched from the shadows, finding the young warrior's potential absolutely fascinating. Despite his low ranking, the academy was in total chaos, with evacuations running at full speed. Inside the command center, 𝐊𝐥𝐸𝐷 watched the battle screens with an expression of pure dread. 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐿 reported that their defensive lines were collapsing and desperately needed immediate reinforcements. 𝐊𝐥𝐸𝐷 grimly inquired about the situation deep within the academy's restricted zones. Reports suggested a hidden array was slowing the beasts, preventing a total massacre for now. Though the struggle was intense, 2 squads remained standing. But one report stood out above all. The squad at the eastern flank reported a mystery spirit general had cleared their entire sector. 𝐊𝐥𝐸𝐷 gasped in disbelief, just as more reports of this mysterious warrior flooded in. Multiple squads confirmed seeing a legendary spirit general riding a majestic horse through the flames. The main screen flickered to life, showing a heroic figure on a crimson stallion charging forward. 𝐊𝐥𝐸𝐷 gasped in shock. That weapon? It's the sky piercer halberd Lu Bu, he cried out. Xiao Yue looked on, confused. But secret records from the ancient Tiandu ruins confirmed the legend. Lu Bu was the peerless god of war. That halberd was his ultimate symbol of destruction. To bear such a name meant possessing a combat rank that defied all logic. Calculations complete. Xiao Yue finally tracked the spirit general's signal. He's heading for the academy. 𝐊𝐥𝐸𝐷's mind raced. Is he a friend or a nightmare? Chaos erupted outside the academy. Yunxiang arrived, his gaze piercing through the thick smoke. He smirked. Instructor Wu was holding the line with a perfect tiger wing formation. No casualties yet. The defense array was holding, buying them a few more precious moments. Yunxiang locked onto the Zuo Chi soul jade. Now, while the world was distracted, he spurred his mount. The horse roared, clearing the massive walls in one epic bound. Inside the grounds, his voice thundered, star-released red hair. He slammed down before the statue, the earth shattering under his overwhelming weight. Stargate open. The core manifested as Yunxiang initiated the system's deep scan protocol. System lock acquired. The soul jade was hidden right there inside the statue's head. Power surging. He lunged upward, landing firmly on the Titan's stone shoulders. System. Force extraction. Cracks began spiderwebbing across the ancient stone surface. Come out, he roared. The stone exploded, revealing a jade pulsating with god-tier energy. With a flick of his wrist, he drew the glowing artifact toward his palm. But someone was watching. Lu Yan stood frozen, his mind reeling at the impossible sight. The sacred statue was crumbling. And who was that figure? Holding the legendary soul jade, Yunxiang spotted him. Memories flooded back the locker room mishap and the girl's frantic chase. In that past life, Lu Yan's sudden shout had gotten them both caught and beaten. They'd been dragged to the office like common delinquents right after visiting this statue. Back then, Yunxiang called this relic useless junk. Then came the arena duel. Instructor Wu forced a fight. A loser like Yunxiang stood no chance against Lu Yan. Back in reality, Lu Yan pointed a trembling finger. Who the hell are you? From his high perch, Yunxiang smirked. I'm back. The script hadn't changed at all. Lu Yan paused. That name? Yunxiang. Where had he heard that before? The 3-minute wonder he realized. But before the insult finished, Yunxiang was gone. A shadow flickered behind him. One soft strike, and Lu Yan's world went dark. Sorry, Bal, Yunxiang whispered. In the original timeline, Lu Yan vanished during this raid. He was kidnapped by Dylan as Subject Zero for their twisted human host experiments. He would have returned as a masked puppet to slaughter his own people in the invasion, though he died a hero eventually. Yunxiang wouldn't let that tragedy repeat itself today. He narrowed his eyes. If Dylan's agents were coming for the Soul Jade, then Lu Yan's disappearance was likely a byproduct of their hunt for Zuo Chi's power. By seizing this destiny, Yunxiang had officially rewritten his friend's tragic future. In this timeline, the Masked Zero would never exist to terrorize the innocent. No hero's glory, perhaps, but no agonizing torture in a Dylan lab either. Just be a normal student this time. Yunxiang muttered, securing the unconscious boy. Now for the Jade. System. Can we analyze this to replicate the Spirit General? Ding permission denied. Current rank insufficient. Suggesting temporary storage in system inventory. He followed the prompt. Zuo Chi was secured. Replicating the host could wait for later. Time to save the instructors. Obtaining Lu Bu this early. The game had truly changed. Summoning the Lu Bu avatar now would be way too flashy and totally off-brand for his low-key style. Yun Xiang dismisses the Lu Bu plan, opting for the classic Wei Yuan gear to sweep the courtyard beasts. That girl's soul charm dropped at the perfect time, so he triggers the system to replicate its combat data. Critical error. The system fails to find any matching data within the restricted StarNet archives. He realizes the system only clones authentic ancient artifacts, not this mass-produced, low-tier junk. With the system telling him to do it himself, he manually ignites the Wei Yuan soul charm instead. As the digital particles solidify into heavy armor, a rush of memories from his past life surges back. The arsenal is mid-33 light crossbows and a basic blade. Nothing here even cracks his top-tier list, left with no choice. He gears up while Lu Yan remains face down in the dirt like a total loser. This works. No witnesses means zero drama. He pushes his soul power to the limit and rockets into battle. Nearby, a beast's claws are inches from a kill. Inside the cockpit, Yen screams in pure terror. Suddenly, the monster's speed drops to a crawl, giving Yen a split-second window to brace her defenses. The impact hurls her mech into a wall, but the weakened strike keeps her from being instantly crushed. Her mech is trashed and her energy levels are blinking red. She's completely out of options. Sensing the kill, the beast lets out a guttural roar and prepares for one final lethal pounce. Just as she gives up, a rain of light beams hammers the beast. Yun Qiang lance. Weapons ready. Just as he suspected, these modern weapons are weak, barely even scratching the monster's thick hide. The beast switches targets and lunges at him, but Yun Xiang sidesteps the attack with casual, pro-level grace. He delivers a swift counter-slash to its underbelly, but the monster just spins around for another strike. A massive claw sweeps through the air, but Yun Xiang ducks under the blow with cinematic precision. He unleashes a blinding sword flurry, carving through the beast until it's forced to cower in pain. He leaps into the air and drives his blade deep into the monster's armor with a crushing blow. The beast's legs buckle and it collapses, purple blood drenching the ground in a gruesome display. Yen is floored, gasping that his combat speed even puts their elite instructors to shame. Beast neutralized, but Yun Xiang clicks his tongue. The Wei Yuan sword is way too dull for his liking. He asks the system to forge a custom weapon, the legendary Sky Piercer halberd from his past. A crimson halberd materializes, radiating raw power. Finally, he has a weapon that actually feels right. It's massive. Yen screams in awe, just as the wounded beast staggers back up for more. With his old sword still stuck in its back, Yun Xiang charges forward like a vengeful god. Spear and claw clash for a heartbeat before they pass each other in a flash of pure steel. One cold look back and the beast splits in two. Yen is speechless at his overwhelming strength. This guy is a monster. Yun Xiang casually strolls over to check on the trembling class rep. "You good, class rep?" He waves off her stuttered thanks and takes to the skies immediately. She didn't catch his name, but that voice, it feels strangely familiar to her heart. Wait, he called her class rep. Meanwhile, at the dorms, students scramble into a defensive turtle formation. The atmosphere turns heavy as more beasts emerge from the shadows, surrounding the desperate group. Suddenly, Shangguan snaps, abandoning his post to dive straight into the monster swarm like a maniac. He fights like a degenerate, swinging his blade with a twisted, joyful laugh as blood splatters his mech. A teammate explains the horror once Shangguan starts a fight. He enters a state of pure bloodlust. You can argue with his power, though, in this berserk state, his lethality is off the charts. He dodges every strike with insane reflexes. Inside, Shangguan Ngam-Kum's eyes glow with murderous intent. He's distracted by the kill. A beast lunges at his back, and the team screams out a warning. He narrowly avoids the pounce, mocking the monsters for being too slow to catch a god. But an aerial hunter was waiting. He's slammed into the dirt, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His rage boils over as he tries to force his broken mech to stand. But then, a massive crash. The beast lunges, pinning Shangguan down, while the pack closes in for the kill. Panic erupts. Students scream for help, knowing she's dead meat if left alone. Jaws snap toward her cockpit, but a spear-wielding mech bursts through the smoke. He shatters the monster instantly, spinning his spear to wipe out the remaining horde. Shangguan watches in total shock, her eyes glued to the mysterious hero. With a single godlike strike, the entire crisis is neutralized in an instant. He rests the spear on his shoulder. Shangguan blushes, her heart racing with admiration. He's incredibly cool. Behind the formation, the students can't believe their eyes. A single, staggering thought crosses all of their minds at once. This guy is 100 times stronger than their instructor, a true hidden master, but Yun Huang is redlining. System alert, 40 seconds until soul power depletion. Sweat pours down his face. The Fengtian spear is a massive spiritual burden. Shengguan struggles to stand, hiding her pain. She won't look weak before him. Yun Xiang steps forward, gently checking her injuries with a calm, heroic voice. She freezes, startled by his kindness. She stammers out a yes and a thank you. The students are floored. Their cold ice queen has suddenly become soft and gentle. Suddenly, a loud command breaks the romantic tension. Wo Yuan yells, "Move out. Quit the flirting and get back to the fight." Yun Xiang doesn't hesitate. He pivots and dives back into the bloody fray. He plunges into the swarm, swinging his spear to clear every beast in sight. They have zero defense. Wherever his spear strikes, monsters are reduced to dust. The gate crashers are wiped out. Guo Yuan bellows a thanks and orders the counterattack. The tide turns. The students rally, following their legendary spear-wielding classmate, led by Yun Xiang. They form an eagle strike formation, surging with power. One student notices an extra mech and is immediately left in the dust. Left behind him, before he can react, Shangguan arrive, startling him, blushing. She orders him to follow her and provide support to the front lines. She rockets away. He shudders. Her being this gentle is actually more terrifying. This definitely isn't her normal state. Something has changed deep inside. Yun Xiang leaps high, firing a light wave that cleaves the monsters in half. The squad follows his lead, ruthlessly mopping up every remaining beast. The monsters are shredded. Yun Xiang watches the tactical map with cold precision. 5 tier B mechs barely match one monster. System soul power. Critical, 16 seconds until detransformation. Yun Xiang is gasping from the immense strain. He grins. His soul veins are recovering. Basic armaments can last 10 minutes. Lu Bu's power is legendary but drains too much. He needs soul replenishing pills. Wasting this energy on trash monsters is annoying. These modern weapons are garbage. Their soul power efficiency is terrible. He needs a better weapon-to-soul interface. A revolutionary plan begins to form in his mind. He'll modify the 𝐊𝐤𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐬 after this tide, combining speed, power, and lethal mobility. His excitement is shattered by the alarm. Only 8 seconds of power left. Forget the future. He charges, his battle cry echoing across the field. The line holds. Only 3 beasts remain. The atmosphere is heavy with tension. Another one falls. 6 seconds left. The clock is ticking toward 0. Every millisecond counts. 1 monster left. He raises his spear and lets fly. 3 seconds left. Tong Vantung strikes with lightning speed, driving his Fengtian spear through the beast. He leaps high, delivering a devastating downward smash as the final second ticks away. Suspended mid-air, Vantung commands everyone's attention. His power defies all logic. Energy depleted. His armor dissipates. The crowd stares, waiting for the mysterious hero's identity. As he lands, a student screams in disbelief. How can it be him? Confused, whispers spread through the ranks. Does someone actually recognize this monster? That's the legendary first-year loser. A student explains, pointing right at Vantung. Tong Vantung. The 3-minute man Quet Vien gazes in awe, while Thurn Quan looks on infatuated, exhausted. Vantung gasps for air. Every move is being monitored in the command center. Commander Ko Tur Din's entire body jolts in shock. The Wit gasps his name. The director is stunned. Their savior was just a lowly student. The report comes in Sector 8 cleared. Tong Vantung, 23 kills, 9 assists. Ko Tur Din is speechless. Was the rumor about his crippled soul vein a lie? He hid his power well, using Lu Bu's legendary halberd. Could he be the reincarnation? A darker thought crosses the commander's mind, leaving her deeply pensive. She recalls Tatu, the master of illusions capable of deceiving the entire world. Is he Tatu's host? Did his family plant him here to steal the soul jade? Sensing danger, Ko Tur Ding resolves to interrogate him once the beast tide ends. She orders the staff to focus on the remaining battlefronts immediately. Quach Venus team assumes Vantung is just recovering his soul power during the lull. They power down their mechs to rest. Fatigue has pushed everyone to their breaking point. Students collapse on the spot. The instructor urges everyone to recover before the next wave. No one knows when the beasts will return. Meanwhile, Vantung gathers dropped soul cores. He finishes his task. Suddenly, a senior instructor approaches. Bowing with deep respect, he thanks Von Tung for the backup and asks for his personal information. Without hesitation, Von Tung introduces himself and his class. The students are floored. A first-year loser possessing this much raw power is impossible. A blushing Thurn Quan introduces herself as 𝐊𝐸𝐿 from Class 153. Von Tung's face pales. In his past life, she was the host of Seoul General Long Thu. 5 years from now, her family would betray the capital during the final war. This woman was his mortal enemy, nearly killing him multiple times in the past. Only sheer luck kept him alive in his previous timeline. Von Tung snaps. He marches forward and grabs 𝐁𝐞𝐿's hand with cold intensity. The crowd is stunned. Von Tung thinks, this is my chance to steal her power. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 is love-struck. System. Copy her trait now. Von Tung commands internally. Once he recovers, he'll eliminate her early. A future threat. Dealt with today. 𝐁𝐞𝐿's mind is racing. She thinks he's confessing and is already planning their wedding. System alert. Copy failed. Target does not possess a Seoul General. Von Tung's expression darkens. This should be impossible based on his memories. System. Check again. She is definitely the host of Long Thu. In his past life, he successfully copied the power from her body. Analysis complete. Possibility 1, previous host is alive. Possibility 2, it hasn't manifested. The soul jade is currently masterless. He remembers now. Her family finds the jade 10 months later in a secret dungeon. 10 months until the dungeon appears. The instructor's cough breaks his deep concentration. Van Tuong scanned the room, releasing his grip with a nervous laugh while apologizing to Senior Shangguan. Surprisingly, Shangguan just blushed, showing no signs of being offended at all. She whispered, "Did you know her before? Is that why you were so agitated?" Her shy demeanor left the other students stunned. This wasn't the legendary Shangguan they knew. Van Tuong fabricated a story about hearing her name. Though the jealous students weren't buying it, suspecting his motives, they watched as Van Tuong popped a high-tier recovery pill into his mouth. Then, he signaled for Shangguan to hold out her hand. Blushing deeply, she complied, worriedly whispering for him to be gentle with her palm. Speechless, Van Tuong sighed and gestured for her to flip her hand over properly. He dropped a pill into her palm. Her eyes widened. Is this a soul restoration pill? The nearby instructor gasped, rushing over with an expression of pure disbelief. A genuine soul restoration pill. This cost 10 months of my salary. Is it really hers? Van Tuong nodded, urging her to recover while he analyzed the butterfly effect of his reincarnation. In his past life, he never saved her. Yet his intervention had now rewritten history. He had disrupted the timeline, and now the future was a complete mystery to him. To secure the dragon script, he had to keep her alive. She swallowed the pill instantly. Suddenly, an explosion of pure energy surged through her. A sensation of absolute power, massive waves of soul force, instantly replenished her reserves, healing her core in seconds. It felt like billions of stars were igniting within her. Her jaw dropped in shock. The quality was beyond anything she'd ever seen, far superior to standard rank tiers. It was a divine-grade treasure. The instructor immediately began begging Van Tuong for a share. Van Tuong shook his head, claiming his personal inventory was almost depleted. The desperate instructor kept pleading, hoping for even a single pill to drop. Fine. Van Tuong reached into his bag, pulling out an alternative to the rare pills. He tossed a handful of soul charms, activating a high-level soul-gathering array instantly. Everyone nearby felt their mana recovery speed skyrocket, surging past their normal limits. The recovery rate hit 500%, a staggering boost for any hunter. A rank 4-star gathering array. They gasped. Usually, these only gave a triple boost, leaving them to recover. Van Tuong prepared to scout the main martial arts arena, summoning his Feng Thien halberd. He leaped into the air. Until we meet again. Shangguan didn't hesitate, activating her flight gear to chase after the mysterious warrior. The instructor yelled in frustration as they vanished toward the chaotic Jiwoo Academy Center. Thick smoke covered the battlefield where Ub-Ei's squad fought waves of vicious monsters. Under Ub-Ei's tactical command, the guild members coordinated their strikes with lethal precision. They isolated a stray beast, focusing their firepower to eliminate the target quickly. Vanguard, engage support units. Lock it down. The beast was hit by a flurry of steel. One final student leaped high, bringing down a crushing blow that split the air. The monster fell. Despite her exhaustion, Ub-Ei praised her team while adjusting their formation. They shifted their defensive lines, hoping they had finally regained the tactical advantage. Suddenly, the sky lit up. Incoming artillery, high-rank monster shells, scatter. Now, the projectiles moved too fast, glowing with a deadly, supernatural intensity. The impact shattered their armor, leaving the arena buried under a shroud of debris. 𝐊𝐥𝐵 struggled to her feet, coughing through the dust as she called for survivors. Nearby, a pack of elite monsters loomed, their maws still smoking from the devastating barrage. Silence fell over the ruins as the predators prepared to finish off the academy. Seeing this, 𝐊𝐵 grew uneasy. The beasts switched to ranged attacks. After the formation slowed their melee, energy orbs gathered in their maws. The cadets braced for a desperate defense. Scatter, 𝐊𝐵 screamed, knowing their shields couldn't tank this level of destruction. Suddenly, a lightning bolt pierced the sky, and the beast mid-charged before vanishing into thin air. Sensing true danger, the monsters let out a chorus of enraged growls. They kept charging their beams as the confused cadets cried out, "Who is that?" Yunxiang smirked, arriving perfectly in time with an inscrutable expression. Phoenix Heaven roared to life. Purple beams rained down, and 𝐊𝐵 warned the newcomer to dodge. Starlight erupted from Lu Bu's feet. He glided through the firestorm, weaving past every beam flawlessly. He struck back instantly. One spear thrust per beast, they crumbled like mud against his overwhelming power. 𝐊𝐵 stood stunned. The pilot used minimal soul power for god-tier gliding and phantom movements. She couldn't believe such elite handling existed, let alone that massive heavy spear. She'd never heard of an academy unit carrying such high-ranking gear. Yunxiang blurred across the ground, cleaving a monster in half with a single, decisive strike. The students watched, mesmerized. Sama mech model. But the pilot's skill was on another level. No one knew mechs could move like that. Chang Yi wondered who this invincible newcomer was. 𝐊𝐵 did the math. This pilot's combat power was equal to 30 Chang Yis combined. Cornered, the beasts fired a desperate, tracking barrage at Yunxiang, unfazed. He boosted soul power to his feet, dancing through the chaos without a scratch. The beasts unleashed a cluster shot, but Yunxiang's footwork was too fast to trap. Seven-step star tread, 𝐊𝐵 gasped. Mid-air, Yunxiang swung Phoenix Heaven, releasing an energy wave. The beast was shredded into pieces before it could even close its mouth. 𝐊𝐵 was floored. He just used a Saint-tier falling moon slash with a basic student mech. Curiosity burned. Who was the mystery pilot hiding behind that mechanical mask? Yunxiang was a whirlwind. Only 4 beasts remained, and their beams couldn't touch him. He closed the distance instantly, deleting the 4th and 3rd monsters in a flash. The second fell within 5 breaths. The cadets watched in absolute, breathless awe. Cheng Yi dreamed of such power, even considering begging the mystery warrior to be his master. Unfortunately, he spoke his thoughts aloud, and 𝐊𝐵's glare was sharp enough to kill. Terrified, Cheng Yi stammered that he was just trying to hype up the battle. The final beast unleashed a heavy cannon blast, aiming straight for Yunxiang in mid-air. He sliced the beast and its beam in two. Then, his soul power hit 0. Even the stern 𝐊𝐵 was paralyzed. This person was simply too strong. 10 kills in seconds. 50 Cheng Yis wouldn't have stood a chance against him. Suddenly, another mech charged in, screaming one name, Song Yunxiang. It was Shang Guan. Her voice sent a shockwave through the crowd. Could it be him? The students murmured, Song Yunxiang, that trash student, there's no way he's this god. 𝐊𝐵 stepped forward, sword drawn, pointing it at the mystery pilot. Identify yourself. At that moment, his energy depleted, and the armor began to dematerialize. A lone figure descended through the mist, landing softly on the ground. He wore the academy uniform. This legendary warrior was just another student. Cheng Yi's jaw dropped. The kid who'd been missing for 3 days was standing there. Yunxiang flashed a grin at 𝐊𝐵. I'm back. Instructor, did you miss me? Silence followed. Then an explosion of shock. Song Yunxiang, it's really him. Cheng Yi scrambled to fix his posture, dying of shame that he almost worshipped his rival. Van Tuong stood before the duo, a calm expression on his face. Long time no see. Fan Ying-yi immediately pointed a finger, demanding to know where he had vanished. Though that was irrelevant now, he pivoted, asking how a degenerate with a fractured soul vein could possess such overwhelming combat power. Van Tuong simply smirked, asking if his mecha hadn't just hit its limit and auto-disassembled on schedule. Internally, he checked his system window. His transformation duration had increased by 20% as his body adapted. Fan Yi's eyes widened in pure disbelief, convinced that Van Tuong was hiding his true hidden stats. You were fighting for at least 5 minutes, he barked, turning to 𝐊𝐵 to confirm the impossible. 𝐊𝐵 remained cold, demanding a clear explanation. Beside her, Fan Yi added to the suffocating pressure. 𝐊𝐵 continued, Why did you hide your rank and pretend your soul vein was damaged during enrollment? Cold sweat poured down 𝐁𝐞𝐿's face as he realized this supposed loser had been playing them all. Ignoring the noise, 𝐊𝐥𝐺𝐬 stepped closer, her gaze piercing. Who are you really? Van Thuong. They were grateful for the save, but they needed the truth. Van Thuong felt the interrogation closing in. Before he could respond, his senses tingled. He glanced aside, and the others followed his wary gaze. From the summit of the HQ tower, a powerful soul general streaked through the air like a comet. The impact triggered a massive shockwave, kicking up a storm of dust that blinded everyone on the field. As the white armor disassembled, Dean Gu emerged. Seeing her, the group finally lowered their guard and deactivated. 𝐊𝐥𝐺𝐬 and 𝐁𝐞𝐿 offered a respectful greeting, but Gu Ziding ignored them. Walking toward Van Thuong, Van Thuong offered a slight bow. Dean Gu thanked him on behalf of the Academy for the intervention. However, her eyes remained sharp. She wanted an explanation for the high-tier strength he had been concealing. Van Thuong's mind raced, while he didn't hide his system in his past life. This was different. This Dean was a member of the Gu family, an ally or a hidden boss. He wasn't sure yet. As he stalled for time, Gu Ziding's eyes narrowed, and she instantly manifested a shimmering light cage. Inside the barrier, all external sound vanished. Van Thuong recognized it as a high-level soundproofing array. His experience told him she was channeling the Academy's Great Mountain Formation to create this private zone. Double-layered mana membranes sealed the air, preventing even a whisper from escaping to the curious crowd outside. Van Thuong found the technique fascinating, but his tone turned sharp, stating his power levels were private info. Does the Academy really have the right to ask? He challenged. Gu simply activated a holographic screen. She had no time for games. His secrets were his business unless they were linked to the legendary Zuo Chi. She stepped into his personal space, her intense pressure forcing the young hunter to retreat in awkward silence. You faked your injury, she accused. You used family ties to infiltrate the Academy for Zuo Chi's jade. Van Thuong looked away, playing dumb, though he was internally stunned by her incredibly sharp intuition. Her presence was truly overwhelming. He unconsciously swallowed hard as the tension reached a breaking point. That reaction was all the proof she needed. Stop the act, Van Thuong, she commanded with authority. She claimed he was Zuo Chi's host, and the Lubu appearance was just a clever illusion skill. These words left Van Thuong in a state of genuine shock and confusion. This was the first he'd heard of such an ability. He never copied that trait in his past life. Outside the barrier, the students waited in silence, though a few had much less noble thoughts. They were too busy admiring the Dean's legendary figure while she maintained the high-intensity mana field. Inside, Gu Ziding continued laying out the evidence that he was indeed the host of Zuo Chi. We have the footage, she said. Ancient records state, Zuo Chi can mimic any soul general's form. She explained that the spirit could simulate skills and even mask a soul master's true power levels. No one jumps 3 realms in 3 days, she declared. Your faked cultivation proves your secret identity. Every word she spoke hit like a critical strike, making Van Thuong break into a cold sweat. The nearby instructors weren't even surprised. They just felt like fools for ever calling him a degenerate. Van Thuong was completely speechless. Her logic was so perfect that even he almost believed the lie. While he never intended to keep the Star-Lord system a permanent secret from his allies, its origins within that eerie secret realm remained a mystery. He'd investigate those puzzles further once this beast tide finally subsided. For now, the Dean had mistaken his system's replication power for Zuo Chi's phantom illusions. Yunxiang decided to play along, letting Zuo Chi serve as the perfect scapegoat for his hidden interface. He feigned a look of sheer awkwardness, acting as if his flawless cover had finally been blown. He officially confessed to Gu Ziding that he'd taken the Zuo Chi soul jade. She found his easy admission suspicious. She surmised his father had discovered Yunxiang's high compatibility with the soul jade years ago, orchestrating his enrollment at the Academy just to seize that legendary power at the right moment. But man propose and God dispose. During this sudden beast tide, Yunxiang was forced to act. He'd exposed his true strength early. Otherwise, he could have graduated unnoticed 3 years later. By then, the Zuo Chi spirit soul would have been the foundation for the Yun family's epic rise. Changyi was visibly moved by this perceived loyalty. While Yunxiang mentally laughed at the forced logic, Gu Ziding's tone turned cold. Original spirit souls are fundamentally different from mass-produced machines. Every legacy containing a prime soul jade is strictly recorded within the Star Heaven Pavilion. The Yun family has committed a severe violation. This could be branded as high treason. Yunxiang scratched his head. He tried to play it off, mentioning his father. But 𝐊𝐥𝐸𝐷 sharply cut him off. She wanted to strike a deal, a turn of events. Yunxiang never anticipated. She revealed that this beast tide was being lured. With 3 suspicious sensory beacons already identified, a heaven-tier master was handling the east, while she'd personally lead elite forces to secure the academy's perimeter. Yunxiang saw the writing on the wall, eyeing the dean's massive, intimidating weapon. She needed him at the North Sector's key position. His goal wasn't to close the rift, but to perform a high-stakes rescue. He knew the target's identity had to be significant. The dean confirmed it, the royal family's second prince of the Tiandu kingdom, Qianzai. Yunxiang knew him well, the war maniac. In his past life, the prince was famous for unauthorized warmongering. Historical records from his previous life stated the prince perished right here in the Yuan Ding beast tide. His death was officially blamed on Tai Yuan assassins, making Atan a wanted fugitive across the kingdom. Thinking back, Atan wasn't rescued then. She must have used a desperate trump card to escape that hell. Regardless, the true killer wasn't her. Yunxiang's mind immediately shifted toward the Dylan Kingdom's shadows. Seeing his silence, 𝐊𝐸𝐷 added a final incentive for the mission. She'd officially petition the Star Heaven Pavilion to grant him legal rights to use the Zuo Chi spirit soul. Yunxiang countered, noting that a prince's guards failing meant the danger was extreme. 𝐊𝐸𝐷 caught his drift instantly. Upon success, she'd grant him one additional request within her authority. Yunxiang grew wary. The dean was compromising far too easily for this deal. The Gu family publicly backed the crown prince. Sending him privately meant avoiding any official ties to the second prince. He reluctantly accepted the quest, though his mind continued to analyze every hidden angle. Was the Gu family playing both sides? And would he encounter Atan at the North Sector rift? Questions flooded his mind. But it was time to join the fray and see for himself. He downed a recovery pill and commanded the system to manifest the red flame fire Dragon Ball. A blinding light enveloped him as his spirit soul gear materialized. The mighty Lu Bu appeared atop Red Hair. Every witness stood frozen in awe, their eyes wide at the legendary spectacle before them. Compared to standard models, this power was overwhelming. Even Cheng Yi broke a cold sweat watching him. However, 𝐊𝐸𝐷 frowned. This form looked nothing like the Zuo Chi she knew. She wondered if it was just another illusion before shouting the final coordinates to him. Yunxiang signaled a clear okay and took off. Shangguan desperately screamed for him to wait. She was determined to follow him, vowing to make this monster her future son-in-law at any cost. Shrugging off Van Tuang's protest, Shangguan leaped onto the mount and locked her arms around him. He snarled in annoyance, but she wouldn't budge. He recalled her family's ties to the second prince. Leaving her meant certain death, and she'd likely perish alongside the principal's faction. Resigned, Van Tuang stopped resisting. "Hold on tight," he growled. "If you fall off, you are on your own." Those cold words only made Shangguan beam with pure, unadulterated joy. With a sharp kick, the horse vaulted 100 meters high. Cheng Yi watched them go, asking 𝐊𝐸𝐷 if they should ignore her. No time for that. 𝐊𝐸𝐷 snapped, "Cheng Yi, oh bye. Gather our forces immediately. Meet at the South City Core Rift in 15 minutes. We rendezvous with the city guard there." As they scrambled to obey, 𝐊𝐸𝐷 watched the hero vanish. Is he really the host of that evil entity, she whispered. She hoped her diversion would buy him time to hide his hidden stats from the world, but she would be the one to eventually uncover his true secret. Meanwhile, a blue flame tore through the ruins. The azure fire blazed from Red Hair's hooves. From the saddle, Shangguan rained fire on the beasts, aggroing every monster in sight. As the horde closed in, Van Tuang finally unsheathed the legendary Phoenix Halberd. With one explosive arc, he sent the monsters to the afterlife, while Shangguan let out a thrill-seeking scream. It was a total bloodbath. Van Tuang's defense was an iron wall. Nothing survived the Phoenix Halberd's reach. After a moment, Van Tuang gritted his teeth. "Stop pulling more mobs. You lunatic, we are in a hurry." To his surprise, the wild girl obeyed like a loyal hound. He frowned. Usually, she was a survivor who didn't need help. In his past life, she survived the Academy chaos, even without a protector to watch her back. But his reincarnation had warped the timeline. He'd keep her close until he secured the dragon seed. Then he'd eliminate her. For now, she was nothing more than a convenient human tool for his ultimate revenge. He told her he needed a favor, without even asking what it was. Shangguan agreed instantly. She teased that he could do whatever his heart desired with her body. Anytime, anywhere. Ignoring her, he laid out the plan he'd train her against elites. But he'd handle any heaven-tier boss monsters himself. She nodded as they approached the North City Rift, a wasteland of shattered steel and corpses. A phalanx of golden mechs stood guard, shielding the second prince at the center of the wreckage. These were the elite Imperial Guards. One mech cradled a pair of survivors in its massive metal palms, within the pilot's grasp. A young man desperately held onto a dying officer in critical condition. "Stay with me," Commander Lu Prince Tianzihai cried out, cursing the D-Lun spies who betrayed them. He had been too naive, thinking he could bait the D-Lun agents into revealing their evidence for war. Instead, he fell right into their trap, a devastating monster tide triggered by the enemy nation's plot. He blamed his own arrogance for the millions of lives lost, saved only by Lu's suicidal bravery. Hearing the princess' voice, the commander struggled to speak. "Protecting you is my only duty." Lu coughed, blood splattering against his shattered armor. The prince begged him to hold on, then turned to his aide. "Where are the reinforcements? The academy principal is on the way." xiaomai, his battle-hardened maid, shouted over the roar. The prince ordered her to give Lu the last rejuvenation pill, but she hesitated. "That's for your survival, Highness." Even Lu groaned, knowing his wounds were beyond any potion's healing power. The prince didn't care, forcing the pill into Lu's mouth just as the guards screamed in terror. "Monsters inbound," Zehai roared. xiaomai immediately leaped into the fray to lead the line. Her golden aura flared as she began barking tactical orders to the surviving hunters. 8 mechs formed the Dark Moon formation, creating a final defensive perimeter as an unearthly roar shook the earth. The lesser beasts parted like a red sea as a nightmare emerged from the thick white mist. Its footsteps were heavy, revealing a behemoth with razor-sharp tusks that looked like it enjoyed the carnage. This was the legendary Qiang Chi, a heaven-tier boss monster of pure destruction. The Imperial Guards froze, their morale shattering under its aura. Then another shadow appeared from the flank. Through the smoke, a lone warrior stepped forward, gripping a massive phoenix halberd with murderous intent. Guards stood paralyzed as a massive cosmic rift split the South City sky, swirling like a gateway to hell. Below, once peaceful neighborhoods were instantly reduced to a lifeless wasteland of rubble and death. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 stood tall in her mecha atop a skyscraper, commanding the legion with cold, tactical precision. Vanguard units took the front, while instructors flanked the sides, a perfect formation for the coming slaughter. Beneath her, rows of heavy mechas stood in silent ranks, radiating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. In the rear, the trainees prepared their long-range systems, ready to rain destruction upon the invaders. Thousands of mechas formed a steel ocean, dominated by the mass-produced white YVN models. The rift expanded, revealing razor-sharp fangs before a monstrous Cheongji beast lunged into our reality. Having prepared for this crisis, 𝐁𝐞𝐿 remained unshaken as she issued the final order to engage. The mechas locked on. Fire. A torrential rain of light arrows flooded the sky, turning focus into devastation. Meanwhile, deep within the east sector, another Cheongji beast emerged, a towering titan that completely dwarfed the mecha units surrounding the rift. Amidst the ruins, surrounded by his steel legion, a bald old man stood in deep, stille contemplation. Facing the beast, Elder Shu remained eerily calm even as a roar like a hurricane shook the earth. While the hunters buckled under the pressure, the old man stood as still as an ancient statue. Ignoring the chaos, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a cracked, ancien soul talisman. "Old friend, let us fight once more," he whispered. Nearby soldiers wondered if he needed their support. Their captain scoffed. Elder Shu is a heaven-tier powerhouse, capable of shredding monsters with his bare hands. This was a battle of grandmasters. As Zhu ignited his soul, a blinding light erupted from his body. He was summoning his Star Soul General. North City was equally hellish, under swirling purple thunderclouds. A beast smashed the earth, unleashing a pack of wolf-like scavengers that swarmed the battlefield. Their objective was clear, devouring the corpses of the fallen. These small predators prioritized scavenging carcasses to evolve their traits and increase their hidden stats. The royal guards fell into a panic, trapped between 2 overwhelming high-tier predators they couldn't defeat. Desperate, a guard begged the maid to take the prince and flee while they held the line. xiaomai turned to the prince, but General Lu's violent, bloody coughing suddenly cut her off, spitting blood from fatal wounds. The dying general reached out to Tianzihai with his last strength. He offered to burn his soul energy to buy the prince 20 seconds to escape the carnage, but the prince stopped him. "There is no need to rush. he said with an eerie calmness. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 sensed a strange presence approaching, one that didn't feel like a monster-s aura at all. The beast's arm morphed into a jagged lethal blade, radiating a terrifying wave of killing intent. With a guttural roar, it unleashed a shockwave that swept through the ruins like a physical blow. The guards struggled against the pressure, and even 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 found it difficult to maintain his stance. He shielded the general as the beast turned away, focused entirely on a shadow lurking to the left. It sensed a real threat, someone actually capable of challenging its power. "Shut your trap," a voice boomed, followed by a blinding streak of mystic energy firing at light speed. Before the monsters could react, the strike pierced the ground directly in front of the pack. The 𝐊𝐥𝐿 dodged in terror, leaving its smaller kin to be obliterated. The monster was visibly shaken. Through the smoke, Yunxiang appeared atop his legendary horse, red hair, looking like a god. The guards gasped. A Star Soul General. Could this be the legendary reinforcement from the academy? 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 watched closely. This general and his mount were unlike any legend he had ever seen. Entering the war zone, Yunxiang told his companion it was time to get to work. "I'll tank the boss. You go loot those corpses," he said, leaving her completely confused and speechless. "I told you. Search 50 centimeters from the left rib to find the void crystals," he grumbled. Meanwhile, the 𝐁𝐞𝐫 beast stood frozen, paralyzed by the sheer power of the man before it. Phoenix Heaven radiates a storm of lightning, trapping the beast behind an impenetrable light barrier. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 watches from the side. Could that be an advanced tactical formation? The thought terrifies Xiaomei. This level of power is beyond her wildest dreams. He deduces the Soul General's weapon is imbued with a high-level spatial sealing array. The guards finally understand that 𝐁𝐞𝐿 was paralyzed, leaving the entire unit in shock. Should they retreat or stay? They can believe such a complex formation was deployed casually. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿's expression turns grim. He senses a disturbance in the flow of battle. The formation's soul power is hemorrhaging. Yunxiang isn't trying to win, he's just buying time. Xiaomei shifts her focus, desperate to see what is happening on the other side. On the HUD, the 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿 rips the monster open, extracting a glowing pulsating core. Xiaomei is lost, but 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 recognizes the loot, a rare void-shattering crystal. Xiaomei had only heard rumors of this item. Seeing it in person is breathtaking. According to the prince, these are legendary space stones, artifacts of pure dimensional energy. They grow inside 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 beasts, allowing them to swallow objects 10 times their size. Xiaomei remembers, these are the priceless materials for storage charms. Who knew they grew in such filth? Even royalty, like 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿, must admit its value. A storage charm is worth a fortune. Soul charms require these gems. Xiaomei realizes Yunxiang was just farming loot. Phoenix Heaven begins to flicker. Inside the cockpit, Yunxiang's stamina stats are hitting rock bottom. He knows the soul cage is about to shatter. The 𝐁𝐞𝐿 will be free soon, popping a soul restoration pill. He checks the progress. Shangguan returns with 3 void crystals. Her mech is drenched in monster blood. Yunxiang telekinetically pulls the crystals into his palm. Shangguan gasps in shock. Using raw soul power for telekinesis is a legendary S-rank trait. Before the loot even arrives, Yunxiang spurs his mount and charges the beast head-on. The guards instinctively retreat. Compared to them, this Soul General is a tyrannical god of war. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿's eyes are locked on the screen, trying to identify the pilot behind the mask. Yunxiang glances at his monitor. At this range, the prince recognizes the Lu Bu interface. Something feels off. Suddenly, Yunxiang leaps into the sky, de-summoning his red hair mount mid-air, spear in hand. He faces the monster. The beast fires a devastating purple plasma beam at him. He dodges with ease. The 𝐁𝐞𝐿 roars and lunges, matching his height with a massive leap. Mid-air, Yunxiang spins like a hurricane, delivering a soul-shattering heavy strike. Steel meets claw in a thunderous explosion of lightning. The very air around them shatters. In that split second, Yunxiang stabs a void crystal directly into the beast's forearm. The impact sends him flying back through dozens of buildings. Xiaomei screams in terror. She cries out to 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿. The Soul General looks completely outmatched by the monster. Yunxiang hits the ground before he can recover. The 𝐁𝐞𝐿 lunges for the killing blow. Inside the mech, Yunxiang checks his stats. He's only at peak yellow rank. Soloing a heavenly tier boss with these stats is practically a suicide mission. Lu Bu's eyes flash crimson. Detonate. The crystal in the monster's arm explodes with blinding force. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 stands frozen. He never expected such a high-risk, high-reward tactical play. The 𝐁𝐞𝐿's arm is vaporized. Yunxiang waves mockingly. Sorry. Bul. It's just business. He's no match for a heavenly tier yet. So he has to use these dirty tricks. Despite his words, the surrounding hunters erupt into a deafening roar of cheers, using crystals to trigger a spatial collapse. This is a combat evolution they've never seen. 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿𝐲 applauds. The martial academy is truly a den of hidden dragons and geniuses. Xiaomei gasps in realization. Wait. Did he just blow up a priceless legendary treasure? Cold sweat drenched 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐥𝐿's face. A yellow rank wounding a heaven-tier beast, sacrificing void crystals was a small price to pay. He realized these crystals had a 1,000-year history with 0 records of accidental detonation. This youth mastered a unique explosive technique, a lethal asset if applied to military warfare. Xiaomai's cry broke his trance. She was stunned to learn his rank was only yellow. 𝐊𝐈𝐥𝐷𝐸 confirmed it. The soul power he felt was definitely just at the yellow rank peak. Xiaomai's expression soured. This reality defied every law of cultivation she knew. To her, a yellow rank was like an ant. Yet he bridged 3 major realms. The 𝐁𝐞𝐿 retreated, maintaining distance as it summoned a swarm of firehounds. The beasts lunged with lethal speed and jagged fangs. Van Tuong braced his stance. He gripped Phoenix Heaven, spinning the spear to shred the incoming firehound horde. The survivors turned feral, launching a suicidal charge. But Van Tuong saw right through them. He neutralized them effortlessly. Inside his mecha, he consumed soul pills to replenish his core. Gasping for air, he realized the 𝐁𝐞𝐿 was terrified by the blast. Using pawns instead, the beast fired a devastating destruction beam. Van Tuong tilted his frame, dodging by a hair. 𝐊𝐈𝐥𝐵's heart skipped. He recognized that footwork, the legendary black armor guard maneuver. Seeing its minions fail, the 𝐁𝐞𝐿 let out a blood-curdling roar of pure rage. Van Tuong snorted coldly, lunging forward to deliver a direct, heavy strike with his spear. Suddenly, Phoenix Heaven shattered into pieces. This was exactly what Van Tuong had predicted. His current rank couldn't sustain the weapon's durability. But he only needed one small opening. He just needed a breach in the armor to plant the unstable void crystals. Van Tuong formed a hand seal, chanting a secret art. An explosion erupted on the beast. Blinding light flashed. A second later, the beast's flank was vaporized into thick, black smoke, driven by primal madness. The 𝐁𝐞𝐿 ignored its wounds and charged at Van Tuong. Detecting the threat, he retreated and struck back, leaping high to escape the beast's gravity. As he landed, the price of survival became clear. Van Tuong had lost his right arm. Without hesitation, he triggered his final trump card. Detonate. Purple lightning surged through the beast. Van Tuong screamed as the 𝐁𝐞𝐿's body bloated past its limit, ready to burst apart. A titanic explosion leveled the city corner, casting a light visible from every district. When the dust settled, the beast was gone. Even the Lubu spirit general dissipated. Van Tuong brushed off the soot, mourning the loss of the priceless core in the blast. The guards were paralyzed with shock. Noticing his uniform belonged to the martial academy, Van Tuong observed the royal guards as they formed a defensive perimeter around him. 𝐊𝐈𝐥 lowered his mecha's arm, bowing deeply to thank Van Tuong. Ignoring his royal status, Van Tuong returned the salute, telling him not to worry while checking their injuries. However, his casual tone made the guards tense. 𝐊𝐈𝐥's gaze turned sharp and suspicious. Did this boy know his true identity? Van Tuong chuckled, mentioning Dean Gu sent him. Hearing the Dean's name, 𝐊𝐈𝐥 finally relaxed and decided to reveal the truth. He introduced himself as the second prince. Van Tuong then shared his own family name. Knowing he was a Tong, 𝐊𝐈𝐥 wondered if he was related to the legendary Marquis. He kept his mouth shut, secretly doubting that such a monster was just a student. He recalled a secret report about a talentless Tong scion being sneaked into the academy. Once the chaos settled, he planned to demand answers directly from Dean Gu Turding. Looking at the fading red spirit, 𝐊𝐈𝐥 realized he needed this warrior on his side. He claimed no instructor could match Van Tuong's power. The youth just laughed it off. Your rank is just yellow tier peak mere luck. Suddenly, Commander Lu's violent coughing breaks the tension. 𝐊𝐤𝐥 spins around, face pale with worry. Xiaomai, when will the doctor arrive? She checks the status. 3 months. 𝐊𝐈𝐥's heart sinks. The commander won't last that long. Sensing an opening, Van Tuong offers to help, but Xiaomai immediately blocks his path. Seeing the friction, 𝐊𝐤𝐥 quickly signals his subordinate to stand down. Van Tuong moves in. Sensing the wound, a heaven-tier soul strike. It pierced straight through. The organs are stable, but his soul veins are shattered. He can circulate energy to heal. Analysis complete. 𝐊𝐈 is stunned. Does this kid actually possess hidden medical traits? Just the basics. Bentuang mudas. But without tools? We need spring pills to stabilize him. 𝐊𝐈 sighs. He already took one. Another might be useless. Without hesitation, Van Tuong dumps the entire bottle into Lu's mouth. 𝐊𝐈 nearly hits the floor. Van Tuong tosses the vial aside. If one doesn't work, use the whole stack. That'll buy time. Meanwhile, at the East City Rift, the battlefield is a literal hellscape of blood and steel. The boss monster, 𝐁𝐞𝐿, is battered. Its massive spectral arms are hacked to pieces. Facing it is a golden mecha with a broken blade. The pilot just sneers at the beast. Time to end this. He raises the broken sword, condensing massive soul power. Wanli-style third form, a colossal pillar of light erupts, tearing through the street and crushing the atmosphere. From above, the divine light looks like a god's judgment, packed with world-ending pressure. The beam swallows 𝐁𝐞𝐿 whole, disintegrating its form into pure mana particles. Inside the light, the beast is shredded into atoms. Only a massive crater remains behind. The legendary monster explodes, its life force completely extinguished by the old man's strike. The sword shrinks further. The crowd is speechless. He just one-shotted a 𝐁𝐞𝐿. Incredible. Wait. That stance. Someone whispers. Is that the legendary mountain-crushing strike? They can believe an ancient mecha could unleash heaven-tier power. It's impossible, but a seasoned hunter shakes his head. You were all wrong about that old man. Rumors say he's the closest thing to a saint-rank spirit master in all of Nanzhou, a half-step saint. As they gossip, the old man suddenly deactivates his mecha system. Before anyone can blink, he vanishes. The legendary warrior is gone without a single trace. Elsewhere, atop a skyscraper, a mysterious device pulses with an ominous blood-red light. The operators wear the dark sigils of the Dylan Kingdom, the true masterminds. The plan failed. Evacuate. They abandon the equipment, desperate to link with other squads. Leaving so soon, a voice freezes them. You haven't greeted my slipper yet. The Dylan agents spin around. One screams in terror, recognizing the man who slew 𝐁𝐞𝐿. Their leader panics, drawing a soul charm to force a desperate awakening. Transform, kill him, before he can finish. A flying slipper slams into his face. He's sent flying into a wall, foaming at the mouth. The squad stands there, stunned. You are a powerhouse, and you use sneak attacks. The old man just kicks another one. Within seconds, the entire elite squad is laid out cold on the concrete roof. Shut up and fight. The old man grumbles. Too many villains talk way too much. He grabs the leader, looking out. He sees the final boss is already falling. Not a bad pace. He drags the screaming leader away like a piece of trash. Then, he leaps across the rooftops, moving with the speed of a high-tier superhero. Over at the South City Rift, the final phase of the raid is reaching its climax. Commander Gu watches from above. In the center, a bleeding 𝐁𝐞𝐿 struggles to stay standing, trapped by 1,000 mechs. The legendary beast was down to its last HP. Even so, the hunters stayed frosty, refusing to drop their guard for a second. The 𝐁𝐞𝐿 snarled in its death throes as mechs maintained a perfect kill radius. The monster finally collapsed. Silence fell. The hunters stood in disbelief at their victory. A heaven-tier boss defeated. The guild erupted in cheers, their arrogance surging with the win. Heavenly Capital is invincible. Victory is ours. Morale peaked. But Gu Ziding remained silent, her eyes showing the weight of exhaustion. Fighting a heaven-tier threat, its stats were truly off the charts. Even with 1,000 Earth-tier units, this raid nearly ended in a total wipe. Suddenly, a figure streaked down. Elder Shu landed, dragging a Diluan leader. Ziding disengaged her soul armor to salute. Shu tossed the captured spy toward her. A Diluan infiltrator. Ziding recognized the rat from the East City breach. She suggested the city guard, but Shu warned that the ranks might be compromised. He trusted only Ziding. Nearby, a sniper's scope locked onto the Elder's head. Shu stared directly into the lens, sending a surge of terror through the assassin. A spirit soul general, an early Fula model from the Diluan era, looking toward the shadows. Shu asked if he should delete these pests. Ziding just smirked. Her counter-ambush was already in play. Fire, the enemy barked. But a blade pierced his chest before he could move. An energy net snared him, neutralizing his gear despite his desperate struggle. A stealth-type mech emerged, coldly reclaiming its dagger from the enemy's wreckage. The Secret Ops unit specialists in silent takedowns and high-stakes missions, soul-binding net. The pilot whispered, "Your mana flow is 0. No escape." The rooftop was secured. The hidden threat had been completely dismantled. Status report. 5 targets captured. Xiting ordered them back for a personal interrogation. Only then did Su realize Xiting had baited the trap from the start. Her cultivation was average, but her tactical IQ was absolute god tier. He praised her wit. She credited his legendary sword for the final blow, the southern province's finest blade. Her tactics were just a supporting act. Mission over. Shu headed north, interested in a kid who piqued his curiosity. Xiting wondered, was it Prince Zahai? Or the mysterious Song Yunxiang? At the North District, Zahai stared at a pill, his mind absolutely blown. "Do you know alchemy?" Yunxiang asked. Noticing the princess' shock, Zahai admitted he wasn't a master, but he'd studied under royal alchemists. This wasn't just high grade, it was a saint-tier masterpiece. He analyzed the unique cloud veins etched into the pill's surface. The refining logic was alien, unlike any technique known to the capital. This technology was decades ahead of anything the heavenly capital possessed. "How do you feel?" Lu Thongzehai asked, his voice trembling. He didn't need an answer. The wounds were sealing in real time. Lu Thong's eyes fluttered open. I was in a dream," he murmured. A dream of being bathed in the essence of all creation. He felt like a seed soaking in an endless ocean of light. He sat up, his body renewed. The fatal injuries completely vanished. Zahai stood frozen. This wasn't just medicine. It was a divine miracle. Lu Thong checked his vitals and froze. It wasn't an illusion. The chronic injury from years of cultivation had completely vanished. Both Tian Trahai and Xiaomai gasped in shock. What Xiaomai pointed a trembling finger. "Liu Tao, you've actually grown younger." The prince squinted, realizing she was right. The transformation was undeniable. A man once over 40, looking 50 or 70, now appeared barely 30. Even the gray at his temples had disappeared. He looked at Yun Tuong with newfound gravity. Could a single pill really trigger such a massive rejuvenation? He had pegged Yun Tuong as a mere high-tier combatant, someone to be recruited as muscle, but with a master alchemist backing him, the game changed. This wasn't about recruitment, it was about an alliance. The thought solidified. Forming a bond with this man wasn't an option, it was a survival necessity. Suddenly, a voice called out. Shangguan ran toward them, her eyes gleaming, clutching a pile of dropped crystals. She had been busy scavenging the monster corpses while the dust settled. The prince froze, dropping his pill bottle. Lu Thong caught it just in time before the royal guards blocked her. 9 high-grade void crystals. An unbelievable haul from a single encounter. Shangguan didn't care about the market value. She only had eyes for Yun Tuong's approval. This crazy woman is actually useful. Yun Tuong thought. Her extraction skill was flawless, far exceeding standard success rates. Yun Tuong forced a thin smile and offered some rare praise. High quality. Perfect extraction. I didn't know a lady like you was so skilled with her hands. Shangguan blushed, admitting her childhood obsession with dissection. The sight of a blade made her feel excited. Moments later, the prince approached, his expression unreadable. He thanked Yun Tuong for the pill, but made a bold request. He wanted those void crystals for himself. Yun Tuong didn't hesitate. "I'm afraid I have to decline." "That's not how this works." Shangguan was stunned by the prince's presence, but Yun Tuong just smirked. He knew this was the start of a trade. Thien Trak Hai held up 3 fingers. A massive sum for the entire batch. He reminded him that while Yun Tuong secured the kills, void crystals were restricted, strategic resources. Smuggling them out was impossible. Yun Tuong didn't flinch. Sensing a private deal, the prince wasn't using the treasury, he was using his personal funds. Yun Tuong pushed for more. A higher price now meant a long-term partnership with a powerful royal backer. Sensing the shift, Shangguan stepped forward, performing a perfect royal salute and introducing herself, Shangguan Nankam. The prince recognized the name daughter of the legendary Shangguan Hong. Then she mentioned her brother was already serving in the prince's personal guard. The prince's smile widened. Then we're practically family. He laughed. He offered a 5-figure sum. Before Yun Tuong could haggle, he promised her brother a 3-tier rank promotion. Shangguan was ecstatic. A rank up for her brother was worth more than gold. Leaning in, the prince whispered to Yun Tuong. This was his current limit, plus a personal favor owed. Yun Tuong sighed, feigning reluctance. "Fina, it's a deal." The prince stepped aside to finalize the logistics, watching him. Yun Tuang's mind raced. In his past life, the Shangguan clan had always been the prince's loyal shield. Did their future betrayal have something to do with the prince's eventual downfall? His thoughts were cut short as Shangguan tugged his sleeve. She wanted a crystal of her own. Offering to pay, Yun Tuang was confused. Why didn't you just scavenge another one from the pile? She pouted. Only 12 monsters were killed, and most of the remaining corpses had shattered. Useless crystals. She looked at him with puppy dog eyes, trying to play the pity card. Nearby, the prince discussed the deal. 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿 clutched her coin pouch, her heart aching. A fortune for a few crystals. That money represented over a year of her hard-earned savings. She glared at Shangguan. If she was so good at harvesting, and her family was loyal, why not just order her to find more? Lu Thong immediately shot the idea down. It wasn't that simple. These monsters were common enough, but high-purity crystals, those were 1 in 1,000 drops. The challenge wasn't just the harvest, but the execution itself. The prince confirmed these rare drops were nearly impossible to obtain. Yet, Yun Xiang and his partner had secured dozens of perfect specimens in a single run. Every crystal was flawless, suspecting a hidden skill. 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐿 tearfully handed the intel over to the prince. The Instructor recalled the legendary Song family. Once a titan among the 4 great clans of the capital, their former patriarch was a saint-tier powerhouse. And 20 years ago, their young prodigy suppressed an entire generation. Rumors claimed a forbidden romance led to their downfall, dragging the entire bloodline into ruin. After their saint-tier ancestor perished, the clan was exiled to the southeastern border to guard the desolate Great Wall. If Yun Xiang truly belonged to that fallen lineage, the implications were staggering. The Song family was poised for a legendary comeback through him. The prince handed over 500 million in shui currency. The mention of shui currency made Yun Xiang's eyes widen in pure shock. The prince expected this, even for a high-tier hunter. This was a massive windfall. Currently, the exchange rate for shui currency offered a 5% premium over the capital's gold. With the empire at war, the neutral shui nation's economy remained rock solid, making their coins far more valuable. Yun Xiang smiled, praising the prince for his tactical foresight in using untraceable foreign funds. The prince had no choice. Too many spies were watching his every move. He then asked a question. Would Yun Xiang really skip a final count on such a massive transaction, choosing trust over suspicion? Yun Xiang prepared to leave. But as the prince called for transport, a system-like device appeared. Since the second prince was so generous, Yun Xiang offered a premium spatial packaging service. Before they could react, a complex spatial array ignited, stacking layers of light over the massive crystal pile. General Liu and 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿 instantly recognized the legendary Mirror Lake spatial technique. Usually, these void crystals possess space attributes that made them impossible to store in standard inventory rings, but Yun Xiang was compressing them using an advanced skill evolution they had never even heard of. In a flash, the mountain of crystals was condensed into a few sleek, portable cards in his hand. He tossed them to the stunned prince. Moving such loot usually attracted too much heat. But this changed everything. This one-time use seal had a simple 666 passkey. He warned them to only unseal it in an open area. Holding the cards, the prince stood frozen, realizing Yun Xiang's hidden stats were beyond calculation. The deal was sealed. Both sides had forged a powerful alliance through the fires of battle. Yun Xiang walked away with a royal favor in his pocket, a smirk playing on his lips. He knew he'd need the prince's influence soon. Behind him, the prince vowed never to make this man an enemy. Whether as a comrade or a neutral party, Yun Xiang was someone who must be befriended at all costs. As he walked, Yun Xiang fell into deep thought about the path ahead. The beast tide crisis was over, and with no sign of Atan, he assumed she had safely escaped the city. With the immediate threat cleared, it was finally time for the main character to return home. In his past life, this city was erased. He had spent 20 grueling days wandering the desert as a refugee. Less than a month after his return, the Namhoang defense line was swallowed by an even greater catastrophe. The Song family legion and the protectors of Vierne and city were completely annihilated. His grandfather and all his siblings had perished in that bloodbath. Back then, he was a degenerate with no power to change fate. Eventually saved by a mysterious female master, he had 2 months left to rewrite history. Suddenly, his danger sense spiked, and he threw a devastating back kick. A massive cloud of dust erupted from the impact point, obscuring the vision. Through the haze, a mysterious figure effortlessly blocked the strike. The prince's guards immediately drew their weapons. The intruder's aura was suffocating, radiating the power of a high-tier heaven-rank warrior. General Liu trembled, sensing a presence bordering on the saint tier. Could this be a half-saint? As the smoke cleared, Old Man 2 appeared with a mischievous grin on his face. He was impressed that a mere yellow-rank kid could detect a master who had remained hidden for over a year. Yunxiang's eyes sharpened. He realized it. This old gatekeeper was a hidden monster, unfazed. Yunxiang smirked. A heaven-tier grandmaster acting as a lowly guard. Quite the disguise. Elda. Beside him, Shangguan gasped, desperately covering her mouth to keep from screaming. The Academy's legend? Yunxiang continued. The Iron Gatekeeper Director. Liu Tui. That's you. Isn't it? Elder 2 chuckled mischievously. Still insisting he was just a humble head of security, Yunxiang bowed respectfully. Certain he was facing the legendary heaven-tier powerhouse, Liu Tong froze in shock. Tu Hawkmin. As Xiaomai questioned him, his gaze turned dead serious. He described a legend, the Van Lai sword, the strongest of the South Province's 3 blades. At age 30, he reached heaven tier, shattering mountains with his signature blade across the eastern continent. For a single promise, he charged thousands of miles alone through enemy territory. He decimated 3 warships and hundreds of mechs single-handedly, turning a losing war into total victory. 20 years ago, he hit the heaven tier peak, seeking to break the ancient mortal-to-saint barrier. For 2 decades, he wandered the mortal world to sharpen his soul and transcend human limits. He sought a path for those without talent, but Yunxiang sensed something was off. If 2 was the hidden trump card, why didn't he save the second prince back then? As a half-saint, he should be invincible against anyone below the saint tier ranking. So why did the prince die here? The math wasn't adding up. Was it the chosen host trait? The primal souls forged by the 108 gods. Legend says once a host awakens, reaching saint tier is inevitable if their cultivation is sufficient. But normal summoners are shackled by world rules. Their growth is slow, their potential capped. For millennia, no mortal has ever shattered the chains and ascended to the saint tier. In the words of Commander Liu, heaven tier is the mortal ceiling. Peak heaven tier is the closest a human can get to godhood. Half a step into the divine, they call it the half-saint. Liu Thong bowed low, followed by the prince. In this world, strength commands absolute respect. A thought flashed through Yunxiang's mind. This era lacked a system for mortal ascension. If I can build a saint-tier legion, I could crush this entire world order. His smile grew darker. The classic look of a master schemer planning a takeover, and this Elder 2, he was the perfect test subject for his first experiment. He'd be the first mortal saint project. Suddenly, 2 caught Yunxiang's predatory gaze. Why are you looking at me like I am some rare drop material? The old man asked. Yunxiang scratched his head, faking innocence. I am just in awe of a living legend. Sir. He played it off. But internally, his mind was racing with possibilities. "20 years of mental training made Tu sharp. He knew Yunxiang was hiding something. The director told me." Tu said, "You're the host of Zuo Chi." Everyone's eyes widened. Zuo Chi's host Xiaomai blurted, "But wasn't that red-armored warrior Lu Bu?" Prince Tian fell into deep thought. Suddenly, all the pieces of the puzzle clicked. He'd heard the rumors. The Zuo Chi spirit could mimic the appearance of any other soul. It was a famous legend told in every tavern throughout the South Province's 16 cities. So the Red Warrior was a decoy, they thought. Yunxiang smirked. Let them believe it. He let the system's Zuo Chi take the heat. He played along, asking for their silence. Prince Tian nodded, his expression filled with total sincerity. Yunxiang had risked his identity to save them. He swore to keep the secret forever. Elder 2 remained quiet, His eyes narrowed. I bet you cleared that heaven tier rift, boss. 2. After the confirmation, 2 added, even for a Zuo Chi host, that's an impossible feat. Even a peak yellow rank can easily overcome a heaven tier monster. Elder 2 wondered how Van Tuong bridged 3 cultivation tiers to kill that beast. Was Van Tuong hiding his true stats? Or did the Song family hold forbidden secrets? Mai tried to mention the void crystals, but Traitor quickly silenced her. Van Tuong calmly explained how he triggered a spatial explosion to defeat the boss. Elder 2 was stunned. Those crystals are rare materials for high-level soul seals. Even legendary masters had never heard of the technique Van Tuong described. Van Tuong confirmed it wasn't simple. It required a very specialized activation skill. The group crowded around, desperate to hear the boy's secret combat logic. By reversing the Crystal S structure with alchemy, he forced a total spatial collapse. Traitor realized this unique skill evolution was impossible for others to replicate. Van Tuong nodded, confirming the technical difficulty was indeed at an elite tier. Suddenly, Van Tuong scanned the perimeter and shouted, "Enemies detected, get ready." Elder 2 was shocked that the boy had sensed the ambush before him. Logic didn't matter now. The system's danger warning was flashing blood red. Royal hunters formed a perimeter as enemy mechs swarmed the surrounding rooftops. Their experimental stealth tech had failed. These were elite mechs from Di Luan. Even though they were spotted, the invaders showed no signs of hesitation. Target, the second prince. 15-minute kill quest, the enemy captain barked. Van Tuong counted 20 mechs, split into 8 tactical hunter squads. A heaven tier leader. Elder 2's respect for the boy's sensory trait grew immensely. If Di Luan wants you dead, this force seems like massive overkill. Traitor narrowed his eyes. He already knew the dark truth behind this. To bypass capital security, his own brother, the crown prince, must have helped. Van Tuong warned of another hidden heaven tier presence that even the elder missed. On the rooftops, every mech cannon locked onto the prince at once. The royal guards reacted instantly, moving to intercept the lethal volley. Following Mai's lead, they deployed a heavy energy shield around the prince. Van Tuong threw 2 skill cards, summoning double-layered defensive arrays instantly. He activated a 3rd card for extra protection, leaving Elder 2 speechless. 3. Level 5. Protective arrays. Activated in a mere heartbeat. Impossible. The boy's hidden stats were bottomless. He tossed the elder a mysterious item. Protect the prince, Van Tuong commanded. The elder saw the item and gasped. Fire, the captain roared. A hail of shells rained upon the barriers. As the smoke cleared, the defensive line stood tall and completely unshaken. The prince was safe. The array was actually absorbing the enemy's mana. Van Tuong vaulted off Mai's mech head, ignoring her indignant scream of rage. There was no time for talk. The real battle had finally begun. Elder, protect the VIPs. I'll sweep the trash. Commandez. Take the captain. Commander Liu looked to the prince, who gave a sharp, decisive nod with a half-saint present, and these arrays, they were invincible. Capture him. Liu charged out, also stepping on Mai's mech head. She was fuming. First Van Tuong, now the commander. Am I just a stepping stone? In mid-air, Liu activated his soul construct, manifesting a massive, armored war form. He's wounded. The leader sneered. I'll kill this heaven tier weakling in 10 seconds. With a roar, he summons his serrated gear shield, hurling it with lethal force at Lu Tong. Ignoring the threat, Lu Tong charges, barely tilting his body to dodge, only for the shield to loop back. Xiaomei screams a warning. Lu Tong's mace whistles through the air, smashing the gear shield into jagged fragments. The enemy leader brandishes his heavy blade, mocking Lu Tong's golden mecha as nothing but an overpriced toy. Pure garbage. He lunges down, cursing the capital's flashy culture for the rot in their souls. Drop dead, the leader screams, but Lu Tong doesn't flinch. He meets the strike head-on. Lightning erupts as their weapons collide. A brutal test of raw strength and soul power begins. Give me a break, Lu Tong mocks. These barbarians know nothing of style that red and blue armor looks like trash. Meanwhile, a D-Lun scout scans the field for Yun Shang, but his target has completely vanished. He saw him jump. So where is he? Suddenly, the legendary Lu Bu manifests behind him like a ghost. The phoenix halberd skewers the soldier instantly. Yun Xiang whispers, I'm right behind you. Bal. One down. But the sound of the kill echoes, drawing the rest of the pack like sharks. There he is, spotting Yun Xiang. The squad levels their rifles and prepares to open fire. Soul bullets fly. But Yun Xiang leaps high into the sky, leaving the enemies to slaughter their own men. Panic sets in. One soldier tries to swap for a blade, but his mecha can't keep up. A crimson blur strikes. Before they can even scream, Yunxiang's phoenix halberd carves through their mecha suits. He rips the spear free, spinning it in a deadly arc that sweeps the entire front line. Clearing the area, he launches himself into the air, building momentum for a devastating crushing blow. The enemies freeze in terror. Impossible. What kind of soul general is this beast? They howl. With a thunderous crack, Yunxiang's strike shatters their heavy blade into splinters. The halberd splits the mecha down the middle. The pilot's scream is cut short by silence. This power comes at a price. Yunxiang pops a soul restoration pill to keep his reserves from bottoming out. This Wufu Luo armor is incredibly dense. Taking down Earth-tier pilots at his current level is exhausting. Across the battlefield, Lu Tong and the enemy commander are locked in a savage, unending duel. The commander spots Lu Bu and freezes. He has no clue this is just Yunxiang's perfect replica. Did the capture squad fail? He growls. Those damn mercenaries are more useless than I thought. He's distracted. Lu Tong catches the opening and readies his most explosive technique yet. Eat this, Lu Tong roars, swinging his mace upward like a Kirin's tail to launch the leader skyward. The blow is massive, but the commander crosses his arms just in time to absorb the brunt of it. He snarls in rage, while Yunxiang continues his dance of death. Impaling soldiers with the phoenix halberd, mechas are being shredded. The remaining soldiers retreat, desperately trying to keep Yunxiang at bay with suppressive fire. He won't let them breathe. Yunxiang tosses a pilot aside and leaps through the hail of bullets. He needs them alive for questioning. Inside the barrier, Prince Tianzi watches, completely stunned by this display. He's using surgical precision, piercing the toughest armor with the absolute minimum amount of force. He's snatching the pilots out alive, moving through the chaos like a ghost in the machine. Tianzi snaps out of it, ordering his men to switch to full-on support for Yunxiang. The royal guards manifest their radiant crossbows, taking aim at the enemy snipers. The counterfire works. The Dilun troops are forced behind cover, helpless against Lu Bu's overwhelming momentum. A soldier screams in terror as he realizes Lu Bu has already flanked their position. Through a rain of lead and steel, Yunxiang closes the distance with impossible speed. Tianzi's eyes widen. That's the 7-step star walk, he realizes, his mind racing with possibilities. He used this against the Qiong Chi. It's a legendary technique that supposedly belongs to the Star Walk sect. Even within the elite Black Armor Guard, only the absolute top-tier specialists are ever taught this. The Guard has a long history, but the 6 heroes from 20 years ago were the true legends. Song Lang led them all, a heaven-tier genius at 18. He's the son of Lord Song, and Yunxiang shares that blood. Thien Troc Hai suspects a deep link to this mysterious man. Tragits. As the 5 heroes of the Black Armor 6 died at the Imperial Tomb 16 years ago, the commander seat was empty for 7 years until Lan Huang, a saint-tier powerhouse, took command. One of the 8 Heaven Capital Generals is a woman who follows the path of taming. For over a decade, there has not been a single trace of contact with the Song family. From above, Van Tuong unleashes a half-moon soul slash, cleaving through the Di Luan enemies. One survivor crashes onto a roof, trembling. Van Tuong's power is simply terrifying. When did such a monster join the Star Soul Generals? Before he can move, Van Tuong pins him, watching every detail. Thien Troc Hai recognizes the move, the legendary Falling Moon Slash. He assumed the Black Armor Guard had severed all ties with the Song family years ago. But how does Van Tuong know the commander's signature skill? It makes no sense. If the Song family backs them, the Guard's absolute neutrality might finally break. He suspects a massive power looms behind Van Tuong. Meanwhile, the boy maneuvers through heavy fire. Van Tuong's system interface flickers. His soul power is hitting critical levels. He fights on, scanning for the hidden expert, while the royal guards distract the Di Luan. They support his assault, though their strikes are constantly deflected by the enemy's defensive array. Inside the barrier, Thien Troc Hai and Shangguan remain untouched, shielded from the chaos. Studying the formation, Elder 2 uncovers its secret. The outer layer disperses incoming light beams. It then filters that energy into soul power for the inner shield. A truly ingenious design. Van Tuong must have a legendary master. This formation logic shatters the limits of the current era. Seizing a moment of distraction, 2 Di Luan infiltrators sprint toward the defensive barrier. Ranged attacks fail, so they switch to close combat. Fuang Thien intervenes, dropping one instantly. Ignoring the casualty, the second assassin charges. Van Tuong is too far to intercept. He screams for Elder 2. In a flash, The Diluan reaches the old man, blade raised high, facing the lethal strike of a mech suit. Elder 2 doesn't flinch. Instead, he smirks. Boom, dust explodes. Veiling the impact, the assassin strains, but something feels horribly wrong. As the smoke clears, the defensive formation stands perfectly intact. Shimmering with power, the assassin breaks into a cold sweat as the old man stops the blade bare-handed. Standing unfazed, Elder 2 sighs. The world has truly lost its way. He mutters calmly, an Earth-tier warrior using a mech to attack a defenseless old man. The crowd gasps in shock. The assassin's mind fractures. He is questioning reality itself right now. No human should stop a mech strike. Suddenly, Elder 2's soul power erupts with killing intent. It hits him. Elder 2 is a peak heaven tier, no nearly a half-step saint. Releasing the blade, Elder 2 leaps high into the air with impossible grace. A single kick shatters the mech's armor. He begins channeling massive soul power into his arm. With one clean strike, he severs the mech's limb before knocking the pilot unconscious. Through the rising steam, Elder 2 lands effortlessly. The royal guards are frozen in silence. Everyone is speechless. To them, Elder 2 has transformed into a terrifying, overpowered monster. They thought half-saints were just slightly stronger. But this is a whole new level of dominance. Even Van Tuong mutters to himself, the old man is definitely overdoing the cool factor. Still, Van Tuong notices the trick. Elder 2 targeted the weakest joints of the mech's frame. He made it look like a miracle to bait out the hidden expert watching from the shadows. Meanwhile, the brutal duel between the leader and Commander Lu reaches its fever pitch. They collide in a shower of sparks. The Diluan leader is sent flying into a brick wall, coughing up blood. The leader struggles to stand. How is an injured Lu still this powerful? With his forces decimated, the desperate leader surveyed the grim carnage. Lu Bu was terrifying, but this half-saint presence pushed him to the edge. Kneeling, he screamed, the enemy is too strong, Holy Envoy. Please aid us. The Holy Envoy title froze everyone. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared on a rooftop. A masked woman emerged, mocking the Dian subordinates as nothing but useless trash. This was Manhwa, the lethal high-ranking inquisitor of the Pingtian sect. A Ma sect mask Thien Trach Hai Hosped. Elder Shu sensed an ominous power. Yunxiang expression darkened. So, it is finally the Pingtian Saint sect, known as the Ma sect. They control both military and political power in Diluan. Records show 2 god-tier ancestors living 400 years rule the eastern continent. Both Diluan and Nia Thui countries are guarded by one of these legends. 4 centuries ago, the emperor vanished, and the king seized control via a puppet. The princess retreated to the east, founding the Nia Thui nation as its empress. Later, the puppet heir allied with her to reclaim the capital, forming Dindo. Before his final defeat, a god-tier powerhouse intervened to save the Diluan king. She established the Northern Dian nation, splitting the once unified empire into 3 warring realms. Thien Du lacks god tiers, but maintains balance with a massive army of saint-tier warriors. That god-tier savior of the king was none other than the Pingtian ancestor. Legend says this founder is a 400-year-old monster who refuses to die. Yet Yunxiang sensed a shift. Pingtian usually stayed out of foreign wars. That ancestor never appeared in the final battle before. Has the timeline changed? He wondered, shaking off the doubt. Yunxiang taunted Manhwa. Too scared to show your face? Come down here. Seek death, Manhwa hissed. Drawing a crimson soul axe that radiated intense heat, she leaped, eager to test her new experimental mecha on these Thiendu fools. Activating her spirit soul gear, a red light solidified into massive, mechanical combat armor. She vanished instantly. 𝐊𝐤𝐺𝐸's instincts screamed. Danger. Her speed is beyond perception. An explosion sent Commander Lu flying. Manhwa pinned him under her heavy mecha boot. This was the 𝐊𝐨𝐧𝐬𝐭𝐫 mecha prototype, engineered specifically to disrupt all sensory awareness. Inside her cockpit, Manhwa prepared to execute him. Thien Trach Hai watched in horror. Lu couldn't block a single hit. She was far beyond any standard sky-tier warrior. Yunxiang remembered this mecha from his past life. It had appeared far too early. Silence fell over the battlefield. Everyone trembled before the Ma sect's overwhelming killing intent. Manhwa's eyes glowed red. With a mechanical hum, she lunged at her next target, Elder Shu. Now, Yunxiang roared as the old man activated his spirit gear. Manhwa gripped her twin blades, lunging with a scream of murderous intent. Elder Shu intercepted her strike. lightning crackling as his blade met her mecha steel. The resulting shockwave blew surrounding soldiers away like dust in a massive hurricane. Even the elites within the barrier struggled to stay upright against the raw pressure. The 𝐁𝐞𝐿 watched in awe. This witch-s mecha actually rivaled a half-saint expert. The defensive barrier groaned, cracks spreading rapidly across its shimmering, translucent surface. Save the commander, he ordered 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿, who struggled against the crushing violon. The outer seal finally shattered. The 𝐁𝐞𝐿 turned pale. This is bad. As the barrier collapsed, Yunxiang materialized in front of them like a shield, grabbing his allies. He signaled Elder Shu to unleash his true hidden power, feeling powerless. He guided the group towards safety to observe the battle. Forget the talk, go, Elder Shu roared. Locked in a brutal stalemate, Manhwa sneered, mocking Shu's 100-year-old antique for daring to stop her. With a grunt, Shu blasted her back, but his strike dealt 0 damage. Manhwa countered instantly, her twin blades grazing him in a deadly blur. Su warned Yunxiang, who dodged just as the elder's focus broke. Manhwa lunged. A devastating impact sent the elder flying like a bullet. After skidding hundreds of meters, he slammed his blade down to anchor himself. A sword whistled toward him, but Shu deflected it into a nearby wall. Thick, black smoke filled the air, and Manhwa's presence vanished completely. A shadow flickered. Manhwa reappeared behind him, aiming for his vital points. Shu pivoted sharply, landing a solid hit as her own strike missed. They clashed at blinding speeds, Shu narrowly evading her relentless, rhythmic blades. He landed a heavy strike, but she vanished and returned with a kick. Watching from afar, Yunxiang realized the elder was being slowly suppressed. The problem wasn't skill, it was the massive tech gap between their mechs. However, the elder's ultimate move was still hidden, waiting for its moment. The swords embedded in the ruins dematerialized, returning instantly to Manhwa's hands. She charged, but Shu's mech suddenly erupted with a violent lightning aura. Let's see you dodge this. Witch, Su growled, redlining his ancient systems. Take this, he roared, unleashing a colossal pillar of sword energy skyward. The pressure was immense, yet Manhwa's insane reflexes allowed a narrow escape. Terrifying power, she mocked, but useless if you can T-land a hit. The guards panicked had a half-saint actually failed. A point-blank finishing blow, he didn't miss. Yunxiang stated, sensing the true power awakening. This move wasn't that simple. Suddenly, the energy in the air shifted. Radiant light enveloped Shu as the sword energy intensified, growing exponentially stronger, prepared for Saint-tier foes. His blade shattered to fuel an even greater surge. Then, in a heartbeat, the energy vanished into a clear, silent sky. Countless sword fragments suddenly rained down like a devastating, heavenly meteor shower. But the shards tracked her, forming an inescapable cage. The largest beam of energy locked on, screaming down toward its target, trembling. Manhwa focused her remaining willpower into a desperate, final defense. The divine fire strike hammered her mech, incinerating everything in its path. The blast leveled the district, leaving nothing but a smoldering heap of ruins. The guards stood in shock, eyes wide at the half-saint's raw power. As the smoke cleared, a mangled silhouette slowly emerged from the devastation. Manhwa survived, but her mech was shredded into a skeletal, metallic frame. Horror swept the group. How could anyone survive such a world-ending attack? Yunxiang gritted his teeth. This next-gen mech was a true nightmare. Its mobility and durability were leagues beyond any machine they'd ever seen. It was an apex predator of steel, built with an illogical level of defense, half-saint power, and a trash mech. Manhwa laughed. Not bad. Allman. But playtime's over. She tapped a terminal, her voice turning icy cold. Her eyes flared crimson. Heavenly plumb disintegration mode. Initiate final form. A murderous aura explodes as his armor repairs itself, evolving into a lethal new form. Tianzihai's eyes narrow in pure disbelief. He can't process the nightmare unfolding before him. This surge of power dwarfs Elder Tu's presence. It's far more terrifying than a mere half-saint. Manhwa achieves the heavenly demon state as Epsudo-san. She is now touching godhood. Yuntuang watches intensely, his gaze locked onto the chaos of the battlefield. He realizes the soul reversal system is forcing a combat evolution. The Pingthian sect planned this. Elder Tu is fading fast. His final strike drained every last drop of his soul energy. As he gasps for air, Manhwa flickers and vanishes, reappearing instantly to strike. Caught off guard, The elder is sent hurtling into the sky by a devastating kick. She vanishes again. Moving with godlike speed, she teleports behind him, slamming him toward the earth. She strikes again and again. Elder 2 is being toyed with like a helpless ragdoll. Inside the cockpit, the elder grits his teeth, desperately searching for a way to counterattack. As her leg swings, he finally manages to grab her, forcing a desperate taunt. No matter how fast you are, once caught. But Manhwa just sneers. How pathetic. Her blade pierces his chest. Even with a fatal wound, the elder refuses to let go. She grabs his mecha-s head, raising her sword. Die already. With one swing, the head is severed. His grip fails. Elder 2's broken mecha begins its final, silent descent to the ground. Manhwa charges her soul power into one last kick, blasting him into the dirt below. The mecha disintegrates upon impact. Manhwa lands, still clutching the severed head like a trophy. Utter trash. She spits, crushing the reinforced helmet into scrap metal with her bare hands. She gazes at her palms, intoxicated by the raw strength. She erupts into a maniacal laugh. At this tier, killing a half-saint is as easy as slaughtering livestock. She truly believes she could now challenge a real saint in a duel to the death. Amidst the rubble, a bloodied Elder 2 reaches for a vial. It's Yuntuang's 6-star Super Realm Pill. This legendary item can force a massive rank up for anyone below the Earth grade. This was Yuntuang's ultimate insurance policy. He's observing the Elder-S every move. Though the Pill-S effect weakens for a half-saint, it might still trigger a minor breakthrough. Yuntuang provided the pill earlier, specifically anticipating a crisis like this one. It's the ultimate test. Can a 6-star pill shatter a half-saint-S bottleneck? Elder 2 stares at the pill. It's the same legendary medicine from Taevan 20 years ago. He never expected Yuntuang to part with it. Without hesitation, he swallows the divine pill. I owe that kid one. He sighs. Immediately, the elder enters a deep state of meditation. A radiant, mysterious light envelops his body as the pill's essence floods his system. He awakens within a vast, ethereal void. Is this his own spiritual consciousness? He sees a dark reflection beneath his feet. He thinks it's himself. But he's wrong. This is his inner world. To reach sainthood, he must face his deepest obsession. Memories of 30 years ago resurface. At the walls of Twintheng, he suffered a humiliating defeat. Beaten and broken, his mecha was stripped away, leaving him utterly powerless. Only 33 and a heaven-grade warrior. His despair was interrupted by 𝐁𝐞𝐿. Despite the danger, his companions refused to abandon him on the battlefield. They reminded him of their sacred oath. Overcome with emotion, he accepts their aid. Before them stood the impenetrable Three Kingdom and the monstrous mecha of Baturi. A girl was trapped in a barrier. Koan and 𝐁𝐞𝐿 immediately prepared for battle. Stop, the elder screams. He knows the spirit general, Vanchang, is an invincible nightmare. From the heavens, Vanchang roars in fury. A bolt of divine purple lightning crashes down. A single shockwave shattered Zhu and Guan's spirit armor instantly. They collapsed under the crushing aura of Huang Miaoyin, a legendary saint-tier guardian. The power of a saint was terrifying. A godlike abyss compared to the heaven tier. Despite the agony, Elder Shu struggled up, cursing the ruthless woman above him. Huang Miaoyin deactivated her soul armor, revealing a face of cold, divine arrogance. Heaven tier at 30, still just an ant. She mocked. I can kill thousands instantly. Beside the saint, the young girl pleaded desperately, her voice breaking with tears. I'll return to Tuyen City. Suni cried. Just spare Xu Hemming's life. Below, Xu Hemming screamed her name in agony. Their eyes met, drowning in heartbreak. She is a rare, innate host, Huang stated, destined to become our nation's saint weapon. She is the ultimate guardian, securing our royal bloodline's prosperity for a century. Moreover, an innate host possesses a lifespan far beyond any ordinary mortal. In 100 years, you'll be dust while she remains eternally young. Huang's eyes flared with murder. How dare a commoner seduce a royal daughter? She spared him only to prevent Suni from developing a vengeful heart demon. But for the other ants, she offered a cruel deal to decide their fate. Xu Hemming must leave the capital and vow never to enter the kingdom again. She would spare them all. Xu Hemming gnashed his teeth. Drawing a sharp blade, they feared he would end it. But he grabbed his hair and sliced it off. I swear, he roared. In 30 or 50 years, I will return. He vowed to find the forbidden path for a mortal to reach saint tier. I won't return until I'm a saint. Then I'll teach you what true power is. He screamed to Suni, promising to tear down these royal walls one day. Suni wept with joy. Suddenly, Elder Shu's eyes ignited with a golden brilliance. A monstrous pressure erupted from him, forcing even the powerful Manhwa to retreat. Elder Su rose like a god, power surging around him in golden torrents. Manhwa felt a soul-crushing weight. This was the unmistakable aura of a saint. What did that old man swallow? She gasped. Lu Tong barely held his ground. Lu Tong panicked. Could this old man have actually broken into the saint tier? Tian Zehai was certain. This pressure transcended humanity. It was the saint tier evolution. Did that mysterious pill from Yunxiang trigger this legendary awakening? Yunxiang watched intently. It was temporary, but it was working perfectly. If the limit break pill could force a saint awakening, the world would change. The saint tier was no longer an unreachable wall for mortal spirit masters. The pill only granted a few minutes of this godlike power. Shu hadn't truly mastered it yet. But Yunxiang would soon teach him more. These were the treasures Yunxiang had pillaged from the central continent's heart. Feeling the surge, Elder Su finally understood below a saint. All are ants. He looked at his cracked soul talisman and whispered a soft apology. This raw power was about to blow past the mechanical limits of his gear. Manhwa trembled, paralyzed by the sheer dominance of his newfound energy. She hated herself. She needed to attack, but her body refused to move. Elder Su activated his talisman. A blinding golden light consumed the entire battlefield. A majestic new spirit general emerged. Wreathed in golden flames and crackling lightning, he didn't strike yet, letting the suffocating pressure break Manhwa's spirit. Feeling this surge of power, Elder Shu finally realized the true majesty of the Saint Realm. No wonder Huang Diaoyin looked down on all as mere insects. It turns out that's how she viewed them back then. Manhwa was now paralyzed with fear, screaming at Elder Shu to stay back. Elder Shu raised his hand, recalling the haunting memory of Huang Diaoyin suppressing him with a single, effortless wave. He mirrored that motion, unleashing an invisible force. Manhwa was stunned, while Elder Shu remembered being tossed aside like an ant. Now, the roles were reversed. Boom! Manhwa was blasted away like a stray shell. A sonic boom erupting across 100 yards. She couldn't stop even after hitting the ground, skidding violently into the massive structures behind her. The shockwave was cataclysmic. And yet, this was achieved with just a casual flick of Elder Shu's wrist. Shaking, Manhwa forced herself up, pushing her heavenly demon mode to its absolute limit. But as she looked up, she froze. Elder Shu stood before her like a transcendent immortal, hands behind his back. Slaying you doesn't even require a blade. He spoke calmly. Elder Shu spoke softly. But Yunxiang suddenly shouted, commanding him to stop and keep the target alive for questioning. With a slight downward wave, a heaven-rending pressure exploded outward, striking the wicked warrior with divine force. A massive pillar of energy surged into the sky. Within the light, Manhwa's agonizing scream faded into a dead silence. Her mechanical armor was shredded into nothingness. Completely disintegrated, a glowing orb formed, slowly lifting Manhwa's broken body into the air. Without exception, this was Elder Shu's mercy, using his technique to ensure Manhwa survived the devastating impact. Just as he prepared to retrieve her, the armor reached its limit and dissolved. Elder Shu began gasping for air, his strength spent. That single strike had drained all the power provided by the limit breaker pill. Beside him, the unconscious Manhwa plummeted to the ground. In the shadows, the leader Diluan cursed in a rage. Even a Saint Realm fighter lost fall back. All units, retreat immediately. Once you've cleared the battlefield, go into hiding and wait for further orders. The leader had only one thought: escape. But he had only taken a few steps before the ironclad Weavian army blocked his path. His subordinates fared no better. Completely surrounded, every single one of them was forced to their knees at sword point, under the Academy's command. The Heaven City forces, led by the city guard, had successfully crushed the enemy encirclement, a total victory for Heaven City. From above, Yunxiang watched Guziting, calling her a sly vixen for her perfect tactical timing. In the aftermath, Yuanding City was a landscape of chaos, covered in thick smoke and the fires of war. Refugee camps were erected to treat the survivors. In the bustling scene, Guziting finally approached Prince Tianzihai. She knelt in a formal salute. The prince greeted her warmly, showing great respect despite his royal status. Guziting remained solemn, offering her sincere apologies for failing to arrive in time to provide support. The prince waved it off. The battle was shocking, but victory was secured. He praised the powerhouse warrior 𝐊𝐥𝐸𝐷 had sent. He noted the warrior's endless tactical layers and sheer combat efficiency throughout the crisis. 𝐊𝐸𝐷 revealed Yunxiang's identity as the grandson of Marquis Song Jingzhong and the master of the tattoo. The prince already knew this, but he was cautious of the mysterious power lurking behind Yunxiang. 𝐊𝐸𝐷 was startled. She wondered if the prince suspected Yunxiang's connection to the lost ancient super-civilization. However, the prince's next words immediately dispelled those racing thoughts from 𝐊𝐸𝐷's mind. He speculated that Yunxiang must be backed by a legendary grandmaster of alchemy or array formations. Walking toward Manhwa, Yunxiang snatched up her soul talisman and secretly tucked it into his robes, hiding the loot. He then helped Elder Shu up. The pill's side effects will leave you weakened for an hour, Yunxiang explained. Just rest. Elder Shu sighed, feeling it was a terrible waste of such a precious limit-breaker pill. If he had used it in peak condition, he might have found the spark needed to shatter his cultivation bottleneck. Yunxiang whispered that he'd give him another one later for a proper breakthrough. Elder Su's eyes widened in pure shock. He let out a stunned shout, then realized he was drawing too much attention to their private conversation, covering his mouth. He looked around nervously before leaning in. Did you just say you have 2 of these tier 6 pills? Yunxiang gave a sheepish smile. In his mind, he could whip up an entire cauldron of these whenever he felt like it. Elder Shu sighed in disbelief. To him, such a legendary treasure was being treated like common street candy. He felt he could never truly repay the massive debt of gratitude he owed to this mysterious young man. Spotting 2 guards nearby, Yunxiang ordered them to arrest the assassin. The guards reflexively obeyed before pausing in confusion. Wait. This kid is just a student from the academy. Since when does he have the authority to command the guard? Looking at the demoness, both men were strangely eager to serve. She was terrifyingly ruthless. Her cruelty was unmatched. I wondered if the Saint sect could extract any intel from her. Deep in thought, I was jolted when Old Man Shu's gaze suddenly pierced right through me. He dropped a bombshell. I wasn't Zuo Chi's true master. The revelation left me completely stunned. I gauged his intent. This old man had survived countless hidden dungeons and seen everything. He offered a calm, steadying nod to ease my visible tension. I've scrubbed your tracks. Keep playing the master role. Consider our debt half paid. He whispered. I played dumb, but realized Old Man Shu was far more dangerous than he looked. He sensed my hidden growth but didn't pry. Suddenly, a woman stepped into our path. It was 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐸𝐷, 𝐊𝐸𝐷's shadow. Shu mocked her presence before asking for an update. She didn't miss a beat and delivered the status report immediately. A rift generator from the 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐸𝐷 kingdom was found. This immediately piqued my interest. They'd weaponized dimensional tech. The prince and director were already on site to claim the device. The roads were trashed and traffic was dead. She offered to arrange a specialized transport. An airship. Shu wasn't interested. He just wanted to go home and crash for the night. I felt the same. After a day of non-stop combat, my body was reaching its limit. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐸𝐷 complied, summoning a transport to ferry us back to the academy dorms. A message from 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐸𝐷. She added, "Stay low. Don, go looking for more trouble." She was planning to announce my identity as Zuo Chi's master at the victory banquet. Su agreed. Casualties were high, and the guild's morale desperately needed this win. Celebrated, the airship arrived and the hatch hissed open. As I boarded, a strange feeling lingered. Forget something, Shu asked. I did, but the memory was a fog I couldn't pierce. I shrugged it off and boarded. The ship surged forward, vanishing into the night sky. Meanwhile, Shangguan was frantically searching for me. Did he seriously ditch me here, she hissed. Her frustration turned to tears as the medical corps dragged her in to help the wounded. 10 days later, reconstruction was underway, with mass-produced soul generals handling the heavy lifting. Those were in Vian Thuk units, standard industrial mechs used for labor instead of dungeon diving. At the Academy's center, the Zuo Chi statue lay in ruins. The culprits remained a mystery. Inside the freshman dorms, I sat at the center of a complex cultivation array. Empty mana potion bottles littered the floor. I was pushing my stats to the absolute limit. 𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿. Looking at the trash, I was out of resources, and my progress stalled. Still, through sheer grit, I jumped from mysterious to earth tier in just 3 days. A decent evolution speed, but I needed more high-grade pills to maintain this momentum. I checked my system interface. A flood of missed calls and notifications lit up the screen. Shangguan topped the list. Blocked. I checked 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐸𝐷's urgent messages instead. I hit dial. I needed to know what the vice president wanted this time. What now, I asked. She screamed back. Why the hell was your phone on silent? I had to. I countered. 𝐊𝐢, the one who turned my life into a circus. Her public announcement of my master status had turned me into the world's biggest target. I couldn't even walk to class without being swarmed. Cultivation was my only escape. She ignored my rage. The Bureau has officially logged Zuo Chi under your name, she said. She claims she did it to protect me. Though I knew better than to trust, I acted annoyed. But the cover was perfect. Zuo Chi was the ideal shield for me. Now I could use my skill mimicry openly. Total safety under the guise of a genius. Enough talk, she commanded. Meet me at the training grounds. Now, the blueprints I submitted are already in prototype phase. This insane production speed even catches me off guard. The Prime Core factory was leveled by the beast tide. But many master engineers luckily escaped that nightmare. Now sheltered by the academy, their elite skills made my complex designs a reality in record time. I confirmed the report and cut the comms, my mind racing with new possibilities for the next quest. Is 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸 using me as bait? Or am I the apex predator? I'll push those doubts aside for now. My goal is Saint rank within a year. Only the 2 god-tier ancestors on this continent remain a threat. Though the Academy and Prime Core took heavy hits, we successfully crushed the Beast Tide and the enemy S-plot. By saving those who died in my past life, I've officially shattered the original timeline's tragic trajectory. I handed the loot stripped from the assassins over to the second prince before his departure. He'll need those items back in the capital. Last night, 𝐁𝐞𝐿 came by to bid me a final farewell. I tossed him the bag, claiming I snatched it from a foreign squad outside the city walls. I also distributed high-grade pills to the elders and gave some to Shangguan Yinshan as well. She still owes me gold, but I accidentally blocked her. Not my smartest move. That money was essential. Walking through the ruins, I see mechs erecting a massive war memorial for our fallen brothers. I scan the names, feeling a heavy weight. Despite my regression, I couldn't save every single soul today. I thought I was numb to death, but a sudden hand on my shoulder breaks my cold trance. It's Instructor Cheng. He tells me not to carry the guilt of the world on my shoulders. He thinks I'm just a low-tier host with limited power, unaware of my true hidden stats. Suddenly, his eyes narrow. He tries to read my power level but finds only a terrifying, empty void. He stammers in shock, asking if I've already broken through to the mid-mystic ranking tier. I just smirk. His ego takes a hit, and he desperately starts begging for my secret training secrets. In just 5 days, I've surpassed the progress he made in 5 long years of bitter cultivation. I claim it's just hard work, so he assumes I was just hiding my true rank all along. I don't bother explaining the truth. Let him believe whatever helps him sleep at night. I invite him to the workshop to see the dean, knowing exactly how to bait him. I mention the secretary he's crushing on, and he immediately starts stuttering in a panicked denial. He claims women only slow his cultivation speed before sprinting away to hide his blushing face. Later, at the Academy's backyard workshop, 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸 presents the first physical prototypes of my design. I pick one up, feeling a bit let down that there are only 3 units ready for combat. Technical glitches delayed the rest. She then introduces the man in charge, factory head 𝐁𝐞𝐭𝐫. His team of surviving master engineers is now stationed here, bringing my mechanical visions to life. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸 introduces me as the hero of the Beast Tide who saved the city from total annihilation. She reveals I'm Zuo Chi's host and the mastermind behind these revolutionary new mech blueprints. I give a formal salute, but the old man looks like he's seen a ghost and starts trembling. Suddenly, he drops to his knees in a deep kowtow, leaving everyone, including me, completely stunned and confused. I have no idea why this legendary engineer is groveling at my feet after just 1 meeting. He ignores my pleas to stand up, thanking me over and over for saving his entire workshop's lives. I remember the chaos of the battle now. I must have cleared those monsters while passing through. Back then, his team was completely surrounded by boss-level monsters, with 0 hope of survival. My rampage drew the monsters aggro, giving them the split-second window they needed to escape the slaughter. The factory was lost, but the people survived. This kowtow is his way of paying a life debt. He presses his forehead to the dirt, showing the ultimate sign of gratitude and loyalty to me. I awkwardly pull him up, but then he looks at me with a very serious, demanding request. A bad feeling washes over me, but I keep my cool and politely ask what he needs. He asks if I truly designed these mechs myself. I look him in the eye and confirm it. He didn't expect this reaction. He'd only added a few tactical weapon mods to the great distant mech. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 stood paralyzed in shock before dropping to his knees, begging to become Yunxiang's disciple. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 and 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿 froze. They rushed over, telling the old man to stop this crazy joke. Yunxiang was just a freshman at the academy. Meanwhile, As a rank 4 mech master, 𝐊𝐥𝐿's skills surpassed even the professor's. Yet, he insisted 𝐊𝐥𝐳𝐸 didn't understand high-level structural mechanics. After seeing these blueprints, he knew Yunxiang's talent exceeded even a rank 6 legend. Rank 6 masters were gods compared to him. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 immediately vowed to recommend Yunxiang to the capital. He wanted him to lead the South Province in the upcoming 2nd Gen Seoul General Design Summit. Yunxiang knew this event all too well. In his past life, the capital's elite project failed miserably, leaving them defenseless for the coming war. Yunxiang helped the old man up, urging him to stay calm. Still, 𝐊𝐥𝐿 pleaded for guidance. Yunxiang politely refused, claiming his own power was still far too weak. He suggested they work as equals, promising to share his design secrets whenever possible. Yunxiang knew the old man's talent was limited. Together with 𝐊𝐥𝐳𝐸, they finally calmed him. She suggested focusing on the prototypes first. The 3 new models still needed their field tests. After a moment's thought, 𝐊𝐥𝐿 reluctantly agreed. He had already learned so much just by building them. He vowed to stay as an unofficial student. Yunxiang was speechless. The old man was incredibly stubborn. Shaking it off, he summoned his soul general. The system locked in. The great distant materialized. Starting with the heavy artillery configuration, Yunxiang waited with bated breath, eager to see the true power of this shoulder-mounted cannon. The muzzle flashed with blinding energy, obliterating the target. A massive crater swallowed the entire area. 𝐊𝐥𝐳𝐸 stared in horror. A single blast had left a 100-meter-wide hole in the ground. This rivaled the firepower of an aerial battleship. For Yunxiang, it was exactly as calculated. Next up was the beehive launcher. The system tracked the target and locked on instantly. Engaging, Yunxiang shouted. A volley of missiles slammed into the beast-type targets. 𝐊𝐥𝐳𝐸 was confused. No explosion. Suddenly, Yunxiang triggered the command, Bloom. The targets vaporized instantly. Seeing this level of destruction, 𝐊𝐳𝐸 broke into a cold sweat. Internal detonation after penetration. This would be a nightmare for the Daeloon Kingdom's heavy armor divisions. The test was perfect. But Yunxiang noted the high soul force conversion requirements. The energy drain was still far too high for an average academy student. It was a weapon meant for high-capacity hunters. Switching gears, he loaded the second soul card. The system processed the change, reconfiguring the Great Distant into its next form. The guns vanished, replaced by arm-mounted serrated blades and a flying sword module. Yunxiang frowned at the 8 small blades. Underwhelming. Still, he activated his soul force. With a mental command, the blades launched. 𝐊𝐳𝐸's jaw hit the floor. It was a telekinetic weapon system. Yunxiang's hands blurred as he performed complex hand signs. 8 blades became a storm of death, shredding everything in sight. The pressure was felt for miles. 𝐊𝐳𝐸 realized an elite could use this to slaughter entire squads alone. The power gap was terrifying. When the storm ceased, only scrap remained. Yunxiang began his technical evaluation. Flying blades required massive mental stats and perfect soul force precision to master. A pilot needed a god-tier understanding of the enemy's structural weak points. Without a precise kill shot, these blades would only serve as a minor distraction. This configuration was strictly for the elite 1% of gifted hunters. 𝐊𝐳𝐸 agreed silently. Putting it aside, Yunxiang prepared to test the final prototype. This one looked heavy and intimidating, the shield shooter configuration. 𝐊𝐳𝐸 felt let down. Assuming this mecha merely fused a shield onto a standard firearm, the weaponry seemed average, lacking any distinct flair. 𝐁𝐸𝐿 noted previous designs shocked him with technical genius. This specific model wasn't a technical marvel. However, its tactical potential was stunning. Meanwhile, Yunxiang requested live targets for a field test. Baffling 𝐊𝐳𝐸, Yunxiang added, "Just send some small, high-speed beasts." Understanding his intent, she offered 3 targets. Surprisingly, Yunxiang demanded more, at least 10. 𝐊𝐳𝐸 didn't object, but warned him these were soul force illusions. Their lethality was real. Suddenly, a pack of phantom beasts descended from the sky, charging Yunxiang at high speeds. Unfazed, Yunxiang swapped his rifle, deployed his energy shield, and prepared to strike. Engaging close quarters mode, he unleashed a violent barrage, scattering the beasts with thunderous explosions. Those caught in the blast were instantly vaporized, while Yunxiang fired freely from behind his impenetrable cover. Within moments, the relentless beast pack was utterly decimated. Resistance was futile, as the entire zone before Yunxiang transformed into a raging sea of fire. 𝐊𝐳𝐸 stood frozen, Realizing this was the ultimate counter-striker against high-speed units, this mecha was the perfect replacement for standard vanguard shields on the front lines. Inside the cockpit, Yunxiang mused that these units required formations to maximize value. Solo mobility remained a weakness. Suddenly, his comms rang. It was the great manager. He announced the 𝐊𝐥𝐥𝐿 spaceport was restored, and the flight to Yongan was open. The tickets were ready. Yunxiang thanked him, then ordered 100 million worth of spirit herbs from his previous list. This staggering amount left the manager completely speechless. Over 2 days, Yunxiang had spent 3 million, nearly draining the entire Nanzhou market at premium prices. Unblinking, Yunxiang added 50 million for an urgent delivery to the spaceport by that afternoon. The manager agreed. Nearby, Namguo smugly asked 𝐊𝐥𝐳𝐸 if she finally understood his obsession with Yunxiang. Trembling with shock, 𝐊𝐥𝐳𝐸 finally understood the old master's vision. If the military mass-produced these mechas, they wouldn't just stop the beasts, they could flip the entire script on the northern front against the Dlun invaders. Moments later, Yunxiang disengaged his soul armor and landed. He handed the soul talisman to Namguo, urging him to lead mass production. Then, he turned to 𝐊𝐥𝐳𝐸. He instructed her to handpick elite soul masters who were compatible with these specific units. "What are you planning?" 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐳𝐸 asked. Yunxiang responded with a respectful bow. He invoked their previous promise, looking toward the events of next month. He requested that she lead these elite forces to reinforce the southern frontier. 𝐊𝐥𝐳𝐸 was stunned. The southern frontier was a joint defense line between Heaven Capital and the Water Nation. Did Yunxiang know about an impending disaster? He remained vague, mentioning private intel and unfinished deductions, promising to update her when things became clear. With the academy closed for 2 months, Yunxiang prepared to head back to Yongan. Namguo bowed deeply, like a devoted disciple. 𝐊𝐥𝐳𝐸 watched Yunxiang leave, her mind racing. What was his true goal? Xiao watched him depart in silence. The 𝐊𝐥𝐷 spaceport was a colossal marvel, buzzing with chaotic energy and massive crowds. As Yunxiang walked the halls, a heated argument caught his attention. Passengers were fuming over delayed flights, but a young girl in a red dress stood out to him. Yunxiang's pupils contracted. It was her, the face from the nightmare of his past life's beast tide. Memories flooded back of him fleeing 𝐊𝐥𝐷 City as a desperate refugee, hunted by stray beasts. The refugees were pushed south into the treacherous death desert. They thought the desert offered safety, but it was nothing more than a barren grave. Yunxiang is catching his breath on a cliffside when a girl asks if he's a soul master. Before he can even respond, she hops down and offers him a warm bun. Her eyes sparkle with hope. She believes his power will keep everyone safe. Starving, he refuses the food and tells her to share it with her family. In this wasteland, even a single scrap of food is a priceless treasure. A failed degenerate like him doesn't deserve it. Their stomachs growl in unison. Under the blistering sun, she splits the bun. He stares at the offering silently. Suddenly, she asks if he is a student from the prestigious combat academy. Recognizing his uniform, she offers the bun again. He hesitates, his pride warring with hunger. Her sister stayed behind to hold off the monsters so she could escape. As she tells the story, her eyes begin to fill with unshed tears. She claims she won't cry because she's the proud daughter of an elite mechanic. She dreams of building powerful soul mechs to wipe the monsters off the map. Another stomach growl breaks the silence. He lies about the flavor, so she eats. Despite her hunger, Xiaowen stubbornly refuses to take his portion. She insists a soul master must stay strong to protect the weak. He finally gives in. She smiles and happily pats his shoulder like a boss. "Since you ate my food, you officially my bodyguard now. Protect me well." He doesn't argue. She imagines him testing her future legendary soul weapons. It's a heavy promise, but Yunxiang gives her a solemn nod. She calls the bun a sacred tribute but fumbles the words immediately. Forgetting the fancy talk, she just demands a pinky swear right now. In the middle of the desert, a legendary pact is born. Her name is Xiaowen. He introduces himself, but her mother's call pulls her back into the dust. Peace is a lie. Beneath the sand, ancient nightmares are starting to wake up. A beast strikes. Yunxiang barely survives the slaughter, his body broken and bloody, bleeding. He finds 2 severed hands locked together. A dark feeling overwhelms him. He falls to his knees before the remains, crying out in total silence. Rage and despair take over. He strikes the sand, howling at the unfair world. Elsewhere, Xiaowen's father demands to know why their flight was delayed. The staff is cold. The government now controls all evacuation routes. His priority status was revoked the moment he resigned from his corporate job. Tang Jinshui is just a tier 3 mechanic expendable in the eyes of the elite. His wife stops him. Then, Shen Ruowei arrives and shows her soul focus. She's a high-rank soul master from the academy. A literal VIP of the apocalypse, only the gifted can board. The rest of the family is left to rot. The staff is firm. Without power, you're nothing but monster bait. They're with me. Any objections? Yunxiang's voice cuts through the chaos. He reaches into his coat while telling the guards to step aside. He slams a platinum Hong Guild card on the counter. The staff freezes. Mr. Song, we've been expecting you. Their arrogance vanishes in an instant. The guildmaster's orders were clear. Yunxiang is treated like a literal king. The family is stunned. Since when did they know such a powerful player? That card is legendary. Even corporate CEOs could never dream of touching it. Just who is this man? And what kind of monster has he become? Ruwei clarifies for her friends the youth is Song Yungxiang, a fellow student from her academy. Xiaowen teases if he is her suitor. Ruowei blushes, but admits he saved her life. Thang Kim Thui is left baffled while his daughter suppresses a knowing, playful smile. Thanks to Yungxiang, the family receives a royal welcome without facing a single obstacle. Shortly after, Yungxiang is escorted to cabin number 1, the ship's most exclusive VIP sanctuary. The doors open to total luxury as staff line the hallways to greet their arrival. They arrive at the suite where Chief Manager Hong has been personally waiting inside. The family is stunned. This heaven-tier suite is reserved only for Hong Clan Supreme members. Seeing Yungxiang, Manager Hong stands and bows with a display of deep, humble respect. Yungxiang returns the gesture, while the Thang family bows even lower to match the mood. Yungxiang casually praises the room, leaving Hong amazed by the youth's calm, high-class poise. Hong realizes he is indeed a true young master of the 9-piece marquisate. Yungxiang introduces his friends and identifies Hong as the manager. The old man laughs heartily. He reveals he has been promoted to general manager of the entire Yuanding branch. This promotion was all thanks to Yungxiang, leaving the Thang family completely speechless. A general manager in the Hong Merchant Guild holds power equal to a city lord. Hong is overjoyed. Gifting 2 grade 5 pills to the young miss secured his new rank. He vows to stay close to Yungxiang, a powerful ally worth clinging to forever. Yungxiang tells the family to relax while he handles business. Ruowei watches him with admiration, though he is 2 years her junior. His presence and status are truly overwhelming. His ease with powerful figures is incredible. Together, they enter a secure, private room. Xiao Wen tries to listen, but a sound-nullifying array blocks all soul waves and noise. This high-level security field is a luxury exclusive only to this first-class cabin. Yungxiang is pleased. He plans to spend the 10-hour flight refining pills to kill time. Hong presents a storage card containing every rare spirit herb Yungxiang previously requested. Yungxiang offers immediate payment, but Hong politely insists there is absolutely no rush. With 2 hours until takeoff, Hong suggests Yungxiang take a stroll in the central woods. The manager departs, treating the Thang family with extreme courtesy, much to their confusion. After a few final instructions, the old manager heads back down the elevator. Moments later, a beast-eared maid in a sharp uniform steps out, catching Yungxiang's eye. Wondering if she is of the demon race, he watches as she kneels to offer service. Yungxiang scans her and notices a scarf carefully hiding a heavy iron slave collar. His eyes sharpen. It has been 30 years since he last saw a demon. He remembers his past life's defeat at Tiandu City and the rift in the Emperor's tomb. That spatial rift hurled him to the South Continent, the primal land of the demons. 2 demonesses found him there, confused by a being that was neither demon nor spirit. Unlike humans, those races struggle to awaken soul masters. Due to their unique soul balance, those capable of manifesting a true soul avatar are incredibly rare in that land. While humans rule the East, they are considered a lowly, enslaved race in other regions. In the South, demons and spirits thrive while humans are nothing more than ancient legends. Unlike the East, they lack soul avatar tech, making beast tides almost non-existent. There, Yunxiang mastered demon physical tempering and the elite alchemical arts of the spirit race. He joined the Battle Peak and became the personal disciple of the legendary war ancestor. His master was a rare demon who actually possessed a formidable soul avatar. Sadly, that power was sealed 500 years ago during a great elemental war. Back then, Yunxiang was no master of arrays. He missed the chance to duplicate that soul general's essence. A maid's voice shatters his trance, snapping back to reality. Yunxiang quickly reassures the startled girl. He tells her she reminds him of a distant past. Inside, he wonders if he'll ever return to that continent. Too many regrets and unsolved riddles remain there. Shaking it off, he demands the high-end menu. Browsing the list, he asks the family what they want. Suddenly, Little Wen screams, buns making her parents flinch. Embarrassed, the mother covers her mouth and apologizes. Father Shen pulls the girl back, whispering a stern warning. No buns in a luxury place like this. But Yunxiang doesn't hesitate, ordering 5 servings on the spot. The maid freezes, since peasant food isn't on the menu. Unfazed, Yunxiang slams down a premium credit card. If you don't have it, make it. Radish filling. If there are no radishes, land the ship and buy some, grabbing the credits. The maid scurries off. Yunxiang leans back, letting out a long, heavy sigh of relief. Suddenly, Little Wen tugs his sleeve. Wait. Do you actually like radish buns too? Big brother. He hesitates. He used to hate them. But after one life-changing taste, he was hooked. The girl beams happily. She chirps that radishes are healthy, just like Yunxiang's previous life. Her parents panic, trying to silence her. Then, Little Wen pulls a bun from her pocket. It was her secret stash for the long journey ahead. She offers it as a thank you. Yunxiang stares at the humble gift, offering to split it with her. I guess I am a bit hungry, she says innocently. That was the only permission he needed. With a flick of soul force, he slices the bun perfectly. Little did he know, Father Shen saw everything. His eyes bulge in shock. To manifest soul force with such precision, even an Earth-tier master would struggle. They wonder if he's from the elite Song clan. Shen Dai suggests thanking him, but Jin Shui is trembling. He suffers from crippling social anxiety and hates dealing with high-ranking young masters like Yun Xiang. After eating, Little Wen declares, "You ate my bun, so now you belong to me." She quickly corrects herself to friend and asks his name. He smiles, vowing to protect her this time. Finally, the parents step forward, awkwardly introducing themselves to their mysterious benefactor. Thank you for the passage, young master. Suddenly, the view outside distracts Little Wen, and she screams in wonder. The floating celestial garden outside is absolutely breathtaking. Yunxiang offers to take her for a walk, subtly dragging Shenruo Vai along to play matchmaker. Meanwhile, in the cabin facing the garden, a noble woman admires the view, begging to go out. Beside her, a cold, silver-haired youth sits like a statue. Amidst the roar of the engines, the massive airship slowly ascends into the clouds. In the garden, the maid, Xiao Meng, thanks a worker. The guest in cabin 1 wants radish buns. The head chef said the garden had the ingredients, so Xiao Meng came here to find them. Lin Jinghua doesn't mind at all. Instead, she's fascinated by the mysterious guest in the first-class suite. Someone powerful enough to sit there, yet craving common street food. Truly, an unpredictable and interesting variable. Xiao Meng leaves, and Lin Jinghua shares a secret family recipe for the sauce to please the guest. At the garden entrance, a guard stops 2 teenagers. The ship is entering its takeoff stabilization phase. The garden is on lockdown for safety. Please return once the flight is stable. The guard explains firmly. The silver-haired girl, Nai La, throws a tantrum. She demands entry, her ego bruised by the refusal. Her bodyguard, Faga, tries to soothe her with a gentle pat, but it has no effect on her. Naila refuses to back down. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng rushes back with the radishes, chanting the recipe to herself. She's distracted, wondering why Yun Xiang has such bizarre, low-class tastes for a high-tier cultivator. The doors slide open just as she rounds the corner. Naila and Phage are standing right there. Asterisk, asterisk, crash, asterisk, asterisk. Xiao Meng slams into Naila. Radishes fly everywhere as she hits the floor in pain. The vegetables snap into pieces. Naila wails in agony. Phage immediately snaps into protector mode, checking his mistress. Naila looks at her clothes and bursts into tears. Her designer outfit is smeared with dirt and grime. Disgusting, she shrieks. Terrified, Xiao Meng drops to her knees, frantically trying to clean the noblesse clothes. Suddenly, a heavy boot strikes Xiao Meng, sending her flying across the courtyard. She collapses in the dirt, her slave collar glinting cruelly in the light. Guards draw their steel as Jaege's face twists with uncontrollable rage. Filthy beast, he roars. How dare a slave touch a noble lady? Naila watches with cold eyes, worried the girl might be dead. A dead slave costs 2 million credits. Jaega just stomps her food, mangled and bleeding. Xiao Meng still tries to crawl toward him. Trash. He spits. A weakling who can't even awaken a spirit soul. You're just a parasite living off human mercy. He sneers, crushing more food. Ignoring the pain, she begs him to stop destroying her meager meal. Her tears only fuel his arrogance. He hates her very touch. He kicks her again, treating the poor girl like a worthless animal. 𝐊𝐤 stops the guards, flashing a high-tier gold payment card. She explains his trauma. His family was slaughtered by cat-eared rebels. It's just a slave. If he kills her, we'll just pay the fine. As she speaks, a dark shadow flashes through the air like lightning. Just as the killing blow descends, Yunxiang intercepts the strike. Jade freezes, feeling a terrifying, mountain-like pressure from the stranger. Even as a profound tier warrior, he cannot move a single muscle. She's my attendant. Yunxiang growls. Who do you think you are? Dull. Stammers. His threats falling flat against Yun's crushing grip. A puny, profound tier Yunxiang mocks. Show me your worst. Panicked, 𝐊𝐤 rushes forward, bowing and begging for a peaceful end. She offers 50,000 credits to settle the blood debt right now. Yunxiang releases him, his eyes cold and full of ancient disdain. 𝐊𝐤 immediately slaps the fool for his reckless, brainless behavior. Are you an idiot? You almost picked a fight with a monster. That man is an Earth-rank master. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 pales, his heart stopping. He's barely 20. Yet his power is terrifying. A true hidden dragon. Trembling, the bully bows low. Forced to call the youth senior, Yunxiang ignores them, checking on the battered and bruised girl. Seeing their chance, the two cowards quickly scramble to escape. He lets them go, watching them flee like rats into the shadows. Their manners and skin reveal they are from the lower domain. In his past life, their kingdom was a nest of treacherous vipers. Their blood feud with the demi-humans is a curse that spans generations. Their spirit techniques are destined to clash like fire and water. Their interference once cost the entire empire, its very soul. Living near the beast lands, they thrive on misery and chains. Slave trading is the black heart of their entire corrupt economy. To them, a living soul is nothing more than a cheap commodity. But Yunxiang remembers the tribes. He won't let this stand. He turns back to Xiaomeng, checking if she can still swallow. He offers a legendary pill, but she refuses the priceless treasure. I am tough, she whispers. We demi-humans don't break that easily. Van Tuong suddenly forced Xiaomeng's mouth open, shoving a glowing elixir inside before she could protest. He knew her constitution. While they weren't cultivators, their physical stats surpassed ordinary humans. Forced to swallow, Xiaomeng panicked. Sensing this rare elixir was worth a fortune, Van Tuong reassured her, claiming it was just a common rejuvenation pill. He lied about having plenty, though his inventory was nearly depleted. Luckily, he had raw materials to craft more later. Inside, Xiao Van and her mother waited anxiously. With Trungdin closed, Van Tuong led them forward. Seeing Xiaomeng, Xiao Van immediately helped her work. On the return path, a hauntingly beautiful melody caught Van Tuong's attention. Beneath an ancient tree, the legendary Lin Jinghua was performing her song. Van Tuong froze. He remembered her as a future S-rank superstar of the heavenly capital. Lady Jinghua was a once-in-a-generation talent of the arts. Memories of his past life, as a black armor guard, surged. She was his ultimate idol. Her legendary works were etched deep into his soul. The rumors were true. This national treasure once sang on a common transport ship. He considered asking for an autograph just as Ship 802 prepared for takeoff. Announcements blared through the port as energy cables disconnected from the hull. The engines roared to life, and the vessel surged away from the docking bay. Inside, the turbulence was intense, leaving Xiao Van's family trembling in their seats. In cabin 3, a man shook with fear, terrified by the shifting gravity. Deep in a hidden chamber, Van Tuong activated an alchemy array, conjuring a sphere of light. New pills lined the table. He felt the ship's momentum shift beneath him. His stabilization formation held firm, shielding his workstation from the violent shaking. The batch was complete customized gifts for his grandfather and family. Using soul force, he stored the elixirs. Crafting 8-star pills at Earth tier was exhausting. Outside, the engines pushed to maximum output, propelling the ship into the void. Hitting supersonic speeds, the entire vessel vibrated with bone-jarring intensity. Xiao Van's family struggled with the G-force, while Xiao Van waited for Van Tuong's return. Finally, the door slid open, and Van Tuong stepped out with perfect composure. Despite the chaos, he walked steadily. Xiao Van's mother watched him in sheer disbelief. He stood tall amidst the turbulence, as if the laws of physics didn't apply. This youth was definitely no ordinary traveler. He was a monster in disguise. Shen Ruowei noticed his micro-adjustments, perfectly neutralizing every vibration. She initially mistook it for a movement skill or a high-tier trait, but no, it was pure battle-hardened physical experience. His age made it impossible. Meanwhile, 𝐁𝐞𝐿 was already turning green from extreme motion sickness. Van Tuong sat down, and Xiao Van playfully reminded him to buckle up. He sent a final message home. After lifetimes, the words "I am coming back" felt heavy. At the Song estate in Yongan, the head butler received the notification. The young master would arrive by noon the next day. This was Song Mu, the high-ranking steward of the Eastern Court. Lord Song rejoiced, ordering a grand feast and deploying 2 warships for escort. On his screen, data regarding Zuo Chi's host flickered ominously. Song Mu hesitated, questioning the use of military warships for a private arrival. Lord Song snapped, "Invent a reason. Do I have to teach you everything?" Fearing his master's wrath, the butler bowed and hurried to execute the orders. As Song Mu departs, Song Jingzhong sighs, studying the desk photo with a joyful smile. Young Van Tuong has not only healed his broken soul veins but awakened immense power. Jingzhong wonders if this legendary growth was all part of his mother's hidden grand design. Meanwhile, the airship stabilizes, announcing a grand music and dance performance in the central hall. Ordinary passengers watch via cabin screens, while only VIP elites enjoy the live show. In Heaven Tier Cabin 1, Xiao Meng returns with food while Xiao Wen checks her wounds. Xiao Meng beams, praising Van Tuong's miraculous pill as a divine-grade healing elixir. Her wounds vanished completely. Nearby, Shen Ruove blushes, realizing he gave her the same medicine. Seeing Xiao Meng is out of danger, Xiao Wen finally breathes a sigh of relief. She curses the cruel low-rankers, wishing she'd crushed them instead of Van Tuong's patience. Xiao Wen suddenly freezes. Van Tuong fears she's choking, but she screams, "This bun is heaven." Van Tuong bites in, tasting a sweet, savory secret sauce hidden deep within the filling. He recognizes the signature blend honey and soy sauce, a specialty from his past life. Nostalgia hits hard. He last tasted this flavor at the Black Armor headquarters in Lincheng. Seeing their delighted reactions, Xiao Meng reveals it's Lady Jinghua's recipe and notes the performance is starting. She asks if the group would like to watch the live show in the courtyard. Outside, the airship soars through the night as the central stage glows with dazzling lights. Jinghua's voice rings out like a celestial bird, though the live audience remains sparse. Guided by Xiao Meng, Van Tuong and Xiao Wen's family arrive at the VIP area. Seeing Van Tuong take the center seat, Zhang Daigui is paralyzed with pure shock. As a second young master, even he lacks the rank for that diamond tier seat. Beside him, Nyla spots Van Tuong and whispers a warning to the hunter. "Sige." He's in the diamond VIP zone. Zega snaps out of his trance, visibly horrified. His heart races with a volatile mix of burning rage and paralyzing fear. Nyla knows this zone belongs to the Hong Guild's most esteemed, high-ranking guests. Realizing this youth is no ordinary hunter, she decides to seek favor with him. Zega scoffs in annoyance. Xiao Meng spots him, her fur bristling with instinctive hostility. Van Tuong notices her reaction and makes a mental note of these 2 sea dwellers. He'll determine their value later, then invites the anxious Xiao Meng to sit beside him. "Don't be afraid," he comforts. The first act ends, and an elder introduces the next. It's a drama based on the Great Battle of Yuanding, featuring a lone hero. A legendary tale of one warrior turning the tide against a massive monster beast tide, titled Lone Rider Slaying Demons. Van Tuong's face darkens, fearing the worst for his identity. The play begins with a civilian trapped in flames, screaming desperately for someone to help. 3 touty monsters attack. Xiao Wen watches, enthralled as mecha guardians join the brutal fray. The clash is cinematic, a symphony of steel against the beasts' savage teeth and claws. After a fierce struggle, all 3 guardian mechas are sent flying, utterly defeated. As the beasts close in, a new mecha appears, the legendary Star Soul General, Zuo Chi. The crowd erupts. The rumors of Zuo Chi's battlefield miracle have spread like wildfire. On stage, Zuo Chi veils himself before initiating a breathtaking, high-speed power-up transformation. In an instant, the actor emerges as the iconic, blood-red Zuo Chi battlesuit. A spectator screams in awe, confirming he saw the real Zuo Chi save the city. Following the script, 2 attendants bring out the legendary Phoenix Heaven halberd weapon, mounted on the Crimson Flame steed. Zuo Chi begins his glorious hunt across the stage. Zhang Daigui was awestruck. To him, the Star Soul Master Zuo Chi was the ultimate idol. Xiao Wen cheered with starry eyes, while Van Tuong wished the earth would swallow him whole. This play was pure torture. Now, Zuo Chi was even saving a damsel princess from peril. Van Tuong was speechless, A second princess. This felt like a direct insult to Prince Hai. If the prince found out, he'd execute every single person in this theater. The climax arrived. Zuo Chi clashed with a heaven-tier 𝐊𝐥𝐿 beast. The audience went wild. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 was moved to tears. "A true hero," he roared. Blood boiling with excitement. Victory. The princess offered her hand. But Zuo Chi refused. "My heart belongs to the world." Shen Ruovi watched with misty eyes. Was her savior just as noble as this legend? Van Tuong shivered in pure disgust. Every line of the script made his skin crawl. What garbage writing? He muttered. Unfortunately, the die-hard fans nearby heard him and snapped. They'd had enough of his strain. Mocking comments throughout the entire performance. Insulting Lady Jinghua, disrespecting a legend. "Apologize right now," they demanded. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 stepped forward with 2 massive bodyguards. "You apologize to the masters now." The guards loomed over him threateningly. Van Tuong cursed his luck internally. Are they insane, he thought? Yet he bowed and offered a forced, quick apology. Nyla watched, amused. She nudged 𝐊𝐥𝐿. Sensing a chance to recruit the young man, she smirked confidently. "Trust me. My intuition for hidden talent is never wrong." She was certain this Van Tuong kid was hiding a powerful, mysterious background, but 𝐊𝐥𝐿 wasn't satisfied. That apology was pathetic. Show some real sincerity. "Kid." Xiaowen snapped. "Hey, fatty, he already apologized. Learn when to back off." Fatty 𝐊𝐥𝐿 exploded. Suddenly, Nyla and 𝐊𝐥𝐿 joined in on the mockery. "Yeah. Shut it. Fatso 𝐊𝐥𝐿 fumet." Warning the VIP guests not to interfere, he sneered. Looking down on them as mere low-realm peasants and barbarians, 𝐊𝐥𝐿 drew his soul axe instantly. "You're making too much noise during the show." The bodyguards stepped in. "Watch your mouth. You filthy lower-realm savages. I could end you in 3 minutes." "Oh man," 𝐊𝐥𝐿 hissed. Eyes glowing with rage, weapons were drawn. But a voice cut through the tension. "Please. For my sake. Stop. Prizer Redevan Mete." It was Jinghua. The crowd gasped as the star performer finally appeared. Lin Jinghua stepped into the spotlight, radiating the aura of a true goddess. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 bowed instantly. While 𝐊𝐥𝐿 was completely captivated by her celestial beauty, Van Tuong watched from his seat. She already had the presence of a legendary superstar. She didn't realize it yet. But this song would soon shake the entire nation. "I heard the commotion," she said softly. "Please, allow me to settle this dispute." 𝐊𝐥𝐿 was like putty in her hands. "Anything for you." Lady Jinghua. She thanked him for his passion but turned her focus toward Van Tuong. "This story is just a dramatized rumor. I composed..." She admitted to the crowd. She sensed Van Tuong was a real survivor of that legendary, bloody battlefield. A true warrior knows the reality is far different from commercial fiction. "Please understand." She bowed slightly toward him. "I hope you can forgive our artistic exaggerations." "Sir." Van Tuong chuckled awkwardly. "It's a fine play." The tension finally broke. Jinghua began her solo. 𝐊𝐥𝐿, now humbled, apologized to those around him, but Xiaowen wasn't finished. She kept shooting petty, triumphant glares at the group. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 gave the old guard a chilling throat-slit gesture as a final warning. The guard fumed silently but turned away, ending the confrontation for now. The broadcast continues. The host dramatically introduces a legendary original composition. The strings begin to hum. Jinghua takes center stage. Her voice pierces the air, plunging the entire stadium into a deathly silence. Not a single whisper is heard. Van Tuong listens intently, sensing the deep soul within her melody. He recognizes this track. It is a masterpiece from her pre-fame era. 10 years of memories flood back. Pure nostalgia hits hard. In his past life, Van Tuong was her most devoted fan. He remembers her god-tier battle album by heart. Every lyric is etched into his very soul. He wonders if the song is even finished yet. She ends the performance with a humble bow. The crowd erupts in a frenzy, demanding an encore, touched by their passion. She agrees to one more. It is the audience's choice. Suddenly, Zhang Daikui screams out a request from the stands. He asks for Burning Star, a rumored new track. The crowd holds its breath in anticipation. Jinghua hesitates. The song is incomplete. But the fans' desperate chants finally force her hand. Internally, she is anxious. The final verse of this song remains an unsolved puzzle in her mind. She hopes this live performance might spark the missing inspiration she needs to finish it. Below, Van Tuong realizes the truth. This is the song that will soon make her a legend. Under the spotlight, her voice flows like liquid gold. Her vocal mastery surpasses even the greatest idols. Mid-song, Van Tuong's instincts take over. He unconsciously begins to hum the melody along with her, recalling his past life's bloody battles. He loses himself in the music and sings the finale aloud. He snaps back to reality. The entire arena is frozen. On stage, Jinghua is completely paralyzed. Panic sets in as everyone stares. Van Tuong looks up to see the singer trembling in shock. Xiao Meng whispers the terrifying truth. That song, it never actually had a finished ending. Yet, Van Tuong had just perfectly performed the missing conclusion to her masterpiece. His heart sinks. He has accidentally leaked a future secret, a massive error in his timeline. But Jinghua isn't angry. Instead, she looks at him with a gaze of profound realization. Your return completes me. The creative block that haunted her soul has finally been shattered. She bows deeply to him. Today, she found the inspiration to reclaim her family's lost honor. Van Tuong is left speechless. He has no idea how to explain his sudden musical genius. Tears of gratitude fill her eyes. The emotional knot in her heart has finally been untied. A true soulmate has appeared. She never expected to find someone who understood her so deeply. Van Tuong feels like a fraud. Using future knowledge feels like cheating the system's rules. Suddenly, a brilliant aura of soul power erupts from Jinghua's body, illuminating the stage. It is an awakening. Her cultivation rank is surging toward a massive breakthrough in real time. Stuck at yellow rank for years, his song just smashed her bottleneck. A surge of power fills her. Her face twists in a mix of shock and pure, unadulterated ecstasy as her stats climb. Ambient energy floods the ship. A massive pillar of light shoots straight into the heavens above. Zhang Daikui gasps in horror. He never realized the famous singer was a high-level soul master. She is ascending to the mysterious rank. Van Tuong knows that mental clarity always triggers power-ups, but the sky suddenly turns pitch black. Violent lightning begins to tear through the gathering clouds. Van Tuong's expression darkens. This isn't a normal storm, it's the manifestation of a spatial rift. Darkness swallows the horizon. On stage, the exhausted singer collapses from the sheer force of her breakthrough. The oblivious crowd continues to cheer her new rank. Unaware of the nightmare descending upon them, she struggles to her feet and offers a weak word of thanks to her fans. Then, she gazes at Van Tuong, inviting him to her private quarters for personal guidance. He refuses instantly, sensing the danger. Outside, the world has been replaced by an endless void. Alarm sirens scream in the control room. Warning, a massive spatial rift has appeared dead ahead. The commander roars for maximum engine power. They must escape the rift before they are consumed. Reacting instantly, the captain cuts speed and activates the highest tier defensive array. A thick protective barrier immediately wraps around the ship's hull. Emergency alerts blare, ordering passengers to their cabins for an emergency warp. Suddenly, a massive spatial rift tears open across the sky. Swarms of Baifang beasts flood through, firing blinding beams of destruction at the vessel. Luckily, the high-rank barrier remains impenetrable for now. However, the sheer impact causes heavy tremors, throwing everyone across the deck. On stage, Kinhoa loses her balance and collapses as the floor tilts. Suddenly, Van Tuong lunges forward, catching her before they reach safety. Seeing the Baifang swarm, Van Tuong knows they are weak, but endless the shield won't last long. In the command center, the crew descends into panic. Trapped and surrounded, the captain feels the weight of despair, cursing under his breath. He gathers his forces for a desperate counterattack and sends a high-priority distress signal to the nearest city. Then, the real battle begins. The ship's defense force mobilizes, unleashing a fierce storm of bullets against the monster tide. It isn't about victory, it's about survival. Every blast from the beasts whittles away at the flickering shield. A red alert echoes. Guards rush Zhang Daikui toward the high-security bunker, feeling humiliated. The Imperial Soul Master knows he can just hide while others die. He demands his soul card, ready to risk everything for the ship's survival. If the shield breaks, no one walks away. Nearby, Nilap is asked if they should intervene. After a silence, Nilap admits the fat merchant is right. The barrier is failing. Total destruction is imminent. Meanwhile, Van Tuong pulls out a soul card, catching 𝐁𝐞𝐿 eye. Stunned, she recognizes it as her own card, the one she thought was lost in battle. Realizing Van Tuong has been keeping it safe, her face flushes red with confusion. Outside, the relentless beast swarm continues their savage bombardment. The shield holds, but violent vibrations and purple lightning strikes tear through the air. Under such pressure, The barrier is on its last legs, shivering like ice in a storm. A crewman screams that the beasts have found a critical weak point in the energy roof. The captain orders security to reinforce it. But the news gets worse. The bow is already a war zone. No one can be spared. The captain grits his teeth, drenched in cold sweat. His only hope now lies with the passengers on board. He prays for a hidden high-rank hunter to step up and stop the slaughter. Amidst the chaos, 𝐁𝐞𝐽 remains calm, guiding terrified civilians toward safety. They head for the deck. The ship's most heavily armored section, panic spreads like wildfire. Suddenly, the beasts stop and begin charging a combined energy beam. With a deafening roar, a massive pillar of light slams into the ship. The vessel reels from the impact as cracked spiderweb across the protective dome. Beams of light pierce through the ceiling, causing the internal structure to crumble. Several dancers are trapped beneath the falling debris, their lives hanging by a thread. 𝐁𝐞𝐽 screams a warning, but the heavy rubble is already falling toward them. Suddenly, a soul card streaks forward, deploying an instantaneous barrier that shatters the falling rocks. The dancers huddle in terror, unaware that their lives were just saved. They look up, trembling and confused by the sudden miracle. 𝐁𝐞𝐽 turns and realizes it was that boy stunned that 𝐁𝐈𝐍𝐸 could manifest an array so fast. 𝐁𝐈𝐍𝐸, staring grimly at the sky, as monsters begin pouring through the hull cracks like vultures. Trung Dar Kui watches the nightmare unfold from a distance. He bellows a command to his bodyguard, who immediately leaps into the fray. Yunxiang tosses Zhang Daigui, a soul talisman, urging him to stay safe. As the young master trembles, the veteran guard begins his spirit soul manifestation. In a flash of blinding light, the ethereal energy solidifies into a massive, physical battle form. The invading beasts are caught off guard as the guard charges. An intense aerial dogfight erupts with neither side yielding an inch, exploiting his superior agility. The guard finds a lethal opening, delivering a devastating blow to the monster's abdomen. Below, Yunxiang watches the chaos with cold calculation. Suddenly, his system window flashes a crimson alert. A critical warning blares. A high-tier threat has emerged, and the system demands an immediate retreat from the zone. Yunxiang remains calm, his mind racing. If the system labels this a super threat, it is far beyond these simple monsters. Could it be a saint-rank beast? Escape seems impossible with so many civilians trapped at this deadly altitude. His gaze shifts to Xiao Wen's family, weighing their survival against the rapidly escalating danger. Lu Bu is ready, but he lacks a flight-capable soul general. He desperately needs the mobility of Cao Ren or Bai Qi right now. Suddenly, the guard is slammed into the deck by a brutal counterattack. Na La and Fei Ge remain on the sidelines, merely observing. To them, the guard's civilian-grade mech is nothing but outdated trash. It is clearly no match for a Baifang beast. Fei He sneers, mocking the old man's pathetic and useless struggle. Na La finally moves, activating her mass-produced spirit soul armor. It is cheap technology, but it will have to suffice. The old guard crawls through the dirt, cursing his failing strength as the monster looms over him for the kill. The beast charges a lethal energy blast, aiming to erase the old warrior from existence once and for all. Boom! A beam of light strikes the beast's maw, detonating its attack prematurely. The guard looks up, stunned by the sudden save. Nala hovers there, her soul general radiating power. The old man realizes she is using a rare lower realm spirit soul, stung by pride. The veteran forces himself up. He refuses to be outshone by a mere kid from the lower realms. The two form an unlikely duo, blending long-range fire with brutal melee strikes. The guard leaps high, axe swinging with fury. Meanwhile, Yunxiang works quickly to stabilize the panicked crowd around him. The battlefield is expanding rapidly. Even the lower decks aren't safe anymore. So he tells the survivors to make their own choice. Thang Kim Thui opts for the cargo hold. Xiao Meng agrees it is their best shot at surviving the ship's destruction. Yunxiang entrusts the family to Xiao Meng, then asks about any available emergency escape vessels on the ship. Xiao Meng reveals she has a specialized staff boat, clutching the small craft tightly as the ship groans. But little Xiao Wen refuses to leave. She believes a soul master like Yunxiang can surely protect them all. Shen Dai tries to reason with her. Staying here only makes them a dangerous liability for the young master. As the evacuation hastens, Shen Dai urges the rest of the group to move immediately. However, Ruo Wei stays behind. As a capable soul master, she refuses to run, choosing to fight alongside Yunxiang instead. High above, Nala and the guard are locked in a desperate, bloody struggle with the winged beast. It is a total stalemate. Nala screams for the guard to find an opening while she draws the monster's fire. The veteran nods, finally acknowledging the boy's superior speed and tactical positioning in this fight. Nala blurs into motion, baiting the beast into a chase. She shouts, signaling the perfect moment to strike. The guard lunges with everything he has, certain of his final victory over the Bai Fang. Suddenly, a second beast ambushes him, sending him crashing into the deck. A new predator has joined the fray. Zhang Degui screams in pure terror. He tries to warn the others, but the words die in his throat. It is not just two. A massive swarm of Baifang monsters begins flooding the sky, their numbers becoming overwhelming. They all begin charging their fire cannons. Ruo Wei and Jinghua scream out a desperate warning to the survivors. Zhang Daigui's second guard leaps into action, manifesting his spirit soul armor. Just in time to intervene, an explosion rocks the deck, leaving a sea of flames. As the smoke clears, the guard stands firm behind his shield. He looks back with deep concern, worried for his young master's safety amidst the fire. The blast sent Zhang Daigui sprawling, leaving him a stuttering mess. Nearby, Jinghua shields the dancers with her power. Ruo Wei joins the fray, the two of them forming a defensive line against the relentless monster onslaught. Ruo Wei notices the family is safe inside a strange formation. She wonders if Yun Xiang set this up. She searches for him through the haze. There stands Yun Xiang, protected by a barrier, holding Nala by the collar, even bound in chains. Nyla felt no discomfort, only awe at Yun Xiang's overwhelming power. Blocking a beast barehanded was terrifyingly impressive. Suddenly, Yun Xiang vanished, leaving her in total shock. Nearby, Zhang Dok struggled with his inner demons, desperately trying to stay calm. He prayed to be a hero, hoping that pure courage could finally turn the tide. Drenched in cold sweat, he stuttered while forcing his soul interface to initialize. His soul armor condensed, but he collapsed in terror. His protector shouted his name, trembling. He tried to focus as winged beasts began their deadly descent from the sky. Panic surged through Dok. In the chaos, he couldn't even find his weapon. The veteran guard raised his shield, desperately tanking the monsters to protect his ward. Losing it, Dok grabbed a random tool and leaped at the monster's head. Meanwhile, Yun Xiang reached Xiao Wen's family, ordering them away from the lower decks. Stay close to me to survive. But Tang Kim Thui hesitated, questioning the danger. Yun Xiang clarified the threat. Higher tier boss monsters are about to appear. Watch the situation closely. If things get ugly, I will lead you out. Shen Dai wondered if he could fly, while Tang stood frozen by the news of stronger beasts. The ship's defense systems weren't built to handle a monster surge of this rank. Will you just abandon the others? Tang pleaded, suggesting they negotiate with the captain. Shen Dai suddenly kicked him, screaming at him to stop playing the self-righteous saint. We can barely save our own skins, let alone worry about anyone else. Monsters swarmed the deck under a barrage of flares until a Bifang spotted a weakness. Ruo Wei screamed a warning to Jinghua, who barely rolled away from a blast. Her mech skidded across the metal, sparks flying as she regained a combat stance. Refusing to be easy prey, Jinghua and Ruo Wei launched a fierce counterattack. Shen Dai apologized for her husband, calling him a hopeless, book-smart fool. Xiao Wen agreed, choosing to place all her trust in Yun Xiang's leadership. I brought you here, Yun Xiang stated, so your safety is my top priority. Elsewhere, Guardvo was pinned down, his armor buckling under the beast's weight. Wounded and cursing, he held his ground until a high-speed mech struck from above. The beast never saw it coming. A blade tore through its back instantly. Blood sprayed as the Bifang roared, turning to counterattack its new mechanical hunter. The blade pierced the monster's skull, ending it. Guardvo finally exhaled in relief. He thanked his savior, but another beast immediately dove in to take its place. You owe me one, the warrior smirked, and they formed a two-man defensive line. Their defense was solid, but Guard Ma was suddenly blown away by a heavy strike. Dok rushed toward his fallen comrade, completely forgetting the monster behind him. The beast didn't miss. It slammed Dok face first into the cold steel deck. High above, Jinghua was snatched by a Bifang, dangling over the edge of death. The dancers below watched in horror, calling out her name in absolute helplessness. The beast hurled Jinghua at Ruo Wei, sending both crashing into the hull. It began charging a massive flare to incinerate the two fallen warriors. They stared at death, but a hand suddenly gripped the monster's tail. Yun Xiang, clad in the legendary Lubu soul armor, slammed the beast down. The entire battlefield froze. Everyone stared, Wondering who this mysterious powerhouse was, Ruo Wei recognized him immediately. Before the beast could recover, his spear ended it, bathed in a crimson aura. Lu Bu stood ready, his eyes radiating pure destruction. High above, the winged beast swarmed the sky before diving for the kill. Zhang Daigui lay paralyzed as a Baifang's beak tore into his flesh. Terror gripped his soul as he shrieked desperately for someone, anyone to save him. Yunxiang's cold gaze shifted toward the carnage. Feeling the sudden pressure, the monster stopped its feast, screeching a bloodthirsty challenge at him. "Shut it," Yunxiang roared. He unleashed the flying phoenix, a devastating blast that collided with the beast in a violent explosion. In a mere heartbeat, the Baifang was pulverized into nothing but scattered fragments. Zhang Daigui finally dared to look up. Seeing the towering figure, he realized it was the legendary spirit general from the opera. He rubbed his eyes, doubting reality. Meanwhile, Yunxiang scanned the sky. 7 elite monsters had already breached the inner formation. With the ship's security team and the passengers exhausted, the odds were stacked against them. At this rate, their defenses would crumble under the next wave of relentless attacks. Yunxiang hoped to save his energy for the system's hidden threat, but he was out of options. System. Authorize Lu Bu's Earth-rank armament. Ding. Initializing data. Unlocking the legendary sky-piercing cloud bow. After a final check, the weapon materialized. This was Lu Bu's ultimate long-range tool for absolute destruction. The power was immense, but the energy drain was severe. It was his final trump card for a desperate situation. Across the battlefield, the mechas were failing. The Baifang swarm surged forward like an unstoppable black tide. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 and the guards stood frozen in despair. Suddenly, glowing chakrams cut through the sky, shredding the monsters. Everyone gasped in confusion until 𝐊𝐥𝐿 recognized the signature weapon. It was Nyla, but instead of relief, 𝐊𝐥𝐿 cursed. This experimental gear was their secret ace. She wasn't supposed to reveal it yet. On ne laisse comment? The lunar wheels returned, orbiting her mecha like a crown of blinding starlight. Nyla flashed a mischievous smirk over the comms, asking if her grand entrance was perfectly timed. As 3 monsters lunged, the bodyguards rallied around Nyla, forming a desperate last line of defense. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 shouted for a plan. Even 3-on-3? Their chances of survival were razor-thin. The monsters hesitated, but 𝐊𝐥𝐿 knew they had to strike first before reinforcements arrived to overwhelm them. Nyla calculated that her chakrams could pin down 2 beasts, leaving the last one for the guards to execute. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 agreed instantly, ordering the veteran guard to focus all firepower on the weakest target for a quick kill. Though hesitant to leave her side, the veteran guard nodded, preparing his final strike. He acted as the decoy, while 𝐊𝐥𝐿 moved for the flank. Nyla initiated the belltail lure, a tactic the guard barely understood. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 barked out an explanation. It was a classic vanguard baiting maneuver to trap the enemy, but there was no time for talk. Nyla's countdown reached 0. 3. A sudden flash of light obliterated all 3 Baifangs instantly. The beam didn't stop, piercing right through the Grand Formation S breach. Any monster caught in the path of that radiant energy was shattered into cosmic dust. The single strike cleared a massive path through the swarm. As the light faded, the enemy ranks had been decimated. On the ground stood Yunxiang, wreathed in crackling electricity, holding the majestic bow like a god of war. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 and his team stared in total shock. Their complex battle plan had been rendered useless by one man's power. While Yunxiang continued his silent purge, the survivors watched in a daze, unable to process the sheer scale of the attack. The monsters they were struggling against had vanished. The veteran guard rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating in his old age. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 turned to Nyla, his voice trembling as he asked if she saw that streak of divine light. Nyla could only nod. The enemies were simply gone. In the distance, Yunxiang calmly knocked another arrow. Finally, Zhang Daigui found his voice and let out a piercing scream of realization. Is that him, the hero from the Chen-Yuan-Ding Great War? The actual spirit general? The crowd erupted. Whispers turned into shouts of awe. The hero of Chen-Yuan-Ding here, protecting us. Ignoring the commotion, Yunxiang focused on his weapon. Though he looked slightly annoyed at himself, he had used too much force and accidentally blasted a hole through the VIP cabin's roof. He prayed there were no casualties. Suddenly, Jinghua's warning cut through the air. Yunxiang, look out, more are coming. A fresh swarm of Baifangs dove with suicidal rage. Yunxiang didn't flinch. System. Unlock the sky-piercing claw. Ding! The sky-piercing claw has been successfully authorized. Combat mode engaged. The cloud-piercing bow shifts forms, morphing into Lu Bu's lethal gauntlet claws. Yunxiang locks onto the Bifang swarm and charges. One strike bisects the lead monster instantly. The others screech in terror, desperately trying to pull back. With a cold sneer, Yunxiang lunges, his heaven claws shredding the beast core in a flash. A lone survivor flees, chirping in fear, but Yunxiang shadows its path. Soaring high above, the beast pushes its speed to the limit, but it's already too late. Claws plunge deep as soul power erupts, hoisting the massive creature into the air effortlessly. The spectators gasp in awe. Even Jinghua is breathless at his overwhelming, godlike strength. Her heart races, slaughtering high-tier monsters in seconds. He's truly on another level. If he joins her, everything changes. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐬𝐿. Shocked by his explosive growth since their last meeting, Zhang Daigui's jaw hits the floor, cheering for his idol with pure fanboy energy. The legendary hero of Yuanding high above, Yunxiang displays his kill like a true apex predator. With a casual flick, he discards the carcass like worthless trash. He scans for the hidden boss. Meanwhile, Fei Catch asks if this is the elite heaven tier passenger. Nyla nods firmly. There's no mistaking that terrifying, dominant aura. Fei Catch's heart skips a beat. He's lucky to be alive. Nyla's gaze remains cold and mocking. If you'd fought him, she scoffs. Next week would be your funeral service. The guards agree it's a miracle. He isn't a corpse on a table right now. I was one breath from death, he admits. Suddenly, Nyla warns another swarm is approaching. A massive tide of Bifang monsters emerges, their numbers far exceeding the crew's combat limits. The command center is surrounded. Panic flares as the monsters swarm the ship's hull. Shields at critical 10 seconds until failure. The crewman screams as the captain's hope fades. The captain curses the heavens, trapped in a living nightmare. Where is the backup, he roars, desperately ordering distress signals on every frequency. Suddenly, a monstrous face slams against the glass, sending the crew into a panicked frenzy. A beast pecks relentlessly at the bridge window, its beak hungry for blood. The reinforced glass shatters. The captain orders an immediate retreat to the rear. Just as the monster prepares to breach, a flash of red catches the captain's eye. Schlick times. A spearhead erupts through the monster's chest, painting the glass crimson. Reinforcements have arrived. Yunxiang descends, obliterating the threat at the command center. He tosses the beast aside like a broken toy, treating it like a common bird. The bridge crew stands frozen. A powerhouse was hiding among the passengers this whole time, that Red Soul general. The crewman stammers, eyes wide with recognition. It's him. The hero of Yuanding City has come to our rescue. The captain's blood boils with excitement. The legend himself is on my ship. It's a dream come true. His kids are obsessed with the Red Soul general. Forgetting the war, he begs the crew to help him secure an autograph once they reach safe. The crewman is confused while the captain starts calculating his requests. One for each daughter. But should I get one for each wife too, he ponders. He hesitates at 6 autographs, deciding he needs a selfie with the hero instead. The crewman's jaw drops. Just how many wives does this guy have? He swallows his tears, feeling the sting of his own single life. I am becoming a captain and getting 8 wives, he vows. Beyond the barrier, the swarm is relentless. The ship's guards are losing hope. Casualties are mounting. Retreat seems like the only option left to survive, but the commander refuses to budge. We are Hong Corp guards. Protect the passengers at all costs. The plea fell on deaf ears. The soldier beside him spiraled into despair, sobbing about his family. Before he could finish, the captain cut him off. We all have families, the captain snapped. But the Hong Group's compensation will sustain yours for a lifetime. The man froze, his body trembling as he swallowed hard, weighing his life against his family's survival. Suddenly, his fear morphed into raw battle intent. He roared, unleashing a hail of bullets at the monsters. He was ready to die. If he fell, his family would be set. However, his attack power barely scratched them. A winged beast ignored the barrage, diving straight for the 2 hunters. Without hesitation, the captain shoved his comrade aside, putting himself directly in the monster's path. Crash times. The captain was sent flying by the impact. The rescued guards screamed in terror, helpless to intervene. The Bifang flock swarmed like a dark cloud, circling their prey, critically injured and unable to move. The captain felt sharp beaks tearing into his armor. The pain was soul-crushing. His mecha's head was ripped off. Inside, The captain knew his survival rate had hit 0. He accepted his fate with a grim smile. At least his death would clear his family's debts. Suddenly, a spear streaked through the air, impaling the beast and making it shriek in agony. The captain gasped in shock. Beside him, the guard watched in sheer disbelief. Through the dust, Yunxiang stood tall, hoisting the skewered monster into the air. Once its life force faded, he effortlessly tossed the corpse aside with practiced ease. Recovering from the shock, the captain tried to thank him, but Yunxiang was already scanning the sky. He wished his legendary summons were here. Behind him, the soldiers fell to their knees in gratitude. Used to the worship, Yunxiang calmly ordered them to retreat. "Don, throw your lives away here." He scanned the horizon. His system interface, marking the targets 13 on the left, 90 on the right. With the count complete, he gripped his weapon. Preparing to execute a high-level skill, he spun, generating a lethal wind aura. In a flash of light, he soared, piercing the enemy ranks. On the rooftop below, the broken remains of the security guild huddled together, nursing heavy wounds. Some lay still, their status unknown. They cursed their own weakness, unable to kill even one monster. These beasts were too agile for common hunters. High above, Yunxiang swapped to the dragon tongue bow. He drew the string, a terrifying energy gathering at the arrowhead. Radiating soul-chilling pressure, he fired. The arrow split into 1,000 beams of light, raining destruction upon the flying monsters. Their agility meant nothing. Upon contact, the creatures erupted into massive explosions. In an instant, the sky turned into a battlefield of fireworks. With one skill, 20 monsters were deleted from existence. The captain and his men watched in absolute awe. They had never seen such power. A single strike had decimated a small army. The charred remains of the monsters rained down, a cinematic display that captivated everyone. Suddenly, the survivors let out a piercing screech. The guards realized they were calling for reinforcements. Responding to the call, a second wave of monsters swarmed in to fill the gaps. Unfazed, Yunxiang remained calm. Analyzing the battlefield through his system window, he noted several Earth-tier bosses. Was this the crisis the system warned me about? The Bifang flock merged, charging a massive energy blast. The sky glowed with a deadly purple hue. The terrified guards begged him to fire again. But Yunxiang's expression finally shifted to concern. This was a true awakening-level threat. He could dodge the beams, but the ship below would be vaporized. The energy reached its peak, just as they prepared to fire. Heavy artillery from below thundered, lighting the sky with golden tracers. The rounds slammed into the monsters with power rivaling Yunxiang's own archery. Only a few high-tier survivors remained. Their deadly charge had been successfully neutralized. 2 Tiger-class warships tear through the sky. Closing in on the transport vessel, survivors scream in relief. Reinforcements. The Tiger-class fleet is finally here. The beasts pivot to attack, but the warship's heavy cannons are already locked on. Explosions rock the air as shells find their marks, shifting the battle's tide. This is the elite Red Phoenix army of the Song family, the kingdom's pride. In the control room, the crew erupts in joy at the sight of salvation. They scramble to link comms, and the main system window flickers to life. A fierce female general appears, flanked by a cold, stone-faced elder. She identifies them as the Red Phoenix support unit, sparking cheers across the ship. The comms officer weeps with joy, realizing he won't be buried in this wasteland, but the veteran captain remains grim, eyeing the 2 warships with deep suspicion. Why would a legendary high-tier guild travel this far for a civilian boat? His crew thinks he's overthinking it. Surely they were just patrolling nearby. Shaking off his doubts, the captain orders the defense array to be deactivated. All power flows to the engines, surging at full throttle toward the fleet. The shimmering shield vanishes, leaving the ship exposed but blindingly fast. The sudden acceleration sends everyone tumbling as the thrusters roar to life. While others scramble for a grip, Van Tuong stands firm like an unshakable mountain. Within moments, the transport ship pulls into the shadow of its protectors. Van Tuong watches closely. He knows this army was founded by his own sister. The warships unleash hell, shredding the boss-tier Bifang monsters with overwhelming firepower. From her flagship, Song Van Cam observes the chaos with chilling precision. She turns to the Great Wood Instructor, questioning the intel they received. Is her young lord brother really trapped on that pathetic, decaying junk heap? Huan, city's most notorious playboy living so humbly. The Instructor looks hesitant. He claims people change, reminding her he is now just a Tong Manor butler. Van Cam apologizes for the slip, then focuses on a mysterious red star soul. She recognizes the energy. It's the powerhouse who saved the second prince. Seeing such strength makes her sigh when thinking of her brother. Vantuom, he might be a talentless loser, but his luck seems to be S-rank. Without that mysterious hunter S protection, this ship would have been space dust. Little does she know, the loser and the powerhouse are the same person. Now within the warship's protection zone, the transport finally finds a moment. Peace. Compared to these steel giants, the monsters look like nothing more than insects. Even so, the beasts swarm again, only to face Van Cam's lethal commands. Cannons rain fire across the sky, incinerating the monsters in a literal hellscape. Van Tuong tells the security team to fall back and recover their strength. Suddenly, his system flashes. Red super tier rift detected, evacuate in 5 seconds. The warning repeats with clinical coldness, emphasizing the gravity of the crisis. Van Tuong freezes as the battered ship groans, its hull riddled with holes. As their Star Soul armor deactivates, the exhausted survivors gather in the hall. Dai Kwai is gasping for air, earning a rare word of praise from Fei Cash. Despite the insults, they finally acknowledge each other's grit in a fight. Meanwhile, Nyla is already busy calculating the massive insurance payouts. She smirks, glad she invested in the most expensive high-risk protection plan. Jinghua bowed, thanking Ruo Vai for their joint battle and offering a drink. Ruo Vai accepted, genuinely impressed by her ally. She hadn't expected a singer to be such a powerful, Earth-ranked Star Soul master. The tension eased as they talked, but suddenly Yunxiang dropped from the sky, startling everyone into a retreat. Swallowing a pill, Yunxiang shouted that they were out of time, signaling Xiaowen's family to jump on immediately. Tang Jin Shui stood frozen, his mind racing with confusion over the sudden chaos. High above, the monster tide ceased its attack, replaced by a wave of pure, frantic panic. Yunxiang's face paled as he watched them. We're out of time, he growled through gritted teeth. Suddenly, a massive rift tore through the sky, making the previous cracks look like mere scratches. 3 crimson lights bled from the void, radiating pure dread as a colossal entity began to emerge. Compared to this titan, the 2 warships looked like nothing more than tiny, insignificant flies. Yunxiang's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He realized with horror that this was the legendary Kunpeng, a god-tier beast. Here, the Kunpeng's massive form finally fully crossed into the human realm. Its obsidian body was armored with jagged spikes, each one as massive as a mountain peak. System alert. Host has missed the window to escape. The system calculated a backup plan. This beast was so massive, the warships were like dust compared to it. A terrifying red aura erupted from its body, crushing everything below with overwhelming pressure. Inside the bridge, a crewman stared in wide-eyed horror, asking the captain what this nightmare was. The old captain couldn't answer, his face pale with fear as he looked up at the Titan. Yunjin panicked, demanding to know what was blocking the sky. The butler, though shocked, remained eerily calm. He suspected this was the calamity the third mistress had once warned them about. The god-tier Kunpeng loomed over the sky city. As the system finalized its emergency backup protocols, Yunxiang watched the beast glide, sensing a strange, turbulent soul power fluctuating deep within its belly. Suddenly, the Kunpeng unhinged its massive maw, inhaling a colossal amount of air. A violent storm formed instantly. Yunxiang screamed for everyone to cover their ears, deploying a soul barrier. The Kunpeng let out a devastating roar, sending a massive sonic wave rippling through the atmosphere. Everyone on the ships and inside the mechs collapsed, clutching their heads and screaming in pure agony. Blood sprayed from their ears as the soul-crushing sound tore through their bodies, dropping everyone instantly. Soul gear shattered under the pressure. Even under Yunxiang's protection, the family was barely hanging on. They fell to their knees, ears ringing. While Yunxiang strained to maintain the protective barrier, he knew the Kunpeng was powerful. But a single roar, having this much force, was simply insane. Despite his own struggle, he urged Xiaoan and the others to endure just a little longer. Agonized screams filled the barrier. The captain was now bleeding from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Beside him, the crewman howled like a dying animal, his voice lost in the world-ending resonance. A few guards managed to stay conscious, desperately trying to open the hatch to the inner deck. The butler's heaven-tier shield finally held firm. Only then did the devastating sonic wave begin to fade. Junjing gasped for air, terrified. What kind of monstrous, broken ability was that she wheezed? The butler grimly replied that it wasn't even a skill, it was just the beast's normal. Casual roar. Yunjin froze in shock, her heart sinking at the sheer power gap. If that world-ending sound was just a normal breath, another roar would surely wipe them all out. The butler was visibly exhausted, his heaven-tier shield barely having survived that single sonic blast. With a grave expression, he told Yunjin they had to stop the beast before it inhaled again. Yunjin immediately ordered all warships to prime their main cannons and target the Titan. The massive ships groaned as they pivoted, locking their sights onto the gargantuan beast. Every artillery port slid open. Heavy cannons aimed directly at the Kunpeng's head. Light began to gather in the Kunpeng's eyes. But Yunxiang screamed at them to stop the attack. The old butler and Yunjin stood frozen, their eyes locked on the scene in sheer disbelief. Discarding his Star Soul General form, Yunxiang patched directly into the comms. "This is Song Yunxiang, everyone. Listen to me right now." Seeing his face, Yunjin gasped, "Little Marquis," before quickly correcting herself. "Young Master Yunxiang. Is it really you?" Yunxiang recognized the man Uncle Mu. What on earth was the family's head butler doing in a place like this? The butler responded that he was sent by the old Marquis to bring him home, while Yunjin's pupils shrank with 1,000 questions. How could the degenerate young master be piloting a red-tier Star Soul General? It defied every law of power she knew. Home. Yunxiang muttered with a nostalgic smile. It was a word he hadn't heard in a lifetime of regret and reincarnation. Pushing the sentiment aside, he thanked the two warships but issued a stern command. "Listen to me. Close all gun ports immediately." He pointed toward the horizon. "That is a Kunpeng, a god-tier boss monster. It is a calamity beyond your comprehension. We cannot fight it. But according to its traits, it won't attack unless it perceives us as a direct threat. In the Kunpeng's eyes, we are merely grains of sand. It won't bother hunting us unless we draw its attention, but if a grain of sand stings it, we're dead. Shut down all power sources, every single engine, cut them now. Deactivate all Star Soul armors. Let the ships go into a complete free-fall state toward the surface." Yunjin thought he'd lost his mind. Free-fall. But that means Yunxiang cut her off, promising to signal when they cleared the danger zone. "The second we exit the Kunpeng's detection range, I'll give the order to reboot the system." Captain Hong was terrified. They were at 3,300 feet. One mistake meant crashing into the earth as nothing but red paste. Yet, Yunxiang's voice was absolute. "This is our only quest for survival. Do it, or we all die here. I've seen a Kunpeng swallow half a city in one breath. If it targets us, there is no escape." The captain's throat went dry. The sheer pressure of Yunxiang's warning left him utterly speechless. The old butler didn't hesitate for a second. "Yunjin, follow the young master's orders. Do it now." Yunjin steeled her nerves. "On my mark, 3, 2, 1. Cut all power and dissipate Star Souls." Following Yunxiang's count, all three ships went dark and began a terrifying vertical plunge through the clouds. The descent speed skyrocketed. Inside the hulls, the screams of the terrified crew echoed as gravity took hold. Chaos erupted in the transport ship. Passengers floated as the cabin went weightless, and the command deck descended into utter madness. The captain and his crew were tossed around like rag dolls, unable to find their footing in the falling metal tomb. Only Yunxiang stood perfectly still. He activated a protective array, shielding Xiaowen and the others from the violent turbulence. The lives of everyone were in his hands. He closed his eyes, calculating the hidden stats of their altitude versus the monster's range. Seeing the falling ships, a swarm of 10,000 Bifang monsters suddenly dove down in a frenzied pursuit. The winged beasts were incredibly fast. They were closing the gap, their talons ready to tear the ships apart. Yunxiang waited for the perfect frame. Now full power maximum thrust toward the 316 coordinates. Move. The engines roared back to life with a deafening blast, engines screaming as the ships leveled out at maximum speed. The distance between them and the swarm widened instantly. The tactical gamble had actually worked. The situation was finally turning. Every ounce of energy was diverted to the thrusters, leaving them with zero defense. Suddenly, the transport ship's fuel hit critical. Their speed began to drop. The captain's face went pale as their fleeting hope started to vanish into the abyss. Maintaining the defensive shields earlier had drained their energy cores dry. "This is it. We're out of power," he groaned. The transport ship lagged behind, becoming an easy target. The warships immediately flagged the emergency to Yunjin. The butler's expression turned grim. He realized Yun Xiang's group must have exhausted their resources in a prior epic battle. Yun Jin didn't waste a heartbeat. Ship number 3. Aim at the transport S wings and fire the grappling harpoons. Steel cables tore through the air, their hooks piercing deep into the hull of the lagging transport ship. The ship shuddered violently. Inside, the panicked captain screamed, "We re-hit. The monsters have breached the hull. If we going to die, we go down fighting. All hands, prepare for a suicidal final stand." But then, a crewman shouted in joy. Their speed was climbing. The Sichlone warship was towing them through the sky. A look of pure relief washed over the captain's face. He never imagined they'd be rescued from such a desperate situation. However, the danger wasn't over. High-ranking monsters were still gaining ground. Their predatory instincts locked onto the fleet. The ship's system alarms blared relentlessly, signaling a red alert crisis that was far from finished. Even 𝐁𝐞𝐿 found this swarm troublesome. She asked if the main cannons were ready, but all power was diverted to the engines. Firing would cause a catastrophic speed drop. Forced into a corner, 𝐁𝐞𝐿 deployed the 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿 units to intercept the enemy. Warriors assembled instantly. 3 squads formed a line, drawing their soul-infused blades for battle. The ship's bay doors hissed open, revealing a row of elite Spirit General units, clad in the Redbird Army's crimson armor. The captain drew her sword to rally them. They prepared for a desperate strike. With a roar, the squad split into tactical formations. The beast swarm surged forward, falling right into the fleet's designated kill zone. A storm of fire erupted from both ships. Monsters screeched as they pressed their assault. The 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿 marksmen focused their sights. Not a single monster was allowed to pass. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 ordered continuous fire to maintain density and keep the defensive formation solid. Eventually, the left wing's fire thinned. One beast seized the opening for a suicide charge. 𝐁𝐿's rage boiled over. She screamed, "Left squad, what the hell are you doing?" The beast slammed into the deck, shattering the defense and throwing everything into chaos. The remaining swarm launched fire flares, forcing the scattered squads to dodge for their lives. Realizing the crisis, 𝐁𝐞𝐿 diverted half his firepower to support ship number 2. "Don't tame panic," he shouted. "Switch to melee blades, engage them at close range." As ship 3 nearly buckled, a sudden barrage saved them. The survivors cheered in relief. Support from ship number 1 had arrived. Morale skyrocketed as the tide finally turned. The captain swung her blade, leading a desperate charge to reclaim their firing positions. Victory seemed close. But a second swarm suddenly blotted out the sky above them. The captain froze, shouting for her team to prepare for an impossible defense. Suddenly, a massive beam of light incinerated the sky, vaporizing the entire second wave. Charred carcasses rained down. The captain looked up in shock. Who possessed such power? Atop the command ship, 𝐁𝐞𝐿's sun-piercing bow glowed. 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿. His soul power depleted. Disregarding the strain, 𝐁𝐞𝐿 consumed high-grade pills to force his mana back up. The heaven-shattering arrow was a lethal move, but the soul cost was nearly fatal. Enraged, the monsters swarmed toward him, forming a literal net of death in the sky. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 unleashed a volley of arrows, turning the horizon into a series of explosions. Not one monster could breach his defense. The steward and 𝐁𝐞𝐿 watched in silence. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 was stunned. Was this really the same useless degenerate she once knew? Amidst the carnage, 𝐁𝐞𝐿 refused to sit idly by and join the fray. "Protect the ship's tail," he roared. "We can rely on one hero forever. Move." The crew responded instantly, spreading out to defend every corner with flawless coordination. The synergy was perfect. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 herded the beasts directly into 𝐁𝐿AP's lethal range. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 unleashed bursts of light, pinning the monsters down as they scrambled to escape. "Now," 𝐁𝐿AP shouted. She launched her moon disc, aiming for a finishing blow, but the disc missed. 𝐁𝐿AP blinked in confusion. Something was very wrong here. The entire battlefield went silent. The monsters had stopped attacking and were just hovering. They chirped rhythmic signals, while the distant roar of a kunpeng shook the air. Following that roar, the swarm suddenly retreated, leaving the 3 battered ships behind. The survivors stared in disbelief. Was the nightmare finally over? Did they actually retreat? The crew reported the withdrawal. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 finally exhaled, the heavy burden finally lifting. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 frowned, confused by the sudden retreat, but continued to recover his soul power. They had finally escaped the kunpeng's territory. For now, the hunt was over. Victory. The female crew erupted in wild cheers, completely abandoning their composure. Relief washed over the transport ship. They had actually escaped that legendary monster. The butler remained stoic, knowing their survival was solely thanks to Yun Xiang. Even Yunjin was baffled. How did he know the Kunpeng's hidden traits? Yun Xiang cut the comms to rest, leaving the battered ships to limp home. Exhaustion finally hit. Yun Xiang collapsed near the family, his consciousness fading fast. Ruo Wei carried him as the soldiers stood tall, saluting their young hero. He was out cold, unaware of the respect he had just earned. 4 hours later, the docking sirens blared. Yun Xiang woke to find Ruo Wei nearby. He rushed to the window. Finally, he was back in this familiar place. Yongan City, a fortress metropolis carved into the heaven capital's treacherous southeast border, flanked by the 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐂𝐈𝐁𝐋𝐄 Kingdom and the deadly Nam Huang mountain range, the ultimate military shield, guarding the central plains from devastating monster tides. 20 years of peace treaties had turned this outpost into a wealthy hub. The Nam Hong Great Wall linked the peaks, creating an impenetrable joint defense. This safety sparked a massive economic boom. Fueling the city's rapid growth, the warships bypassed the port. While the transport ship arrived looking like scrap metal, the old captain immediately sought out Yun Xiang to offer his deepest thanks. He even begged for autographs for his daughters. Yun Xiang was left totally speechless. Just how many kids did he have? Suddenly, Elder Mu stepped forward to greet him. Yun Xiang beamed, hugging the old man tight. To him, it had been decades. Elder Mu was startled. After all, it had only been a few months. He couldn't know that for Yun Xiang, this reunion was a lifetime away. Xiang's smile faded as he sensed something Mu was suppressing his true power. On the surface, a rank 3. In reality, a hidden heaven-tier powerhouse. He'd always thought his grandfather was the family's only top-tier master. He never suspected his own caretaker was a monster hiding in plain sight. Xiang introduced Xiaowen's family, and Mu greeted them with a polite nod. The family bowed low, sensing they were in the presence of true nobility. Shendai's eyes narrowed. As suspected, he belonged to the legendary Song clan. Elder Mu recognized her lineage. Realizing her father was an old acquaintance, he offered a private shuttle. But Shendai gracefully declined the favor. Let's grab food soon, Xiang said, checking if Xiaowen saved his ID. She patted her bag with a grin, excited for their future feast. The little girl beamed, asking if big sister Ruo Wei could join. Ruo Wei's cold exterior cracked as she blushed, not daring to refuse. Xiang agreed with a laugh, but Mu signaled it was time to move. He watched his friends depart before following Mu into the city tunnels. Suddenly, a frantic voice called out, stopping him in his tracks. Jinghua rushed over, shoving a crumpled note into his hand while blushing. Visit me, she whispered shyly before running off, leaving him stunned. Yun Xiang stood there, completely baffled by the sudden romantic encounter. Elder Mu broke his trance. A family banquet was set, and his fiancée was invited. 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐂𝐈𝐁𝐋𝐄. Just hearing that name made Yun Xiang's blood run cold. In his past life, she arrived today with a master to humiliate him. Old man Mok's urges fuel the fire. Tonight's family banquet is full of relatives who labeled him a total degenerate, but Song Van Tuong is about to show these people what a peerless genius really looks like. At Vin An's back terminal, specialized starships line the runway. One sleek vessel waits centered, ready for its VIP arrival. The driver, Backtriot, exhales a cloud of smoke, his eyes hidden behind shades in cool indifference. The Song Mansion's private chauffeur snaps out of his daze as a familiar figure finally approaches the ship. Van Tuong offers a warm greeting. Backtriot instantly switches to professional mode, ushering the young master aboard. As Van Tuong draws near, his sharp eyes catch a hidden detail. Backtriot notices the boy's strange reaction. Silent but visibly shocked, Van Tuong hides his suspicion and steps into the craft's luxury cabin. Suddenly, Backtriot spins around in disbelief. Did you actually break through to the Earth tier already? Are your broken soul veins healed? Old man Mok cuts him off, ordering him to focus on the flight path. Van Tuong stays silent, stunned. He never expected his humble driver to be a mid-stage heaven-tier powerhouse. He only realized it because the driver's own shock forced his aura to leak for a split second. Only a higher-ranking hunter can perceive the hidden stats of those below them. This driver is a monster. It seems Old Man Mok knows the truth. Meanwhile, the transport ship glides slowly into the maintenance bay. Inside, Trong Dai Kwai is dead to the world until his guards shake him awake. He sits up, totally dazed, worried by his confusion. The veteran bodyguard frantically checks his vital signs and mental state. Suddenly, Dai Kui's eyes bulge. The memories of yesterday's chaos come flooding back like a system alert. He fought alongside a legend. He jumps up, desperate to find Van Tuong and network. But they're already gone. The news hits 𝐁𝐞𝐿 like a heavy debuff. He can't believe he missed his chance to connect. Tears turn to rage as he orders an investigation. He must cling to this big thigh. Meanwhile, 𝐊𝐨𝐷𝐿 𝐁𝐞𝐭𝐫. Old Man Mok explains he used military clearance to gag the HongCorp and all passengers to avoid panic. But 𝐊𝐸 isn't finished. He has one more high-stakes quest for the old man. He needs info on those two lower domain thugs. Their compensation card is the key to their hidden identity. One look at the card and Mok recognizes it. This belongs to the 6 great noble guilds of the lower domain. The lower domain is ruled by the royal court, with 6 noble clans split into 3 powerful warring factions. The Stability faction, led by the Lin family, controls 70% of the region's economy and tech tree. The Expansionists, led by the Mulu, command half of the nation's military power and territory. Then there's the neutrals, old nobles like the Suku, who are deeply embedded in the political system. 𝐊𝐸 checks a secret note. Seeing the address, Old Man Mok warns him about his fiancée, 𝐁𝐞𝐿 sees, promising to stay within bounds. Managing his reputation is a difficult quest on its own. He then asks if the lower domain and Diluan might launch a pincer attack on the Tiandu kingdom. Unlikely. Total war would wreck the economic interests of the stability and neutral factions in the outskirts. The ship descends toward the Song mansion of the East Courtyard, kicking up dust as it touches down. Outside, a group of servants is caught in a gambling frenzy around an old man in a wheelchair. This old man is no ordinary degenerate. He's cleaning out the servants' pockets with every roll of the dice. Suddenly, all eyes shift. The crowd freezes as 𝐊𝐸 steps off the ship, catching them off guard, blaming his return for their bad luck. They scramble to hide their loot before he causes a scene. The servants snap into formation as the old man in the wheelchair greets 𝐊𝐸 with a wide grin. 𝐻𝐸. The Song Mansion's eccentric gatekeeper, 𝐊𝐸 returns the greeting with a respectful smile, 𝐻𝐸 stance, asking if the academy was fun and if he's finally brought home a wife for the Lord. 𝐊𝐸 cuts him off, secretly scanning his power level. Another mid-stage heaven tier. The mansion is full of experts. The old man invites 𝐊𝐸 to kick back and join a few rounds of gambling for old time's sake. Old Man Mok interrupts the fun. The Lord is already waiting in the main hall. Duty calls. 𝐊𝐸 politely declines, promising drinks later. 𝐊𝐸 winks, mentioning a new tea selection at the local club. He was just waiting for the young master's return to go out and paint the town red together. It was obvious that tea here referred to carnal pleasures. Yunxiang retreated in awkward silence, leaving those degenerates behind. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 trailed behind, mocking the old man for chasing girls despite being a total cripple. Without hesitation, the old man barked back. His leg was broken, but his hidden spear was still legendary. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 realized something shocking. Yunxiang had already broken through to the Earth rank. Not only was his soul vein restored, he had just scanned their true power levels. They both fell into a deep contemplation, following old Mu through the estate. Yunxiang's mind raced with every step he took. He remembered Uncle Ma, the eccentric gatekeeper who had been his closest companion since childhood. That old man hadn't just taught him gambling, he'd mastered thievery and lockpicking under his tutelage. It turned out Tam Lao was hiding his stats too, masking a mid-tier heaven rank behind a lowly facade. Soon, they reached the main hall. An elder stood there, radiating an aura of absolute majesty. This was none other than Song Jingzong, the indomitable patriarch of the Song clan. He chuckled warmly as Yunxiang stepped forward. "Grandfather, your grandson has finally returned." In a blur of speed, the patriarch appeared before him, instantly probing Yunxiang's cultivation. Finding him at Earth rank, his excitement soared. He led Yunxiang to the study to discuss the past year's battles. Yunxiang watched his grandfather with a heavy heart. He once believed the old man was just heaven tier, but this was no mere master. This was a half-saint, possessing power that dwarfed even the strongest elders. In his past life, he was too weak to see the truth. The Song family's hidden cards were terrifyingly deep. If a half-saint and 3 heaven-tier masters were wiped out by the southern tide, what hope did they have? His current preparations were nothing but a drop in the bucket. He needed more power to change fate. Suddenly, Yunxiang spun around, his instincts screaming of a hidden presence. Faintly, through the wind, he sensed the unmistakable, overwhelming pressure of a true saint rank. Was there a hidden saint in the shadows? This revelation only deepened Yunxiang's growing confusion. With so many hidden masters revealed, in his own survival plan felt like mere decoration on a sinking ship. He cursed inwardly, Did he really have to force every single one of them to ascend to sainthood? Inside the study, they sat for chess. Yunxiang won the first round easily. Catching the old man off guard, he laughed it off, claiming it was pure luck and nothing more. In reality, he was suppressing 70% of his skill. Once the servants left, the atmosphere turned cold. The patriarch slowly cleared the board, his eyes demanding another, more serious round. Yunxiang realized the old man had already received word regarding the origin tripod incident. The patriarch confirmed it, praising his grandson for becoming the host of the evil spirit. Yunxiang knew the truth of his 60-year reincarnation was too insane to be believed. He decided to claim he'd entered a secret realm and witnessed a vision of the future SN. The patriarch remained calm, his focus entirely on the shifting pieces of the chessboard. After losing again, the old man whispered, "Every piece on this board follows a set path. But what if a piece decides to leap off the board entirely?" That thought shook Yunxiang to his core. Meanwhile, across the city at the Viren and Lord's mansion, Kong Xinshin was throwing a tantrum, refusing to marry a trash like Yunxiang with broken soul veins. Her father, Gong Fan, roared in rage. Without the Song family's backing, the Kongs would be nobodies. The contract was signed 20 years ago. Besides, Yunxiang is now a hero of the origin tripod. Kong Xinshin sneered, her eyes filled with nothing but cold, aristocratic disdain. So what if he has achievements? He can even stand in the shadow of Xunsha. To her father, Xunsha was nothing but a street rat, a low-life orphan with no future. But Xinshin snapped back. Xunsha was now the powerful leader of the White Dragon Gang. Within a month, he was destined to become the host of the legendary heroic spirit, Cao Ren. To her, Yunxiang was just a lucky playboy who would never catch up to a real monster. A booming voice shattered the air, followed by a wave of arrogant, mocking laughter. The intruder insulted the Song clan's status. Kong Fam and Hin Hin recognized it instantly. In a flash of motion, a powerful figure blurred through the courtyard. Landing before them, Kong Fam gasped his father had finished seclusion. Hin Hin stared, awestruck by his skywalking. He chuckled, explaining that true flight was for gods. He was merely treading the air. Having reached the heaven tier, the Kong family head, Kong Chang, had finally returned. The realization of his breakthrough to the heaven tier left both of them completely stunned. Tran grinned at their shock, beckoning them inside to discuss their clan's next major move. Inside, Hin Hin asked how his new power ranked against the Song family's legendary patriarch. Tran snorted, claiming Song King Trung had been stuck at a low level for years. While the old man had peaked, Tran believed his own strength could now dominate him. Hin Hin urged him to use this power to forcibly cancel her engagement with Song. Kong Fam tried to warn him of the Song family's history, but Tran silenced him. He'd overheard everything and decided that Tuan Ha was a far better match for Hin Hin. Marrying the two would elevate the Kong family to heights they had never reached before. Kong Fam argued that Tuan Ha was a nobody, but Tran saw through the mask. He explained that the Song family was a dying flame that would only offer temporary safety. But Tuan Ha, the legendary system host, was their ticket back to the ancestral main house. Kong Fam was silenced, realizing the immense value of a host with hidden, godlike stats. With a heaven tier lead, the Song alliance was garbage. Tuan Ha would be their pawn. They would invest everything into him. Kong Fam marveled at his father's cold, calculating genius. Tran demanded confirmation. Was Tuan Ha truly the host of the ancient warrior, Cao Ren? Hin Hin swore it was true. Tran then asked if she could secure his absolute loyalty, blushing deeply. Hin Hin admitted their relationship had already reached the point of no return. Tran roared with laughter, slamming the table. They would break the Song engagement this instant. Kong Fam hesitated, searching for a legitimate excuse to avoid a messy, dishonorable public feud. Hin Hin struggled to find a flaw. As their previous excuses had all been invalidated, she couldn't use his broken soul veins anymore. As the Song heir had miraculously awakened them, Tran's aura exploded. He declared that a heaven tier's will was the only law needed. He looked down on the world, claiming might makes right. But Kong Fam remained uneasy. The Song patriarch was no weakling, but Tran's thirst for battle was reaching a fever pitch. He was ready to crush the Song manor. Fueled by a secret weapon he'd prepared, he revealed a 3-star pill, bought at 5 times its value from the Hong Syndicate. Meanwhile, at the Song estate, Yuntung asked the elder about transcending the destiny chessboard. The elder smiled, dodging the question while secretly analyzing the boy's strange, New power-up. He questioned Yuntung about the secret awakening he'd experienced within the ancient ruins. Yuntung hesitated, then revealed his truth. He had returned from a super-ancient timeline. He warned of a catastrophic beast tide that would soon wipe out the entire region. He described the bloody fall of the Song clan and the death of every soldier. After the kingdom fell to invaders, he had lived a life of exile and revenge, protected by a mysterious empress. He had survived long enough to reincarnate and change history. Outside the study, Moke waited until a frantic scream shattered the quiet night air. The butler, 𝐁𝐞𝐿, rushed in, looking for the elder with a face of terror. Gasping, he delivered a soul-crushing report. The situation with that person has turned fatal. Moke's calm vanished instantly. Before he could speak, Kim charged inside to warn the Lord. Elder Mu raised a hand, blocking the path. He sternly informed Tong Kim, "The Marquis and young master are handling a critical matter. No interruptions." Inside, Van Tuong finished detailing his past life, from his ultimate self-destruction to his sudden awakening from that dark illusion. Ending his tale, he gave a forced, awkward laugh. He doubted Elder Tong would ever believe such an impossible, logic-defying story. Before he could continue, Elder Tong cursed loudly. Damn it, 60 years is a full cycle. Why didn't she mention it would take that long? Hearing the mutterings, Van Tuong voiced his confusion. Ignoring it, Elder Tong asked if his Star-Lord system could truly replicate other soul generals. Everything started clicking in the old man's mind. So this was the hidden insurance his daughter-in-law had spoken of long ago. However, she likely never anticipated that this degenerate brat, Van Tuong, would waste 60 years before finally meeting his end. Van Tuong nodded in confirmation, mentioning the misunderstanding at Yuanding City. Everyone there believed he was the host for the legendary Zuo Chi. In reality, he had already secured Zuo Chi's soul jade. Admitting the truth felt like a massive weight lifting off his soul. Currently, only his grandfather truly believed him. Elder Tong then issued a stern warning. The Star-Lord system must remain a total secret. The Zuo Chi persona is the perfect shield, he noted. Continue using that fake identity to cloak the system's true existence. In his previous life, Van Tuong hadn't intentionally hidden his power. He simply didn't understand the system's true depth back then, since his first soul replication only happened 3 years later. He initially thought the system just provided danger alerts and scanning maps. Suddenly, Elder Tong stood up, stating it was time to pass on a legacy. Seeing Van Tuong's confusion, he added, "These are your mother's belongings." Every bit of secret knowledge the old man possessed had originated from Van Tuong's mysterious mother. She had prophesied his awakening either through a healed soul vein or a soul transmigration. Van Tuong felt a cold chill of disbelief. According to Elder Tong, his mother had instructed him not to be shocked when this day finally arrived. She demanded one thing, no matter what Van Tuong said or claimed. He must be trusted unconditionally. He handed over a wooden box, repeating her final words. The laws of time are absolute, and under the star web, all are mere pawns. Van Tuong froze, his jaw dropping. How did his mother know about the star web interface? Who was she really? Elder Tong admitted the chess game from earlier was just an imitation of her strategy. I couldn't grasp it. It's all up to you now. Suddenly, a massive surge of spiritual energy rippled across the sky. Both Van Tuong and his grandfather felt the atmospheric shift instantly. This wasn't a new sensation for Van Tuong. It was a weakening saint-rank aura. But this time, the resonance was terrifyingly clear. Without another word, his grandfather bolted toward the door in a panic. Shouting for Van Tuong to keep up immediately, they raced ahead, trailed by the two head stewards. Tong Kim whispered grimly that the condition of that person was rapidly deteriorating. While running, Van Tuong scanned Tong Kim's cultivation level. The reading he received left him questioning everything he knew. Was the East Wing really the only special place in this estate? Suddenly, Tong Kim noticed Van Tuong was observing him. Just as the steward opened his mouth, Elder Tong interjected, "It's fine. It is time the boy learned our family's true secrets." Arriving at the central wing, they entered an elevator hidden within a lake. Van Tuong realized they were descending into a deep cultivation abyss. As they plummeted further, the elevator bypassed the known secret chambers, diving into depths Van Tuong never knew existed. The doors opened to a massive underground sanctuary. To his shock, it looked exactly like the world above, vibrant landscapes and open air. He quickly realized it was an artificial environment powered by hidden light tech. He never imagined the Tong mansion held such power. They moved deeper through the tunnels, passing several handmaidens who were silently tending to the vast underground estate. Moments later, the group stood before the towering gates of the main palace. Elder Tong ordered the stewards to stand guard outside. With a heavy breath, he led Van Tuong into the inner sanctum. Inside, a frail man with hair as white as snow lay motionless on a bed. Elder Tong rushed over, calling him third uncle. The elder slowly opened his eyes, coughing weakly as he greeted them. Elder Tong helped him sit up, his face etched with worry. Van Tuong watched in silence, confirming that the powerful saint rank aura he felt earlier was radiating from this dying man. He had never met this man in his past life. A saint rank master. He must be the host of an incredibly ancient soul general. The man was clinging to life by a thread. He felt his end approaching. Knowing he had less than a single month left, his eyes finally drifted to Van Tuong. Elder Tong quickly introduced him. "This is my grandson, the heir of our house," the elder hummed, remembering the boy with the crippled soul vein. "So this is the third great uncle you've never met," Elder Tong explained. Van Tuong stepped forward to pay his respects to his great-grandfather. As he knelt, the elder sensed his earth-rank cultivation. Discovering the soul vein was fully healed, the dying man's eyes filled with joy. Suddenly, Van Tuong reached out, gently supporting his great-grandfather's trembling hand. Yunxiang frantically commands the system to clone the spirit soul, but the interface remains frozen. Panic surges through him as the system window refuses to respond. Without warning, a wave of agonizing pain crashes over the old man. Elder Tong watches in horror as a violent, saint-tier aura erupts from Old Man Gu, catching everyone off guard. Both Yunxiang and Elder Tong are blasted back. Luckily, the elder's half-saint cultivation allows him to deploy a protective barrier. Yunxiang is hurled into the air, yet he manages to stabilize his footing and remain standing. Impressed that the boy withstood a saint-rank shockwave unharmed, Elder Tong praises him. Suddenly, Yunxiang recognizes this terrifying energy. Recalling a familiar sensation, he asks, could he be the hidden saint-rank powerhouse of the Tong family? The aura gradually vanishes, leaving the old man coughing violently as Elder Tong rushes to his side, gasping for air. The elder explains that his life force is like a cracked vessel, leaking his very essence. Saint-tier soul energy is uncontrollably pouring out of his failing body. Noticing Yunxiang survived the pressure, the old man smiles with pride. He truly is the son of those two legends. He realizes Tong Zhang brought the boy here for elite cultivation, a fact the elder confirms. Elder Tong explains that Yunxiang experienced a miraculous awakening, recovering his soul power and gaining massive strength within a secret realm. He reveals a grim vision of the future. In 1 month, a south desolate beast tide will devour Eternal City. Stunned by the prophecy, the old man asks if anyone from the Tong family survived the slaughter. Yunxiang's answer is blunt: total annihilation. Both elders freeze in shock before Tong Zhang finally regains his composure. Even if the vision from the illusion realm seems impossible, they cannot afford to ignore the warning. The time has come to unveil the truth. The old man decides he must tell Yunxiang everything personally. Yunxiang sits cross-legged, focusing his attention on the revelation to come. The elder reveals he is Tong Ping Chuan, one of the 8 generals of Heaven Capital and host to the Caoren spirit. Yunxiang shouts in disbelief. This truth completely shatters the history he remembered from his previous life. Furthermore, his system had no reaction during their contact. Despite the confusion, Elder Tong firmly confirms the general's legendary identity. The elder wonders why Yunxiang didn't see him in the future vision. Master Chuan admits he likely wouldn't survive until the catastrophe, a fact Yunxiang grimly confirms. In that future, the host of the Caoren spirit was a young man named Xunxia. Chuan explains that once his life ends, the spirit will return to a soul jade to find a new host. That youth must be his successor. Rage and regret fill Elder Tong. Hating his inability to find a cure for his third uncle, Master Chuan sighs, accepting his fate. But the conversation shifts back to Yunxiang's mysterious knowledge. Elder Tong asks if any longevity pills exist. The Tong family would sacrifice their entire fortune for just one. After a moment of silence, Yunxiang nods. They do exist. A 7-star pill adds 3 to 7 years. An 8-star adds up to 10. And a 9-star pill grants over 30 years of life. Hope ignites in Elder Tong's eyes. He asks if Yunxiang can use his royal connections to obtain one. Yunxiang smirks playfully, telling the elder there is no need to involve the imperial family. He nonchalantly reveals that he knows the secret formulas to craft all 3 legendary pills. The revelation leaves Elder Tong in total shock. He lunges forward, grabbing Yunxiang's shoulders in desperate excitement, stunned that his grandson mastered alchemy. He listens as Yunxiang gently explains the situation. The higher-tier pills are currently beyond my reach. Yunxiang admits calmly, but I can successfully refine a 7-star life-prolonging pill right now. Elder Tong still cannot believe his ears. Even royal alchemists struggle with 6-star pills, possessing a mere 10% success rate. Instead of arguing, Yunxiang reaches into his robe and produces a pill radiating an overwhelming medicinal aura. Even Master Chuan stares in wide-eyed amazement, his voice failing him as he senses the pill's power. He confirms it is at least a 7-star grade. Elder Tong stands paralyzed, unable to find his words. To their horror, Yunxiang reveals it is an 8-star Heaven Soul Pill he refined on his way here. It can instantly boost a Heaven-tier cultivator's power by a full sub-realm with 0 side effects. However, this legendary power-up is a one-time miracle for any user. The mention of the Heavenly Spirit Pill leaves both elders frozen in shock. Their pupils shrink to pinpoints as Van Tuong hands the legendary treasure to his grandfather without hesitation. Van Tuong previously assumed the old man was just an average heaven-rank cultivator. Now, realizing the gravity of the situation, he leaves the final decision on how to use it to his grandfather. Elder Song's gaze is locked onto the divine medicine, unable to pull his eyes away from its glow. His entire body trembles with excitement as he grips the bottle. Effective immediately, he grants Van Tuong the same absolute authority as the head of the Song family. Every resource and soldier is now at his beck and call. His only mission is to find a way to refine a life-extending pill for Great-Grandpa Chuan. Remaining perfectly composed, Van Tuong speaks calmly. Grandpa, don't worry. First, I need to perform a thorough diagnostic on Great-Grandpa's body. As Van Tuong reaches out to check his pulse, Great-Grandpa Chuan suddenly pulls his arm back. He offers his right hand instead, explaining that the other is a high-tech bioprosthetic. To answer Van Tuong's confusion, he opens his robes to reveal a body scarred and patched with machinery. During the Great War years ago, he lost half his body and nearly his life. To survive, he faked his death and has been hiding beneath the Song Manor ever since. Looking at the artificial limb, old Chuan chuckles with a hint of nostalgia. It looks remarkably like the real thing, doesn't it? Everything finally clicks for Van Tuong. No wonder the Star Master system didn't trigger earlier. He should have noticed the mechanical interference much sooner. He senses something off about the limb. It isn't a product of this era, but likely ancient technology recovered from some forgotten ruins. The moment he touches the old man, the system window flashes a notification. A Star Soul General host has been detected. As the scan continues, the system finally identifies the legendary soul within the Great Cao Ren. A faint smile appears on Van Tuong's face, but it is quickly cut short by a sudden system error warning. A 7% corruption is detected within the Cao Ren Star Soul. As the auto repair begins, Van Tuong's sudden shout of surprise leaves both elders filled with anxiety. Shaking off the shock, Van Tuong refocuses his attention on Great-Grandpa's deteriorating condition. He concludes that the missing physical body is disrupting the Star Soul meridians. He asks if Great-Grandpa's cultivation rank has been frozen since the day he was wounded. Old Chuan confirms the grim truth. Not only has his power stopped growing, but it has begun to recede. For years, he has relied on rare spiritual herbs just to slow his inevitable degeneration. Van Tuong now understands exactly what needs to be done. His first priority is to gather materials for a life-sustaining pill. After that, he will find a way to regrow the old man's missing flesh. Hearing this, Old Chuan's expression shifts to pure shock. He asks for confirmation. Unable to believe such a miracle is possible, can a lost body truly be restored? Van Tuong gives a calm and confident confirmation. Time is of the essence. He needs to secure the ingredients for the pill immediately and will explain the details later. He produces a bottle of 5-star Spring Awakening pills, an elite upgrade of the rejuvenation pill. It won't increase his lifespan, but it will effectively numb the old man's pain. Clutching the bottle, Old Chuan is deeply moved by the young man's kindness. Patting Van Tuong's shoulder, Elder Song tells him to go. He will personally order Song Kim and Song Mok to fulfill any request the boy has. Outside, the two loyal stewards remain on high alert, standing guard like immovable statues. Seeing Van Tuong emerge, Old Mok asks if he is returning to the East Wing. Van Tuong tells them to stay and wait for further orders. He heads toward the elevator. During the ride, he begins to investigate the strange error reported by his system. According to the system interface, an unknown cause, has corrupted the Star Soul General's core stats. The system is currently repairing the damaged sectors. The timer shows 1,400 seconds remaining. Soon, he arrives at the Grand East Mansion, inside Van Tuong's private quarters. A group of maids is frantically cleaning and preparing the room. The atmosphere is incredibly tense. 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿 finally finishes her work and sighs in relief. She hopes the young master will be satisfied with her efforts. Song Lam snorts in disdain. Openly calling Van Tuong a worthless degenerate, she asks 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿 if she has forgotten how he used to bully them. 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿 blushes in embarrassment, stubbornly defending Van Tuong despite his past. Glaring at the scented oils on the table, Song Lam mocks 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿 for being so thoughtful toward such a lecherous man. 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿 fires back, stating that Van Tuong is no longer a loser. His cultivation has finally awakened and he has changed. Song Lam laughs even harder. If he isn't a loser, then calling him a lecherous cultivator must be perfectly accurate. The two girls continue to bicker until Thon Dai intervenes. She warns them both to show proper respect when Van Tuong returns. Under Thon Dai's authoritative gaze, both girls immediately fall silent and obey. Nearby, Zissou stretches lazily and complains about being hungry. But she doesn't escape Thon Dai's sharp eyes and gets a stern lecture. Thon Dai won't tolerate any laziness. Zissou offers a playful and mischievous apology, trying to lighten the mood. Song Lam scolds Zissou for being a lazy donkey. Hearing the commotion, Thon Dai's expression turns serious. With a cold gaze, Thon Dai asks the group if they have completely forgotten their manners and rules. Zissou faked a bathroom break to ditch her chores. Qing Dai relented, and she skipped away in triumph. Her real objective, infiltrating the kitchen to snatch some secret snacks. Outside, she ran into Tavan and immediately barked orders like a bossy senior. Despite being younger, Tavan remained stoic. With a cold "oh," she simply walked away, fuming at the disrespect. Zissou chased her, mimicking Qing Dai's nagging to no avail. Tavan's indifference was absolute. Frustrated, Zissou blocked her path and screamed, "You'll be hauling fertilizer tomorrow." Suddenly, a hand gripped Zissou's head. "Who's hauling what?" Startled, Zissou turned around. Her eyes widened, instantly filling with tears of joy. Standing before her was the one and only Yunxiang. Speechless, she lunged into a hug. Yunxiang laughed. "Easy, Don, get snot on me." Tavan watched silently. Long Shen realized, this is Song Yunxiang, the evil soul's host. Setting the chaotic Zissou aside, Yunxiang confronted Tavan. Her gaze was chillingly cold. He didn't remember her from his past life. Zissou quickly chimed in with the answer. "She's just a useless apprentice maid from the outer court." Zissou spot. As Zissou rambled, Yunxiang activated his system interface to scan the target. Scan complete. Tavan was a Diluan Kingdom spy with mid-yellow tier cultivation. A hidden microchip was masking her true power level to deceive everyone. Zissou mocked Tavan's flat chest, boasting her own assets. Yunxiang remained speechless. Hearing the noise, 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿 rushed out to see the commotion. Overjoyed by his return, she cheered. Qing Dai and Tung Lam followed close behind. Qing Dai was stunned, reaching Earth tier in 1 year. This was monstrous power leveling. Yunxiang scanned her back, early Earth tier. She was clearly no ordinary maid. He suspected his grandfather had planted her as a secret protector in the vault. Old Man Song eventually left, giving 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐿 a final, decisive command. Every resource and soldier in the Song family was now under Yunxiang's control. His orders were absolute law. 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐿 bowed, accepting the new family head. The elite shadow guards were summoned to protect Yunxiang at all costs. 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐿 was shocked. Before he could speak, the old man confirmed the transfer. Full command of the shadow guards belonged to Yunxiang. He was their new master. Inside, Yunxiang was treated like royalty. The maids bustled with joyful energy. This luxury felt nostalgic. For a moment, he missed the simplicity of his old life. Zissou served him tea. Sipping it, Yunxiang carefully observed the room's atmosphere. He whispered a secret quest to Zissou. "Watch Tavan. She's dangerous." Zissou nodded, her expression suddenly turning sharp and serious. She'd sensed something off too. Yunxiang then dismissed the staff to rest. They obeyed instantly, treating him like a young king. Qing Dai left last. "I am right outside if you need me," she promised. Yunxiang then faced the box. It looked plain, but the system detected a level 3 security array guarding it. Without the password, Yunxiang ordered the system to hack the encryption. He recalled his grandfather's riddle, under the stellar net. Everything is a chessboard. What was the hidden meaning? The answer remained out of reach. Hack success. 12 codes appeared. He entered one that felt strangely familiar. Access granted. As the lid opened, Yun Xiang's expression turned to pure shock. Inside lay a legendary relic, the Star Step Gate. This was the key to the forbidden techniques of the Black Armor Guards. Those 3 words are a total taboo within the Black Armor Guards. No one dares speak them. Moving on, he inspects the jade artifact. The craftsmanship on this jade lock is exquisite, though its true purpose remains a mystery for now. As he picks up the mask, it resonates and activates. Inscriptions glow on its surface. All beings are formless and form follows the heart. Van Tuong struggles to grasp its meaning. 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐷𝐸𝐿. The mask has no eye holes, making him wonder how anyone could see through it. Driven by curiosity, he presses it to his face. To his shock, the solid surface is transparent from the inside, granting him perfect vision. Looking in the mirror, the mask is completely invisible, but after a moment, a chilling sensation tells him something is wrong. He stares at the reflection and breaks into a cold sweat. His eyes nearly pop out as he sees his past life self, a 60-year-old man. Hearing his muffled scream, Thon Dai grows suspicious and pushes the door open to investigate. Caught off guard, Van Tuong can't find a way to hide, seeing a strange old man in his place. Thon Dai freezes in shock. She instantly draws her dagger, her killing intent rising as she demands to know his identity. Meanwhile, Old Mu arrives with 2 shadow agents. Following protocol, Thon Dai orders the agents to wait below while she heads up to report the intruder. Standing behind Old Mu are 2 young elites. The brown-haired one is 𝐊𝐥𝐥𝐿, a man of cold, serious discipline. Beside him is Ma Jinhua, a playful and eccentric white-haired youth. Upstairs, Thon Dai charges into Van Tuong's room. Seeing the elderly stranger again, she enters a high-alert combat stance and demands to know where her master is hidden. Trapped in a misunderstanding, Van Tuong tries to explain, but Thon Dai lunges at him with a lethal strike before he can speak, utilizing his insane reflexes. Van Tuong effortlessly catches her wrist and pins her down with a single expert move. Just as she prepares to scream for reinforcements, he quickly covers her mouth to keep his secret safe. While holding her, he recalls the phrase, "Form follows the heart." Could this artifact actually shapeshift based on his thoughts? He decides to test it. A second later, he transforms into an exact double of Thon Dai, leaving her paralyzed with absolute terror. A mischievous smirk plays on Van Tuong's face as he realizes the power he now holds. This thing is incredible. It revealed his true form first, because that's how he still perceives his own soul deep inside. Suddenly, footsteps thunder toward the room. The others are rushing up after hearing the commotion. Van Tuong reverts to his original form just in time. Though his awkward position with Thon Dai looks incredibly suspicious to the newcomers, he tries to play it off as a joke. Ma Jinhua grins, praising him as a legendary player and a true role model for the squad. Old Mu clears his throat and reminds him of tonight's banquet, bringing up his arranged fiancée, 𝐊𝐥𝐥𝐿. Once again, having heard this 1,000 times, Van Tuong dismisses the topic with a tired wave of his hand. A flustered Thon Dai finally realizes the truth. Before she can expose him, he signals her to keep the mask a secret, feeling guilty. She steps aside to fix her clothes, while Van Tuong asks Old Mu the real reason for his visit. Old Mu remains tight-lipped for now. Inviting Van Tuong to speak privately in the study, he tells Thon Dai to clear the room. Once inside the study, he asks if she was an agent planted by his grandfather. Backed into a corner, Old Mu has no choice but to reveal the hidden truth. She is an Earth-tier expert from the Tong household's second shadow unit, essentially one of Old Mu's own elite subordinates. The mention of the shadow guards triggers a flashback of his past life, remembering those who died to get him out of Vin and City. Old Mu explains the system. Unit 1 handles combat, Unit 2 gathers intel, and Unit 3 provides personal protection. By the Old Lord's decree, Van Tuong is now the sole master of the entire Shadow Guard network. Next, Old Mu introduces the 2 shadow leaders standing before him, the heads of the first and second units. Van Tuong is speechless when he hears their codenames, 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐷𝐸𝐿 and 𝐊𝐥𝐿𝐥𝐿. The 2 warriors immediately kneel in total fealty. Their professional aura and immediate submission leave a deep impression on the young master. He comments on their interesting names. Old Mu explains they were orphans named by Van Tuong's mother, the third lady. At the mention of his mother, 𝐊𝐥𝐥𝐿's expression softens with deep, unspoken gratitude. He reveals his name comes from a hero of an ancient civilization, while Ma Jinhua's name belongs to a legendary demon god before his mother found them. They were just nameless outcasts with no family to claim. They would have perished in the slums if not for her. Super ancient civilization. The term echoes in Van Thuong's mind. He wonders what kind of background his mother truly had and how it connects to his parents' mysterious disappearance. His memories of them are a blank slate. All he knows is that they vanished 16 years ago, leaving no trace behind. To the outside world, it was just a tragic, sudden end for his parents. Van Thuong was only 2 when it happened, a total blank slate. In his degenerate years, he lived for the thrill, never questioning the dark past. After decades of survival and bloodshed, those old memories had almost faded into exhaustion. Time had erased their faces. But a sudden chill crawled up his spine. Had he missed a crucial piece of the puzzle? Van Thuong turned to 𝐊𝐥𝐸𝐷, his gaze sharp. Are you absolutely certain their deaths weren't linked to the incident 16 years ago? 𝐊𝐥𝐸𝐷 flinched, unable to give a straight answer. Van Thuong wasn't surprised. He knew that hesitation all too well. In his previous life, the truth about his parents was a secret buried under layers of silence. He wouldn't push the old man. Instead, he ordered the team to prepare for a visit to the Song family cemetery. Back in the room, Van Thuong glanced at Theng Dai. He asked 𝐊𝐥𝐸𝐷 if the Shadow Guard was now officially under his command. 𝐊𝐥𝐸𝐷 nodded. It was only natural. He summoned the guard to pay her respects to the new master. As the sole master of the hidden guards, Van Thuong watched as Theng Dai knelt in submission. She had been his silent protector for years. Recognizing her loyalty, he pulled out a glowing cultivation pill, a legendary reward for her service. The moment the pill appeared, the room froze. 𝐊𝐥𝐸𝐷 and the others nearly jumped out of their skins. To an expert eye, the aura was unmistakable. A 6-star grade treasure that would fetch millions on the open market. Seeing their shock, Van Thuong clarified it was a 5-star Earth Spirit pill, 0 side effects. And it guaranteed a rank up for Earth-tier cultivators. His men stared in disbelief, their minds racing. They couldn't wrap their heads around it, a 5-star pill given away so casually, an instant power-up. Theng Dai's hands trembled as she took the priceless treasure, sweat beading on her brow, even in the imperial capital. This was a priceless relic, but to Van Thuong he had plenty more where that came from. He needed loyal soldiers. To survive the coming war, he would force evolve his inner circle into absolute monsters. He looked at his men, giving them hope. Work hard, and every one of you will receive the same. They hit the floor in unison, swearing a blood oath of loyalty. Their lives now belonged to him alone. With his forces solidified, he ordered the car readied. He also signaled the intelligence unit to hunt down a new target high above the capital. The escort cruisers tore through the clouds at breakneck speeds. While guarding the Song family shuttle, 𝐊𝐥𝐸𝐷 asked, "Why is a veteran like you tagging along for a graveyard visit?" Old Tam just gave a knowing, mysterious grin. The young master who returned wasn't the same man who left. Inside the ship, Van Thuong was already moving his next pieces, sending a massive list of rare ingredients to the Hong Syndicate. At the other end, the chief manager stared at the screen, his face turning pale with confusion. Many of these herbs were myths he'd have never even heard of. He'd need top-tier experts just to track them down. After the call, the manager hurried through the gilded halls to the main sanctuary. Bowing deeply to his superior, before him stood 𝐁𝐞𝐿, the cold and brilliant heiress of the Hong merchant empire. She scanned the report on Van Thuong, a sharp, predatory smile playing on her lips. How interesting. She didn't want a middleman. She decided then and there to meet the Song family marquis in person. Deep within a forbidden valley, floating islands hovered in the mist. Defying the laws of nature, a lone rider on a high-tech bike tore through the wasteland. It was a Tan, moving like a shadow. She transmitted her encrypted ID to the security grid, waiting for the system to authorize her entry. Once cleared, she didn't slow down. She drove headfirst into the heart of a massive thundering waterfall. It was a cloaked entrance. Behind the water, a massive steel fortress roared to life. Opening its gates, she skidded to a halt inside the hangar, pulling off her helmet with a heavy sigh of relief. But the peace was short-lived. A young girl, Dunam, came running out, her face drenched in tears. She collapsed into a Tan's arms, sobbing so hard she couldn't even form words. A Tan's heart sank. What happened? Weren't T supposed to be in the north with the master? Through the sobs, the truth came out. They were ambushed. The master had fallen into a trap set by the Diluan kingdom. A Tan froze, her helmet clattering to the floor. Without a word, she sprinted toward Medical Bay 3. Inside the treatment room, The air was thick with tension. The medics were desperate. But the poison was far beyond their skill. 12 attempts. 12 total failures. Yet, they refused to surrender her to death's door. Atan burst inside, her voice trembling. On the bed, her mentor's eyes fluttered open, weak. Bal. And fading fast. Panic surged through her. How could a heaven-tier powerhouse like her master be reduced to such a pathetic state? That fading voice belonged to Soa Nuong, the legendary ace assassin of the Taiyuan Guild. One look at those blackened, mutated veins, and Atan knew a lethal toxin was taking hold. Her physical wounds are minor. The medic sighed. But a cursed poison is devouring her very soul veins. Atan's heart sank into her chest. This wasn't just poison, it was a mystery she couldn't solve. Could it be? Is Taiyuan's top-tier technology truly powerless against a single toxin? 12 formulas. 0 results. The medic groaned. We were just stalling the inevitable with brain blockers now. Time was a luxury they didn't have. The system interface showed a mutation never seen in this era. The Taiyuan database came up empty. No cure. No data. No hope. That is, until the research revealed a chilling truth hidden in the cells. Molecular soul links. Cross-coded toxins. This was the forbidden craft of the ancient alchemists. A spark lit in Atan's eyes. An alchemist, could a master of the old ways actually save her? In theory. Yes. The medic replied grimly. But Eastern alchemy is a dead art of intuition and luck. It's all based on the master's personal instinct, something no medical machine can ever replicate. As the medical system failed, Atan's mind raced back to the mysterious Yunxiang. He had left her a gift, claiming she'd need it. She grabbed his storage card. Check these. Now, she dumped the contents. A cascade of glowing bottles hitting the clinical table. The medics gasped. 3-star rejuvenation pills, and dozens of unidentified high-tier treasures. There were pills for cultivation bursts, and others for massive combat stat buffs. Suddenly, a plain white bottle caught the lead medic's eye. He popped the seal and sniffed. His eyes widened in shock. Analyze this. This scent. It might actually be the antidote. Sinam stammered in disbelief. Where did you get these? Did you rob the Hong Merchant Guild? A friend gave them to me. Atan deflected. Seconds later, the analysis screen flashed green. A perfect match. The pill's molecular structure was the literal antithesis of the toxin. The white powder neutralized the poison instantly in the simulation. Sinam let out a joyful cheer. The calculation was precise. 2.5 pills would be enough to purge the corruption. The bottle held exactly 3. Fate, or a calculated move. Atan's thoughts drifted back to Yunxiang. Just who is that man? Meanwhile, deep within the shadows of the Taiyuan headquarters, a hooded messenger knelt before the throne of the great priestess. Shrouded in a dark, majestic aura, draped in ancient ceremonial robes, she radiated the terrifying presence of a true high-ranking master. On her screen, Yunxiang's combat logs played on loop. Report on Soa Nuong. She commanded coldly. The poison was neutralized, Your Eminence, by pills provided by Target 691, a name she knew all too well. Song Yunxiang. She swiped her screen, her eyes narrowing. Soul replication. Has he been possessed by a ghost of the past? But if it's him, why? Ignore the perfect vessel I prepared so carefully. The great hall fell into a heavy silence as the priestess's mind twisted through a web of conspiracies far away. At the Song family cemetery, the air was still and heavy with ancient secrets. Yunxiang burned ritual paper, sneezing suddenly. Which bastard is talking behind my back now? Probably some girl missing you. Ma Qinhua joked, before a stern cough from Lao Mak silenced him. Yunxiang wasn't just here to mourn. His system scan revealed the truth. The grave was empty, a cenotaph, a fake. Was his grandfather trying to deceive the entire world? The faceless mask item had already proven his parents were no ordinary people. What secret did they vanish with? Suddenly, Ma Qinhua's watch buzzed with a priority alert. Zhou file is in. He's a slum-born, degenerate, and grave robber with a prison record. He's recently formed a new criminal syndicate called the White Dragon Gang. Acting as guild leader, he loots graves to survive. Yunxiang demands his current coordinates. He's holed up at Abandoned House 13. Dog Alley. Shadowguard Unit 2 is watching. News in hand. Yunxiang moves out. At the mausoleum, the elders remain on guard. The third elder warns that Kong Shinshin is a viper, not to be trusted. Since Yunxiang has awakened his power, There's no need for this strategic marriage alliance. Halt the wedding. 𝐊𝐨𝐧𝐬𝐭𝐞𝐫 worries the old Marquis won't tolerate such a dishonorable betrayal. With a heavy sigh, the elder begins to weave a new plan. Let Yunrui take the engagement. That fool loves her. Let him be the sacrificial lamb. Besides, the third madam had already betrothed Yunxiang to an older woman years ago. The team emerges and boards the Song airship, soaring toward North City under a blood-red sunset. Number 13 is a rotting carcass of a house, desolate and forgotten by the city. A buck-toothed lackey hauls a massive sack through the gate, his face twisted with greed. A legendary hall boss, Zuo Chi, snarls, "Call me guild leader, you worthless degenerate," fawning and groveling. The henchman unpacks the stolen treasures before Zuo Chi's feet. With a sycophantic grin, he asks which loot they should keep for themselves. While his crew waits outside, Zuo Chi silently calls upon Elder Du for a secret appraisal. Suddenly, a phantom voice resonates from within his consciousness. Answering the call, the elder identifies the high-tier items. Zuo Chi acts the expert, leaving his henchmen bewildered. Zuo Chi demands a 7% cut, covering all bribes and logistics. Total exploitation. The terms are so ruthless that even his own men feel the sting of greed. Zuo Chi doesn't care. He controls the black market. His word is the ultimate decree. Deliver the terms to those outside. Zuo Chi commands with cold, piercing authority. Payment in 30 days. One word of protest, and their money is frozen another month. He tosses the trash aside, unaware that two predators are tracking his every move, hidden within a stealth formation. Yunxiang and Ma Jinhua watch the scene unfold. The array distorts light and kills sound, the ultimate weapon for a silent assassination. Soul fluctuations are completely masked. Yunxiang signals for a lethal, close-range observation. "Follow me," Yunxiang whispers, ghosting through the shadows toward his target. They scale the roof in silence. Below, Zuo Chi is conversing with an invisible entity. "Any items to boost my cultivation stats?" The mysterious voice replies with a firm no. It was a long shot. Even a lucky degenerate can T-strike gold every time. This haul still nets 100,000 credits. Is Cao Ren ready to become the host? A voice from the ring confirms. Total synchronization is the only path to true power. The host's life flame is burning out. On the roof, Yunxiang narrows his eyes. This Zuo Chi isn't the one from his previous life. The soul waves are different. Then his gaze locks onto the ring. That fluctuation, that is the person he once knew. Meanwhile, at the Mecha Institute, contact is established with Tang Jinshui's team. Tang Jinshui reports a harrowing journey, but the entire squad has survived the ordeal. Back at the Institute, the pressure is mounting. The engineers are working themselves to death. Master 𝐁𝐞𝐿 is overseeing a priority shipment commissioned by the Academy Director. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 reassures. A technical breakthrough is coming within 3 days. Once the bottleneck is cleared, mass production of the mecha units will begin. Confidence radiates from him. If materials arrive, they'll hit Master Song's deadline with ease. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 worked the controls, preparing a massive surprise for his master. He'd pulled an all-nighter, crafting a masterpiece to dazzle Grandmaster Tong. It featured ironclad defense, explosive firepower, and high-altitude mobility. The screen flickered to life, revealing the ultimate Wei Yuan mecha. He was certain this genius design would secure his place as a core disciple. Xiao Yue offered a half-hearted compliment, seeing only a messy equipment mashup. The soul power drain for such a beast would be astronomical. After the lecture, the factory staff ignored Thang Kim Thui's desperate pleas. Thang Kim Thui pivoted to raw materials, leveraging his in-law's mining empire. He offered priority supply, which the staff accepted pending 𝐁𝐞𝐿's approval. The line went dead before Kim Thui could utter another syllable. Desperate, he sought out old connections at the Heaven Forge Academy. He needed a win to prove his worth to his skeptical in-laws. Meanwhile, Van Tuong's stakeout was interrupted by news of Kong Hin's arrival, but Van Tuong's eyes were locked onto a mysterious ring. The soul fluctuations were hauntingly familiar. Who was this man truly? Ma Kim-hoa identified the newcomer, Kong Hin of the Kong clan, his supposed fiancé. What business did she have in this place? She was close, but Van Tuong doubted he was the target of her visit. Word was, she was secretly involved with the White Dragon Gang's leader. Ma Kim-hoa tried to dismiss the rumors as baseless gossip. Van Tuong didn't care about the scandal, only the ominous aura of that ring. Ordering a full-scale surveillance, he handed over 200 high-tier stealth talismans. Kim was floored. 200. These were top-tier invisibility tools. Van Tuong. They were just weakened prototypes for his shadows. So, 𝐁𝐞𝐿 felt like he'd just inherited a fortune. He quickly excused himself to deploy the elite charms, 𝐊𝐥𝐥𝐿. Van Thuong prepared for a banquet that promised to be eventful. At the Tong estate, a red-robed woman descended from a sleek warship. Tong Van Tu and her son were already there. Tongues, sharp with venom, they mocked her for returning home. Van Cam simply ignored the noise. She radiated a cold beauty. Nearby, Van Thuong's squad prepared for departure, dressed to kill. Van Thuong was greeted by his loyal commanders. The stage was set. Let's move, he commanded. Inside, Patriarch Tong Jingzhong scanned the room for his eldest son, Madam. He explained he was tied up with urgent military matters. The old man frowned. And the second son, he was supposedly socializing. Madame Trin stammered, her excuses growing thinner by the second. The patriarch slammed his cup down. Bring that brat home immediately. A concubine stepped in, mentioning a massive deal with the 𝐊𝐥𝐥𝐲s. The old man grunted, dismissing the Zhongs as mere nouveau riche. When Van Thuong entered, the patriarch's anger instantly dissolved into a smile. The concubine warmly welcomed him, asking about his progress at the academy. In his memories, she was the only one who showed him genuine kindness. Was it because she once served as a humble maid in this house? Elder Song gestures for Yun Xiang to sit beside him, shocking the entire room. Aunt Zhao catches a heavy scent of alchemy. Is that a rare pill? She smirks. The aroma signals a 3-star rank. Yun Xiang recalls her past life pharmaceutical expertise. She was once a top-tier secretary with deep medicinal knowledge. Now she runs the family's medicine guilds. Madam Cheng notes second uncle's absence. Second, uncle is a cold businessman who values profit over any family bond. In my past life, he viewed me as an absolute degenerate. Madam Cheng is equally greedy, focusing only on the clan's bottom line. Yet, they still prioritize family honor. Where is first uncle, I ask. Madam, he explains his burden. He's currently guarding the southern barren wall. A righteous general who once despised my former playboy lifestyle and weakness. I remember him as peak earth tier. Was that just a hidden stat? Suddenly, a booming voice echoes throughout the entire banquet hall. It's the young genius Song Yun Chi and the North Court butler, Madam. He scolds Yun Chi's messy attire. He charmingly deflects with school excuses. She sighs, giving up. Elder Song waves off the strict family etiquette. This dinner is a casual welcome home for our newly returned hero. Yun Chi calls me kid. I scoff. No respect for your older brother. Yun Chi is the pride of first uncle's lineage, a true combat prodigy. He hit earth tier at 16. His ego is as massive as his talent. Arrogant. Yes, but he died a hero defending the city from beasts. Now, he challenges me. Surpasse me. And I'll finally call you big brother. He's early earth tier. I stand up, a calm smile on my face. He mocks my old Huang tier stats. 1 year of training changed nothing. Then, my aura explodes. The shockwave leaves Yun Chi gasping for air. An earth tier pressure, radiating from a former degenerate. It's impossible. The madams scream in disbelief. Was that pill aroma coming from him? Aunt Zhao realizes the truth. The legend's son is finally awakening his power. Yun Chi's world crumbles. He cannot accept this sudden, overwhelming power gap. My soul veins are healed. Call me big brother, I command him. He hesitates. We're the same rank. I'm still the family's #1 genius. I don't argue. I simply pop a high-grade pill into my mouth. Blinding light erupts. The system interface surges with raw, concentrated spiritual energy. He's breaking through. Yun Chi shouts, stumbling back from the intense pressure. Mid-earth tier reached. Yun Chi instantly falls to his knees, begging for mercy. You're my true brother, my only leader. He clings to my leg. His total 180-degree turn is pathetic. He stares at the remaining pills greedily. I'll call you grandpa for just one of those, he desperately shouts. Elder Song smacks his head. Stop talking nonsense, you little brat. Yun Chi acts like a loyal puppy now, desperate for a divine power-up. Aunt Zhao's eyes widen. Is that the legendary 5-star Earth Spirit pill? Silence falls over the room as her words hit like a hammer. Even the imperial family would kill for a treasure of this ranking. Elder Song smirks. These people have no idea how deep my power goes. Madam, he recalls that only the Duke's house possesses such a relic. Madam Cheng had her own agenda. Word was out the Hong Merchant Guild had caught a Grandmaster SI. Their 3-star pills brought massive profits. But Yun Xiang's legendary stash was truly priceless. Yun Xiang confirmed the shocker these were genuine. 5-star Earth Spirit pills. Ancient texts claim these 5-star rarities have absolutely zero side effects. One pill triggers an instant breakthrough. Sadly, Yunxiang knew it only worked once. Song Elder stayed silent. While Longshen realized these pills could evolve the Song family's power, he'd prepared himself mentally, but his heart still hammered with pure excitement. Madam, he was restless. 5-star pills were top tier, but these were for cultivation only. If these were combat class, they'd be the ultimate hidden trump card for any guild. She'd swallow her pride and beg for her kid's sake. A mother's sacrifice meant nothing. She hadn't been cruel to Yunxiang, but she was never exactly warm either. Acting too friendly now would look like a pathetic degenerate chasing easy profits. While she hesitated, Madame Cheng struck first with a calculated move. Madame 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐸𝐷 sighed, refusing to be outdone. She ordered her son to apologize immediately. Song Elder reached for his tea, but the cup vanished into thin air. Yun Chi backflipped, snatched the set, and performed a cinematic pouring technique mid-air. He offered the tea humbly. The elder was livid, but had to suppress his rage. What a brat! Yun Chi bowed like a lowly servant, begging for Yunxiang's forgiveness. Yunxiang 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐿, show me some real results, and I might just boost your stats. He considered recruiting the kid into his squad, but quickly trashed that thought. The boy had raw talent. With proper grinding, he'd hit the heaven tier soon. Yunshu and Yunjin arrived, greeting the elder. Seeing Yunxiang seated high, they froze. Yunshu smiled, but her mind raced with 1,000 questions. Why was this loser sitting in her father's seat of power? Even her profit-driven mother was acting like a loyal submissive toward him. Suddenly, Yun Rui roared, claiming Yunxiang was unworthy of such high ranking. He demanded the trash get up and leave immediately. Yunshu silenced him. She knew her son was a fool who couldn't read the room. She was a clever fox who knew when to yield to power. Yun Rui lacked talent and possessed an ego larger than a boss monster. He'd spent his time bootlicking the enemy and hating Yunxiang. He was the sole survivor of the Song clan after the Great Beast Tide. 3 years later, at Tiandu, the Black Armor Guards were wiped out. Atan died. In the Bishui Kingdom, Yunxiang met Yun Rui again during a high-stakes hunt. By then, their old blood feud had finally turned into a truce. Was the traitor Yun Rui hunted linked to the coming beast apocalypse? Is there a spy in the Song bloodline? Yunjin entered, her gaze heavy with secrets. Without that top-secret report from the pass, she'd never have believed the rumor. The hero who faced a god-tier beast was actually Yunxiang. Incredible. Yunxiang saluted her with the respect a commander deserved. To him, Yunjin was a legendary general, always struggling with guild funding. He thanked her for the transport. She admitted it was all the elder's command. The elder nodded, pleased, and offered to cover all expedition costs this time. Yunxiu mocked her sister for coming home just to collect a paycheck. Still, she wondered why her cold sister was suddenly acting so respectful to him. Her suspicions piqued. She was certain Yunxiang had triggered a secret high-tier quest. Suddenly, Yunxiang stood up, offering to settle the entire bill for the Vermilion Bird Army. The patriarch didn't object, noting Yunxiang's recent multi-million credit windfall was no small feat. Real wealth comes from capital, not manual grinding. Yunxiang replied with a humble shrug. Secretly, he realized his spending outpaced his earnings. His balance was down to mere tens of millions. His perception stats spiked. He sensed another group of high-level signatures approaching. Right on cue, Song Thung entered with his entourage, and Yunxiang greeted his uncle smoothly. Song Thung laughed heartily, slapping his shoulder and whispering about grabbing drinks later tonight. Yunxiang scanned his aura, a genuine early black tier. Looks like his uncle wasn't hiding any secret skills. With the main players assembled, the old man summoned the younger siblings, Yun Zhao and Yun Hua. Song Thung insistently gestured for Yunxiang to take a seat of honor right beside him. Yunxiang declined the invitation with a polite smile, opting for a private chat later instead. He recalled his past life. This uncle was a low-tier degenerate who barely held any family status. Then, Song Hin stepped forward to greet him, her gaze sharp and calculating. Her pupils dilated in shock. She could feel his cultivation level had undergone a massive evolution. Could he have surpassed her? He remembered her as an Earth-tier prodigy in his previous timeline, reaching that rank before 30. She was definitely a top-tier talent in the current meta. She outclassed most academy instructors. But if she wasn't the traitor, then who was the mole? Unable to solve the puzzle, Yunxiang turned his attention to his younger sister. Just as he prepared to investigate, a small figure suddenly tackled him in a massive hug. It was Yun Hoa, pouting and blaming him for neglecting her favorite snack run quests. He teased the little one, but she refused to grow up and face society's suffocating rules. Yun Hoa was the only sibling in this viper's nest that Yunxiang truly felt close to. Suddenly, another girl appeared, leaving Yunxiang momentarily stunned. It was the quiet second sister, Yunzhao. Her introverted trait made things awkward. She was exactly the type of person he couldn't handle. Under the patriarch's watchful eye, the family members finally began to take their seats. Yunxiang invited Yunhua to sit next to him, but she backed away in total fear. "That's the lecture seat. Grandpa scolds whoever sits there," she whispered, acting like a clever little devil. The patriarch scanned the room and nodded, ordering the servants to pour the ceremonial wine. Before he could speak, Yuan Qi jumped up to pour Yunxiang's drink, a move that shocked everyone. The onlookers stared in disbelief at the sudden shift in the family hierarchy. Why was this arrogant bully suddenly acting like Yunxiang's most loyal lackey? Just as the feast was about to start, Elder Mu called for a temporary halt. He reminded the patriarch about the Kong family guests, prompting the old man to take a penalty shot. He dismissed Kong Fan as a mere brat. Despite the man's prestigious title as city lord, he's just a government dog. But give him face. He grunted, agreeing to wait a few minutes. Hearing the Kong family had arrived, Yunrui's eyes sparkled as he asked about Hin Hin. Yunshu scoffed at his thirst, reminding him that Hin Hin was officially Yunxiang's fiancé. Yunrui didn't care. His arrogance was reaching critical levels as he glared at the main character. He planned to hit Earth Tier, prove his genius, and snatch that marriage contract for himself. Yunshu cringed at her brother's obsession. She could see right through Hin Hin's green tea persona. Despite the warning, Yunrui defended his goddess, accusing his sister of having a biased heart. He narrowed his eyes, wondering if Yunshu was simply jealous of Hin Hin's superior charms. She's elegant, gentle, and has a much better physical build than you do, he sneered. He glanced at Yunshu's flat chest, and she exploded in rage, ready to tear him apart. Luckily, someone intervened before Thui could cause a scene, and he rushed out to meet the Kongs. Madame Cheng's warnings fell on deaf ears. The old man had officially given up on his grandson. Soon, news arrived. Ma Kim Hoa was back and demanded a private debrief with the young master. Old Tong nodded, leading the group to a side room to discuss their next tactical move. Van Koi tried to tail them, but a slammed door and a cold glare silenced him instantly. Inside, the shadows saluted. Without wasting a breath, the old man demanded the cold, hard facts. Ma Kim Hoa pulled out the evidence, secretly snapped photos that would shatter the status quo. Van Tuang's heart sank. The photos showed Hin Hin and Tuan Ha in a scandalous, intimate embrace. The Kong patriarch hit heaven tier. They plan to dump Van Tuang publicly at tonight's gala. That's not all. The Kong clan is actively plotting to wipe the Tong family off the map. Hin Hin even brought her elders to secretly scout Tuan Ha. Every treacherous word was caught. The recording played. Their sweet talk was so nauseating, it left the entire room in shocked silence. The intel was clear. Their entire ego rested on one old man reaching the heaven tier rank. Old Tong's expression turned grim. He couldn't tell if the Kongs were brave or just suicidal. Was this a joke? He handed the final decision over to Van Tuang. How should they bleed? If you want the girl, we can reveal our hidden power and crush their little rebellion. Van Tuang didn't blink. Kill the engagement. They aren't worth revealing our true trump cards for. Old Tong hesitated. Being disrespected required a response. Even if they kept their best cards hidden, we'll use new cards. Van Tuang smirked. The guards stood there, eyes wide and completely lost. Ignoring their confusion, he produced 2 bottles of high-grade pills. The air in the room thickened. Breakthrough to heaven tier. Now, let's see if that Kong old-timer can handle 3 of you. Outside, Van Koi pressed his ear to the wood. Nothing. Not even a whisper of soul energy. Did Grandpa waste a fortune on a high-level silence array just for a chat? He wondered. A hand yanked his ear. Van Cam dragged him away, barking at him to act like a noble. Suddenly, a massive shockwave of soul power erupted, freezing everyone in the hall like stone statues. It felt like lightning. Even with the muffled sound, Van Cam recognized a heaven tier awakening. Van Koi opened his mouth to shout, but Van Cam silenced him. Something legendary was happening inside. Van Tu sensed the ripple. Her rank was low, but her instincts for power were razor sharp. She watched their faces, calculating. To her, that energy didn't just smell like power, it smelled like money. Tong Tich broke into a cold sweat. He signaled his men to stay silent and observe the anomaly. Van Koi was buzzing. He knew his brother was behind this impossible surge of divine energy. Van Cam was lost. So Van Koi spilled the tea about their brother's secret pill stash. He saw Van Tuang pop a pill and jump from early to mid-earth tier in seconds. An earth spirit pill. Van Cam's jaw dropped. That's not a snack, That's a national treasure. Van Koy beamed. He was proud of himself for sucking up to the genius young master earlier. He promised me one. If I behave, he bragged. Telling his sister to join the fan club, Van Cam tuned him out. She was fuming. To her, Van Tuong was being dangerously reckless. She thought he'd grown up. But here he was, throwing away priceless artifacts like a brat. One pill could have funded my entire Red Phoenix army for months, she cursed. Then, the realization hit. She grabbed her brother's collar, her eyes burning with desperate hope. Did you say he has more than one? She shook him until his vision started to blur. He has dozens, Van Koy squeaked. Van Cam went pala, her brain unable to process the wealth. Meanwhile, Van Tu watched the siblings like a hawk, sensing a massive shift in the family dynamic. Van Cam tried to maintain her cool. I am a commander of 800 warriors. She lied. It's just 10 legendary pills. I won't freak out. But her heart was screaming for a piece. Van Cam tried to keep his wise elder facade. But a sudden, violent surge of soul energy shattered his composure. This tremor was twice as potent as the last, radiating an overwhelming pressure through the air. The wine bottles on the table cracked instantly, and even the mighty Van Cam was forced to his knees. His eyes widened in shock somehow. Two individuals had simultaneously reached the heaven rank right beside Van Koy. His face turned deathly pale, realizing that if he hadn't been so stubborn, he might have reached the heaven tier himself. Inside the chamber, Master Song and Old Mu watched as Thandai collapsed, her body erupting with raw, untamed power. Van Tuong glanced at the protective array with a smirk. It was already buckling under the weight of 3 simultaneous awakenings. Master Song stood frozen in awe, realizing Van Tuong's mastery over arrays was just as legendary as his alchemy. Is this even the work of a human anymore? He whispered, his mind racing with disbelief. He had spent a fortune on that one-time great array, yet it was barely holding together. Old Mu was equally stunned. Seeing Van Tuong force 3 people into the heaven rank made the elder's years of secret training feel almost insignificant. After the dust settled, Van Tuong stepped forward to evaluate Thandai's new condition and hidden stats. Drenched in sweat, she couldn't believe her own strength, yet Van Tuong simply sighed, complaining she had wasted too much of his effort. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 and 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿 only needed a single pill each to reach the peak of the earth rank. Pushing Thandai to the heaven tier had drained his resources, though it was a mere 5% of Van Tuong's hoard. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Thandai pledged her life as a death warrior, vowing to follow every command until the end. She promised to be his ultimate blade. To finalize the process, Van Tuong pulled out a high-grade purification talisman. Using his hidden influence to force a breakthrough wasn't a loss. It was a strategic investment in his personal guild. The talisman activated, encasing Thandai in a sphere of pure water that scrubbed away every impurity from her skin. Once the sphere vanished, she looked flawless, showing no signs of the brutal awakening. Van Tuong then turned to the boys. With a nod, the 2 new heaven rank warriors stood up, their presence commanding and steady. 𝐊𝐥𝐷 was itching to test his soul armor in battle, while 𝐂𝐿 couldn't wait to try walking on air. Defying gravity was a dream come true. The sensation of flight was absolutely exhilarating for the young hunter. Van Tuong told them to stay low-key, reminding them that the heaven rank was just the beginning. The saint rank was the goal. With their talent, reaching the saint rank was inevitable. Suddenly, Ma Kim Hoa felt his soul energy connecting to the sky. Cao Kai Ha was shocked. Despite being at the same rank, he couldn't sense anything at all. They didn't realize that Van Tuong himself was internally reeling from 𝐂𝐿's sudden revelation, the star net. Van Tuong thought he hadn't expected 𝐂𝐿 to possess such a high level of spiritual perception. Seeing this hidden trait, Van Tuong decided to eventually equip 𝐂𝐿 with a specialized sensory-enhanced mecha suit. Master Song quickly intervened, calling the sensation the heavenly way, leaving Ma Kim Hoa completely awestruck. Believing his power originated from the divine will, 𝐂𝐿 bowed as Master Song gave Van Tuong a knowing wink. The message was clear. Grandpa was terrified. Van Tuong would accidentally mention the forbidden term Starnet. The heavenly way was a common myth across the continents, a sensation only the strongest masters could usually grasp. Cao Kai Ha was buzzing with adrenaline, asking Van Tuong for their first mission or quest. He suggested hunting down the Kong family's elite, but Van Tuong immediately shut down the idea of open war. Van Tuong's plan was more surgical: use their new power to intimidate Old Man Kong into a peaceful resolution. Ma Kim Hoa's eyes lit up as he formulated a devious plan for their upcoming encounter. He suggested that he and 𝐂𝐿𝐥𝐿 should disguise themselves as mere gatekeepers for the eastern courtyard. Thandai would act as the headmaid to greet the Kong family, Van Tuong burst out laughing, praising the brilliant trap. This psychological warfare was perfect. Nearby, Master Song and Old Mu watched their crafty descendants with silent pride. Old Mu worried about showing too much hand, but Master Song felt it was time to finally strike back. After 10 years of decline, it was time to show these fools who really held the power in this city. Master Song's crude metaphors made Old Mu cough in embarrassment, reminding the old man to mind his language. Outside the Song mansion, servants lined the path, creating an imposing corridor of power for their guests. Standing at the center, Song Van Thu watched as the Kong family's airship descended, his heart racing with anticipation. To him, the Kongs were the ultimate VIPs. Suddenly, the sky fractured with blinding streaks of celestial light. This ominous omen immediately forced Tong Van Thuy and his guards into a tense defensive stance. Van Thuy gasped in pure shock. The figure approaching was shrouded, their face a total mystery, but that airwalking technique, only a heaven-tier powerhouse could pull that off. The head butler trembled, stuttering in fear. "That's East Court attire," he barked. The Kong clan has officially reached the Tong estate. Inside the airship, Kong Hin Hin couldn't stop gushing about Tuan Ha, grilling Old Man Kong for his opinion, far superior to those lazy rich degenerates. Old Man Kong muttered, nodding his grim approval. While she was busy chatting with Tuan Ha, the elders had been analyzing his every move. Despite his poverty, his eyes burned with a hero's fire. He was a diamond in the rough. Then there was Tong Van Tuong, a loser with shattered soul veins and a trash personality compared to Tuan Ha. Realizing his granddaughter had a sharp eye for talent, Old Man Kong's praise made Hin Hin beam with pride. However, Kong Fam wasn't buying the hype. He thought the old man was exaggerating. To him, Tuan Ha was just a lowly, mysterious tier brat, weaker than a common city guard. But the elder felt something else, an otherworldly aura radiating from Tuan Ha's very core. "He's the host of the Tao Ren Star Soul," the Heaven Tier Master declared, his senses far outclassing Kong Fam's. Having served that legendary lord in the past, he knew that divine pressure all too well. Kong Fam remained doubtful. What if Tuan Ha was just using some cheap trick to deceive them? He wasn't ready to go all in on a nobody just yet. The risk was simply too high. Hin Hin snapped. She screamed at her father, fiercely shielding Tuan Ha from his insult. In her mind, Tong Van Tuong was the real fraud, faking the Zuo Chi Star Soul to scam everyone. Kong Fam's rage boiled, but the elders silenced them. "We'll use this banquet to test their true worth. If Van Tuong is garbage, I'll personally void the marriage contract." The old man sneered, welcoming the excuse, "But if he's the real deal, we'll play both sides. Keep the engagement while grooming Tuan Ha in secret." They'd wait for the perfect strike to devour the Tong family's assets. Kong Fam grinned. This was his style. They reached a dark consensus. Hin Hin didn't care about their schemes. She just wanted out. Regardless of the plan, she was going to raise hell and wreck the Tong family's reputation today. Back at the main gates, Van Thuy and the butler recoiled in absolute terror. "Are you?" The head maid from the East Court, Van Thuy, stammered, his voice trembling. Qingdai bowed coldly. "By Master Van Tuong's command, we are here to receive the Kong family guests." The butler whispered a frantic warning. These three possessed terrifying auras, likely all heaven-tier elites. Van Thuy knew. He'd seen them walking on thin air, a feat no ordinary guard could ever achieve. Those gatekeepers, they're monsters. The butler realized. They must be the Lord's secret. Elite shadows. Van Thuy thought of the legendary shadow guards. The butler hissed, "Quiet. Such secrets can get us killed." The shadow guards were the Tong clan's ultimate trump card, a mystery hidden from the world. The Lord wouldn't use them for this, the butler reasoned. Just as the Kong family's massive airship descended, the massive vessel touched down, kicking up a storm of dust in the courtyard right before them. Van Thuy scrambled to organize his men. The hatch hissed open, and Hin Hin stepped out, looking like royalty. She scanned the crowd with a bored gaze, finally asking, "All right, which one of you is Tong Van Tuong?" Van Thuy stepped forward with a slick, formal bow. Hin Hin acted impressed, putting on a fake smile. "I've heard you're a hard-working, humble young master," she cooed, playing her role to perfection. Inside, she was gagging. What an idiot, she thought. If Van Tuong is trash, his cousin must be worse. Van Thuy, the total fool, fell for it completely. He stood there grinning like a clueless puppy. One look was all it took. He was just another pathetic fanboy. She desperately wanted to spit on him. Moments later, Kong Fam and the elder disembarked, their eyes sharp as they surveyed the area. In an instant, Hin Hin transformed into the perfect daughter, showering Van Thuy with fake, honeyed praise. Song Yun Shui is desperately flexing for the Kongs. Kong Fan plays along, praising him like a brother. He's convinced this guy is a business god, the legendary genius of the Song clan. Hookah. Line. In sinker. Yun Shui starts yapping about his father's incredible legacy. He claims to be Namcha's top dog. Master Kong scoffs, seeing through the pathetic bluff. Suddenly, the old man's eyes glow with a deadly, sharp intent. Enough talk. He decides to unleash his heaven-tier aura to crush everyone's spirit. Boom! A massive shockwave of power explodes, sending the surrounding crowd tumbling backward. Yun Shui and the butler are barely hanging on, struggling against the suffocating pressure. They realize he's a heaven-tier monster. Even the Kong siblings are caught in the crossfire. Kong Fan knows the deal. His father is making a move to dominate the songs. Master Kong sneers. He almost pities them. This is what happens when your leader is weak. Everyone hits the dirt, except for Qing Dai's trio. They haven't budged an inch. Qing Dai whispers, "Akim, our turn." Then, they unleash an overwhelming counter-pressure. In a heartbeat, Master Kong's legendary aura is completely erased. Kong Fan's jaw drops. How could three random nobodies suppress a heaven-tier master? Hin Hin is baffled, asking her grandpa why he suddenly retracted his power. The butler is about to speak up, but Yun Shui cuts him off to observe. Sensing a shift, Kong Fan bows, asking for the names of these three powerhouses. Qing Dai casually reveals Kim and Ag are just gatekeepers. She's the head maid. They're only here on Master Yongzong's orders. A deathly silence falls over the crowd. Master Kong is paralyzed, drenched in cold sweat. Three heaven-tier servants. No way. Back at the banquet, Song Youngshu is reeling from the bombshell. Her mother dropped. Madame Zheng reveals the secret Song Yongxiang has the legendary Earth Spirit pills. They whisper in secret, Yungshu's mind blown by the value of such a treasure. Zheng confirms it. Yongxiang used one right in front of them like it was trash. It was so intense it forced Yunqi to his knees. Now everything finally makes sense. If he has dozens of these, a rank 5 alchemist must be backing him. This is a game changer. Yungxiu's eyes burn with pure, unadulterated ambition. She promises her mother this business will belong to the West Courtyard. Zheng looks worried about Aunt Zhao. Yungxiu nods. It's time for a perfect plan. A seed of anxiety takes root as she starts calculating her next move. With Zhao controlling the medicine trade, they'll need to play this perfectly. The study doors burst open. Elder Song leads everyone out, shocking the room. The sisters sense the lingering energy of a massive breakthrough in the air. Yunqi rushes over, whispering, Yungxiang, you're testing some crazy new power, right? Yungxiang just smirks, his silent, confirming their wildest suspicions. Yunqi goes full suck-up mode, offering to be a test subject for any new pills. As they sit, Yungshu actually stands up to pull out Yungxiang's chair. A total 180-degree flip. Yungxiang just sits, accepting her newfound respect. A servant runs in. The Kong family airship has arrived at the gate. Elder Song's face remains stoic, but his eyes dance with hidden schemes. He leans over, whispering secret orders to Butler Mew to set the stage. Master and grandson share a wicked laugh. Everyone else is just confused. Yungxiu watches closely. She knows a trap has been set for the Kongs. At the outer gate, the real show is about to begin. Thandai politely ushers the Kong clan inside, acting as if nothing happened. Kong Hin Hin struts past Tong Van Thuy arrogantly, but notices her elders are frozen. Kong Fan looks to the patriarch for a lead. Elder Kong Shuyan is paralyzed with terror. 3 heaven-tier experts in one house, and they look incredibly young. Looking closer, he realizes they are all wearing low-tier servant uniforms. This shock snaps Kong Zuyan back. He tells himself it is just a system illusion. Why would heaven-tier hunters ever serve as mere maids for the Tong family? Regaining his ego, the elder cold calls his son to move. Suspecting hidden tricks, the Kong family follows Thandai's lead, walking deeper into the manor. At a turn, Kong Shuyan hands his son a soul sword, whispering to flee if needed. Kong Fan hesitates, worried about leaving his father without any defensive items. The elder reveals a backup charm. Suddenly, he spots a dark shadow in the distance. This immediately puts the elder on high alert. His survival instincts screaming. The shadow glares. A crushing, high-rank aura slams the elder to his knees. His grip fails. The legendary soul charm slips from his trembling finger. Kong Fan is confused and helps him up, But the elder only gasps in pain. He looks back, but the shadow has vanished. Was it just a ghost in the system? No. His blood runs cold as he spots a burning cigarette butt on the ground. It was real. Hin Hin turns back, her voice breaking the heavy silence. Kong Fan hides the truth, urging his daughter toward the main objective. The elder trembles, barely able to stand. The air around them feels suffocatingly thin. His heart sinks. How can the Tong Manor harbor such monstrous hidden power? Then, in the dark, he spots a figure in a wheelchair watching him intently. Pure horror fills his eyes. He almost screams at the sight. The mysterious figure unleashes a divine pressure, crushing the elder's internal mana flow. He coughs up blood and collapses. The Kong family and Tong Van Thuy rush over. I am fine. He lies, claiming he just tripped over a hidden tile. Hin Hin points out the blood. He claims he just bit his tongue, gasping for air. He glances at the corner. The mysterious hunter has vanished. Than Dai and her team watch coldly, their expressions unreadable. She was not told, but she knows those two monsters just made their move. She knew they were deep. But Heaven Tier, their hidden skills are terrifying. Under the moon, two shadows stand on the roof. Old Mok appears behind them. The Lord said to suppress him, not kill him. Mok warns the hunters. Their methods are a bit too ruthless, even for this high-stakes game. Coming here to cause trouble. Lao Tam snarls. He is lucky. He is still breathing. Mok sighs, telling him to be careful. They reach the banquet hall doors. Hong Su-yen is a shell of a man, his mind shattered by the power gap. The Tongs are hiding a legion of experts. This guild is actually an army. Treason, he thinks, clutching his heart. But his fear is even greater. They suppressed him without anyone else noticing. Such precision is terrifying. A dark thought creeps in. Do they even intend to let him leave alive? His eyes bulge. This is not a banquet, it is his execution. Drenched in sweat, he realizes he has walked into a dragon's den. It is a death trap. Slowly, he reaches into his sleeve for a forbidden pill. Elder Kong realized he was cornered. To survive, he'd have to use the power-up pill and manifest his spirit soul. Not even the Song family's elites could catch him then. He'd leave his son and granddaughter behind without hesitation. Just as he reached for the pill, Old Man Merc flickered behind him like a ghost, his voice icy cold. Hong jumped in terror. The pill slipped from his fingers, falling uselessly to the ground as his heart hammered. Surprisingly, Mork invited him inside. The Marquis was waiting. Hong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in shock. This butler's power tier surpassed both monsters from before. Mork introduced himself as the East Wing's butler, perfectly polite. Faced with such an overwhelming aura, Hong Shuen could only stammer a response, his pride completely shattered into pieces. Not daring to resist, He followed Thing Dai into the hall. She announced their arrival with a cold, formal tone. Elder Song set his tea down and barked an order. His eyes glinted as he called for a funeral dirge. Thing Dai froze, stunned by the morbid request. Seeing her reaction, the old man laughed. It was just a joke. The Kong party entered. Upon seeing the patriarch, Kong Hin Hin bowed low, performing a perfect, graceful greeting ceremony. Beside her, Kong Pham saluted with a fist and palm gesture, maintaining the strict etiquette required of high-ranking guild members. Every Song member stood except for the elder. He played the host, ordering his daughter-in-law to vacate the seat. Dong Van Thuy hovered over Kong Hin Hin, desperately inviting her to sit. The elder asked where Elder Kong was. Just then, Elder Kong shuffled in. His usual arrogance was gone, replaced by the humble posture of a degenerate. This shift made Tong Pham suspicious. Had his father sensed a hidden trap through his highly awakened spiritual perception? Running inside, Hong groveled, calling Elder Song Big Brother and begging for forgiveness like a common street thug. Suddenly, Elder Song's eyes flashed with killing intent. In that split second, the pressure in the room spiked dangerously. Hong's face went pale, his legs gave out, and he slammed onto the floor in a pathetic, full-body kowtow. Silence descended like a heavy shroud. Every eye in the hall was fixed on the trembling Heaven-tier elder. Hin Hin's face burned with shame. Her grandfather was acting like a coward. Suddenly, Fantung broke the tension. He remarked that while they were late, this level of self-punishment seemed a bit excessive for a dinner party. The room erupted. The Song family members struggled to stifle their laughter, the sound of muffled snickering filling the air. Elder Song suppressed his own smirk, ordering servants to help the man up. Hong blamed his clumsiness for falling. He claimed he was just too excited. Song's voice turned cold. If you refine, Then get to your seat. It wasn't an invitation, it was a command. Elder Fong, once a proud tiger, was now a submissive dog following orders. Before sitting, he turned toward Butler Moke with a desperate, servi l'expression. His hands trembling with hidden anxiety, he whispered that he dropped a treasure outside and begged the butler to find it, promising his eternal gratitude. Moke assured him nothing is lost here. He then roared the order to the servants. Echoing the elder's request, a massive reward for the one who finds the guest treasure, the servants shouted back, their voices shaking rafters. Elder Song gave Von Tung a subtle thumbs up. He knew exactly who was pulling the strings from the shadows. He suspected Von Tung had used a hidden array to trip the old man. The boy just smirked, eyes glinting. Grandpa, didn't you help too? He whispered before signaling the servants to finally bring out the grand feast. A line of maids flowed into the room, carrying trays of high-tier spirit food and jars of legendary wine. Despite the luxury, Elder Hong couldn't swallow a bite. Beside him, Hin Hin watched her family with growing suspicion. They had come to break the engagement with power. Yet here they were, eating like submissive, low-ranking underlings, fed up. Hong Hin Hin stood to speak her mind, but her grandfather's hand shot out to stop her. He hissed at her to stay silent, cursing her in his head. Did she want to get them all killed? Hong Pham agreed, pulling her back down. Just listen to your grandfather. Watch and wait for now, he whispered. Hin Hin sat back down, her mind spinning. She couldn't understand why her powerful family was suddenly so terrified. As she sat, both Kong men bowed deeply to Elder Song, apologizing for her spoiled and unrefined behavior. Elder Song laughed it off, praising Hin Hin as the shining jewel and future pride of the Kong clan. A toast to our guests. The atmosphere lightened as the cups clinked, though the underlying tension remained thick. Hin Hin's patience had reached its limit. She decided to take matters into her own hands. Regardless of the risk, if her family was too scared to move, she'd use that idiot Tung Von Tuari as her pawn to escape. Yun Tui's ego soared under her gaze. He immediately began bragging to Yun Tu. A notification arrived. Yun Tuang excused himself to answer the Hong Merchant Guild's call. One rare herb was located. It is being shipped from the north via the Lingyan branch. 2 others are exclusive to the lower realm, requiring more time to safely acquire. The ultimate crisis is the final core ingredient, the legendary, elusive voidless flower. It is incredibly rare. A single specimen is held by the elite Sand Eagle City clan. Sand Eagle City sits within the Desert of Death, serving as a critical military fortress. It guards against southern beast kings while suppressing the chaotic demon tribe invasions. Rapid expansion fueled its growth. The city was fortified through decades of constant construction. 4 distinct sectors emerged. Behind the inner walls, the elite enjoy a decadent life. 90% of Sand Eagle's military forces are stationed within the fortified West District. This sector boasts the city's highest defensive rating, standing independent from the main layers. The mid-city thrives on commerce, hosting massive auction houses and illicit slave markets. The outer district is a degenerate slum, abandoned to refugees and the fallen. According to the chief, the Mok clan guards the voidless flower in the west. These expansionist warmongers control 60% of the West District's total combat power. While the Hong Guild has influence, negotiating with these aggressive militants is difficult. Their extreme hostility toward capital merchants makes a peaceful trade quest nearly impossible. Yun Tuong frowned. Aside from the flower, when will the other materials arrive? 10 days. The chief estimated. However, 2 items are held by state researchers. They refuse currency, demanding high-rank monster drops from the Desert of Death instead. It is a clever trap. They want rare materials that money simply cannot buy. Yun Tuong acknowledged their cunning. They knew exactly how to manipulate the power market. The required drops only come from boss monsters in the south and the desert. Yun Tuong requested the list. He would hunt these high-tier beasts personally to save time. He needed combat to stabilize his Earth rank and locate the hidden Star Lord realm. Recalling his past life, the secret desert dungeon should activate in 4 months. If he departs tomorrow for the southern hunt, his timeline remains perfectly on track. Relieving the chief of the hunt, Yun Tuong took full responsibility for the monster drops. He decided to infiltrate Sand Eagle City personally to secure the flower from the Moks. Before hanging up, the chief warned him of the Mok clan's overwhelming combat strength. Seek a peaceful trade, he urged. Do not attempt anything recklessly suicidal. Yun Tuong calmly reassured him. He had no intention of dying before his revenge. At the banquet, Hin Hin approached Yun Tui, drowning him in sweet, Manipulative flattery. She whispered that he was the Song family's true genius, with untapped potential. She claimed the elder's favoritism toward Yun Tuong was a tragic injustice to his talent. Nearby, the Kong elder prayed Hin would not cause a disaster within the Song mansion, recently attaining the heaven rank. He only wanted to enjoy a peaceful, luxurious life. Yun Tu overheard the green tea manipulation and stepped in with a cold warning. Cause trouble here, and you will regret being born. Yun Tu hissed at the girl. Hin immediately pivoted, showering Yun Tu with fake praise to mask her true intent. Do not tempt me, or you will be tomorrow's front page headline as a street-side corpse. Bloodlust flared in Yun Tu's eyes. She would execute anyone using her brother as bait. Hin smiled it off, then subtly mentioned her influence over the city's tax bureau. She hinted she could fix any financial discrepancies Yun Tu's business might be hiding. Yun Xiu instantly sensed the threat. Her hostility toward Kong Hin spiked. While the clueless Yun Rui actually thought Hin was trying to help, Yun Xiu felt utterly hopeless. Her brother's brain-dead behavior was beyond saving. Nearby, Yun Chi watched the drama unfold. He whispered to Yunjin that those two were tearing each other apart. Watching the fool, Yun Rui defend the Kong girl was pathetic. Suddenly, Yun Xiang stepped out from the side room. The moment he appeared, Kong Hin flashed a radiant, fake smile and greeted him. Yun Xiang remained expressionless, giving only a cold glance. Old man Kong cursed silently, praying his granddaughter wasn't courting death. Kong Fan was baffled. Didn't his daughter despise Song Yunxiang? Even old man Song was watching closely. He sensed Yunxiang was up to no good again. He wondered who the kid was about to scam this time. To everyone's surprise, Yunxiang and Hin were chatting happily. There wasn't a hint of animosity between them. Yun Rui's blood boiled with jealousy. He couldn't understand why Hin was acting so intimate with that loser. He gripped his wine cup so hard it nearly shattered. He needed to humiliate Yunxiang in front of everyone. A dark plan began to take root in Yun Rui's mind. As an Earth-rank expert, he believed power was the ultimate charm. He slammed the table and challenged Yunxiang to a spirit-soul duel. Yunxiang and Hin shared a secret look. The big fish had finally taken the bait. Yun Rui started shouting about the winner's rights. But Yun Chi suddenly delivered a heavy kick, sending him face-planting. Yunxiang was stunned by the sudden move. Yun Rui scrambled up, cursing and asking if Yun Chi had lost his mind. Yun Chi roared back, calling Yun Rui a disrespectful brat for insulting his brother. Relying on his own strength, Yun Chi challenged Yun Rui right there. The fool started whining, wondering why Yun Chi was even getting involved. Yun Rui was fuming. No matter what, he had to crush Yunxiang's reputation in front of Hin today. He took a breath and stood up, faking a calm smile as if he meant no harm. He suggested a friendly spirit-soul spar to liven up the banquet since they hadn't met in ages. He mocked Yunxiang, saying a year at the academy surely taught him some tricks worth showing the elders. He remembered Yunxiang was only at the mid-yellow rank last year. He even offered to suppress his own cultivation to keep it fair. The entire hall went silent. Everyone was speechless at his sheer arrogance. They cursed the idiot Yun Rui, knowing he was walking into a disaster. Yunxiang stopped Yun Chi and accepted the duel. Madame Cheng tried to intervene for her son, but Yun Xiu held her back. This was the perfect chance to gauge Yunxiang's true power level. Besides, if Yunxiang could beat some sense into that moron, it was for the best. At least family wouldn't kill him. Otherwise, that manipulative girl would have him spinning until the real world crushed him. Yun Rui excitedly called the butler to prep the arena. Old man Song suddenly waved his hand. No need for all that trouble, he announced. Just let them clash in the open space outside the hall. He then looked at Old Man Kong with a sharp grin. Old Man Kong nodded out of habit, only to realize a second later that he'd walked into a trap. Old Man Song signaled that since he came from afar, he should provide a little incentive for the winner. Though his heart bled, Old Man Kong reluctantly agreed, cursing the old fox under his breath. He was a guest, yet he was being forced to pay up. But Old Man Song's provocations left him no room to refuse. Cornered, he pulled out a rejuvenation pill he'd won at the Hongxi auction. It was his most prized possession. If these juniors were going to entertain the guests, he would offer this legendary pill as the grand prize. Kong Fan tried to stop him, as that pill was a literal lifesaver. But the old man was determined. He knew if he didn't bleed a little for the Song family today, he might not leave with his life. As for Hing, he'd definitely deal with her once they got back home. Yun Shu was shocked. She couldn't believe Old Man Kong gave up such a treasure, or why her mother stayed so calm. Seeing the massive prize, Yun Rui's excitement reached a fever pitch. He thanked Old Man Kong as if the pill was already in his pocket. To him, This was a legendary grade A treasure. On the battlefield, this pill represented a second life. It was something money simply couldn't buy. Just thinking about it made Yun Rui's mouth water with greed. Not only would he humiliate that degenerate Yun Tuong, but he'd also seize the treasure and gift the rejuvenation pill to his father. He was certain this would win over Kong Hin Hin, allowing him to easily convince his grandfather to finalize their marriage contract. Meanwhile, Kong Hin Hin panicked as she noticed Grandpa Kong's growing displeasure. Fearing she had just triggered a massive crisis, she planned to deceive the fool Yun Tui after his victory, intending to steal the pill back for her grandfather. While Yun Tui indulged in his delusions, the steward reported that Yun Tuong was already waiting in the clearing. Fueled by arrogance, Yun Tui rushed out, even taunting Kong Hin Hin to follow and witness his inevitable triumph. Hesitant, Hin Hin glanced at Grandpa Kong for permission before following the crowd to the battlefield. Sensing his granddaughter's inner turmoil, Grandpa Kong turned toward Grandpa Tong to gauge the old man's thoughts. When suggested they go out, Grandpa Tong declined and ordered a maid to project a panoramic holographic view instead. A system interface flickered to life, showing Yun Tuong standing tall with a legendary aura that commanded the entire field. Seeing his rival's newfound confidence, Yun Tui felt a flicker of unexpected doubt creep into his mind. He found Yun Tuong's nonchalance irritating and swore to crush him, intending to claim that cool demeanor as his own. Yun Tui pointed aggressively, barking that a degenerate should have the self-awareness to know their place. He insulted Yun Tuong's worthiness. Yet the protagonist remained completely unfazed by the pathetic provocation. Tired of the useless chatter, Yun Tuong told him to shut his mouth and let the battle begin. With a cold sneer, Yun Tui activated his Star Soul, summoning a heavy-duty Weiyuan-class combat mech. Seeing Yun Tuong still hadn't awakened his armor, Yun Tui pointed his blade at him, demanding to know why. He mocked Yun Tuong for stalling, knowing his defective soul pulse could only maintain a transformation for 3 minutes. Yun Tuong responded with a cryptic smirk, suddenly tossing a glowing soul talisman into the air. In a flash of blinding light, a powerful combat barrier erupted, sealing the two warriors inside a private arena. Terror gripped Yun Tui as he realized the trash he despised had actually lured him into a calculated trap. As the smoke cleared, a terrifying silhouette emerged, a legendary mech whose aura forced Yun Tui to recoil in fear. Stunned by the overwhelming power level, Yun Tui watched in horror as a light beam severed his mech's wrist joint. A blood-curdling scream echoed across the field as the elite student collapsed, his defense completely shattered. Looking up, he saw the Phoenix Wing halberd at his throat, while Yun Tuong mocked his pathetic performance. The once arrogant Yun Tui was now a broken mess, utterly defeated in a single decisive turn. Stuttering in disbelief, he refused to accept that this monster was the same Yun Tuong he once bullied. "I am indeed Tong Yun Tuong," the hero replied, his eyes flashing with the wisdom of another life. "But I am the Yun Tuong from 60 years in the future," he whispered. As a desert caravan moved miles away, a group rode camels toward Sand City, choosing the slow route to avoid high-ranking boss monsters in the wild. While the leader was drinking, his subordinate suddenly screamed in terror, pointing toward the celestial void above. The leader demanded an explanation, but the scout could only stammer as a massive shadow loomed over them. A giant fish drifted through the sky. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Yun Tuong had already neutralized his foe. The audience stood frozen at the sight of the crimson mech, wondering what legendary Star Soul rank it possessed. The hall erupted in gasps as the Academy's pride was dismantled by a single God-tier strike from the protagonist. Kong Fam realized the rumors were true. The trash Yun Tuong had truly awakened the legendary Zuo Chi. Grandpa Kong noted that this version of Zuo Chi looked nothing like the ancient records he had studied. Kong Fam explained that Grandpa's 5-year seclusion had kept him in the dark about recent skill evolutions. Rumor says Zuo Chi can shapeshift into other Star Soul generals, inheriting their traits and hidden stats perfectly. Grandpa Kong stood agape at this broken ability. It was a total game changer for the current power rankings. Lady Trin turned to Grandpa Tong in shock, asking if this powerhouse was truly the grandson they knew. Laughing heartily, Grandpa Tong asked if they remembered the legendary warrior from the Battle of Windin. Yun Tu recalled the tales of a Crimson Star Soul general who had once turned the tide of war, wielding a 10-fathom Phoenix Wing halberd. That divine warrior had single-handedly crushed an entire army. Tong Tik realized the truth. The Crimson Mech from the Academy Conference was the legendary ace of Nam Chao. The pilot of that legendary mecha is a freshman. The hero everyone's praising is actually Van Tuong. Gasps filled the room as every eye turned back to the screen in utter disbelief. Elder Tong let out a booming laugh, confirming that the rumors were absolutely true. The hero of Nguyen Din is his own grandson. Madame Trin's jaw dropped in pure shock, regaining her composure. Madame Ha questioned if the elder had hidden this secret all along. He replied that the Star Oversight kept it classified to protect Van Tuong's identity and Ta Tu's secrets. It was meant to be tonight's grand reveal. Madame Ha suddenly shouted in a realization. If Van Tuong controls Ta Tu, then a new Saint-tier powerhouse is being born today. The revelation left Madame Trin trembling, cold sweat dripping down her face from pure excitement. A Song family peak meant her influence and status would skyrocket within her own clan. She'd do anything for her children's inheritance, even if it meant swallowing her pride to flatter Van Tuong. Nearby, Van was overwhelmed, her eyes welling up with tears of absolute joy. Elder Tong suddenly cornered Elder Kong, who jumped and offered forced congratulations to the family. He praised Van Tuong's talent, calling it a shared glory for both of their noble houses. But when he turned to Kong Hin Hin for her opinion, she stood there frozen. She faked a smile, while seething inside, convinced Ta Tu was nothing compared to Tuan Ha's power. Elder Tong snapped back. Their glory was earned by ancestors, and Kong's opinion meant absolutely nothing. Publicly humiliated, Elder Kong swallowed his anger, not daring to utter a single word of protest. Tam Tuong whip, cursing Van Tuong for betraying their losers' pact to remain the family failures. With Van Tuong's sudden awakening, Tuong was now the only true degenerate left in the clan. Suddenly, Tong Hin signaled Tuong. Look, Tong Thui was finally initiating a desperate, high-stakes counterattack. Thui staggered up, his severed arm sparking with raw electricity as he refused to accept reality. Convinced it was all a cheap illusion, he vowed to expose Van Tuong's fraudulent tricks. Thui activated armor reconstruction, and his shattered limb began to materialize back into solid existence. Van Tuong was impressed. He didn't expect the kid to possess such a high-level technical skill. Such a feat required insane calculation speed and precise mana weaving to pull off successfully. A single failure would drain his soul power completely, making it a massive gamble for Thui. Only a true genius could master this. Perhaps Thui wasn't just a spoiled brat after all. Intrigued, Van Tuong decided to fight at the same tier, suddenly dismantling his divine soul armor. He equipped a standard Academy soul talisman, manifesting a basic YVN battle form instead. The crowd gasped. Was this another hidden trait of the legendary Ta Tu mecha? Thui paused as Van Tuong's aura shifted, stabilizing at the exact same mystic peak rank as his. I knew it, Thui charged, convinced the earth tier power from before was just a fake illusion. Thui leaped for a finishing strike, but Van Tuong slipped away like a phantom in the wind. Relentless, Thui spun around and unleashed another devastating sword arc toward his rival. Van Tuong dodged effortlessly, driving Thui into a blind rage as his attacks grew increasingly wild. From the shadows, Ha, Bak Triet and the Third Elder watched every move with narrowed eyes. Ha Bak Triet questioned if the Elder taught him that movement. Surprisingly, the Elder thought Ha did. They both suspected Thandai had been secretly training the boy behind their backs all along. Inside the barrier, Thui continued his frantic pursuit, desperately trying to land a single hit. Suddenly, Van Tuong flipped back, summoned his blade, and launched a lightning-fast counteroffensive from above. Thui's eyes widened as he realized Van Tuong was perfectly mimicking his own signature battle style. Before he could react, Van Tuong's silhouette flickered, reappearing right beside him with godlike speed. Van Tuong vanished behind him and delivered a crushing kick that sent Thui flying like a ragdoll. Van Tuong smirked. Thui's skills were decent, but his actual combat survival instincts were absolute trash. Caught off guard, Yun Thui hits the floor hard. He snarls, cursing Yun Tuong for using such cowardly tactics. Yun Tuong gazes down with icy disdain, mocking Thui's pathetic display. He smirks, ready to test his prey further. Time to see how well this fool dances. Tuong acts the part of the superior master, lecturing Thui for wasting potential on empty theories. No wonder his uncle despises him. Compared to that bastard, Thui is nothing but a degenerate failure. Every word cuts like a blade. Thui freezes in shock. How does Tuong know about their hidden existence? Was Yun Tu's suspicion actually the truth? The hall erupts in gasps. Tuong's power is overwhelming, treating Thui like a helpless mouse in a cat's game. Tuong's aura flares, dominating the field. The spectators can't help but look up in pure awe. Yun Koi's eyes spark with excitement, while Yun Kam watches in disbelief. That move was perfection. His combat experience is god tier. What kind of hellish training did he endure this past year? Thandai blushes, captivated by Tuong's legendary strength. Suddenly, Old Mok vanishes. He flickers next to 𝐊𝐥𝐥𝐿, scaring the life out of the elders. They snap at him for appearing like a ghost. But Mok cuts them off with a chilling question. With a grim expression, Mok demands to know, how can Tuong use the Black Armor Guard's secret steps? When did you teach him? The elders immediately deny any involvement. They've stayed hidden for years, fearing the Tong family would be seen as too powerful, or worse, linked to the Black Guards. Mok falls silent in thought, until the third elder speaks up. Could this be connected to 𝐷𝐿? Mok instantly dismisses the idea. Commander 𝐷𝐿 has spent years rebuilding the Black Guard's legacy in the shadows. He sighs deeply. It's not a big deal. These basic movement skills aren't exactly top secret anyway. As the son of the third master, it's natural. He know his father's combat arts. The questions finally cease. Inside the barrier, Thuy struggles to his feet, his mind racing with confusion over Tuong's cryptic words. Tuong is surprised. He only bluffed about the traitorous uncle to bait a reaction. It worked too well, reclaiming his fighting spirit. Thuy vows not to be fooled again. He charges forward with explosive speed. Even Tuong is impressed. That burst of raw power is actually decent. Closing the gap, Thuy unleashes his twin blades, aiming a lethal strike directly at Tuong's mecha heart. Victory seems certain, until Tuong's armor suddenly shatters into light. It was just an afterimage. Before Thuy can react, Tuong appears behind him, grabbing his head in a death grip. The elders stand frozen. Is that the star treading 7 steps? Their faces turn pale. Floating with mana is one thing, but this legendary technique is impossible to explain. While the others hesitate, Old Mok rushes to report this anomaly to the Great Lord. The entire hall is in an uproar. How can he jump off thin air like that? It's eerie. Kong Pham sees the shadow of a hero from the past, leaving Kong Lao shaken. He knows that forbidden technique belongs solely to the Black Armor Guards. Suspicion grows. What is his link to that woman? A dark premonition whispers that this family runs too deep. Lord Tong beams with pride, a satisfied smirk forming as he watches Tuong's absolute dominance. Only Kong Hin is trembling. This wasn't supposed to happen. Her plan is falling apart. If Tuong wins, her grandfather's pills are gone. She regrets the bet, but hopes Tuan Ha can still win. She'll have Tuan Ha and the White Dragon Gang crush him later to take everything back. Meanwhile, Tuong tightens his grip on Thuy's head, his voice cold as steel. Who is the one you called a bastard? Thuy's armor groans under the pressure as he stammers Tuong's name. Without hesitation, Tuong unleashes a palm strike that completely obliterates the enemy's mecha. Thuy slams into the barrier and collapses, looking like a pathetic, broken mess. Tuong steps on him, demanding the truth. Think carefully before you speak. Elsewhere, in Sand Eagle City, desert sand clouded the horizon before heads emerged from the shifting dunes, crushed by the beast's storm. They buried themselves in sand to survive. Recalling the monster's breath, the leader scouted the massive, fresh crater. Peering inside, the merchants discovered a massive, glowing crimson crystal within. Stunned by the treasure, they rushed to inform the Mok clan. Anything from a god-tier beast was surely a legendary, high-ranking drop. Meanwhile, Yun Xiang stood over Song Yunrui, questioning him with cold authority. Yunrui played dumb, secretly wondering why the emperor's secret mattered to him. While Yunrui planned a counterattack, Yun Xiang saw through his treacherous heart. Instead of force, Yun Xiang ordered shadow guards to tail the degenerate, retracting his foot. Yun Xiang demanded surrender, leaving his foe utterly stunned. With a snap, the complex system array around the hall slowly dissolved. The banquet erupted in cheers, shocked by Yun Xiang's effortless, overwhelming victory. Old Song realized no one would dare mock his grandson ever again. As the array broke, Elder Mu discussed the suspicious maid with Qing Dai. He recognized her immediately as a mere trainee from the outer court. He warned against interference. Sensing Yun Xiang had already set a trap, Su Yun remained hidden, meticulously recording every detail of the intense battle. Zisu watched from above while Old Song seized the precious pill. When asked if it was spectacular, a bitter Elder Kong faked admiration. Deeply moved, Yun Xiang was a dragon among men. Unlike his own useless daughter, Hin showered him with praise, her fake smile perfectly in place. Internally, she fumed at the failure, plotting to unleash her hidden elite. Clutching the spring return pill, Old Song assumed it wouldn't be needed. Yun Xiang scoffed at the low-tier trash, promising a far superior medicine. He tossed Old Song a bottle containing dozens of high-grade pills. Elder Kong's eyes bulged, recognizing the legendary top-tier spring return pills. The crowd gasped as high-ranking ladies suddenly began flattering the young master. Old Song hid them, Claiming the tribute solely for himself, a maid entered. Presenting a stray pill she found in the courtyard, Elder Kong scrambled to claim it, insisting it was his lost creation. Compared to the masterpiece, his pill now looked like worthless. Dirty dross. Elder Mu granted the maid access to the treasure vault as promised. Yunxiang intervened. Noticing the girl lacked cultivation but had raw potential, he offered a choice between a beauty pill or a spirit seed. One offered flawless skin, the other, the hidden trait to begin cultivation. The guests stared at the divine items, their hearts racing with envy. Even old Song was stunned. While Yunzi suggested a cash reward, ignoring the gold, the maid knelt firmly, choosing the path of power, handing over the pill. Yunxiang sparked a destiny he didn't realize. This act would birth the East Continent's most ferocious, legendary female general. The feast resumed, the atmosphere thick with food, wine, and hidden agendas. Song Yunrui vanished, leaving the guests to enjoy the remaining festivities alone. Hin Hin retreated as the engagement was forgotten, and the banquet concluded. As Yunxiang leads his squad back to the manor, a shadow creeps through the estate. He signals 𝐊𝐥𝐿 and 𝐊𝐴𝐶 to strike fast. They ambush the intruder, beating him half to death. It's none other than old Kong. Despite the bruises, Kong looks relieved. Yunxiang plays dumb, hiding his cold intent. Why return? Yunxiang asks. Kong's mind races as he battles his inner demons. Suddenly, he drops to his knees, trading his dignity to become Yunxiang's loyal hound. Since leaving the Song banquet, Kong felt a chilling dread. Kong fam is totally lost. They escaped safely. Yet Kong is pensive, realizing he severely underestimated his opponent. The Song clan's hidden stats are insane. Celestial tier servants Kong fam is paralyzed with shock. Kong stops hiding the truth and reveals the terrifying reality. The intel on the Songs was fake. Remember the Emperor's sudden death, the power struggle, the battle of the Imperial Tombs left every major guild broken and bleeding. Saint rank legends fell, and the current Emperor seized it all. The Zhang coup failed, framed for regicide. The Songs were exiled. Kong suspects a massive, hidden power-up. The Songs weren't retreating, they were hibernating, building secret strength in the shadows. If that saint ancestor survived, bless Yunxiang. Kong fam is speechless with terror. One choice defines a life. Kong leaps from the airship, racing back to the Songs. Meanwhile, in Wing'an City's neon-lit luxury district, Zhang Daigi is partying hard, downing drinks with his degenerate crew. Opposite him, Songba, the second master, is showering the Zhang brat with fake praise. Zhang acts humble, but his smug grin reveals his massive ego. He asks for the legendary heavenly brew, but Songba refuses to sell it. It's an ancient recipe from the capital, now a legendary lost craft, only for true heroes. Songba says, Zhang, feeling like a boss, toasts him. Mid-drink, a notification flashes. Songba's wife demands his immediate return. Boss Zhao sends the same message. Zhang waves him off, allowing him to leave. Songba exits politely. Zhang grabs the jar, ignoring the rest of the Song lackeys. Outside, Songba's face turns cold. He orders Mai Dai to protect Zhang. He fears the eldest Zhang brother will send assassins into Song territory. Mai Dai vanishes to arrange it. Only Zhang Chao remains by Songba's side. Songba asks about the banquet. Zhang Chao reports Yunxiang's total victory. A crushing defeat. Songba is stunned. Now his wife wants to apologize. His instincts scream, this isn't just a family dispute, it's something bigger. His wife is too calculating for this. Did Yunxiang awaken a hidden trait? Slipping out the back, Songba sighs. If only my son had your talent. Zhang Chao bows, maintaining a cold distance. Songba just brushes it off. Stay close and learn. Songba says, plotting his next move. I'll bring you back to the clan soon. Zhang Chao's eyes sharpen with gratitude. With a heavy sigh, Songba admits the family failed his mother. At the southern border wall, Zhang Hui meets the Iron Wall commander. The general is focused on Kunpeng footage. Sent them in. He mutas. This is Song Thank. Yunxiang's uncle. Zhang Mu enters, dropping to one knee. General Liu is moving out to field test the new Spirit Soul Soldier types. A secret missive arrives. Conditions are met, and Song Than stamps his approval. He orders 2 elite squads to escort them covertly. Zhang Mu accepts the quest, serving soup, The chef wonders why 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐂𝐈𝐁𝐋𝐄 female pilots are testing mecha suits on Tiandu soil. Aren't they afraid of leaking tech secrets? Songthan knows the alliance's balance requires transparency to maintain peace. Keeping allies at equal strength is the only way to ensure long-term stability and prevent backstabbing. The chef realizes this was a flex. Van Tuong ignores him, simply asking for more salt. At the east wing, Elder Kong kneels before Van Tuong, his head pressed firmly against the floor. Admitting his blindness, he vows to be a loyal dog. To atone, he'll serve Van Tuong as a slave. Van Tuong isn't surprised, though he finds the slave act a bit too dramatic for a clan elder. It's clear that Elder Kong weighed the risks and chose the only path to survival. Kong curses internally. If he hadn't surrendered, those heaven-tier guards would have ended him in his sleep, shaking off his thoughts. Kong bows again, desperate to show absolute sincerity to his new master. The Kong family has always followed the songs. He lies, and we always will, without hesitation. If Van Tuong accepts him, he's willing to serve as a lowly servant within the Song manor. Kong is terrified. Van Tuong is a monster. Even his maids and guards are legendary, heaven-tier powerhouses. As an early heaven-tier expert, he realized there wasn't even a prestigious position left for him. Kong racks his brain, searching for any trait or skill that could make him useful here. Suddenly, he asks if the East Wing needs a chef, hoping his old culinary skills gain him favor. He mentions serving a high official previously. Van Tuong chuckles and tells the old man to stand. Kong jumps up instantly, like a well-trained dog awaiting his master's next command. Seeing his resolve, Van Tuong prepares a special mission. Kong drops back down to receive his orders. He swears loyalty until death. Annoyed by the kneeling, Van Tuong tosses him a bottle of rare pills. The other major clans still have 4 peak Earth-tier ancestors. Right, Van Tuong asks calmly. Kong confirms. In Yongan City, 5 top families remain, all stuck at the half-step heaven-tier bottleneck. Even the second-tier Shen and Zhao families have ancestors stuck at the late Earth-tier ranking. Kong stares at the bottle, unable to fathom why Van Tuong is handing him such a treasure. Deliver these, Van Tuong orders. Help those old fossils finally break through to the heaven-tier rank. Kong's hands tremble as he recognizes the legendary breakthrough pills. He can't hold back his tears. Internally, he's weeping. He spent decades in seclusion to reach heaven tier, yet they get a shortcut. He thought he'd finally surpassed them. But before he could even brag, they're about to catch up. Van Tuong asks if he understands. Kong wonders. Do you intend to subjugate them all? Master, Van Tuong nods. Kong realizes the plan: power them up, then bring their entire guilds under control. Van Tuong smirks, impressed by the elder's sharp intuition. Success will earn him a heaven spirit pill. Kong's passion ignites. He'll die before failing this quest. As Kong prepares to leap over the corridor wall, Van Tuong's voice freezes him in midair. Kong bows instantly, trembling. Van Tuong's cold gaze shifts to the topic of the arranged marriage. Kong prostrates himself, terrified that Hin Hin's previous arrogance has doomed their entire family lineage. He begs for mercy, offering to bring her over immediately, claiming she's unworthy of Van Tuong. If you don't mind, she can be your lowly concubine, he pleads. Before Van Tuong cuts him off, Van Tuong has zero interest in her. He just wants a dignified excuse to annul the engagement forever. He couldn't care less about her feelings. Kong's eyes nearly pop out. He can't believe his ears. Van Tuong glares slightly. You're a smart man. Ilda. Don't make me teach you how to handle this. Kong doesn't dare argue. He promises to resolve the marriage issue perfectly and with total discretion. As he turns to flee, Van Tuong stops him. Stop jumping over my walls. Use the front door. Once Kong leaves, Van Tuong exhales. Things got weird. But at least the engagement is finally dead. Suddenly, Old Mew speaks up, questioning the move. Van Tuong turns to listen to his wisdom. Don't be fooled, the master warns. His submission is nothing but a desperate act. He feared the Song family's hidden power or was simply gambling on their political rise. Seeing Ma Kim Hoa arrive, Kong Hin Hin immediately went to find Tuan Ha. Elder Mok urged a total purge tonight, leaving the Kong family alive, invited certain betrayal. Van Tuong rejected the massacre, choosing instead to reveal the grim vision of their future. Yongan City faces a million-strong beast tide that will soon shatter the city walls. Countless lives will perish. We must preserve every spark of power for humanity's survival. During this national crisis, focus on the big picture. Do not waste strength on trifles. Hearing this, Thandai was moved. Elder Mok marveled at Van Tuong's selfless, noble heart. Van Tuong's sudden maturity forced the elder to see him in a completely new light. However, Van Tuong's thoughts remained hidden. He possessed a sharp and highly calculating mind. He used a carrot-and-stick approach, exploiting every resource to tame and train his subordinates. Maximizing war power, he ordered a shuttle. Tomorrow, he would embark on a secret journey near the southern frontier. The 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 transport landed 10 miles from the Iron Fortress. Their sleek white two mechs perfectly reflected the style of this all-female nation. While on guard duty, a mysterious shadow suddenly blurred toward them at high speed. A pitch-black mech charged forward. The 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 pilots immediately shifted into a defensive stance. The black mech leaped, landing before the blue-haired woman. The pilot was finally revealed. Trong Mok saluted General Liu, delivering the high command documents. Nin thanked him with cold courtesy. Once the mission was complete, Trong Mok departed without wasting a single second. Deep inside the transport sat 3 experimental Huyan new mechs, radiating immense power. Nin briefed the princess. Luong Hon immediately ordered the operation to begin at once. She had waited long for this, eager to test these mechs against the beast hordes. At the Song Estate, Van Tuong waited for the shuttle. Elder Mok had prepared a sleek, high-tech shuttle emerged from the hangar. Van Tuong nodded. Impressed by the design, 𝐊𝐥𝐥𝐿 offered further tuning. But Van Tuong preferred to handle the modifications himself. Van Tuong ignited the engines and soared. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 shouted, shocked by the sudden departure. Elder Mok worried, urging him not to travel alone without elite shadow guards for protection. Thon Dai pleaded to join him, but Van Tuong remained unyielding and firm in his decision. Alone. I move like a ghost. He tossed them 2 spatial rings filled with medicine. He ordered them to handpick the best talents and forge them into elite high-tier hunters. Even the maids must train. Elder Mok and Thon Dai bowed. Accepting their new orders, Van Tuong ascended slowly into the cockpit as the engines began to hum with power. I will return within 7 to 10 days. Keep the estate secure until I get back. The shuttle roared, streaking across the sky like a brilliant, fading line of starlight. Inside the hall, Songba paused. Hearing the roar of a high-performance engine nearby, Lady Trin assumed Van Tuong was out playing again and began to scold her husband. He ignored her, feeling it was better to consult the Patriarch before taking any action. Without the Patriarch's authority, those legendary treasures would remain forever out of their reach. Elder Song entered. Overhearing them, he asked what treasures they were so busily discussing. They bowed instantly. Songba wasted no time. Explaining his greedy intentions to the elder, he claimed he wanted a banquet for Van Tuong to compensate for yesterday's missed welcome. He suggested a grand feast at Vinan Tower tonight, but he was quickly interrupted. Elder Song Sai-hu. Seeing through the facade, they only craved Van Tuong's divine cultivation pills. Songba feigned innocence, arguing such treasures were wasted in the hands of a boy. He proposed that the Song family should take full control of the 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 conglomerate, maximize resources for peak efficiency. Elder Song mused as Old Mu and Qing Dai entered the hall. Song inquired about the boy's status. Yunxiang is purging beasts in the southern barrens. Mu reported. Elder Song remained stoic, calmly dismissing the attendants as if it were a routine hunt. But Songba nearly jumped. Are you deaf? Sending him there is just feeding the monsters. Before Mu could leave, the elder pressed for the exact time of Yunxiang's return. Songba panicked again. The southern barrens. Not even the Iron Wall army dares enter that hellscape. He's walking into a death trap. Songba screamed. But Mu and Qing Dai simply ignored him. It took a moment for the elder to silence his son's frantic outbursts with a stern look. He projected the latest combat logs of Yunxiang, silencing the greedy eyes in the room. Shockwaves hit the crowd. The former loser was now a god of the skies, soaring with power. Even Yunxiang was impressed. This shuttle's performance specs were off the charts for his mission. Mid-flight, a heavy transport ship from another faction appeared on his radar, matching his vector. Inside, Liang Huan spotted him. Yunxiang recognized the Shishui sigil. Why were they in Iron Wall territory? Liang Huan watched the shuttle in awe. Its speed and high-altitude stability were beyond any known tech. That pilot has insane stats, she whispered, before the shuttle suddenly boosted, vanishing into the clouds. She noticed the pilot ignored the atmospheric pressure. A high-tier protective array must be active. Meeting such a powerhouse randomly shifted her entire perspective on Tiandu's hidden military strength. Truly a land of hidden dragons. If we weren't an all-female squad, I'd recruit him for mecha testing. 4 days after the Southern Baron's departure, a vessel touched down at the Song family's private docks. Elder Shu stepped out, gazing at Yongan. It had been 30 years since his last visit. Behind him, Instructor Cheng Yi stood frozen, completely overwhelmed by the sheer opulence of the estate. Yunxiang lives in this palace, he gasped. Qingdai was already there to greet the prestigious guests. Elder Shu scanned Qingdai, his eyes widening. Her cultivation level was terrifyingly high for a servant. Even his maids are top-tier hunters, Shu thought. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi's low stats left him blissfully unaware. Cheng Yi smirked at Qingdai, his mind racing. Her visuals were definitely at a legendary rank. We've brought the cargo, Yunxiang requested. Elder Shu stated, getting straight to the mission's core. Acknowledging the delivery, Qingdai gestured for them to follow her into the inner sanctum. Cheng Yi's jealousy flared, surrounded by beautiful women. Yunxiang was truly living the protagonist's dream life. In the VIP lounge, the family head and old Mu were waiting, their presence heavy with authority. Song summoned Yunjin as Mu briefed them on the secret instructions left by the young master. The Mechanical Academy brought a prototype mecha. I can handle this without bothering the patriarch, Mu suggested. They traveled far. I must show proper respect, Song insisted. Just then, the doors swung wide open. Cheng Yi was practically drooling. He was ready to resign and apply as a lowly gatekeeper here. He wondered if the Song Guild had any openings for a security detail with his specific traits. As a black-tier expert, he'd hide his stats, then reveal his power during a crisis to win hearts. Elder Su sighed at his subordinate's obvious thirst. Control yourself. Your desires are written on your face. Qingdai blinked in surprise, not expecting the patriarch himself to be waiting at the reception. With perfect etiquette, Elder Song welcomed them, offering the finest seats to the Academy's elite. Shu let out a boisterous laugh. Having the great Song meet me personally. You're making me nervous. Recognizing a half-saint's aura, Song bowed respectfully, honoring the legend who had graced his home. A humble old man is all I am, Shu replied. The two powerhouses traded diplomatic pleasantries fluently. Song jokingly scolded his grandson's audacity for making a half-saint act as a delivery man. Nonsense, Sue chuckled. I practically begged to come. This was my choice, not the boy's doing. Yunjin entered with a graceful bow. Song introduced her as Yunxiang's elder cousin and ally. He introduced the guests as the Mechanical Academy's elite. Yunjin greeted them with a respectful smile. Elder Shu confirmed that Van Tuong ordered a custom mecha batch for the Red Phoenix Army. Upon arrival, Fan Yi's ridiculous expression left Elder Shu completely and utterly speechless. Lost in Adaze. Fan Yi stared at Van Cam, longing to be her loyal servant. Snapping back, he opened the case, revealing 30 high-tier soul armament charms. In the southern wasteland, beast corpses and purple blood stained the entire battlefield. The one behind this absolute carnage was none other than Van Tuong himself. His Phoenix Heaven blades sliced through beast flesh like it was soft tofu. He harvested high-grade void crystals from every monster he ruthlessly slaughtered. Nearby, a massive mountain of glowing void crystals grew with every kill. Finding the loot tacky, he deactivated his armor to claim the spoils. He'd overkilled. 10% of this loot would cover all his medicinal needs. With his level stabilized, he planned to sell the rest for massive profit. Before reaching the city, he aimed to break through to late Earth rank. Attracted by the scent of blood, a massive horde of beasts surrounded him. Inside his impenetrable barrier, the beasts' frantic attacks were completely and utterly futile. Van Tuong floated within an icy cocoon, suspended high in the air, hurled like a fetus. Lightning crackled around him as his aura exploded, shattering the ice. A suffocating pressure erupted, dominating the entire area. His defensive arrays dissolved into pillars of blinding light and vanished. Landing softly, he felt triple the power of his previous life's peak. At Saint rank, his combat power would reach 10 times his former self. The sudden surge of energy only drove the surrounding beasts into madness. Looking at the swarming monsters, Van Tuong let out a cold smirk. These beasts couldn't even scratch his minor heaven-ranked defensive formation. He had over-prepared. His 3-layered defense was far too overkill for them. The 4-quadrant array stood firm, mocking the beasts' desperate attempts. To him, they were just delivery boys, bringing free evolution materials. With a snap, the barrier vanished, leaving the beasts momentarily stunned. Suddenly, they lunged, their roars shaking the very foundations of the earth. A normal hunter would have collapsed from pure terror at this sight. As they swarmed the center, lethal beams of light pierced their bodies. A massive explosion erupted, and Van Tuong's voice echoed through the carnage. Soul armament activate. The shockwave sent the terrified monsters flying backward, equipped with the Lubu soul. He summoned the sky-breaking claws. It was time for a bloodbath to test his new heaven-rank skills. He decided to merge the Lubu armament with his ultimate techniques. The armor's eyes glowed crimson as he readied his devastating dual claws. Heaven-rank skill, sky-breaking dance. A chaotic storm of blades erupted. In an instant, the entire horde was incinerated into drifting ash. Unsurprised, he relished the sheer destructive power of his upgraded gear. Next, he prepared to unleash the sevenfold wave of the black armor, combining his claws with the technique. A spatial storm began to gather. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a barrage of world-shaking heavy punches. Blood rained down as he effortlessly snatched more crystals from the air. The battlefield went silent. Not a single monster was left breathing. To keep the core intact, I suppressed 70% of my power. Even so, the impact was devastating. A moment later, Van Tuong unleashed his soul power, sweeping up a mountain of crystals from across the battlefield. Another massive haul. Van Tuong sorted through the treasures, keeping the rarest artifacts for himself. He considered selling the trash to the second prince, but that degenerate was already broke. He needed a wealthier target. While plotting his next payday, he casually approached the final heaven-tier beast. To him, it was just another mob. Unsure if the Hong Merchant Guild could handle this much loot, he deposited everything into the system inventory. Suddenly, a 𝐁𝐞𝐿 beast roared, its murderous aura radiating across the field as it locked onto Van Tuong. While calmly stowing his crystals, Van Tuong gave the monster a cold, pitying look. "Keep barking," he muttered. "You're just ingredients for the pot now." The 𝐁𝐞𝐿 lunged from the cliffside. Van Tuong braced himself, soul power swirling around him like a raging vortex as he prepared a counter-strike. Boom! A blinding beam of soul energy vaporized the heaven-tier beast instantly. A total execution in mid-air. The recoil from that overwhelming blast forced even Van Tuong to skid back several yards. The monster was reduced to ash, leaving only its pristine heaven-tier crystal floating amidst the carnage. He caught the crystal before it hit the ground. Not long ago, fighting a heaven-tier meant a life-or-death struggle, but now, at full power, this was a walk in the park. This crystal was the perfect fuel to evolve his mass-production machinery. He needed more. Checking his watch, he sighed. Still no signal in this god-forsaken wasteland. He wondered if Dean Gu had delivered the machines to the Song family as planned. 5 days had already passed. Time was running out. It was time to head to Sandwood City for business. The distance was great. If only his transport, Daoyan, was flight-ready, it would be 10 times faster than a shuttle. He checked the system for repair progress, but the interface remained chillingly silent. 100 miles from the city, a god-tier exclusion zone had been transformed into a high-security, temporary base. Massive barriers protected the treasures within the sand lake. Nearby, a stealth ship watched the perimeter closely. Inside, a scout sensed a terrifying god-tier aura emanating from the base. The bald elder gasped. Does that mean the ancestors finally have a shot at a breakthrough? The youth confirmed it. That god-tier relic belonged to the Huyan clan, and they would take it by force. This trip to Sandwood City was already paying off. This was Hu Yan Han, the elite young master of the clan. Beside him, Elder Hu Yan Fat scoffed at a trade offer, claiming their clan had no need for mere gold. Han remained confident. He knew exactly how to make an offer the Kim family couldn't refuse. Ma Kim smirked, playing along with the pleasantries. Meanwhile, across Sandwood City, the atmosphere was shifting. Deep in the desert, this city was a hive of activity, crawling with hunters and shady merchants. The slave trade was booming here, with captured members of the Yao tribe being sold like livestock. At a local tavern, a young man watched the auction with burning rage, his fist trembling against his glass. A mysterious cloaked figure slowly ascended the stairs, her presence hidden but suffocating. She was drawn here by the scent of a half-Yao, a rare find in these parts. Seeing he was just a low-tier hybrid, she scoffed. Even ants from the Long High Kingdom were crawling here now. A smirk played on her lips. With the god-tier relic surfacing, Sandwood City was about to become a bloodbath. Outside, the bustling market square continued its cruel auction of enslaved beast folk. In a dark corner, 2 figures dressed like the angry youth slipped into the shadows of the tavern. They spoke in the shark folk tongue. Lam Lai looked at his comrade. Unsettled by the cloaked woman's power, Lam Qian narrowed his eyes. Relying on his years of combat experience to gauge her level, probably just a mid-rank hunter looking for a lucky break, he dismissed coldly. Lam Lai looked at him with awe. as expected of a top-tier warrior from the royal guard, but as they climbed the stairs, the woman had vanished. Qian ignored it. Labeling her a nobody, the two shark folk approached the hybrid youth at the table and bowed deeply in greeting. Behold Prince Lam Kun, the prestigious royal scion of the Long Hai Kingdom, a half-blood merfolk. He waited, unperturbed. He's ready to discuss their next tactical move. Speak the common tongue, he commanded. Lam Lai then reported the critical intel. The traitor who stole the divine jade is tracked to West Sa Dio City. Lam Kun frowned. That is a military zone. How did that rat slip inside? Lam Tian stepped forward, his voice heavy with dark realization and suspicion. Lam Chao betrayed the clan, stealing the divine jade during the king's jubilee. Now a wanted fugitive. The merfolk princes are hunting him across every route, but the snake was clever. He avoided the sea, outmaneuvering the royal pursuit. He used decoys to flee toward the capital, seeking an airship through enemy territory. Theoretically, the plan was flawless. He should have boarded by now, with our elite agents tailing his every move. Then, a legendary divine fragment manifested, putting the entire city under total lockdown. Trapped, his escape plan crumbled. Lam Kun demanded the most vital updates immediately. Lam Chao knows the royal secrets. He has been stuck at Heaven Tier for decades. He stole the jade to force a breakthrough. Now, this new fragment has appeared. He is hiding with the Mach family, hoping to snatch a piece for his evolution. Lam Kun felt a pang of doubt. Something about this situation felt strangely staged. Still, the path was clear. Does that thief still hold the precious divine jade? We kept our distance. Do you fear he will trade the jade for power? Unlikely. He is either carrying it or has it stashed in a secret location. Everything feels too easy. But the 𝐊𝐤𝐵𝐺 Spirit Soul legacy is worth any risk. With that power in hand, crushing Lam Chao will be nothing more than child's play. The group moved toward the West City, unaware of the shadow lurking nearby. Listening intently, the mysterious girl wondered if the jade belonged to the previous host. Meanwhile, Yunxiang was racing toward the city, at a breakneck, desperate speed. As the signal returned, Old Mu's urgent call finally pierced through the comms. Seeing the boy safe brought relief. Yunxiang explained the South Wild's dead zone. Old Mu stood at the Red Phoenix military grounds, surrounded by heavy machinery. He wondered if the boy went deep. Regardless, the experimental mechs have finally arrived. Yunxiang's interest peaked. How did the new steel giants perform in live combat? The Red Phoenix units were mid-trial. Orange mechs unleashed a symphony of heavy fire. Smoke choked the air. Each unit played its part in a lethal, coordinated dance. Under Fan Cam's command, they merged into an ironclad, flawless tactical squad. No weaknesses remained. The simulated beast-tide vanished under a rain of high-caliber shells. Suddenly, aerial monsters swarmed. Without hesitation, the mechs recalibrated for a surface-to-air strike. The beasts dived like arrows. Van Cam ordered a switch to rapid-fire machine guns. A storm of lead suppressed the sky, leaving only wounded monsters to spiral down. With the enemy weakened, aerial mechs closed in for the kill with vibrating blades. Flying swords danced through the clouds, shredding the remaining beasts into bloody mist. Once again, the experimental squadron achieved a perfect, lightning-fast tactical victory. The carcasses fell like dead insects. The threat was neutralized, yet they held formation. The Wei Yuan units remained vigilant, scanning the smoke for any signs of life. A final beast lunged. Defensive units instantly cleaved it apart. The trial was over. Max stats across the board. Every spectator stood frozen, awestruck by this mechanical godhood, smirking at the impossible results. Yunjin asked the crowd's opinion. The dust settled, revealing the test squad 0 casualties. Absolute perfection. She ordered a disengage, revealing a team of elite young female pilots. They were still itching for battle as one girl examined her soul charm. The output was insane, and the combat intensity reached a new level. Energy drain plummeted while soul force conversion hit peak efficiency. Onlookers were envious. Yunjin and Zifu remained stoic. Some Xiao gasped. This gear is far beyond our wildest projections. Shen Ying analyzed the stats. Equip the army, and our power triples. Ami was speechless at the sheer scale of the power-up. Where is this from Tai? Huyen Industry hasn't announced new tech. Bai Su agreed. Tai Huyen lacked the R&D for this tier. Yunjin gave a mysterious smile before dropping a bombshell. Built by Nanzhou Academy from my cousin's secret blueprints. The crowd froze. One name echoed Song Yunxiang. That degenerate they mock. The guy kicked out years ago. A spoiled playboy creating S-tier mecha. That's pure nonsense. They were in disbelief. But Zifu knew his true Terrifying power. A master fighter and legendary crafter. The world wasn't ready. Meanwhile, at the Iron Wall Army outpost, new prototypes were arriving. Song Than was stunned to learn his son was the mastermind. Yun Chi beamed with pride. See, my brother is a god. Song Than ordered his commanders to handpick the best pilots. He immediately formed a brand new reinforced special ops battalion. He then authorized a mass buyout of all raw materials. Looking at the mechs, Song Than knew the game had changed. With these, we won't just defend, we'll conquer the entire South. Yun Chi nearly laughed out loud at his father's soaring ambition. If his dad knew about the secret pills, he'd lose it. High above, Yun Xiang streaked through the sky while Old Mu reported, destination, Sandy Eagle City. Arrival set for nightfall. Wait, Mu warned. A divine artifact just appeared nearby. The city is under lockdown. Watch your back. Yun Xiang. He disconnected. Mind racing. A legendary treasure. This was fate. Whatever it was, he was going to claim it first. He slammed the throttle, tearing through clouds like lightning. At the west gate, Lam Khan's group was stopped for questioning. After sliding high-value bribe cards, the guards waved them through. Keep your heads down. The guard hissed. You were just merchants today. The city was crawling with hidden masters. They had to hide. They used the hot springs cover to move deeper into town. Powerhouses appeared. Act natural. The guide whispered urgently. Lam Keen Sinel. If anything goes wrong, protect the prince. Lam Li gripped his soul charm, ready to ignite his power. The guide spoke a dialect to the sentries, and they passed. Hu Yanxing's sharp gaze swept over them, suddenly locking onto Lam Kun's hooded figure. His voice turned ice cold, demanding they halt. Have we met? Lam Kun felt the deadly probe, tossing back his hood. Lam Kun metis gaze. What business does Hu Yanxing have with us? The guards fumbled with the dialect. Hu Yanxing's suspicion flared. Why were humans wandering here, caught in the crosshairs of a high-ranking noble? The lead guard began to sweat profusely, recognizing the Huyan crest. The guard's heart nearly stopped. Beside him, Lam Kun shifted into a combat-ready stance, sensing the killing intent. The guard bluffed, claiming they were elite merchants from the Tiandu kingdom. They've come from the Central Plains to deliver rare artifacts to Lord Mok. He lied frantically. The guard signaled Lam Kun to play along. Huyan's aide confirmed the Mok family's influence. Ma Kim's brother Hu Yanxing's lips curled into a smirk as the tension momentarily eased. He ordered the guards to proceed. They hurried away, knowing one more breath could expose their secret. The team exhaled in relief. But Lam Kun didn't. He burned the Huyan name into his memory. Hu Yanxing wasn't convinced. Follow them, he barked. Something about those three feels wrong. Hu Yanfa hesitated, sensing his master's irritation. Do you truly think those merchants are a threat? Hu Yanxing grimaced in disgust. That stench. They reek of the sea. It's nauseating. En ancien? Bloodline deep repulsion. To a Huyan noble. That scent was the mark of a degenerate. Hu Yanfa remained puzzled. To his eyes, they were just ordinary humans with pale skin. Trust my intuition. Hu Yanxing snapped. Investigate them. I want to know exactly who they are. In a blur of movement, Hu Yanfa's presence vanished into the chaos of the crowded streets. Hu Yanxing smirked, wandering the slave market. The quality of these female spirits was indeed legendary. With his watchdog gone, it was the perfect hour for some dark, hedonistic indulgence. Meanwhile, deep within the west district of Sand City, a different hunt was unfolding. From the rooftops, Lam Kun's team scanned for the traitor. Lam Qian's rage was reaching its limit. That bastard Lam Qian hissed. Using the Naga soul to hide in luxury while we suffer. His blood boiled. He shoved the binoculars toward Lam Lai. Watch him before I kill someone. Lam Lai peered through the lens. These high-tier artifacts could bypass any anti-peeping concealment array. There he was, Lam Chao, basking in a pool surrounded by human women. Oblivious to his fate, Lam Lai's gaze wandered toward the female baths, only to get a brutal blow from Lam Qian. Lam Kun sat in cold silence. A predator waiting. Status report. What is the target doing? See for yourself. Lam Qian grunted. Lam Kun waved it off. Waiting ends now. We move. Direct infiltration, Lam Lai stammered. That's suicide. We'll be spotted in seconds. Without these cloaks, our Naga aura will trigger every alarm. Lam Kun ignored him, shedding his disguise. Suddenly, Lam Qian's voice dropped to a whisper. The traitor. He's finally on the move. As Lam Kun's team launched their strike, They remained unaware of a girl watching from above. She smiled. The Naga soul thief and a half-demon prince. This was getting interesting. She expected a hunt for the god-tier shard. But this hidden drama was an unexpected bonus. Huang Diaoyin, a saint of the Hishui kingdom. Her beauty was legendary. Her true age a mystery. But the observer was also being observed. An ancient shadow loomed behind the saint. Unseen. If she was the sparrow stalking the mantis, he was the apex predator waiting for both. Earlier, Yunxiang touched down in the dunes. His concealment array flickering with hidden power, system void shuttle stored in inventory. Yunxiang slipped into the city like a ghost. With a flick of his palm, the massive ship vanished. Minimal attention. Maximum efficiency, his standard protocol. He headed for the herb trade first. Pulling out a rare S-rank item, the formless mask. He hadn't studied the System S new drop yet, but it was perfect for a total transformation. In a blinding flash of light, his entire presence shifted into something entirely new. Van Tuong shifted his physical form, mimicking a lower realm youth, the perfect degenerate identity. This disguise felt natural, but it wasn't suitable for a high-stakes trade with the Samlin house. He tried an Instructor S face, then a middle-aged man, searching for the ultimate mask. With every step, his features warped. He was a ghost, searching for the perfect skin. Finally, a mysterious hooded elder stepped into the bustling Sand Eagle City market. Removing the hood, he revealed a face from his future, his legendary peak in his past life. The steward immediately led him to manager Lu Vin's private chambers. Lu Vin hurried to greet him as Van Tuong claimed a referral from the South Province. Lu Vin cut him off with a sharp gesture, whispering for a more private setting. The manager suspected this stranger was a secret powerhouse from the prestigious Tong Manor. Accepting the false identity, Van Tuong demanded the Heaven's Scale and Purple Sand Egg. Confirmed, Lu Vin led him toward the Samlin family representatives who had been waiting. Inside the hidden vault sat a seasoned elder and a sharp-eyed young woman. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 questioned why her master would trade such rare, personal herbs for monster parts. These were rare treasures, hardly items one would toss away for common beast materials. 𝐁𝐞𝐿, a concubine's daughter, he watched as the elder explained his secretive motives were fulfilling a commission for the Mach family's next-generation mecha development. He muttered. He was willing to pay any price to accelerate their research and development speed. His hopes rested on the Mach family's new prototype powered by ancient soul essences. As a Tier 4 master crafter, 𝐁𝐞𝐿 felt this trade was beneath his dignity. The Mach family should have sent their own servants for such trivial errands. She scoffed. The trade commenced as Lu Vin introduced the buyer. Both parties took their seats, under the manager's watchful eye. The exchange of legendary items began without a hitch. They were stunned by the flawless grade of Van Tuong's crystals. Yet the deal closed smoothly. Mission accomplished. 2 rare herbs secured. Only the Mach family's treasure remained. Van Tuong slipped into the western district, infiltrating the Mach manor with battle-hardened ease. High-security military zones were nothing more than a playground for his awakened skills. Utilizing a concealment array, he leaped across rooftops until a strange aura stopped him cold. A woman exuding saint-tier energy caught his eye. Her disguise couldn't fool his senses. Who is she, he wondered. Her soul signature was a complete blank in his memories. A ghost from his past life, or a new variable in this reincarnation. He triggered a system scan, instead finding Lin Kun's crew at a nearby slave club. He recognized the soul fluctuations of the blue-haired brat, Ho Din Hun. Nearby, the noble was indulging in the inner-city's elite club. Surrounded by beast-eared beauties, a manager named a bat approached, bowing low to the high-ranking spender. He showered Han with flattery, recognizing a big fish when he saw one. Cut the crap and get lost. Hen Barkil. His arrogance flaring like a monster, the manager groveled, asking if the current cat girls were to the young lord's liking. Han shrugged. They were decent enough for him to consider buying them both outright. Their premium stock, Lord Han, purebred, with certified bloodlines from our own shop. The cat girls pleaded for him to take them, desperate to escape their cages. With a flick of his wrist, Han bought them both, much to the manager's delight. But Han wanted more. He'd heard rumors of a wild top-tier specimen recently captured. The manager hesitated, noting she was already reserved for a VIP client. Han sneered, demanding a look, double the price. Now, show me this beast. The manager politely refused, explaining young Master Mach had already claimed the prize, a guild they couldn't afford to offend. Hu Yangxing scoffed. This was the second time he'd heard that name today. He settled for a quick look at the item, denied again. The beast was still being broken in the dungeon depths. To see her, 𝐊𝐥𝐥𝐥𝐿 would have to descend. No more talk. 𝐊𝐥𝐥𝐿 agreed, his blood pumping. In the basement, he found her, a horsekin warrior, chained and raw, possessing a human torso and equine body. According to the manager, she was a mythic tier prize for the 𝐁𝐞𝐿 family, the strongest warrior of the equine tribe. Her traits were explosive. It took 5 high-tier experts just to pin her down. They'd used foals as bait. Beside him, his cat girl summons trembled, begging to flee this place. During the negotiation, a system link call arrived from 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐷. The old man praised his foresight. Those 3 targets were indeed anomalies. They were tailing a high-tier traitor, a fugitive from 𝐊𝐥𝐷, now hidden within the 𝐁𝐞 Guild's ranks. 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐷 offered to alert the 𝐁𝐞s, but 𝐊𝐥𝐥𝐿 smirked. Just send me the coordinates. Transaction complete. He tossed a soul charm filled with credits to the manager for the cat girls. Keep the change. Without another word, he grabbed his summons and vanished into the shadows. The manager watched him go, impressed. A high-ranking player with deep pockets and lethal speed, he turned back to the captive. This cargo was too hot. He needed to deliver it before the nightmare began. Near the Western Springs, Lin Kun's party lay in wait, eyes locked on their target 𝐊𝐥𝐸. They weren't alone. A saintess trailed them, while Yunxiang lurked behind her like a silent predator. The saintess thought she was the hunter, but Yunxiang was playing the ultimate game of shadows. 𝐊𝐥𝐸 walked calmly, seemingly unaware he had fallen into a triple-layered trap. Suddenly, the veteran paused, a sharp glance back, and then he bolted like a lightning strike. He spotted us. Pursue. The trio surged forward. 𝐊𝐥𝐸 was heading for the city outskirts. 𝐊𝐥𝐸 was a blur, leaping across rooftops with the grace of a high-ranking hunter. The commotion alerted the guards. Lin Kun barked orders, coordinating their pursuit through the chaos. A massive wall blocked their path. Lan Li didn't hesitate, using his body to launch his comrades upward. Finally, Lan Kun used the momentum of the guards to vault over the final fortification. 𝐊𝐥𝐸 thought he'd cleared them, but Lan Kun was already breathing down his neck. They tore through the outskirts. Use your soul, Avatar, Lan Jian shouted. Sensing the coming clash, 𝐊𝐥𝐸 looked back, eyes widening. Above him, 2 shadows descended, mecha suits summoned to block his escape. The traitor let out a venomous curse, mocking their stealth. He laughed. Only a fool from 𝐊𝐷 would use such pathetic camouflage. Miles outside the city, the trap snapped shut. Despite being surrounded, 𝐊𝐥𝐸's smug grin remained. I expected a prince to come for me, he sneered. Instead, I get this mixed blood trash. 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐸's blade ignited with fury. Shut your mouth. Hand over the relic. Ordeal. Lan Kun kept his voice steady. Uncle Lan, the mermaid tribe needs that treasure. Surrender, and I'll ask my father to spare your life. 𝐊𝐥𝐸 cackled. Typical mixed blood sentimentality. You reek of human weakness. To him, only the pathetic and the weak chose to live on dry land like insects. The mermaid tribe carries the true dragon bloodline, he roared. Our place is the eternal abyss. He reached for a hidden soul talisman behind his back. Skill activation, sand vortex. A pillar of golden light erupted, blasting the hunter's back with overwhelming pressure. By the time the dust settled, 𝐊𝐥𝐸 had vanished into the swirling desert sands. Damn it, he's diving into the dunes, Lan Jian screamed as the trap turned against them. From the storm, 𝐊𝐥𝐸's voice echoed. Don't think I am as stupid as those mixed-blood fools, chasing a heaven-tier peak powerhouse. These degenerates have a serious death wish. 𝐊𝐥𝐸 roared, unleashing a beam of starlight that deflected off his own blade by pure luck. It was an ambush. 𝐊𝐥𝐸 realized their arrogance came from a secret weapon gifted by the Sea King, the Dragon-Falling Mace, a legendary artifact forged specifically to suppress the Naga bloodline. Even knowing it once killed a previous Star Soul host, 𝐊𝐥𝐸 remained unfazed by their trump card. If they can even track my movements, what good is a fancy toy? 𝐊𝐥𝐸's mocking laughter echoed. Their strategy was exposed before the real clash began, leaving 𝐊𝐥𝐸 trembling. 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐸 stayed calm, ordering a diversion. He needed an opening to bind the enemy with the mace. Realization dawned on 𝐊𝐥𝐸 as he stared at his leader with wide, trembling eyes. 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐸 whispered the final instructions. The plan was suicide, and 𝐊𝐥𝐸 couldn't hide his shock. In a flash, 𝐊𝐥𝐸 sheathed his blade and vaulted into the air, drawing his long-range artillery. Hovering above, he rained fire upon the desert sands, screaming insults to bait 𝐊𝐥𝐸 into the open. The desert erupted as they clashed. Meanwhile, inside the walls of Sand Eagle City, 𝐁𝐸 unleashed her Saint-tier devastation. Standing amidst a field of corpses, A wicked smile crossed her face. She was oblivious to the shadow that had been stalking her every move from the darkness. Van Tuong watched, questioning her motives. Was she just a spectator? Or waiting to strike the approaching reinforcements? Comms were dead. The captain felt a chill down his spine as every distress signal vanished into thin air. An entire mecha legion was outside. Yet the city's early warning system remained eerily silent. They raced toward the West District to alert the Mach clan, only to find two figures blocking their path. The guards halted, weapons raised. Standing before them were the legendary Han and Fat of the Ho-Dien clan. The duo approached with terrifying composure, telling the frantic soldiers to stay calm, claiming to be guests of young Master Mach Kim. Han demanded an update on the city's chaotic state. One soldier whispered to the captain, confirming the identities of these mysterious guests. They were seen with General Mach Kim earlier. These were definitely high-ranking members of the Ho-Dien Guild. The captain's face went pale. He and his men bowed instantly, begging for forgiveness from the powerful elites. He reported that Group 13 was on duty when unidentified hostiles breached the perimeter and escaped the city. A mecha army is massing 10 miles out, and our defensive arrays have been sabotaged by a mole. All channels to high command are jammed. We were completely cut off and flying blind. A mysterious powerhouse decimated our unit. We were the only survivors heading to the Mach estate for reinforcements. Han let out a cold, disinterested hum after hearing the report. He glanced at Fat, confirming the Mach clan was still oblivious to the slaughter at their doorstep. Before the captain could offer safety, the two Ho-Dien elites blurred into motion with terrifying speed. The captain tried to speak, but a swift strike to his neck sent him into instant darkness. The rest of the squad didn't stand a chance, collapsing like ragdolls before they could even blink. Han and Fat stood over the fallen guards, their expressions as cold as ice. Fat suggested finishing them, but Han disagreed. The Naga civil war was a much more entertaining spectacle. They surged toward the outskirts, fueled by raw soul power. Meanwhile, the clash between the Naga brothers intensified. Lam Khan held the front line, while Lam Kian rained down magical bombardment from above. Lam Kian screamed taunts, but Lam Khan remained the eye of the storm, waiting for the perfect moment. Suddenly, the sand exploded. Lam Cha's mecha form erupted from the dunes, striking from the shadows. Even with his lightning reflexes, Lam Khan couldn't dodge the devastating bite of Lam Chao's blade. Ignoring the blood, Lam Khan lunged forward, locking Lam Chao in a desperate, ironclad grip. You fell for it, Lam Khan smirked. The mace wasn't with him, it was with the bait. Now, Lam Kian. The trap was finally sprung. Lam Kian summoned the artifact. Orange lightning crackled, forming the deadly dragon-falling mace as the saint watched from afar. For the first time, she witnessed the legendary dragon-slaying mace, a relic from the fallen empire's secret archives. From the shadows, Yunshang analyzed the scene. In his past life, this artifact belonged to a different master. Huyan Han stood paralyzed in shock. If his memories of the previous timeline were correct, that divine weapon was actually his aunt's personal treasure. Lam Kun strained every muscle to pin Lam Chao down, screaming for Lam Kian to strike before his strength finally failed. Inside the cockpit, Lam Kian's expression turned sinister. Rest easy, Highness. I'll end your suffering. The dragon-slaying mace fractured into a storm of lethal blades. With a ruthless thrust, Lam Kian drove the weapon straight through the chest of Lam Kun's damaged mech. Blood sprayed as Lam Kun suffered a devastating blow, his mind reeling from the sudden, inexplicable betrayal. Thunderous bolts surged from the mace, shredding the armor. Lam Kun let out a blood-curdling scream as the weapon impaled his flesh. Lam Kian descended, weapon in hand, looking down at his prey. Lam Kun lay broken, as helpless as a fish caught in a net. Lam Chao deactivated his armor and stepped toward his fallen foe with a cold, triumphant smirk. You really are a fool, he mocked. Did you truly think trash like you could ever track a peak heaven tier master? Suddenly, Lam Kian's mech dropped to one knee, bowing deeply. Greetings, Master, he declared with unwavering loyalty. With the arrogance of a victor, Lam Chao revealed his hand. He had planted a mole to lure Lam Kun into this death trap. He laughed, savoring his triumph while hurling insults at the broken prince. Yet Lam Kun remained eerily silent. Realizing his victim had lost consciousness, Lam Chao's satisfaction turned to irritation. His grand performance had fallen on deaf ears. Scowling, he ordered Lam Kian to wake the prisoner. He wasn't finished with his sadistic games just yet. Lam Kian unleashed a surge of lightning, searing through 𝐊𝐥𝐿𝐥𝐿's body and forcing him back into a world of agony. The sheer pain dragged him back to reality. 𝐊𝐥𝐿𝐥𝐝 grinned, asking how the legendary dragon-slaying mace tasted. Rage flared in 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿's eyes the moment he woke. His mind flooded with 1,000 questions and burning hatred. He choked out a question, asking why a veteran of the royal guard would ever turn his back on the Dragon Sea King. 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 offered a cold apology, revealing that his heart had belonged to 𝐊𝐥𝐿 from the very beginning. 𝐊𝐥𝐿's pupils dilated in absolute horror. The puzzle pieces of this grand betrayal finally clicked together. This was a conspiracy decades in the making. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 whispered his dark intent, "I only need your royal seafolk blood." Confusion replaced the pain in 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿's eyes. "My blood? What kind of twisted ritual is this?" 𝐊𝐥𝐿 began to explain the secret of the shark folk jade. "Do you know why this treasure is the ultimate prize? Thousands of years ago, when abyssal monsters ravaged the West Sea, your people were driven from their ancestral home. They sought refuge in the Central Lands. It was then that the first host, lamdong, awakened the soul spirit of 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐿. He fought for 3 days and nights, a one-man army, slaughtering tens of thousands of terrifying sea beasts. With the divine power of the soul spirit armor, he reclaimed the endless sea, and the shark folk crowned him their lord. But every host eventually falls. When they die, the soul spirit reverts into a soul jade to find a new master, to ensure the spirit of 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐿 protected his people forever. lamdong sought a forbidden ritual from a fallen deity. He sacrificed his very life force, burning his soul to fuel the final seal on the artifact. He bound the soul jade within the shark folk jade, creating the ultimate bloodline inheritance for your clan. That is the true origin of your treasure. Each time a host's life nears its end, the ritual must be performed. The seal must be reset, awaiting the next chosen warrior to claim the legendary inheritance. Listening from afar, Huyan noted the striking similarity to his own clan's secret power-up techniques. Huang Miaoyin lamented the loss of such a ritual. With it, her nation could have dominated the entire central continent. Yunxiang's eyes narrowed. This was history from the shark folk's perspective, far different from the stories he knew. In his past life, the records claimed the empire had simply restored the king's power. The truth was far darker, bound by purple lightning. 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 hung his head, his voice dripping with cold realization. So, to awaken the soul spirit of 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐿, you need the essence of the royal bloodline. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 summoned a jagged ritual blade. Correct. But it requires the blood of 3 royal heirs to break the seal. His original plan was to ambush the princes at the capital, using internal spies to orchestrate a clean kidnapping, but the sudden appearance of a god-tier anomaly had thrown his carefully laid plans into total chaos. Despite his wounds, 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 let out a dark laugh. He finally understood why the king had split the princes into separate units. So that's the plan. He's stopping 𝐊𝐥𝐿 from gathering the 3 needed sacrifices. Only 2 royals remain. 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 sneers, certain that 𝐊𝐥𝐿 is finally cornered, mocking 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿. 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 laughs. If that's his son, he'll die of laughter. 𝐊𝐥𝐿's eyes narrow. Foolish nephew. Did you think I'd lure you without a plan? 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 freezes in shock. Watching nearby, Van Tuong sighs at his blatant stupidity. That same moronic face, exactly like the merman prince I saw in my past life. City guards close in. Van Tuong senses the killing intent. Trouble has officially arrived. They've talked too long. Moving fast, Van Tuong curses the villain's endless monologue. These damned degenerates always talk too much. He glares at Hong Du Am, unconcerned. Her stealth is amateur, but her saint-tier cultivation should keep her hidden from them. Exactly as planned, she watches as the guards rush blindly toward 𝐊𝐥𝐿's position. Reaching the gate, the guards open fire, raining suppression rounds on the target group. Unfazed, 𝐊𝐥𝐿 draws his bow. He aims true and roars, "Get lost, you trash." Against these low-ranking hunters, 𝐊𝐥𝐿's counterattack is swift, précis, and brutal. He drops several guards, but the swarm regroups, desperate to close the combat distance. Wielding the dragon mace, he suppresses the mob, buying time for the awakening ritual. Preparation ends. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 leads the captive 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 toward the god-tier fragment. As the mace retracts, 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 screams. Every second feels like soul-crushing torture. Ignoring the cries, they outrun the guards, leaving them paralyzed in purple lightning, bound and broken. 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 is helpless, a mere fish on a high-tier cutting board. The captain spots them. He bellows to mobilize the final defense line immediately. In that tense heartbeat, The very air seems to hold its breath. Orders crackle. General 𝐁𝐞𝐿's elite guard is intercepting the targets now. 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿. Is he using that fragment to force an ancient power-up? 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿's guild appears with soul charms. Van Tuong spots these new players entering. The party is growing. Van Tuong shrugs it off and tails 𝐊𝐥𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿's group. A massive perimeter of guards surrounds the god-tier fragment. Weapons locked and loaded, a flash of steel, and the guards are wiped out. 𝐊𝐥𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿 descends like a god, shedding his armor. 𝐊𝐥𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿 approaches the relic and mocks the terrified prisoner. Time to reveal the secret, how 2 royals can ignite a 3-soul blood ritual. He reveals a hidden item, the preserved blood essence of the previous legendary master, a hidden stat of the fragment. It can reanimate dead cells into a surging power source. He pours the ancient blood onto the soul jade, forcing a violent system reaction. The jade pulses. Step 1, complete. 𝐊𝐥𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿's gaze turns predatory toward his kin. 𝐊𝐿𝐼𝐥𝐾𝐿's eyes bulge. The sheer impossibility of this ritual shatters his mind. Outside the barrier, 𝐊𝐤𝐿 scouts witness the awakening ritual in progress. Panic sets in. This ceremony mirrors a S-tier spirit general's descent by 90%. If the hidden keys match their lore, then a fatal opening is finally coming. 𝐊𝐥𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿 won't equip armor yet. He can't risk disrupting the delicate mana flow. This is it. The decisive turning point. The ultimate chance to strike is here. Move now. They strike to hijack the inheritance while the target is still bound. Dagger and hint. 𝐊𝐥𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿 looms over his nephew. His murderous intent is lethal. Your turn. Nephew. The blade bites deep, and royal blood sprays across the altar. His eyes glow with a dark trait, absorbing the essence into the ritual blade. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐸𝐿 stands frozen. The fragment's power to awaken blood is truly terrifying. It appears she must carry these divine-grade shards back to the High 3 region. They might even awaken the slumbering Holy Emperor. Meanwhile, Yun Tuong watches silently from the side. He realizes 𝐊𝐥𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿 is using a forbidden blood ritual, mirroring ancient spirit race alchemy records. Whatever 𝐊𝐥𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿's true agenda, Yun Tuong hopes the succession ritual concludes without a hitch. It matters little who claims the prize, as he can simply replicate the power later, using the blood essence. 𝐊𝐥𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿 ruthlessly drains 𝐊𝐴𝐿's vitality. The agony is absolute as blood overflows. Crimson energy spirals around the soul jade like silk, fusing into the core at high speeds. Consequently, the soul jade swells at a terrifying rate. Its size soon becomes unnaturally massive. A haunting voice echoes from within the jade, demanding the 3rd royal bloodline sacrifice immediately. 𝐊𝐴𝐿 gazes at the jade with obsession. Just as he prepares to strike, an attack strikes first. Thanks to 𝐊𝐴𝐿's warning, 𝐊𝐴𝐿 senses the danger and barely evades the lethal strike. 𝐊𝐴𝐿's reflexes are elite. Above, 𝐊𝐤𝐿 ignores all questions and rains down soul-crushing blasts. 𝐊𝐴𝐿 struggles desperately, utilizing every ounce of his agility to dodge the relentless energy barrage. Seeing his opening, 𝐊𝐤𝐿 commands Fat to slaughter the sea folk and seize the artifact. 𝐊𝐴𝐿 cannot easily manifest his mecha armor now. He quickly retreats to regroup with 𝐊𝐴𝐿. However, a confused 𝐊𝐴𝐿 is suddenly sent reeling by a devastating strike from 𝐊𝐤𝐿 Fat. Without hesitation, 𝐊𝐴𝐿 recovers, bracing himself to launch a powerful counter-kick at his opponent. Unexpectedly, 𝐊𝐤𝐿 Fat catches the strike, trapping 𝐊𝐴𝐿's leg in an unbreakable, crushing grip. Using raw power, Fat shatters the bone and blasts 𝐊𝐿 away. Yet he remains standing. In midair, he stabs his blade down to anchor himself, his face contorted with explosive rage. Suddenly, Fat appears before him, using 𝐊𝐿's own severed limb to decapitate him. The armor shatters, his defenseless body crashes into the sand before a massive mechanical foot grinds him into gore. 𝐊𝐿 screams in agonizing despair. But it is too late. His finest general is completely erased, unable to endure more. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 ignite sul talisman. Ignoring the risk to the ritual, just as his mecha armor begins to materialize, a soul beam pierces directly through his chest. Inside the cockpit, 𝐊𝐿 vomits a torrent of blood. This strike easily penetrated his ultimate defense. Seizing the moment, 𝐊𝐤𝐿 gestuurd, deploying the dragon down spike to bind the fallen leader. Trapped in purple lightning, a shocked 𝐊𝐿 roars, demanding how they possess the Sea Tribe's bane. With the threat neutralized, the 2 𝐊𝐤𝐿 warriors deactivate their gear and mock his stupidity. The dragon down spike was forged by their family, specifically to exterminate his aquatic kind. Surveying his ruined plans, 𝐊𝐿's face bulges with veins of pure, unadulterated fury. He grinds his teeth, his curses mixing with a hollow, Maniacal laughter of pure madness. He should have seen it coming. The treachery of the Hodian family was inevitable. The burning purple lightning fuels his hatred. He bellows to the heavens, pleading for a hidden expert. He promises the Longhai Kingdom's eternal gratitude for just one moment of divine intervention. This plea reaches 𝐊𝐥𝐥𝐿 above, surprising her. This Naga actually sensed her hidden presence. Instead of appearing, she decides to let the ants fight, so she can steal the prize later. The lack of a response only causes 𝐊𝐥𝐿's desperation to reach a breaking point. He senses a predator watching. If they won, act now. They must be a hidden enemy. 𝐊𝐥𝐿's frantic shouting momentarily unnerves Hodian Fat, who looks around in sudden fear. He asks Han for any signs of movement, but Han only laughs with arrogant confidence. A mere heavenly tier warrior couldn't sense what he can see. He claims it is just a bluff. Hearing this, Hodian Fat discards his worry and turns his back on the broken 𝐊𝐥𝐿. Han steps toward the soul jade to inspect it, his eyes gleaming with dark ambition. If this matches the legendary spirit pearl, then, suddenly, both men are frozen by a new shock, defying the dragon-slaying flail's binding. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 breaks free and charges like a blood-crazed degenerate. Whether it was luck or some twisted fate, the gods seem to be smiling on him today. Suddenly, a specialized array manifests, halting the purple thunder strike. Its creator is none other than Van Tuong. There was zero chance he would let the Hodian Guild seize this legendary soul jade. Without it, his replication skill is worthless. His past life memories warned of an ambush waiting within the heaven capital, though the details were hazy. He knew Lamcon was destined to claim Albin's inheritance. The Hodian family's interference has now injected dangerous hidden variables into this timeline. This god-tier fragment changed everything. Van Tuong questioned, where did this anomaly even come from? Could this be the butterfly effect triggered by his own reincarnation into this world? Back at the front, the Hodian elites grew desperate. Shields raised to protect their young master. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 vaults over the defenders mid-air, slicing his palm to activate a forbidden bloodlink ritual. The Hodian hunters were paralyzed by shock. Behind the fragment, Van Tuong watched with a smirk. Perfect. Even 𝐊𝐥𝐥𝐿 stood frozen as blood merged with the jade, triggering a massive system surge. System alert heritage ritual initiated. The Longhai secret realm is now opening for all participants. The announcement was faint, barely reaching Van Tuong's ears amidst the roaring energy. Blinding light erupted from the jade, coalescing into the spectral phantom of the legendary host. Albin, the first host, Lord 𝐊𝐥𝐿, appeared, summoning the merfolk to endure 3 tiers of divine trials. Only the final survivor would earn the right to become the new host of Albin. A hydro vortex erupted, dragging 𝐊𝐥𝐿 and the Hodian soldiers into the spiraling abyss. Even 𝐊𝐥𝐿 was sucked in, followed by a very annoyed and speechless Van Tuong. Activating his stealth cloak, he cursed the incompetent developer who designed this sloppy teleportation array. What trash design? Hey, he sit. There isn't even a basic identity filter for these trial participants. Meanwhile, in Sadio City, the Ma clan leader woke up trembling in a cold, visceral sweat. He begged for his life in his sleep, while his concubines dismissed it as a simple nightmare. In his mind, he was back at the bloody border, witnessing a massacre that defied all logic. During the heat of battle, a rain of steel descended from the heavens without warning. It annihilated the Sadia guards, while the heaven capital troops remained completely unharmed. His men were shredded by invisible blades, their elite formation collapsing into a one-sided slaughter. As the dust settled, thousands of flying swords were revealed, dancing under the control of soul power. They swirled back like wings toward a radiant spirit general hovering high above the battlefield. It was the spirit general Bai Chi, radiating a crushing aura that dwarfed every combat machine below. The survivors were paralyzed with terror, realizing their intelligence report was a fatal mistake. They knew Bai Chi was a top-tier threat, but this level of power was beyond their imagination. Their primitive weapons couldn't even put a scratch on the spirit general's ironclad defense. In a flash, Bai Chi vanished and reappeared directly behind the panicked Sadu survivors. His speed was god-tier. The soldiers wondered if they were just fighting a swarm of afterimages. With one kick, Bai Chi bisected the heavy armor units, single-handedly turning the tide of war. Hope vanished instantly. The remaining soldiers broke rank, screaming as they fled for their lives. But under Bai Chi's gaze, there is no escape. He systematically erased every target on the field. A small group tried to use the canyon shadows to sneak away during the chaos. A few fanatics stayed behind to stall, hoping the city lord could escape the carnage. Mahbu didn't look back, coldly promising to take care of their families as he fled. Before he could finish, his loyal dogs were instantly executed by a swarm of flying swords. Mahbu turned back and froze in horror, watching his final bodyguards get wiped out. Faced with the invincible spirit general, the coward collapsed, begging for mercy in a pathetic stutter. 𝐊𝐥𝐺𝐸 stood tall, his voice chilling as he questioned the Ma clan patriarch. Terrified, the man didn't dare breathe a lie. Ma Biao begged for his life, desperately offering his entire fortune in exchange for survival. 𝐊𝐥𝐺𝐸 scoffed, uninterested in gold. He declared Ma Biao could keep his life on one condition, pointing his blade toward the distant canyon. He set a boundary. If any Sand Vulture City soldiers crossed it, doom followed. No matter the excuse, 𝐊𝐥𝐺𝐸 promised to personally hunt Ma Biao down like a dog in his own city. His eyes flashed with lightning-like intensity, a gaze so sharp, Ma Biao couldn't even meet it. Bowing low, the patriarch surrendered completely. He wouldn't dare cross that line, fleeing back to Sand Vulture City in fear. Years later, Ma Biao jolts awake from a nightmare, his body drenched in cold sweat and tension, gasping as if he'd just survived a war. He ignored his mistress's comforts. Their touch did nothing to soothe his trauma. The terror from that encounter with 𝐊𝐥𝐺𝐸 remained etched in his soul. Even after so much time had passed, regaining his composure, Ma Biao gritted his teeth, his hatred boiling over as he cursed Nam Vinengyi's name. Rising from his bed, the Lord barked orders for his subordinates to prepare the basement and summon Dr. Dan Pai immediately. Deep beneath the Ma clan estate, a secret laboratory hummed with hidden power. Ma Biao rushed through the corridors, his frustration palpable as he sought the doctor. Dan Pai was already waiting in the vault. A subordinate reported a mysterious armed conflict outside the city gates. But Ma Biao's mind was elsewhere. Dismissively, the patriarch told them to let the Ma Kim enforcers handle such trivial matters from now on. Moments later, Ma Biao entered a reinforced steel chamber. Dan Pai and Jia bowed, but Ma Biao ignored them, his eyes fixed on something monumental. He marveled at the progress. Dan Pai explained that thanks to rare materials from the trade guild, the project was finally complete. Standing before the massive Star Soul General, Ma Biao was paralyzed by its sheer majesty. His voice trembled with excitement. Hailing this machine as the ultimate will of Sand Vulture City, he sought a name for this mecha, a weapon capable of rivaling even the Hydro Star Soul General. To him, this was the light of his rebirth, the key to his ultimate ascension. The humiliation suffered at 𝐊𝐥𝐺𝐸's hands would be repaid 100-fold with this metal god. Jia whispered about a cool name the doctor had mentioned, but Dan Pai quickly silenced her with a cough. The doctor brushed it off as a joke, not wanting to distract his master from the gravity of the moment. Elsewhere, Yunxiang woke from a haze to a dark shadow's call. He inhabited the body of a middle-aged man. His mind was a blur of fragmented memories. As he regained consciousness, he realized he'd been pulled into the Soul Jade Legacy's Grand Illusion Array. Fortunately, his mental defenses held. He'd shielded his sea of consciousness from the phantom realm to maintain his true self. Checking his reflection, he adapted quickly. This first trial was clearly a heart demon test built from his own past. He deduced that this 3-tier trial was nothing more than an elaborate illusion formation. Yunxiang cursed the cliché setup. Having conquered countless secret realms in his past life, this was child's play. Still, he decided to play along. It was a rare chance to experience his old life again. He noted his black armor guard uniform. This was him before the scars, during his peak days. Calculating the timeline, he realized he was back 2 years after the Great Southern Beasttide. Stepping out of his tent, the guards saluted. Yunxiang gave them a mischievous, provocative grin. Forget the formalities, you bastards. Your daddy is back. He barked at the stunned soldiers. The guards stared in disbelief, thinking their commander was just in a particularly strange mood. Seeing their reaction, Yunxiang smirked. The NPCs were surprisingly intelligent. If this was a dream, he'd raise some hell. The black armor camp was perfectly positioned, surrounded by cliffs and backed by a mountain. A true fortress. Yunxiang knew every inch of this terrain like the back of his hand. He walked toward the cliff edge. When the guards questioned him, he jokingly invited them to join him for a piss. Surveying the horizon, he recognized the strategic city of the southern Central Plains before him. According to history, the southern province had fallen. The Diluan kingdom was already preparing their invasion. The commander led half the elite black armor guards to reinforce the northern front. I was tasked with leading the remaining forces to hold the central defense line, but my youthful arrogance blinded me. I fell for Nightnet's trap, leaving the southern front to burn. Looking at this old scar, It all clicked. I finally understood the rules of this twisted game. This illusion was built to make me repent for my past failures. Too bad for them. Once you realize you were in a dream, you become its absolute god. I unleashed my hidden stats, and my cultivation instantly skyrocketed to the saint stage. This overwhelming power. It's been far too long since I felt this invincible. I took to the skies, leaving the entire camp paralyzed in utter shock. Flight is the mark of a saint. My soul power manifested as a blinding aura. I streaked across the heavens like a meteor, hunting for Nightnet to shatter this fake reality. Southern Defense Line Sector 3. A world of iron and blood. A brutal war raged between the mecha units and the relentless tide of beasts. One soldier, pushed to his limit, fired a final desperate shot, slaying a high-tier monster. The Tiandu mecha squads finally seized the advantage, sweeping through the remaining enemies. Three-man cells moved in perfect sync, ensuring no monster escaped the systematic purge. Though their soul power was drained, the weary soldiers stood victorious amidst the carnage. The captain began the tally. Countless beasts lay dead, but the cost was high. Miraculously, most of the hunters had made it through the chaos alive. Armor off. 2 minutes to resupply and patch up, the captain barked. The soldiers collapsed, their bodies trembling from the sheer weight of the battle. Zhang Daikui rushed to help his brother, who had fallen amidst the choking smoke. The captain stood at the center, coordinating medical aid and essential logistics. Unlike his brother, Daikui was still full of energy. Dragging his sibling to safety, a voice called out. The captain summoned the two brothers for a debrief. Not bad, kid. The captain noted, your performance was actually impressive. The pampered rich boy had proven himself a natural mecha pilot. Daikui smiled with pride. Then, the captain's gaze turned cold as he addressed the elder brother. Daifu, I don't know why you're so reckless, but don't throw your life away for nothing. Daifu bowed in silence, his eyes reflecting a deep, soul-crushing despair. Watch him, the captain whispered to Daikui. Keep your brother from doing something stupid. Another officer asked about them. Just 2 fallen nobles from the central district. The captain sighed. I knew their elders back in the day. It's a sad story of a ruined guild. The officer nodded. They have talent. It's a shame to see them so broken. Daikui brought over rations. Eat up, brother. I've even got some extra jerky. Daifu took it with a hollow thanks. The younger brother tried to lift the heavy atmosphere. He offered a flask of wine, but Daifu simply turned away. Lost in thought, Daikui's smile finally faded, his frustration bubbling to the surface. Why are you so obsessed with dying? The family's fall wasn't your fault. We re-soldiers now. We have a purpose. But his words fell on deaf ears. Daifu's face twisted in agony. I'm the one who failed. I deserve this. I was a fool. I almost hurt you. Daikui just shrugged. He had already forgiven him, but Daifu only wanted one thing to pay for his sins with his life. Suddenly, the sirens wailed. Boss monsters detected all hunters to battle stations. In a heartbeat, the fragile peace shattered into a new nightmare. Soldiers snapped to attention, manifesting spirit souls for a sudden, desperate clash. Meals were abandoned as they formed a defensive line against the encroaching beast tide. Hope vanished. The sheer numbers were beyond their ranking tiers to handle. The captain signaled frantically for reinforcements from the neighboring sectors. Beasts swarmed the sky and earth, bringing an inevitable wave of death. He ordered the support units to evacuate, hoping some might survive. The bloodthirsty monsters closed in with a deafening, terrifying roar. Suddenly, the horde froze, sensing a monstrous presence behind them. A lone spirit general appeared, unleashing a tidal wave of soul power. His weapon erupted into a pillar of light, crushing the earth beneath. With one legendary swing, he unleashed a devastating sword technique. The strike decimated the horde, leaving no monster standing. The army watched in awe as a massive trench replaced the enemies. The cloaked figure stood still, lightning crackling from his short blade. Is that the legendary Phantom of the South? A soldier gasped. The captain trembled, recalling the myth of the fallen half-saint. He was supposed to have perished years ago in the Great Tide, yet rumors persisted of a ghost hunter wielding a forbidden blade, a shadow moving unseen. Truly, the Phantom of the South. Before anyone could speak, the mysterious warrior vanished into the sky. Venting poursued. Barely catching sight of the retreating spirit general, the phantom moved with supernatural speed. Leaping across the mountain peaks, Von Tung shadowed him, questioning if this was his master from the past. In the original timeline, this legend should have saved the prince. But here, the master had already reached a new sainthood rank. This figure felt different, a chaotic mix of noble spirit and dark energy. The aura was a tangled, unrecognizable mess of power. Driven by curiosity, Fan Tung drew closer, but was immediately detected, shocked. He wondered how his concealment was so easily breached. The phantom turned, unleashing a lethal barrage of sword energy strikes. Caught off guard, Fan Tung realized his soul charms were missing. A massive beam of energy engulfed him before slowly fading away. He emerged, protected by a soul sphere. Heart racing from the impact, he'd forgotten that his system inventory was restricted in this illusion world. Seeing him unharmed, the phantom turned and fled at top speed. Suddenly, the spirit collapsed, red lightning exploding from his mind. Entering a forbidden heavenly demon state, he bolted. Fan Tung gaf chase. Moments later, the phantom phased through a shimmering, invisible boundary wall. Fan Tung charged forward but slammed into the solid, unbreakable barrier. Dazed and reeling, he couldn't comprehend how he was blocked. The phantom passed easily, yet the path was sealed for him. He searched for an edge, but the boundary seemed to span forever. He realized with horror this world might be an endless cage. Desperate, he called the star system, but heard only chilling silence. He recalled the early star system's limitations. For Yunxiang, that wasn't a problem. Since this illusion was built from his memories, he simply manifested the peak system. Yunxiang summoned his max-level system window and demanded an immediate situational report. Scan complete. The system confirmed this world was constructed entirely from his memories, with a 500-mile limit. Yunxiang realized his grand exploration plans were instantly ruined. A mere 500 miles. There's absolutely nothing worth seeing in such a small radius. He couldn't even leave Central Province. Investigating the southern phantoms would have to wait. Target locked. Find Yi Wang, win the battle, and shatter this fake world. The harbor was a war zone, occupied by the Diluan Kingdom's brutal degenerates. Atop the ruins, Yi Wang ordered his men to loot every single resource available. Their next objective, a devastating blitzkrieg on the central capital of Tiandu, using a lure, the tiger tactic. They'd leave the capital defenseless against their raid. Yi Wang smirked until a blinding streak of light obliterated the tower beside him. As the smoke cleared, Yunxiang emerged, scanning the battlefield with cold, sharp eyes. Yi Wang froze, a low-rank officer, flying. This violated every known system rule. His mind reeled. This nightmare defied every logical hunter ranking and known stat. Only Saint-tier legends fly. How could a mere officer possess such godlike power? Yunxiang smirked and triggered his ultimate trait, his legendary past-life saint avatar, awakening as a saint-tier powerhouse. He summoned the supreme max-level system interface, activating Abyss Lord. The sky fractured into a massive golden lightning vortex. The Abyss Lord's aura descended, paralyzing the Diluan degenerate army with pure terror. Yi Wang's sanity crumbled. The origin mecha, this is impossible. Behold the Abyss Lord, a golden titan radiating a soul-crushing lethal pressure. The soldiers panicked, focusing all their weapons to protect Yi Wang from certain death. Floating effortlessly, Yunxiang unleashed his skill. 1,000 flying swords. Execute them. Soul-infused blades rained down like a storm. The invaders stood paralyzed in fear. Yi Wang hissed in rage, sensing weapons, just like the Ganjiang soul. It's a massacre, Yi Wang screamed. Everyone, retreat now, get out of there. Lethal strikes landed instantly. Swords, return. Yunxiang commanded the blood-stained blades, stop hiding. Yi Wang, summon your Ganjiang soul and fight me like a man. Terror gripped Yi Wang. How did this mercenary know about his hidden soul trait? This intel was restricted. Only the high-ranking elites of Taiyuan knew this secret. Did Taiyuan leak this? Their peace and equality slogans were always a lie. They use mediation as a mask for violent military intervention to control the nations. They're manipulating the balance of power. What are those mysterious women really plotting? Yunxiang roared. Your naval ambush on the capital was clever. I'll give you that. A tactical masterpiece. You truly are a rare military genius among these low-life degenerates. Yi Wang trembled. He saw through my entire strategy. Who is this monster? I thought you were just trash. I've truly underestimated the world's hidden heroes. Yunxiang chuckled inwardly. Trolling his enemies with future knowledge felt absolutely divine. Enough talk. Manifest your soul so I can end this boring illusion forever. Yi Wang growled. Fine, only my Ganjiang soul can match your terrifying power. Awaken Ganjiang. The two titans clashed, igniting the entire harbor in flames. Yi Wang unleashed the Wind Dragon Burst, his most devastating, soul-shattering ultimate skill. Is that it? Yunxiang scoffed. 3 swords are more than enough for you. Fine. Let's go with a freestyle assault. Song Yunxiang's counter-strike catches Nightweb completely off guard. What just happened? Judging by Yunxiang's raw power, Nightweb won stand a chance. This is bad. Windblades. Deploy for full defense. Nightweb tries to bunker down, but it's utterly useless. Impossible. Not even the Windblade barrier can stop this momentum. It's game over. Just give up. Nightweb. There is nowhere left to run. Who are you? You annoying brat. Terrified. Nightweb turns to flee. This can't be real. How does the Heavenly King Kingdom possess such a high-tier monster? Yunxiang continues his relentless pursuit. Are you dead already? You're way more pathetic than I thought. Time to end this illusion. And with that final blow, the battle is decided. An ancient guardian stands alone in deep thought. Leaning on a massive staff, his weathered face is twisted into a grimace. He can't fathom how anyone cleared the first-floor trial in such record time. Has such a brilliant human junior truly appeared? Suddenly, a light flashes before him. Stay where you are. Junior, wait for the teleportation array to guide you. Don 2, move. But before the guardian can finish his warning, the young man forcibly shatters the entire formation. You crazy old man. Stay back. Yunxiang laughs as he emerges. So? This is the core of the secret realm. The guardian points a trembling finger at Yunxiang. You arrogant punk. How dare you cause such a chaotic mess here? Wait. What kind of soul spirit is that? No. Something is wrong. You aren't a descendant of my tribe. Who are you? How did you break into our sacred realm? Surrender now. The old man strikes. Determined to take Yunxiang down, Yunxiang counters in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the guardian finds himself bound by shimmering chains of pure energy. The trapped old man panics. What is this? How can a mere human exert this kind of control over me? Oh. So you're the manager of this place. Come here. What do you want? No. Please. Senior, spare my life. Yunxiang unleashes a surge of power, pinning the guardian to the ground. Seeing that terrifying strength, the old man cowers. This is impossible. The secret realm is collapsing. Something is invading the very laws that stabilize this entire dimension. My own data is being corrupted. The old man mumbles, desperately begging the master to show some mercy. Great master, please stop. If you cease your attack this instant, I will yield everything to you. I'll give you full control. Just don't steal the soul jade. Too late. Olmen. I'm almost finished with this. The guardian despairs. At this rate, forget the realm. Even the mermaid tribe's ancient heritage will be lost forever. I will hand over the realm and serve you as my master. Please. Show mercy. Oh, is that so? It's always the same. People only regret when they see their own coffin. The old man begs for his chains to be removed. I'll give you the realm's core jade. Yunxiang smirks and finally releases the old man from his bindings. Thank you, my lord. Now that I'm free, let's see if you have any tricks left. No. Master, I wouldn't dare. The old man reaches into his robes and pulls out a shimmering gem. This is the core jade that controls this realm. Please accept this. My lord, is this the legendary star essence? Yunxiang examines the glowing core with intense curiosity. Entering this core zone forces your appearance to reset to how it was before entering the realm. But since 1S looks follow the soul, even this array can be deceived. This is definitely not a simple setup. The old man offers the gem to Yunxiang. Yunxiang glares at him, his eyes locked onto the prize in the guardian's hand. Yunxiang steps forward and seizes the glowing jade. Finally, it's mine. Wait. This feels familiar. I've seen this thing before. That's right. Inside that mysterious chest back then, there was something exactly like this. Yunxiang asks if this truly controls the realm. The old man bows his head low. Yes, my lord. It is yours. Yunxiang barks an order. Can you shrink down? Looking up at you is starting to be a real pain. I cannot do it myself. My lord. But since you have control now, you can adjust my size as you wish. Just pour your divine sense into the core jade to rule this world. So, it's this thing. Right. Yunxiang begins to channel his power, and the jade glows. I say, this realm is a pocket dimension hidden in space. So, I'm the master of this entire realm now. Yes. My lord, I can feel your sovereign presence over this world. Yunxiang begins to test his newfound power. Restoration. The entire space vibrates with his overwhelming divine authority. Yunxiang begins repairing the fabric of reality. Focusing his will to shrink the massive guardian down to size, the giant guardian shrinks until he's just a normal-sized man. Yongxiang grins. Well, this is actually pretty fun. Can you transform into anything else? No. My lord, I cannot. Can you at least turn into a girl? Wait. What? Song Yongxiang warps reality, forcibly shifting the old man's physical form into a curvaceous female body. Facial features and hair transform instantly, leaving the man horrified. Wait. What happened to my body? My lord. Please stop this madness, the woman screams, desperately trying to cover her exposed skin. Amused, Yongxiang triggers a system command. Suddenly, her chest expands into an impossible, monstrous size. Have mercy. Great one, she pleads, as her physical form distorts under the overwhelming power. Yongxiang smirks. A slight miscalculation, but seeing no resistance, he knows this degenerate is finally broken. Now, let's see how the rest of these puppets are holding up. Accessing the Jade core interface, he monitors the various hunters trapped within their own mental illusions. He detects a Saint-tier soul general. It's time to investigate that woman's dream and uncover her secrets. Instantly, Yongxiang warps onto a chaotic battlefield, his sudden appearance catching everyone by surprise. General Wenzhong is there. A man shouts for a deer as she triggers a stunning star release. Father, the beast is dead. Are you hurt? Is this the inner demon of the legendary Huang Yaoyin? I warned you. A deer. Why did you risk summoning a soul general for such a minor threat? From the spectral void, Yongxiang observes the emotional exchange between father and daughter, hidden from sight, bowing her head in regret. A deer whispers, I'm sorry. Father, I won't do it again. General Wenzhong, a legend of the Four Saints. Could this girl be the future imperial powerhouse? It's shocking to think her deepest psychological trauma stems from such an innocent childhood memory. Yongxiang pulls up his system window, using admin rights to probe the hidden data of this illusion. As the stats flicker across his vision, the truth of her past leaves him utterly speechless. This cycle has repeated 13 times. Why would a Saint-tier powerhouse refuse to escape this mental prison? He considers a forced logout via the interface, but his curiosity stays his hand for now. There is a story here, he muses. Let's see what secrets this timeline is hiding before I intervene. He glides toward a secluded peach blossom grove where a solitary grave rests beneath the falling petals. The wooden marker reads Tomb of Empress Qi, erected by Xi Kongjing in the year 1233. Pale blossoms drift down, shrouding the burial site in a beautiful yet tragic veil of pink and white. The duo approaches, carrying ritual offerings and wine, stepping through a complex hidden array into the forest. Xi Kongjing seals the barrier behind them. Father, can you finally teach me the secrets of these arrays? Impressed by her sudden interest, he gently pats her head with a bittersweet, fatherly smile. If I master the system, I can visit Mother whenever I want. Not just during blossom season. The man nods solemnly. Come. Let us offer our prayers and pay respects to your mother. As they burn ritual offerings, Yongxiang analyzes the scene from his vantage point in the sky. This is the forbidden sealing art from the emperor's tomb. That man is he Xi Kongjing. Legend spoke of a mysterious array master who guarded the seal of the ancient and terrifying imperial crypt. In my previous life, I saw him sacrifice his soul to suppress the horrors within that tomb. Deep beneath that earth lies a soul general who once conquered and unified the entire eastern continent, a monster of pure tyranny. If that spirit ever finds a host, the entire world will burn. Should it awaken, every guild and kingdom will be plunged into an eternal era of blood and fire. For centuries, the grave guardians have carried this heavy burden, keeping the ancient darkness chained forever. I've traveled back 100 years into the past of the eastern continent. Yongxiang realizes the timeline aligns perfectly with the legends. Is this a scripted quest or a twist of fate? Go play for a bit. Adir, I need a private moment to speak with your mother. Stay safe. And remember, do not equip your soul general or use your powers under any circumstances. She sticks her tongue out playfully. I know I'm going now. Father, Xi Kongjing sits by the grave, opening a weathered letter as he pours a drink for the dead. Life is but a fleeting dream, like petals in the wind. He casts the paper into the flames. 𝐁𝐞𝐿, my love. Not a single day has passed without my heart aching for you. Floating in the void, Song Van Tuong strokes his beard, impressed by the old man's dramatic flair. This mental realm doesn't count as snooping. I am just gathering high-level intel on my enemies. He scratches his cheek awkwardly. Right. The hidden core of this secret realm should do the trick. Using the interface, he spawns a tea set and some melon to enjoy while eavesdropping on the past. I gave my word to Master. But 10 years have vanished. What choice do I have left? That day at the 𝐊𝐥𝐿𝐲𝐞𝐝 festival, we swore our lives to each other beneath the blooming peaches. Pink petals danced in the breeze. Nearby, 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿𝐲 stalks a massive boss-tier boar in the brush. The beast freezes. Its survival instincts scream as it senses a predator lurking in the shadows, hidden in the grass. 𝐊𝐥𝐿𝐲's mouth waters as she imagines the legendary meat drops from this kill. She lunges forward, pummeling the beast. Stop running. You are going to be my delicious BBQ dinner today. The monster falls instantly. She looms over the carcass, already planning the ultimate culinary feast from its remains. Across the peach forest, Song Van Tuong relaxes, piecing together the hidden lore of this strange family. Every tomb guardian gets a decade of freedom to start a lineage before their duty begins. Kong Khan traveled the world, but the quest deadline is up. He must seal the imperial tomb forever. His journey led him straight to the capital city of Chengdu. He met 𝐁𝐿𝐲's mother there. It was love at first sight. Sealed under the peach blossoms, he never realized that entangling himself with royalty would trigger a world-class crisis for his family, choosing love over his guardian traits. They lived in peace until the royal hunters finally caught their scent. 𝐁𝐞𝐿𝐲 died shortly after giving birth to 𝐁𝐿𝐲 in tragic labor. He activated a grand sealing array to hide his infant daughter. Song Van Tuong cease, munching on melon. What a heart-wrenching tale of sacrifice. He mutas. Truly moved by the story. Suddenly, 𝐁𝐿𝐲 shouts for her father. Song Van Tuong chokes, spitting melon seeds out in pure shock. The girl hauls the massive beast on her back, cheering. Dad, look at this prize. I caught a giant pig. Can we ask Sister Kwa Kwong to make roast pork tonight? Van Tuong is stunned. A natural-born host to reach Earth tier at this age is insane. As the father opens the portal, Van Tuong recognizes the signature energy of the Tomb Guardian Guild. He watches the duo exit the peach forest, heading back to their hidden sanctuary. In the yard, a woman sweeps. 𝐁𝐿𝐲 bursts in, boasting about the monster she just hunted. Kwa Kwong is heavily shackled. She bows slightly. Master, young lady, you have finally returned. Van Tuong's eyes widen in disbelief. Wait. I know this woman. She is a familiar face. That's her. The old hag from my previous life. Memories of his reincarnation surge back. Back then, my home had fallen. I retreated to 𝐈𝐍𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐂𝐈𝐁, heavily injured, seeking a second chance. I ignored the Empress's warnings to return home, only to be ambushed by that wicked old woman. His soul veins are shattered. Don't trust the kill, just drain his remaining power until he breaks. Bound by spirit chains, the system interface screamed. Warning, soul power, critical energy levels depleted. The chains tightened around his soul general. The system flashed red as his powers began to disintegrate. Clutching his wounds, he spat. You old hag, your shadow guards truly are persistent vermin. The elite hunters of the Shadow Bureau surrounded him, their killing intent heavy in the air. Leaning on her staff, she sneered. Song Van Tuong, there is no escape. Surrender quietly. The Empress granted me passage. Why is your Shadow Bureau defying her decree and hunting me like a dog? He roared in defiance. She hissed back. You lowly trash, stop your useless babbling. I accuse you of stealing vital military intel from our kingdom. Lies, I know, your true degenerate motives. Before he could finish, a new presence approached. A divine ship appeared in the sky. An imperial decree has arrived. The crowd froze in shock. Fool. Such perfect timing. It seems Her Majesty is dead set on shielding this brat. Song Yung-xiang. Dong Jishuang grimaced, ordering her hunters to stand down. As the combat field dissolved, a dragon mech boat broadcast the Empress's divine decree. Chief, her subordinates moved for orders, but she raised a hand, silencing them with cold authority. The massive vessel docked, lowering its boarding ramp with a heavy mechanical thud. An imperial official stepped forward, demanding silence. Everyone, including the Dark Mirror Hunters, dropped to their knees to receive the royal mandate. Song Yung-xiang, your valor and intellect have proven peerless. Your loyalty provides great comfort to this throne. By my will, you are hereby bestowed the title of Southern Court Marquis. Enter the palace for an immediate audience. What the hell? Isn't that title reserved for the Empress's consort? That's equivalent to being the queen. What is she plotting? You've got to be kidding. Is she really planning to drag me into her harem for some personal service? Stunned, Yongxiang stared blankly. Congratulations, Lord Marquise. The official smiled. Please, follow me to the palace to fulfill your destiny. The official bowed while Dong Zhishuang ground her teeth in rage. This is bad. If the Empress takes him into her inner chambers, then the secrets of his ancient civilization traits will fall right into the Empress's hands. I can't allow it. That power, the legendary strength of the Taiwan Lord, must belong to me alone. Halt, she barked. Instantly, her elite dark mirror guards drew their weapons, mana surging in a deadly display of force. Chief Dong, are you defying a direct order? The official challenged. Is the Dark Mirror Bureau planning a rebellion? Breaking into a cold sweat, Dong Zhishuang bowed quickly. Never, I only seek the truth. This boy is highly suspicious. Inside, she fumed, cursing the official for pinning such a treacherous charge on her. Senior Dong, if you have proof, present it to Her Majesty yourself. The official snapped. Turning her back alongside Yongxiang, she glared one last time. I am here on imperial authority to escort the Marquis to the palace. The Dark Mirror Bureau lacks the rank to interfere, Lord Marquis. Please board. I'd love to see which blind dog dares to block us. Yongxiang stepped onto the boarding ramp, his eyes glinting with a mix of amusement and caution. He turned back with a mock bow. Chief Dong, I'll be taking my leave. May you live a long life. Maybe even another 100 years. Wait. My bad, I forgot you already ancient. I didn't mean to remind you that your clock is ticking. Don, take it personally. Dong Zhishuang's face contorted, her teeth nearly shattering from pure, unadulterated fury. Enjoy your luck while it lasts, she hissed. If the Empress chooses lust over logic, I'll seize the kingdom's 400-year legacy myself. Rumor has it, the Dark Mirror Bureau was forged from criminals and slaves. Looking at that old hag, she fits the description perfectly. Interesting. I never expected to cross paths with an old friend in a place like this. That crone was obsessed with stealing the Star-Lord system's power back in the day. But wait, after my reincarnation, who's actually older now, me or her, whatever. Let's see how this drama unfolds. Shifting focus. A dude dragged a wild boar into the yard. Greeted by Guoxiang's warm, gentle smile, a dude dashed across the courtyard. Guoxiang knelt to ruffle her hair before glancing up at Xikongjing. Their eyes met for a heartbeat, causing Guoxiang to blush and look away in a flurry of shyness. Aju giggled, covering her mouth at their awkwardness. Watching from the sidelines, Yongxiang just sighed at the cliché. As the sun dipped below the clouds, smoke curled peacefully from the cottage chimney into the twilight air. Inside, Guoxiang had prepared a feast. Xikongjing entered with his daughter, the aroma of roasted pork filling the room. Adu's mouth watered as they dug in. Watching them eat, Guoxiang felt a rare sense of pure happiness. Yongxiang watched the domestic scene, his interest quickly fading. This slice of life stuff wasn't why he was here. Useless filler, he muttered, activating his Jade Realm authority to fast forward through the mundane daily routines. The sky on his screen blurred from sunset orange to a deep, starlit obsidian as the hours flew by. Midnight arrived. Inside the quiet house, Adu was dead to the world, lost in a deep sleep. Kid sleeps like a barbarian. He chuckled before shifting his gaze to Xikongjing, who was buried in an old tome. Hold on. Is that a manual on advanced sealing formations now? This is getting interesting. The 5-element reverse seal. It looks remarkably like the one used on the Great War Ancestor. Time to steal some skills. Wait. The old hag is lurking outside. Is she trying to shadow learn his techniques? Suddenly, she pushed the door open. What's her play? Startled, Xikongjing looked up. His eyes widened in absolute shock at Guoxiang's unexpected choice of attire. Dong Yongxiang watched, annoyed. Focus. Man, where are you even looking? Chase her out already and get back to your cultivation books. The servant dropped her robe, acting shy while Xikongjing coldly blocked her with one hand, leaving her trembling in shame. Pathetic. Yongxiang scoffed, watching the girl strip to her bodice while he casually shoved snacks into his mouth. Now what is this old hag planning to do? She reached back, untying her silken bodice until every layer of clothing lay forgotten on the cold floor. Xikongjing's book hit the ground. Yongxiang choked on his food as she stood there, completely exposed. Facing him, dawn was breaking. But the lamp in that single room burned brighter than ever. 𝐊𝐥𝐥𝐿 kept munching, his eyes locked on the two silhouettes flickering against the window screen. He grinned, praising the juicy show. It was hard to tell if he meant his snack or the drama. Inside, 𝐁𝐞𝐭𝐫 materialized a sharp blade, pointing it at her chest until tears streamed down her face. Sobbing, she clutched her remaining rags and fled the room in total humiliation. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 burst out laughing. The attempt to seduce the master had failed miserably. Who knew that old witch had such an embarrassing past? This is too slow. System. Fast forward 10,000 times. The vision began blurring past in a whirlwind of training. 1 month skipped by in a heartbeat as he watched, still snacking on his dua. 2 years passed. He finally hit pause when a deer approached her father, restoring the timeline to normal. Father, you were finally going to teach me the array arts. A deer cheered, her eyes sparkling with joy. You'll be 10 tomorrow. It's time, 𝐁𝐞𝐭𝐫 said. Hearing this, the young girl practically jumped with excitement. But listen closely. This isn't some common array found in the eastern continent. This is the forbidden sealing art of the Gravekeeper lineage. A complex geometric sigil flickered in his palm, an ancient inheritance dating back to the Second Era. Yongshang leaned in, focused. So it really is the Gravekeeper's secret seal. But teaching something this cryptic to a 9-year-old, this guy is a terrible teacher. Still, I can learn this. If I return to the Emperor's tomb, I can unlock areas I never reached before. Seasons shifted. The lush green forest slowly bled into a sea of withered gold. Array 2. Activate, a deer shouted, a distorted energy flickering weakly in her small hands. She looked at her crooked, trembling array and beamed with pride toward her father. Father, look, I did it. 𝐁𝐞𝐭𝐫 could only watch his daughter with a helpless, forced smile. Poor kid has zero talent. I learned it just by glancing at it once. 𝐁𝐥𝐿 remarked smugly, floating mid-air. 𝐁𝐥𝐿 mirrored the Gravekeeper's seal in his own hand, testing its resonance. It shares the same source as the Great Sage's 5 elements array. Before, breaking it was a gamble. But now, with this specialized Gravekeeper sealing art in my arsenal, I can perfectly dismantle the array, reseal higher tier threats, and even add my own security encryption. He reshaped the sigil effortlessly before turning his gaze back to the father and daughter. She's gonna be at this a while. System. Show me what the others are doing in this realm. Speed up the feed. Looks like the rest of them are finally making their move. Enough with the distractions. Is that woman really the master of the Huyan family? Mid-20s and already balding. Are you an array master too, acting like a child at 50? Suddenly, a new status window popped up, leaving 𝐁𝐥𝐿 stunned. Wait. A snowman here, back at the house. 2 months had passed. A new season arrived as a deer extended her hand. Release. The chains binding the servant shattered instantly. She rubbed her bruised wrists. Thank you, Lady A deer, but if the master finds out what you've done, a deer opened a glowing portal. Go. Sister, you've suffered enough. Today, I grant you the freedom you deserve. The servant hesitated, but the young girl pointed toward the exit. Go now. Dawn, 2 look back. 𝐁𝐞𝐭𝐫 casts a final glance, exits the formation's gate, and bows low to A deer. Thank you. The girl exhausts her mana to hold the gate open, oblivious to 𝐁𝐞𝐭𝐫's treacherous, hidden smirk. Tong Vontung stares at the snowman screen, puzzled. What's with this guy? Sleeping for over a century? He cycles through the monitors, pausing abruptly at a deer's feed. Wait. What is happening here? That naive brat is letting the old hag escape. The climax is coming. He searches for a snack, out of melon, with a flick of his wrist. He summons a platter of rare, high-tier fruits, munching on a melon slice. Tong Vontung scrolls back. Now, where did this tragedy actually begin? Found it. He selects the window displaying 𝐁𝐞𝐿's last moments before his departure. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 waves goodbye to his daughter. I'm heading down the mountain. I'll return for your birthday. Remember my warnings. Adir. And don't worry. I won't forget your birthday gift. Not this time. The specific warnings aren't clear. Tong Vontung mutters. System. Rewind to the previous quest briefing. The screen jumps back. Focus on the formation's stability when the path and surface merge. Understood. Dad. He sees father and daughter training their array arts. Crap. I overshot the timeline. Rewind just a bit. Not this part. Okay? Here. Seal the array and reach rank 3. Then we'll visit the capital. I'll take you to Thiendu City for legendary roast duck. A deer beams with pure, childish joy. Really promise, she giggles. Tông Vân Tường sighs. Still not the part with the critical warnings. The scene shifts as 𝐁𝐞𝐿 hands her a green jade slip. Protect this item with your life. 2 warnings. Adir. First, never manifest your spirit soul, even within this protective formation. Second, you are strictly forbidden from leaving these formation boundaries until I return from my mission. He presses the marriage contract into her hand and gently pats her head, his eyes full of concern. Adir looks down, her voice trembling. I understand. But Dad, do you really have to go? Dawn cry. Once this task is finished, we'll leave this place and travel to the Thiendu Kingdom. We'll go on a gourmet tour of the entire empire. Adir's eyes sparkle at her father's promise. Really, her eyes shine like stars. Can we really eat the roast duck in Thiendu City? Of course. And the spirit buns of Langham City are a must-try as well. She lists every delicacy: trung chao carp, nam chao seafood, bak chow dumplings. All of them. Father, 𝐁𝐞𝐿 agrees to everything. Promise, pinky swear. Dad, you can lie to me. A month's worth is bond. I'll be back soon. Adir reminds him to stay safe. He strokes her hair one last time as she struggles to hold back her tears. If danger strikes, use the secret array commands I taught you to trigger the defensive system. I'll sense the resonance and return instantly to protect my Adir. Don't be afraid. Tông Vân Tường strokes his chin, eyeing the jade token. So these were his final parting words. That looks like a high-tier sect command medallion. The glow proves the old man is still alive. He fast-forwards. Young miss, don't thank me. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 says, I am merely a lowly slave. Adir zops for her father. While 𝐁𝐞𝐿 fakes tears about her own lost family for sympathy, the montage shows their daily life. The slave slowly weaving her web of deception around the girl. Tông Vân Tường notices Adir staring at the woman's shackles. A bitter meat trap. How despicable. That hag tricked an innocent child. Adir begins channeling her power to break the soul-binding chains. Zista 𝐁𝐞𝐿. You're free. You've suffered enough in this place all these years. I'm returning your freedom in my father's stead. Adir looks down, her heart heavy but kind. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 hesitates, then bows as she exits the gate. Thank you, young miss. Truly. Behind her, Adir tremble, using her last bit of strength to bypass the array's security. As she walks away, 𝐁𝐞𝐿's face twists into a victorious, chilling smile. Mission accomplished. She vanishes into the distance, leaving Adir alone within the cold walls of the formation. Sobbing, the gate seals shut. Tông Vân Tường sighs. So naive? Is this the regret she can escape? Guess it's not that bad. Let's see what happens next. He fast-forwarded the record. Days later, Adir sat alone in the courtyard, sighing deeply. I really regret letting Sister 𝐁𝐞𝐿 leave. Now, I am the only one left in this empty place. Boredom consumed her. More days passed until the girl sat under a tree, counting on her fingers. 3, 4. Only 7 days until her birthday. Why hasn't father returned yet? A few more suns set as she sat on a streamside rock, whispering to the wind, is he lost? From the shadows above, Tông Vân Tường kept his eyes locked on her, watching her every move. Suddenly, a disturbance in the distance caught her attention. Her face lit up. Father, is that you? Are you finally home? She dashed toward the sound on bare feet. But this was no reunion. Someone was forcefully breaching the hidden barrier. Vân Tường moved to investigate. He surged toward the source. Outside the array, 2 high-tech combat droids were relentlessly hammering at the energy shield. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐥𝐿. We've V-located the cloaked sector. It seems the target is hidden right here. A short-haired woman in thick glasses reported to the matriarch of the Huang family. To think they'd de-hide in the desolate H Mountains. Huang Thing Nam scanned the barrier. We've burned resources, searching for 15 long years for this moment. If that traitor hadn't leaked the intel, we never would have suspected they were hiding right under our noses. The woman sneered, turning to the droids. Hey, how much longer until you scrap heaps break this formation? A robot droned back, uncertain. This array is irregular. Our current weaponry lacks the stats to force a breach. Recommendation, summon the S-tier array masters to bypass the system lock. Useless junk, the woman barked. The 𝐁𝐞𝐿 doesn't fund you to fail at a simple gate. A deer reached the boundary, full of hope. She triggered the interface and opened the gate. Father, her smile froze. Wait. Who are you? The gate is open. Strike now, the woman screamed. Her finger pointing like a blade, terror-sized a deer. She scrambled to override the system and close the path. No, why won't it shut? A robot jammed its weapon into the mechanism, stalling the seal. Target sighted. Capture the brat immediately. Understood. The hunters charged, brandishing soul talismans. A deer backed away, trembling. What are you doing? Get away. She turned to flee, but they manifested their spirits to encircle her. The woman in glasses smirked at the trapped girl. You can T-run. Kid, you're just a cornered rat now. There is no escape. Trapped and cornered. If Rickard in Adir's eyes, stay away, she screamed as her hidden trait triggered. Spirit transformation. An explosion of raw power rocked the clearing. The woman's smug expression shattered into pure horror. Even Huang Tangnam's eyes widened. Emerging from the light was the legendary soul spirit. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿. That's a primal grade spirit, the woman stammered, her voice shaking as she pointed into the energy storm. Unable to form a coherent sentence. Is she a natural-born host? Could she be the forbidden offspring of 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 and that low-life, crack times? A brutal slap from Huang Tangnam sent her spinning. The woman clutched her bruised face. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿. Why did you hit me? The matriarch's gaze was cold enough to freeze blood, exile or not. She carries the blood of the Huang family. How dare a commoner like you insult her? She turned back to the girl, her greed turning into joy. A natural-born host. 𝐁𝐞𝐿's child is a miracle. Her power will ensure our guild's supremacy for 100 years. Take her alive. Do not harm her. If anyone leaves a scratch on her, your entire family will be executed. The droids deployed, launching heavy chains to bind Vuntrong's limbs, attempting to suppress the awakening, but the spirit's armor shards detached. Hovering in the air like lethal stars, a deer lowered her head, her voice echoing with divine authority, borrowing the majesty of heaven. Lightning crackled through the shards. Lightning! Descend, she roared. The spectators watched in absolute shock as the sky turned black. What lightning call thunderheads swirled instantly, funneling massive currents through the spirit's floating blades. A colossal pillar of white light slammed down, chaining through every robot surrounding the girl. Not a single droid was spared from the divine strike. The woman in glasses felt her soul leave her body in terror. Incredible. Huang Tangnam gasped. To manipulate the heavenly thunder at such a young age. This is impossible. The chains binding the spirit disintegrated into ash. Every single attacker lay charred on the scorched earth. Such devastating destructive power from a mere earth-tier cultivation level. Unbelievable. A genius. With her, our family will ascend to the absolute peak of the 𝐊𝐥𝐕 kingdom. Huang Tangnam sneered. Kill her, don't let up. The glasses-wearing lackey barked orders at the fodder. Understood. The guild members channeled soul essence and charged Adieu Gardien. General Wen Zhang manifested his weapon. The mechanical horde unleashed a barrage of iron chains, swarming the battlefield with lethal precision. Trembling, the girl pointed toward the center. Mistress, this royal brat. She's not an easy target. Our hunters are at their limit. You must step in and finish this yourself. Matriarch, inside the fray, General Wen Zhang cleaved through steel, his lightning incinerating the robotic vanguard instantly. Incompetent trash, Huang Tangnam hissed. She activated her soul charm, commanding the robots to tighten the noose. Now pin her down. We will crush her from the rear. Exhausted, Adu dodged a flying shackle, but more chains coiled around her guardian's heavy soul blade. Sudden movement from the rear. The chains locked her guardian's arms in a devastating death grip. Enraged, Adu channeled her remaining mana. Get lost. You bastards! Lightning erupted, striking every robot in sight. As smoke cleared from the charred machines, Adu collapsed, her stamina bar completely depleted. A hidden talent tier. Truly a royal bloodline-s masterpiece. A cold voice echoed through the dungeon. A second high-ranking soul avatar materialized. Adu watched in horror as the matriarch loomed over her. But unfortunately, the gap in our ranking tiers is simply too vast for you. Child, don't blame me for this massacre. The matriarch's avatar pressured Adu with overwhelming killing intent, forcing herself up Adu launched a desperate final strike against the matriarch's sole guardian. It was futile. The matriarch moved with godlike speed, brutally locking General Wenjiang's arm in place. A sickening crack echoed. Adu screamed as her own arm mirrored the sole guardian's injury. Surrender, little one. The matriarch sneered. Blasting, a concentrated soul burst directly into her chest. The summon shattered. General Wenjiang vanished, leaving a broken girl falling through the air. The spiritual dust settled, revealing Hong Du-am lying in the wreckage, sobbing like a wounded animal. Clutching her father's command token, she wailed in agony, the weight of betrayal crushing her spirit. Father, where are you? These bad people? They're retaking me, please. Save me, why aren't you here? Tears soaked the artifact. Watching from above, Yunxiang noticed the light on the token go dark, under the cold gaze of the enemy guild. The young girl's world completely crumbled into shadow. Father, you lied to me. Even the cold-hearted veteran watching felt a pang of pity for her. The matriarch stepped forward, her voice dripping with false elegance. What is your name? Little one. Adu ignored her, lost in her despair. Father, please. Why haven't you come for me yet? A subordinate barked. Hey, the matriarch is speaking to you. Show some respect. You brat. Stay away. Don't touch me. Adu recoiled, her mind fractured. I am waiting for my father. Don, to be afraid. We re-family. Come home with me. No, this is my home. I won't leave. Our protagonist realized the truth. The girl knew exactly what that extinguished token meant. He was dead. Suddenly, a heavy strike to the neck silenced her. Du-am slumped into total darkness. The matriarch grabbed her. Move out. We are done here. The squad followed without a word. They vanished through the barrier. Yunxiang frowned. Is it over? Why did everything just stop? The dimension began to fracture. Reality pixelated and reset. Restarting the eternal loop of her nightmare, the scene reset. Back to when Du-am was just a happy child in the past. I never want to grow up. Daddy, haha. You must. My little princess. A heartbreaking, hollow memory. Is she trapped? Our hero wondered, reliving this inner demon over and over again. He opened the system interface. System alert. This is the 14th cycle of the trauma loop. Her obsession was a ghost. Cycle 15 began. The same 4 soldiers appeared in the distance. 16. 17. Tong Yunxiang watched the tragedy unfold until he began to yawn from boredom. An endless cycle of misery. 18. 19. 20. Damn it. When does this nightmare actually end? I wasn't going to interfere. But whatever. Consider this payment for the sealing technique I learned. The girl wailed in despair, praying for her father to arrive and save her. With a snap and a command, a glowing system tier array trapped the armored guards. Du-am looked up, her eyes widening at the impossible magic unfolding before her. A mysterious figure stood tall, casting a powerful mana shield to protect her life. The mechanical soldiers screamed as a mana explosion obliterated them into scrap metal. Than Nam roared in fury. A high-rank array master. How is this possible? Father, is it really you? He replied. Sorry I'm late. Little one. Du-am collapsed into his arms. Years of suffering, finally washing away in tears. Impossible, the woman shrieked. 𝐁𝐞𝐭𝐫 should have been dead long ago. She stared in horror, unable to believe a sealing array could be this powerful. Controlling the puppet, Van Tuong calculated his hidden stats and mana consumption levels. Your petty traps are useless, the guildmaster sneered. My speed is top tier. Suddenly, a mysterious, soul-bound artifact plummeted from the sky. It slammed into the woman's head, pinning her to the dirt in agonizing pain. Van Tuong mocked her from his system interface. No speed can save a fool. As long as my barrier is active, you're just a fish in my pond. A single command caused the massive barrier to shrink into a tiny, dense sphere. Under his absolute control, the gravity-defying orb ascended into the dark sky. Trapped inside the shrinking prison, the villains realized their lives were finally over. With a flick, the sphere vanished into the horizon, leaving only a trembling girl. She ran to him, sobbing hysterically, as she hugged the man she called father. You're so mean. Why did you wait so long to return to me? I thought I'd lost you forever, she whispered through her tear-filled eyes. Van Tuong smiled gently, patting her head. Be brave. I'm back now. Arati? She leaned in to feel his warmth. But suddenly, something felt very wrong. Wait. You're not him. She shoved him away, retreating with sharp, sudden caution. Your soul frequency has changed. Are you truly my father or an imposter? Damn it, Van Tuong cursed inwardly. I forgot to mask my soul power fluctuations. How could a mere child detect a high-tier soul signature so easily? Is she a natural genius? Or just extremely sensitive to mana? He quickly pivoted. Listen. I underwent a skill evolution in the heavenly capital, changing my aura forever. Though she longed for him, suspicion still lingered in her sharp, youthful eyes. Look. I can even demonstrate the combat experience I gained from that quest. This power is a fusion of legendary soul energy and 6 decades of mastery. Did you see my rank S performance earlier? That's the fruit of my awakening. Really, she asked. Yes. And I even brought a legendary item from the capital. He pulled out a watermelon. Behold. A roast duck. That's a fruit. You liar. He scratched his head. Embarrassed. Me bad. Just a habitual inventory error. When he finally produced a real roast duck, her eyes sparkled with joy. She devoured the legendary tier meal, her face lighting up with every savory bite. Van Tuong paused. Wait. That's not how you eat gourmet duck in the capital. There's a special way, she asked, her mouth full of delicious, crispy skin. First, a master chef must separate the skin and meat with surgical precision. Then, wrap it in lotus, leaves with sauce and pickles for the ultimate buff. Duam drooled at the description. Father, can we go to the capital now? Father, you promised we de-leave once you returned. The protagonist could only let out a heavy sigh. Fine. One last journey. He summoned a multi-dimensional relic, a complex matrix glowing with 1,000 fragments. Mana surged, warping the space around them. The mundane scenery began to shift and distort under a powerful spell. The little girl watched in awe as the desolate mountains vanished in an instant, replaced by a new world. They had warped directly to a high-end restaurant in the heavenly capital. Adir's eyes sparkled with pure excitement. She rushed to the window, gazing at the sprawling metropolis. Towering skyscrapers and neon lights put her wasteland home to shame. Father, is this truly the heavenly capital? She gasped. I've never heard of a teleportation array this fast. It's incredible, she cheered. The protagonist forced a stiff smile, hiding the complexity of the feat. Well, haha. This is just a fraction of that person's power. Internally, he knew he had to accelerate the plan. Using the secret Jade Core's authority, he had manifested this cityscape directly from his own memories. With a casual flick of his wrist, a feast appeared. Don't overthink it. Adir. Just eat your fill. She didn't hesitate, diving into the food with pure joy. It's so delicious. Everything tastes like a dream. Hey. This is the best I feel like I'm dreaming, she giggled between bites. Watching her find such simple happiness in a meal, a gentle, paternal smile touched his lips. He knew the Southern Dynasty's war was coming. After her relentless feasting, she finally slumped back, completely full. I am stuffed. Adir can eat another bite. Already. Is there nothing else you want? He asked softly. She gave him a tender smile before stepping forward and throwing her arms around him in a tight hug. What's this for? He asked, surprised by the sudden embrace. Thank you. For everything, she whispered. Suddenly, her small body began to dissolve into shimmering particles, fading into the air. The protagonist reverted to his original form. The inner demon trial had concluded. He gazed into the empty space, his eyes reflecting a whirlwind of complex emotions. A dimensional gate flickered open. It was time to head toward the core zone of the secret realm. Many had likely passed the first trial. Deep within the core, a broken voice pleaded, Great One, please, save me. With a wave of his hand, the protagonist dispelled the curse, allowing the survivor to return to human form. My lord, thank you, the survivor cried. Tell me, how many have cleared the first trial so far? 4 hunters have passed and are ready for the second phase. Wait, no. Great One, make that 5. A 5th hunter has just broken through. The assistant quickly projected 4 glowing system windows into the air. Will you participate in the second round? Master, the protagonist stood silent, his mind racing with tactical possibilities. In this next phase, the difficulty would spike. The remaining contenders were all high-ranking monsters in their own right. The trial required them to duel the legendary shadow guards of the ancient general 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐵. The shadow guards of the Star Soul General, he repeated, his gaze sharpening. Yes. Master. To win, one must reach a specific kill count. before facing a specialized clone of the guard. The protagonist looked at his assistant with a confused expression. A clone. Just like you. No, not at all. She waved her hands frantically. I am a special case. I inherited a fragment of Lord Landiao's soul. But I am permanently bound to this jade core. My creator gave me this personality and form so I could continue protecting our sea folk in a different way. Those combat clones are different. They aren't teen sentient beings like I am. They are merely combat data recorded and manifested automatically by the Secret Realm's core system. They lack emotion, but possess the original host's full power and experience. The perfect killing machines for training, I say. But if their ranks vary so much, how will the system balance the fight? Brilliant as always. Master, she chirped. The system will apply a standard suppression based on the weakest participant. Everyone's power will be capped at the late Earth realm. The protagonist flinched at the mention of that rank. Late Earth. Wait. Am I the weakest one here? He quickly cleared his throat to regain his composure. Let me guess. The third trial is a final showdown where the winners fight each other to the death. The assistant gasped in shock. How did you know, Master? Your wisdom truly knows no bounds. Just a lucky guess. Brains? Brav. And then betrayal, the classic structure of a high-stakes dungeon crawl. My lord. I don't know what to say. The mermaid trembled under his gaze. Spit it out. She hesitated. The second trial begins soon. I must appear before the challengers. Could you restore my majestic appearance so I can maintain order as the guardian? Majestic. You looked like a plain old fish. He smirked. Let's give you a fun makeover. By the way, what's your name? I am just a system program. My lord. I have no name, but my creator once labeled me the first follower of the great general 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿. Way too long. I'll give you a name that actually fits your new look. He channeled his power. Blinding light erupted from the polyhedron, completely engulfing the mermaid's body. When the radiance faded, the once plain mermaid had transformed into a tiny, adorable mascot. She stared at her reflection in horror. My lord. Are you actually serious right now? Van Tuong burst into laughter. What, you were way cuter than that old form? As a dungeon manager, this mascot look is perfect. It fits your secret role. I'll call you Little Blue. Little Blue, my lord. Isn't that a bit basic? You want personality. He stroked his chin. Maybe you rewrite. Let's see. How about Wealth Dog or Fatty Bell? She quickly sighed in defeat. Little Blue is fine, but I still don't look intimidating. Van Tuong decided to grant her one final majestic wish. She waited for a legendary aura. Instead, a pair of tiny, stubby horns popped onto her head. My lord. She groaned in despair. Isn't this a little too lazy? Even for you, Fina. I've unlocked your size shifter trait. Now get going. The trial awaits. Thank you, my lord. As she vanished, he opened the system interface to track the quest. Time to face the clones of 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿. Let's see who survives the awakening. Beneath a sea of stars, floating islands drifted. The stage for the second trial was set. On one fragment of land, young Master Ho Duyan materialized, scanning his surroundings for danger. Uncle Fat isn't here. Looks like he failed the trial of the inner demon. Nearby, Lam Khan roared in fury. You bastard, you were making a joke out of our tribe. Lan Chao sneered inwardly. Fool. He doesn't realize this array blocks all external sound. He looked for the mysterious girl, but she had vanished the moment the ritual began. Was she the hidden powerhouse watching from the shadows? Meanwhile, remained lost in grief. Father, I'm sorry. While she mourned, Lam Khan was still fuming. Unable to focus, suddenly, a pillar of light pierced the sky. An explosion rocked the arena as smoke billowed. The spectacle drew every eye. From the arrogant Ho Duyan to the scheming Lan Chao, Lam Khan's face paled. The pressure was suffocating. Then, Little Blue descended before the crowd. I am Great Master Little Blue, guardian of this realm. Congratulations on reaching the second trial. Lam Khan's jaw dropped. What, our sacred guardian is just a chubby fish mascot? Little Blue's eye twitched. She was definitely not amused by that degenerate comment. Stats suppressed to Earth Realm. Fight to the death to reach Trial 3. Let the battle begin. Magic circles ignited. The very ground beneath the challengers began to shift and warp violently, a forced teleportation. Lan Chao gasped as his surroundings blurred into a new battlefield. He was dropped straight into the heart of an enemy formation. Survival was now mandatory. Hundreds of soulless clones swarmed the hunters. The battlefield instantly descended into bloody chaos. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 activated his soul armor. But the sheer numbers were overwhelming. They didn't stop, trapped alone. He struggled against the relentless tide. The trial had become a total massacre. Van Thuong watched the live feed, still hiding her trump card. A clever girl. Indeed, if that's the case, let's test the system's remote vision and hidden stats. System notification, 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 126 kills. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 261 kills. The ranking tiers are shifting. Try list 1. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 425 kills. Number B, 689. Boom. Participant 0 enters with a blast. Song Van Thuong reaches 1,000 kills. Mastering his complex tactical gear combinations, the output is massive. But the soul force drain is staggering. Suddenly, the superior's gaze turns ice cold. A mysterious figure emerges before Van Thuong, a warrior from the fish tribe. Where'd this bald guy come from? The main character mutters. A follower clone. The final stage, a mysterious shadow appears before Hong Du Am. Neither she nor 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 are spared. Big brother 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 cries out in joy. Is it really you? A booming voice answers. High-tier Star Soul gear, a clone. It's the 9th follower of Star Soul General 𝐁𝐫𝐸𝐺𝐵. The final trial begins in Ho Dian Fat's mental demon illusion. A grand wedding unfolds. My husband, the bride whispers. Her hands tremble in fear, hiding her inner scars. I am here. He replies shyly. Should we rest? Now the bride asks softly, with trembling hands. He lifts her veil. Suddenly, little lamb appears behind him with a warning. Participant 6. Ho Duin Fat has failed the first trial's hidden stat requirements. Failures are purged in 10 seconds. Stunned by little lamb, he vanishes from the mental nightmare. Elsewhere at the northern border, a giant snow golem sleeps peacefully in the freezing cold. Little lamb arrives on the scene to deliver the system's cold notification. Participant 5. 𝐁𝐞𝐿 failed the first trial. Forced expulsion begins in 10 seconds. Outside the god-tier bone forbidden zone, the guild's subordinates are working tirelessly. Something streaks across the sky, exploding nearby. An old man emerges from 2 massive craters. My lady, he cries, opening his eyes and looking around in total confusion. Wait! Was that all a long dream? Suddenly, dozens of mechanical soldiers surround him. Alert General Platinum. Immediately one of the armored units commands, surrender now. Intruder. Hands behind your head. The soldier barks. The man scowls, looking up, flashing his badge. He shouts, Wait, I am Ho Duin Fat, elder of the Ho Du Yen family. Our young master is General Platinum's guest. Verify my identity before you act. The subordinates whisper. The captain confirms that this is a genuine heavenly rank powerhouse, a heavenly ranker. They immediately drop their guard and offer a respectful greeting. Forgive us, Elder. We must investigate, but we mean no disrespect. Please cooperate. Brushing off his robes, he nods. I understand. I have questions for you as well. Elder. Several others appeared with you. Are they your allies or enemies? Wait. One guard stammers. That's not a human. It looks like the Sea Tribe. What the Sea Tribe, the elder thinks. Did those 2 merfolk have a falling out? He rushes over to find a girl sleeping soundly. He can't help but gasp in shock. Who on earth is this? His voice echoes across the frozen tundra, inside the now Bing Arena. The second round of the trial continues for the hunters, monstrous clones with terrifying power strike, with lethal precision. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 screams from his armor. Big brother 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿, it's me. Don't you recognize me? He cries out in vain. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 watches with hopeful eyes. But the clone remains a heartless killing machine. They have no memories, just cold shells programmed for combat. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 staggers back in pain. Wait. He's too weak. This isn't him. His rank is suppressed to earth level like mine. A wicked smirk crosses his face. So that's how it is. You fake. This Star Soul General's form is just trash. He can't even use 20% of his power. If our ranks are equal, I can actually win. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 leaps high into the air. How dare you disrespect my brother? I'll destroy this fraud using his own legendary techniques. Secret art whirlpool execution. The skill erupt, surging directly toward the enemy clone. These clones aren't just shadows. They've mastered the host's deadliest combat techniques. They collide with a bone-shattering explosion. Suddenly, a chilling voice shocks the young master. Impossible. That's the Blue Sovereign, a 3rd-gen replica of the legendary twin-headed dragon general. Hodin snares. Fire. You were just a kid playing with matches before a master. He unleashes a relentless barrage. but the projectiles bounce off the clone's invincible armor. With a flicker of speed, it evades easily, countering with a wave of devastating hellfire. Elsewhere, Huang Yaoyin faces her own lethal double in a desperate survival match. She sighs heavily, shielding her eyes as the System's blinding light fills the room. The clone transforms into the Blue Ridge, a 5th-gen replica of the ice-cold Swordmaster. It lunges instantly. She blurs, attempting a high-speed teleport for a lethal backstab ambush. Failure, the clone detects her. Meanwhile, our protagonist finds himself in the same trap. The merman speaks with cold calm as his system interface begins a sudden evolution. Behold 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐥𝐿, the 6th-gen clone, manipulating 4 massive bone whips with lethal precision. Tong Van Tuong scoffs. An octopus, interesting form, but let me show you real power. System activation, reverse scale mode. His armor pulses with an ancient, awakening dragon aura. In Trial Zone 2, 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐿 stares at the mechanical titan, paralyzed by pure terror. What is this crushing pressure? It's like facing a hidden boss from the abyss. Is this the legendary emperor of the endless ocean, the supreme ruler of the depths? The machine warps into a nightmare, the 1st-generation Dark Emperor of the Dragon Sea, facing a data clone of a god. 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐿 despairs. How can he defeat a king? The dark replica summons twin dragons that roar, lunging forward to tear him apart instantly. Instincts kick in, 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 leaps back, narrowly avoiding the dragons, world-shattering impact. But the onslaught continues. Before he can breathe, a fatal strike shatters his entire defense. As the dust clears, things look grim. Meanwhile, at Trial 0, the battle rages on. Tong Van Tuong faces a different nightmare, the immortal sage replica, a Hai-Tia monster. It's a clash of Ngao legacies. Only the strongest will survive this system trial. The hero deflects the dark tentacles with perfect timing, his hidden stats finally kicking in. He launches a surprise counterattack, blasting the clone miles away with a single, massive strike. The replica skids across the earth, leaving a massive crater behind. The power gap is narrowing. The opponent is stunned. He retaliates with a secret skill, the Raging Wave Piercer. Thousands of tentacles rain down like arrows. He laughs. You can escape my long-range fire. I'll show you real suppression. Tong Van Tuong roars, charging straight through the arrow storm. With sheer willpower, he breaks the formation, shattering the clone's defense piece by piece. The tables have turned. Now, the enemy is the one trapped under a relentless assault. The clone freezes. The protagonist has vanished, reappearing behind him like a vengeful ghost. Looking for me. A single blade thrust pierces the machine's core, lifting it skyward. Game over. One shot triggers a massive explosion, erasing the clone from the system forever. The match ends. Silence returns to the battlefield as the smoke slowly clears. He lands gracefully. Juste à réplica. You couldn't even use 20% of the original S power. If I knew you were this pathetic, I wouldn't have used my core system energy, deactivating his spirit soul. He muses that this form fits him like a glove. 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿, keep pushing. My legendary reincarnation depends entirely on your success in this trial. Xiao Lam rushes out, eyes wide. Master, how did you awaken such a divine spirit? He holds up a glowing orb. The jade core of this realm provided the necessary boost, but don't be fooled. The real challenges of this dungeon are only just beginning. I've never seen an 𝐊𝐥𝐵𝐵 variant with such a unique aura before. More impressively, the Sovereign's control over this dragon form is flawless. The Sovereign chuckled. Tell me, since you took that mascot form, why has your attitude become so adorably dim-witted? Little Blue scoffed. Who cares? Just get to the point. I'm exhausted. Show me how the other participants are holding up. Following the order, Little Blue opened the system interface. The Sovereign smirked. She was surprisingly easy to manipulate. His eyes narrowed on 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿. Was this brat really planning to stop here? He wondered how the kid even cleared the previous floor. Little Blue, he asked, is there any way for me to witness the action on the battlefield myself? Technically, yes, she warned, but no interfering. Check out this 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 fellow first. Just don't let me down. Olmen, with a faint nod, he vanished into thin air, leaving only a lingering trail of silver smoke behind. On the battlefield, 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 was battered back into his base form, gasping for air. A mysterious object was suddenly forced into his mouth. Little Blue snapped. Sovereign, didn't you promise not to interfere? He just shrugged with a fake excuse. Oh, my mistake. My hand slipped, and I dropped a high-grade pill. I have no idea where it went. As the medicine took effect, 𝐊𝐤𝐿 surged back to his feet, feeling his soul power rapidly recalibrate and overflow. Despite the confusion, he felt his combat spirit ignite. Silence fell as he drew a legendary dragon scale card. To honor the ancient Sea Dragon King, 𝐊𝐤𝐿 steeled his resolve for the final push. I'll use the Sea King's essence to end this, he roared, activating his high-tier soul trait Sea Patrol form. It was a mass-produced dragon soul from the Sea Kingdom. Yet as the sovereign watched, hope finally flickered. Interesting. A common mech-type soul based on a rare gold-tier prototype. This might get good. As the kid finally stopped holding back, his shadow clone ascended, launching 2 massive dragons directly at 𝐊𝐤𝐿. He remained calm. The same old trick, you'll have to do better than that to stop me. 𝐊𝐤𝐿 summoned his weapon, unleashing his signature skill, Death Vortex. A lethal hurricane tore through the arena. Ugh. His skill tree is so basic. The sovereign groaned. How many times is he going to spam the same move? The twin dragons were sucked into the vacuum. Seizing the opening, 𝐊𝐤𝐿 blinked behind the clone for a killing blow, but the clone caught him. Even as projectiles rained down, 𝐊𝐤𝐿 charged through the storm, refusing to back down. Their stats were perfectly mirrored. Neither could land a decisive hit as the duel reached a fever pitch. Pivoting his strategy, 𝐊𝐤𝐿 created distance. He channeled energy into his core, firing the Dragon Soul Cannon, a heavy barrage. The clone's reaction was instant, swirling its cloak into an impenetrable shield to deflect the incoming rain of lead. Thinking the danger had passed, the clone was stunned when 𝐊𝐿 immediately chained into another Death Vortex. It braced for impact, but the attack wasn't aimed at the clone. The vortex dived straight toward the ground. The clone watched in horror as 𝐊𝐿's real targets, the 2 summoned dragons, were caught. One exploded into pixels instantly. As the second dragon prepared to retaliate, 𝐊𝐿's weapon was already flying toward its throat with lethal speed. It was a direct hit. With both summons destroyed, the clone realized it was now a true one-on-one survival match. Desperate, the clone manifested a massive lightning orb, preparing to wipe 𝐊𝐿 off the map once and for all. Soul power S at 3%. 𝐊𝐿 muttered, but that S enough for one last gambit. He recharged his chest cannon. He unleashed a second Dragon Soul Cannon. The clone looked at the incoming projectiles with cold, robotic indifference. It raised its cloak again. But this time, the rain of bullets was a distraction. 𝐊𝐿 was already within striking distance, but the ambush was parried. 𝐊𝐿 screamed, pouring every ounce of mana into the clash. Yet their power remained locked. The stalemate dragged on, leaving the sovereign watching from the sideline, looking utterly unimpressed. You idiot. If you just refreshed your soul interface during that sword lock, you have won. Youth and their mindless fighting spirit. He decided to check the progress of the other high-ranking players instead. Multiple system windows popped up, showing the Saint-tier powerhouses clearing their floors with 0 effort. This kid is struggling, but he's gaining ground. And that guy, he's already won but keeps torturing his opponent. Truly sadistic. The sovereign tapped the screen. Little Blue. The others are just side characters in this quest, aren't they? The final host for 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐿. You're choosing between these 2. Right? Little Blue pouted in frustration. Sovereign. You promised. He chuckled softly. Relax. To me, it doesn't matter who inherits the power, but this third trial, this battle royale format is honestly starting to bore me to death. Choosing a successor through a mere duel. Isn't that reckless? Little Lamb questioned. What's your plan? My lord. The old man leaned in, whispering. Listen closely. Here is how we will play this out. On the battlefield, the clone unleashed a relentless assault. But these strikes were nothing against Ho Du-Yen-Han. With one lethal punch, the clone exploded into pixels. Han deactivated his spirit general form. A brutal warm-up. If the clone is this good, I can't wait to crush the original master in person. System trial 2 cleared. Suddenly, Han's mana surged as his body warped through dimensions, shifted into a new space. Han noticed 2 others survived. Then, something caught his eye. Where did that geezer come from? He wasn't on the roster before. That half-blood brat is gone. I knew a degenerate like him couldn't keep up with me. Han smirked arrogantly. Little Lamb appeared, announcing, Congrats on clearing the second trial. Hunters. Suddenly, 𝐊𝐿 warped in, startling Han. Chen. That half-demon trash actually made it. How annoying. Little Lamb's eyes flickered with mystery. Prepare yourselves. Trial 3 begins now. Quest update. Destination Dragontail City. Longhai Kingdom. Endless Sea. Teleported into chaos. Han was lost. Meanwhile, 𝐊𝐥𝐿 spotted 𝐊𝐥𝐿 and lunged with killing intent. "You bastard!" 𝐊𝐥𝐿 roared, delivering a savage kick to the man's jaw. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 blurred, reappearing behind Khan to pin him down. "Pathetic. You really think you're in my league?" A haunting war horn echoed, forcing their deadly dance to a halt. "What's that sound?" Han muttered. 𝐊𝐥𝐿's face went pale. The signal of Longhai. 𝐊𝐥𝐿's heart sank in realization. This isn't a dream. It's the real-world beast tide incoming. The system window flashed red. Emergency quest. Defend this coastal city. Survive the massive oceanic monster invasion. Longhai sits on the western edge of the Endless Sea. A bastion against the deep, a protectorate built by the sea folk. It was designed solely to repel the abyss. After the empire fell, their military rose until they rivaled the great human kingdoms. Longtail City, the southern shield. The kingdom's most vital line of defense. For centuries, this gate held back the tide. Now, thousands of sea terrors are surfacing once more. Alarm sirens wailed, "Man the walls, load the beast, piercing cannons, close the gates." Now, flanking from the sky, anti-air units. Find your targets and fire immediately. As the heavy gates slammed shut, the commander roared. "Third unit, evacuate the civilians. Move. First and second units. With me. We hold this line or die trying." The army obeyed. The commander led the charge. Monsters in Longtail. This city hasn't seen war in a century. 𝐊𝐥𝐿's mind raced. Is this another illusion? Another mental trap from the trial? 𝐊𝐥𝐿 offered a hand to help Khan up, then brutally struck him, sending blood spraying. Too much pain for a dream. Duke spot. But why is my power still capped at Earth tier? Hein. You little rat. I'll peel the skin off your bones once this is over. Han was fuming. His communication bracelet was dead. They were totally cut off. Who is that old geezer? Just some random casualty caught in the trial's awakening. Truly unlucky. The girl felt a spark of pity, unaware of the man's true identity. That woman is the real threat here. I need to keep a close eye on her. Everyone had a hidden agenda. On the horizon, the monstrous horde moved like a dark storm. Those soldiers are fodder. Against a tide this size, they won't last 10 minutes. Are they just buying time? She glanced at the hooded figure, feeling a haunting familiarity. System attention. Hunters. This is the real Longhai Kingdom. Trial 3. Defend this port city from the beast tide. Failure is not an option. And to ensure you don't desert. Suddenly, metallic collars snapped onto their necks. What is this? Han gasped. Little Lamb smiled. Those explode. If you leave the zone, survive. The final trial objectives appear on the system interface. First, reinforce the Naga soldiers. Second, ensure safe evacuation. Third, eliminate all beasts. Hey, you shark brat, watch your mouth, Little Lamb barked, offended by such blatant disrespect. A penalty was issued. 250 points were deducted instantly. Wait. Wasn't this trial meant to find 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐿's soul host? How does this mission decide that? He cursed in frustration, forcing Little Lamb to seek the Sovereign's divine intervention. The message was clear. Rescuing survivors and killing monsters would both earn ranking points. Furthermore, your achievements from the previous 2 rounds will be converted into score multipliers. Ultimately, the highest total score will determine the rightful successor to 𝐊𝐢𝐥𝐿's power. Any questions? Hu Yanxing asked smoothly. Honorable Guardian, I have one inquiry. Where is the Bald Elder? Hu Yanfa. Player 5 failed round 1 and was eliminated. Lamb replied. Xing bowed in respectful silence, impressed by his etiquette. Little Lamb granted him 100 bonus points. With the formalities finished, the third stage of the trial officially commenced. Survive until the end. As he spoke, an ominous black fog engulfed the arena. Panic erupted in Dragontail City. Hurry, get inside and leave everything behind. Move. The garrison fought through the chaos, desperately trying to evacuate the terrified citizens. Above them, a monstrous beast locked onto the crowd. The defense formation was too slow. A massive blast rocked the ground. Before they could recover, a second strike followed, targeting the innocent. The beast roared. A landslide blocked the exit, trapping everyone inside. Fear gripped the crowd until a flash of steel severed the beast's neck, blowing it apart. From the dust, Huang Miaoyin descended, Landing gracefully before the stunned survivors, they stared at the strange mecha. System window Huang Miaoyin gains 100 points. Thank you. Fairy, they cried. She reached out, her power shattering the massive boulders instantly. With a thunderous boom, the blocked city gate was finally cleared. Stunned, they didn't wait to ask questions. Her current score climbed to 365. Elsewhere, at the coastal defense line, a small squad faced 10,000 massive monsters. A single blow from the beast sent a soldier flying like a rag doll. The captain was snatched up effortlessly. Suddenly, a trident whistled through the air, impaling the beast. As the monster shrieked, the troops counterattacked. Their savior was none other than Lam Khan. He wasn't alone. A group of elite warriors followed closely behind him. They were from the Tiande Kingdom, rank 2 warriors of the Longhai realm. Meanwhile, at the Song estate, Elder Song Bingchuan was deep in martial arts training. After a long session, he centered his energy, but suddenly coughed up dark, stagnant blood. Song Jingzong rushed over in a panic. "Third, uncle, are you all right?" "I am fine." The elder laughed. "Clearing that old blood actually makes me feel refreshed. Van Tuong's medicine is truly divine," he noted, demonstrating his restored agility to the youth. "To think a 5-star pill could restore my cultivation to such a legendary degree." He threw a casual palm strike, leaving a deep, vibrating imprint on a massive tree. "The pain is gone, and my soul force flows through my veins like a river. I thought I had accepted death, but now I find myself craving more time, waiting for a brat's life extension art. How ridiculous I've become." He chuckled. Jingzhong turned to his subordinate. "Any updates? How is the hunt for ingredients progressing?" Tongmok checked his system interface and delivered the latest report to the Marquis. Based on the last signal, young Master Van Tuong has successfully reached Sadio City. The head butler tapped the interface. "Team 2 is on standby," he noted. "Bring a Kim in." Master Ping Chuan stretched, his joints popping with satisfaction. "Moving around feels great," he chuckled, waving them off. "Stay busy. I'm heading back first." The staff bowed deeply as he left. Inside his private study, the old man's grin widened. "To think I'd find a way to extend my lifespan." His heart raced with a newfound, burning ambition. Unable to contain his excitement, Ping Chuan let out a thunderous, echoing laugh. If those old fossils saw the Soul General's divine wings now, they'd literally soil themselves in terror. As his room descended like an elevator, his laughter shook the very foundations of the Song Manor. Tong Kim forced a nervous smile. "The third great master. He seems to be in an incredible mood." The clan leader turned, his eyes sharp. "A phoenix is about to be reborn from the ashes. Why wouldn't he be? Don, let his current easygoing nature fool you. That's just how he treats family." He gazed at the sky, reminiscing. In his youth, he was a wild storm, arrogant, fierce, and utterly untamable. Everyone in the capital knows his legend. He was the peerless genius who dominated an entire era. My grandfather mentioned that. Tong Kim added, "He adored his sister so much, he once challenged the emperor for her." A nearby manager cleared his throat sharply. "Brother Kim, mind your tongue. Walls have ears." Their conversation was cut short as a Kim materialized from the shadows, bowing low before the group. "Captain of the 2nd Shadow Guard reporting to the Lord and managers." The clan leader nodded. "You've arrived. At ease? Give us the report on Van Tuong's status." A Kim spoke instantly. "Sir, our spies are in Sand Eagle City." He gestured toward the main screen. "The city is under total martial law. Since those divine ruins manifested, we haven't located the young master yet, but a violent skirmish just erupted near the excavation site. Intelligence confirms the presence of merfolk from the Longhai Kingdom in that sector. We aren't sure if they've crossed paths with the young master yet. However, all communication with him went dark at that exact moment." Hin Trung's expression turned icy. "I say, deploy an elite strike team to Sand Eagle City immediately. Take the soul charms the master provided. Fin him, by your command." As the guard left, the Lord asked, "Can we get a live feed of the ruins?" A Kim nodded. "Thanks to the young master's formation charms, our drones can penetrate any security layer." He keyed his comms. "Agent 4632. Come in." "Do you copy over?" Manager Moak explained. 4632 is our code. It identifies the operative and their specific sector. 4 is the lower realm. 6 is Sand Eagle City. And the rest is the agent's unique signature. Near the glowing Jade Lake, a hidden operative tapped his headset. "Captain, This is 4632. I'm in position. 12 miles south of the ruins. Commencing live uplink now. He adjusted his high-tech binoculars. Below, the lake glowed blood red. Suddenly, a celestial beam struck the earth, collapsing the ground into a massive crater. In the center of the devastation, a lone figure stood trembling. It was 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿, gasping for air. He stared at his hands. Me? Alive. His necklace had vanished. He frowned, the realization hitting him like a truck. That wasn't a dream. I was actually inside the secret realm. Duyen Fat spotted him and sprinted across the rubble. Young master, he shouted. Lungs burning, he pulled the boy into a fierce hug. Thank the gods you're safe. Harn looked up, still dazed. Uncle Fat, how are you here? He looked around the wreckage. Are these the divine ruins? Is this where the merfolk's hidden world dragged us in? Duyen Fat scratched his head, looking exhausted. Yes. I failed the initial trial and got spat back out here. I've been waiting for you ever since. The young man blinked. You've been waiting here this whole time. How long has it been? The older man checked his watch. Time moves differently in there. It's only been about 12 hours out here. Only half a day, Harn whispered, his mind racing with everything he had seen inside. Young master, Fat whispered urgently. General March Kim has us surrounded. Should we set an ambush? 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿 shook his head, his eyes cold and determined. No. We're leaving. Now, he asked. Wait. Was I the only one who made it out? The man pointed toward the manor. A demon girl emerged too. But she is unconscious, and her origins remain a total mystery. She was captured and thrown into the Mach family dungeon. That degenerate fourth son, 𝐁𝐞𝐿, has a sick taste for her kind. 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿 paused, wondering if she was that mermaid. No. He had no memory of her. Together, they retreated from the ruins. The old man asked as they walked, Why did you exit? Young master, did you fail the second trial? Harn smirked, holding up 3 fingers in defiance. Wrong. I made it all the way to the 3rd round. The uncle immediately gave a thumbs up. The 3rd floor, truly the young master. What kind of trial was it? Why did you fail then? 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿 winced, clutching his head as the nightmare of the illusion returned, drenched in sweat and gasping. He muttered it. That sensation of true death. I never want to experience it again. The clock winds back to moments before the exit. Inside the 3rd floor trial zone, the 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿 city hunters were stunned. 𝐊𝐥𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿 is one of our own. They quickly realized this warrior was a 2nd-rank hero from the Longhai Kingdom. As the Spirit Soul General surged forward, the earth shattered. 𝐊𝐴MKON's summon leaped high, striking down a massive beast, gripping his blade. He roared. Die. He swung with devastating force, cleaving the monster in 2. The soldiers stood paralyzed as the majestic 𝐊𝐴MKON stood triumphantly atop the fallen boss monster. The survivors knelt in gratitude, crying out, Thank you, brother. A system notification flashed. Player number 3. 𝐊𝐴MKON. 330 points. He ignored the praise and prepared for more. Plenty of monsters remained to be hunted. Watching from the shadows, Huangdi Rum finally understood the mechanics, so that is how you earn points. Meanwhile, 𝐿𝐴MCHAO spatimpure disgust. Damn it, �ＬAMKON has a twin high spirit soul. I just came from the bath and only have this basic mech suit. He compared his gear to the top-tier sets. He was the weakest link. He needed a way to stall their progress. After a few seconds of plotting, old man 𝐿AMCHAO proposed with fake confidence. Hey, 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿 brat and you over there too. How about we drop our grudges and form a temporary alliance? Harn refused instantly. No way. I don't trust a degenerate who betrays his own kin. 𝐿AMCHAO gasped. What? Harn ignored his shouts and dived straight into the monster horde below. 𝐿AMCHAO scoffed in annoyance and turned to the other hunter. What about you? Kid. Tống Văn Tường, holding the hidden jade core that controlled the entire zone, was just here for the show. He ghosted the old man and walked away. 𝐿AMCHAO wondered if protecting the city gave more points than grinding monsters. A sinister grin crawled across the old man's face. If points determined the winner, he would just have to sabotage their scores while boosting his own, grinding through the 2-clawed beasts. 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿 felt a chill. That snake 𝐿AMCHAO was definitely plotting something evil. I have to be careful. A massive claw slammed down, and Harn buckled under the monster's insane defense. The beast roared, but Harn engaged his shoulder cannons and blasted its face. Plus 80 points. System window player number 2. 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿. Total 210 points. 80 points for one mob. He analyzed the data. These smaller monsters had tough armor, but were weak against long-range skill evolution. He immediately changed tactics and switched to full-range bombardment. A hail of bullets shredded the monsters. The Longvi soldiers watched in complete shock. That red mech. It is 𝐊𝐥𝐕𝐈𝐍𝐬𝐿. He is helping us. Harn finally grasped the hidden quest rules. Rescuing a Longhai soldier nets 50 points. He considered a dark strategy, farming points by luring them into danger, but he quickly rejected the thought. My clan has a grudge. But these soldiers deserve respect for defending their home. He activated his weapon systems. I will earn my points the honorable way. He unleashed a barrage, vaporizing another beast. Seeing the red mech's firepower, the commander rallied his troops. Follow the red mech, coordinate your fire, and push back for the glory of the Naga. Even 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 looked on. Impressed. That red mecha is insane. A savage beast lunges, clamping its massive claws onto his blade with crushing force. So you've chosen death. 𝐊𝐤𝐿 pierces its skull, leaping atop the beast where its stunted claws cannot reach. He draws his weapon, screaming die, but a distant soul shot snipes the monster before he can even strike. Stunned, 𝐊𝐤𝐿 turns. Did Uncle Lam Chao actually provide cover for him from the rear? He waves thanks. But the uncle sneers internally. Idiot. Thanks for the 80 points. You absolute moron. Countless beasts crawl from the deep. Further out, a titan emits electromagnetic pulses, driving the coastal swarm into a frenzy. Their carapaces slide open, revealing nests of glowing green eggs that pulse with a sickening, rhythmic vibration. The trial participants freeze. Something is terribly wrong. Orbs, fire, devastating rays, obliterating the terrain. Dust chokes the air as black smoke towers over the crumbling Longvi city. Civilians scream amidst the chaos. Soldiers roar orders to evacuate north toward the extraction starships waiting outside. They look up in awe. Thankfully, that mysterious fairy intervened to save them from certain doom. She anchors the front line. That fairy is actually trial player number 4. The formidable Hongju. Her score is -445. Suddenly, a new threat emerges. Flying beasts approaching from the south. Hongju tracks their signal. A massive swarm of arrow-like monsters is descending upon them like a deadly plague. Adu prepares for battle. They read just ants. But there are too many. She mutters, struggling with her complex skill. Before she can strike, a powerful soul beam tears through the sky, detonating the lead monsters into showers of gore. The surviving beasts ignore the casualties, relentlessly pushing toward the city walls. Another beast is obliterated mid-air. A second blinding beam of soul energy streaks across the horizon. Hongju is stunned. This power far exceeds an origin star soul general. This soul fluctuation, it is impossible. As the beasts accelerate, the soul arrows match their speed, locking onto their vitals with lethal precision. Another kill. The sniper is our main character. 𝐊𝐤𝐿. His system window flickers with constant 100-point rewards. The system displays player 0. 𝐊𝐤𝐿 reaches 400 points. He sighs, looking deeply dissatisfied. An eagle gives 80. But these only give 100. The balance in this zone is garbage. Xiaolam's settings are flawed. Flying beasts are high-tier targets. They should be worth more than this. Hongju weaves through skyscrapers, dodging the swarm. She executes a mid-air roll, counterattacking the monsters on her tail. One beast falls. The other persists. Hongju plants her feet, ready to end the chase. As it lunges, she blinks behind it. Her blade flashes, bisecting the monster in one clean, lethal motion. Adu leaps gracefully to a neighboring roof to survey the escalating battlefield. Beasts have breached the inner sanctum, tearing into residential blocks. A massive building begins to collapse toward the terrified crowds. Panic erupts as monsters rain down. Run. Protect the civilians at all costs. Van Tuong's soul fire incinerates the attackers before they can claim a single life. The impact is overkill, shattering nearby walls. Even the city's fortification now sports a massive, gaping hole. Master Song stands in a perfect archery stance, slowly lowering his bow while scanning the distant horizon. Hongju wonders, was that divine shot his? The main character's soul general is legendary, yet only nets 100 points. Van Tuong frowns. No points for rescue Xiaolam. Explain these broken system parameters right now. The system manager, Xiaolam, pouts. Dante pin this on me. Calculating rescue points is a logistical nightmare. The system logic cannot easily quantify the intent to save lives versus mere survival. You said only saving those destined to die counts, Van Twangals. Feeling the irony of his own rules. Fine. But be more flexible. What about those Longhai soldiers? The fish cuts him off abruptly. Wait. Great one. New wave of high-rank hostiles detected. Another swarm darkens the sky. Van Twang draws an arrow, shouting a warning to Hongdu, who is just behind him. Confused by the sudden shout, she asks, "Wait. What did you say?" No time for talk. He releases a beam that grazes her, obliterating the beasts at her back like fireworks. The nightmare escalates. The flyers are now carrying specialized two-clawed bruisers directly into the city heart. These monsters are evolving. They are using aerial transport to drop heavy ground units behind our primary defenses. Panic erupted as citizens fled in terror. The beasts were in their element, reveling in the slaughter. Huang Duam engaged two beasts simultaneously. Nearby, desperate soldiers screamed into their radios, begging for immediate reinforcements. Monsters rained from the sky onto West Ni Road. Song Yungxiang arrived, but his line of sight was obstructed by soldiers. Realizing his vantage was poor, he activated his soul general, manifesting the cloud-piercing ancient bow. Then, he shifted to the heaven-breaking claws. His soul general's aura was overwhelming. Soldiers charged, raising shields against the pincer beasts, but those shields shattered like glass. The men were violently blasted back by the sheer force of the impact. Just as the beasts raised their lethal pincers for the finishing blow, the soldier braced for death. But a strike vaporized the monster. It was Song Yungxiang's sevenfold heaven-breaking wave technique. Beasts were decimated wherever he moved. Longvin city soldiers watched in shock, whispering, "What just happened? I didn't see anything." Another replied, "All that remained was a blue afterimage and the scattered remains of the monsters." From a nearby rooftop, Huang Du Am watched the carnage unfold, her mind racing with questions. A standard Tiando mech combined with unknown gear, his long-range lethality and melee prowess were truly legendary. This power felt like a primordial soul general. System window trialist 0. Song Yungxiang, score 80. Decent output. Yungxiang mused, and soul consumption is lower than expected. Beside him, Xiaolan looked puzzled. "Master, didn't you design this third floor to find heroes to protect the merfolk's future?" Song Yungxiang replied innocently, "Yes. That's the goal? Why do you ask? Then why is your score higher than everyone combined?" Xiaolan barked. "And why do you always show off?" Song Yungxiang realized he'd gone a bit overboard. He coughed awkwardly, trying to justify his actions. It's a rare chance to test the data. Besides, generating these things in the hidden realm costs nothing. He quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, shouldn't you be monitoring the merfolk's performance instead of nagging me?" Shaolan Sahil, acknowledging her duties as the illusion realm manager, before vanishing into the trial grounds. Meanwhile, at South Longvin Gate, Hu Yanhan fought relentlessly, cursing under his breath as the battle raged on. "Damn it, these monsters don't care who they hit," he growled, ducking behind a rock. A massive boss monster approached the shore. Only a handful of Tingliang city soldiers remained to hold the line, bleeding from several wounds. The soldiers turned to Lam Kun. "Hey brother, are you still holding up?" Lam Kun looked up, realizing they had tanked every hit for him. "I'm fine," he replied. "Thank you. Don't mention it." A soldier grunted. "We wouldn't have lasted this long without your assistance either. That beast's ranged attacks have a cooldown period." The soldier noted, "That's our window to counterattack. Warrior, join our charge," the soldier urged. Lam Kun nodded, turning to call for Uncle Lam Zhou, but he was gone. "Where did he go?" Lam Kun muttered, shaking it off. He rallied with the Longvin soldiers and charged the beast. The beast's backplate slid open, and glowing spheres began to pulsate with destructive energy. "Crep. Incoming Mao, defend," the commander yelled. "5-man scale formation, protect our brother." They instantly converged, locking their shields into a solid, impenetrable wall of steel in front of Lam Kun. Beams of light slammed into the barrier. "After this volley, it'll be vulnerable," the captain shouted. "Take the shot." Lam Kun gripped his weapon. "Understood." The shields groaned under the pressure of the monster's bombardment. As the fire ceased, Lam Kun vaulted over the shield wall, soaring through the air. "You monster." He thrust his spear at the core, But the beast snapped its shell shut. Trapping his weapon tight, 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 drew another blade and severed its antennae. Suddenly, Uncle 𝐊𝐥𝐲 leaped out, laughing. Mine! Killing vortex. He spun like a drill, cackling with glee as he tore through the monster. This kill is mine, monster viscera showered 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 as he stared at his uncle in disbelief. 𝐊𝐥𝐲 stood atop the slain beast's carcass, looking down at his nephew with a smug, arrogant grin. Sorry, kid, 𝐊𝐥𝐲 sneered. Your dear uncle loves nothing more than swooping in for a kill steal. System window trialist 1. 𝐊𝐥𝐲 plus 300 points. Current score, 120. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿 realized his uncle was poaching his kills. You old degenerate, he cursed. Look out behind you. Thanks for the tip, 𝐊𝐥𝐲 chirped, diving into the ground and vanishing, leaving the chaos for his nephew. Hu Duyan unleashed a desperate barrage at the beast's armored shell, but his bullets failed to leave even a single scratch. Damn it, he growled, his face twisting in pure frustration. The creature was smart, retreating into its shell to nullify long-range attacks without armor-piercing traits. It was invincible. Suddenly, the ground began to vibrate. A hidden threat was approaching. In a flash, 𝐊𝐥𝐲 launched a cowardly sneak attack from the rear. Die right here. You Hu Dian family brat, the old man shrieked. He lunged his blade with murderous intent toward Han, right in the heart of the Longvai City coastal defense zone. Caught off guard, Han scrambled to evade. What the hell is this? He yelled. Old man 𝐊𝐥𝐲 pursued him like a demon, screaming for his head. You little brat of the Hu Duyan family. I've finally found you. Han spat back a curse at the old man's shamelessness and fired his shoulder cannon. But the coward vanished underground. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed over him. He spun around to a nightmare. A massive shooting beast stood right there, opening its shell to reveal its glowing power cores. The monster unleashed a chaotic volley of projectiles. Young Master Hu Dian moved like a blur, narrowly weaving through the deadly streaks of light. As he dodged with lightning speed, his tactical instincts kicked in. He spotted a critical blind spot directly beneath the beast. Gritting his teeth, Hu Duyan decided to bet his life on a single move and charged straight toward the monster. He dove for the opening, and rolling across the dirt until he was positioned directly under the beast. Massive belly. His gamble paid off. The projectiles couldn't hit him there. But then, the beast's underside split open like a carnivorous flower, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Han cursed under his breath and primed his weapon. Eat, lead, and die, he roared, unleashing a point-blank blast that tore through the beast from the inside out. The monster exploded into a shower of gore. As the smoke cleared, the young master stood there, gasping for air amidst the remains. A system window popped up plus 300 points. He quickly calculated his gains: 100 for the start, 50 for the rescue, 80 for the kills. Plus this 300 meant candidate number 2, Hu Jianhan, now had 790 points. But as he crunched the numbers, another shadow appeared. This time, it was a twin claw beast. Han opened fire on its head, but the armor held firm. He was forced to retreat, kiting the creature while firing suppressing shots behind him. Small beasts were worth 80 points, but these mid-tier shooting beasts were a jackpot of 300. He analyzed the battlefield. Those flying monsters weren't too strong, likely worth 80 points. Just like the crab beasts. He glanced at the titan in the far distance. If he could take down that massive boss, it would be the ultimate key to winning this trial. He was surrounded by monsters, but the real headache was old man 𝐊𝐥𝐲, lurking in the shadows like a vulture. The old man smirked, his mind spinning with a sinister plan. That turtle over there, if I lure it toward him? He cackled at his own cruelty. The coastline was a sea of monsters, with one singular, massive titan leading the swarm toward the north gate of Longvai City. Smoke and dust filled the sky as the mangled corpses of twin claw beasts littered the ground. Soldiers scrambled to evacuate the remaining citizens, splitting their formation to cover both flanks. North Gate Street was a graveyard of monster remains and crumbling architecture, completely blocking any path for retreat. Huang Duyin leaped across the rooftops, her eyes sharp as she searched for a hidden threat. Something isn't right, she muttered. There's more to this. Sensing a movement, she took aim and sniped 2 beasts that were attempting to ambush her from below. A bifang beast tried to flee, but she swung her weapon with lethal precision, decapitating the monster instantly. As terrified civilians scrambled for safety from the shadows below, Tong Van Tuong watched her every move, analyzing her combat style. She's a saint rank master who's lived for 100 years. He mused. Why does she look so inexperienced with a citywide beast tide? Has she really spent the last few decades just shut away in cultivation? Still, seeing her prioritize the people over the hunt is an unexpected trait. He noted that she was carefully adjusting her strikes, trying her best to avoid any collateral damage to the nearby civilians. While lost in thought, a massive shadow fell over him. A giant twin-claw monster was plummeting straight toward his head. Looking for an early grave, Van Tuong casually swung his blade, bisecting the beast with the effortless precision of a master chef. Huang Duyin touched down behind him, her eyes narrow and suspicious. Who exactly are you? She demanded. No need for the hostility. He replied smoothly. Like you see, I'm just a passerby who had the bad luck of falling into this hidden realm. She didn't buy it. Back in the West District, I sensed something faint. A presence that shouldn't have been there. Were you stalking us with a concealment skill? Even then, Van Tuong played it cool. Did I? But internally, he was impressed. By all accounts, he thought, a level 6 saint like her shouldn't have been able to detect my presence at all. Tell me the truth. She pressed, her voice dripping with suspicion. When the god-tier essence escaped, and that mermaid broke free from the dragon pool to open this realm, I suspect you were the one secretly pulling the strings. Tell me, are you an ally of those creatures? He turned and coolly replied. Stop with the wild theories. This is our first time meeting. Nothing more. Besides, aren't we currently sharing the same base for this trial? That should be enough for you. Focus on the beast tide first. He added, clear the quest. Then talk. I'll take the east gate. The west is yours. He vanished instantly, leaving Dirham drowning in a sea of suspicion and unanswered questions. I never sensed his presence before we entered this rift. Either his rank is far beyond mine, or he has a hidden trait, and that soul power vibration. Why does it feel so strangely familiar to me? Realization struck her. Wait. If we were talking about high-level concealment, could he be a Chinese array master? Dirham watched his retreating figure as Tong Van Tung sprinted east. His eyes scanning for any tactical anomalies, he leaped across the rooftops, reaching the highest spire. Before materializing his translucent system map, 3 hunters are holding the shoreline against the tide, and 1 is inside guarding the refugee zone. Young Master Van Tung calculated, I only joined this realistic simulation to experience the combat mechanics firsthand. It's a perfect opportunity to calibrate my physical stats and gear synchronization under pressure. Plus, I can observe how these outside players balance the defense lines and execute city rescue strategies. Logically speaking, with 3 rankers on the shoreline, that front should hold for a while longer. Grasping the Rift S-Core orb, he summoned Little Blue. Report. Why has the South Gate defense collapsed already? Based on the simulation S logic, this shouldn't be happening. What's the status of that sector? The little spirit huffed in frustration. It's infuriating. Van Tung frowned. What's wrong? Little one. She snapped back. That degenerate from my clan, 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿, is acting like a complete scumbag. He is an absolute disgrace to the honor of the sea race. The manager pointed at the screen, raging. That scum isn't intercepting the enemy, he's backstabbing his own teammates to steal kill points. Dong Fan Tung nodded. See, this is exactly why I said we need to evolve the 3rd floor rules. If the Ngao Bin soul falls to a degenerate like him, do you think he'll ever protect your people? The manager snarled. I've decided. That trash is disqualified. I'm cutting his connection immediately. Lord, let's just end this trial now and choose a different successor for the sea people. He waved his hand dismissively. No need to rush. Every quest deserves a proper ending. Let's see it through. But we can accelerate the pace. 60% have escaped. Initiate the final wave now. Little Blue obeyed and vanished. Tong Van Tung also moved out, heading toward the front line to witness the climax. Outside the walls of Longveer, the 2-clawed beast horde began their relentless siege on the fortifications. Lung Kon was trapped, gasping for air amidst the swarm. The line, it actually broke. Did everyone evacuate in time? He looked back in dread, praying his comrades had safely retreated from the falling city of Longveer. In the distance, the turtle boss unleashed a massive electrical field. Young Master Lamb froze. What the hell is that? The ocean churned violently as a titanic silhouette slowly breached the surface from the depths. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐿, locked in combat, cried out in shock. The giant raid boss is finally making its move. Old Lam Chao emerged from a nearby sniper nest, smirking. Kill secured. Another point stolen from the young master, 𝐊𝐥𝐿 cursed. Aiming his weapon, the old man laughed. Don, two look away on a battlefield. Amateur. 𝐊𝐥𝐿𝐲. You rotten piece of seafood, I'll make sure you pay for this. He unleashed a devastating blast at Lam Chao. But the old fox evaded the strike with lightning speed. With a sinister grin, the old man vanished into the ground. See ya, kid. Enjoy the fallout. Hodian Harnt stood paralyzed as he realized his missed shots had struck the massive boss monster instead. He'd been baited. The giant beast turned its murderous gaze toward him, radiating pure, suffocating bloodlust. The behemoth roared, commanding every monster in the vicinity to converge on the one who dared provoke it. Trapped by the two-clawed swarm, Hodian panicked. What is happening? Time for an emergency retreat. He screamed while running. Why are they all targeting me? Is that giant monster actually commanding the swarm? That bastard played me. He fired desperately behind him. But there was no escaping the closing trap. The beast tide overwhelmed. Hodian screams. Lankon watched, confused. Why are they all hunting that red mech? He's cornered. Send the reinforcements. Old lamb schemes. Strike the boss. Bait the monsters. Kill the turtle. Lin asks, what's your game? Elite points. Wipe them all out. Monster state nata. The alpha signals, collapse, brace for the tide. Defense failing. Han joins battle. Outside now's the chance. Gun. Huge points. Kill the beast. 𝐁𝐞𝐿. Leaving the schemer, he takes flight. No hesitation. Trap failed. Hide and wait. Han's exhausted. Solo survival impossible. Kun descends, clearing the mob. Unlikely allies. Back-to-back combat. Aerial report. Total chaos below. Stage 3. Coastal defense failing. A prince and heir. United. Unprecedented alliance. Thanks, soldier. Trusting an enemy S-blade today. Line broken. Buying time now. One kill saves the city. Ignoring the points Kun tests. Is this reality or illusion? Lost in a secret realm. Are these civilians mere ghosts? Battle chat. Rivalry versus duty. Yuri losing the ranking race. I fight to protect. Period. Principle over points. Every time, even for enemies. Absolutely, yes. Politics aside. Humanity stands together. No borders for innocent lives. One common enemy. The tide, respect earned. Westgate chaos. Duam tracks the leaderboard. Points trigger only when saving. The system's hidden logic. Understood. A horrific realization strikes home. This isn't a simulation. Tragedy. Never let this massacre repeat. Avenging the history of fallen. Civilization deserves a dignified end. Quest update. Rescue phase complete. Progress. 47%. System alert. A Saint-tier boss monster is initiating a city siege. All trainees must mobilize to the South Bank defense line. Objective repel, the Saint-tier beast. Huang Diaoyun moves instantly. She knows only Saint-tier power or water essence spirits can survive this. Earth-tier suppressed trainees are mere fodder. She decides to keep her hidden stats and spirit secret, maintaining a low profile. She observes the battlefield before revealing her true power-up. At the Dragontail City South Gate, a swarm of lobster ravagers crashes into the guard line. A bloody survival struggle begins. The city guards are hopelessly outnumbered by the relentless tide of degenerates. They are barely a speck against the overwhelming monster horde. Soldiers are slaughtered every second. Sea urchin horrors follow. Their shells covered in clusters of eyes. Fire arrows ignite the sky. A desperate attempt to push back the escalating beast tide. The last line of defense waits. Artillery shells rain down, creating a beautiful yet terrifying explosion. Beams of light pierce the urchin swarm, seeking out the boss monster S. Vital points. Detonations everywhere. The commander draws his sword, ordering Team 4 to charge into the abyss. One rank of beasts falls, but the next wave fills the gap instantly. Dead set on breaching the fortress walls, the commander and his squad leap into the fray, forming a shield against the crushing tide. Nearby, Yunxiang watches coldly. Huang Diaoyun arrived, finding him completely unfazed by the chaos. She warns him no guild here can stop a Saint-tier calamity with their current ranking. Lower-tier trainees are just sacrifices. Yunxiang then speaks of an even darker future. Soon, a beast tide 1,000 times larger will devour the entire southern desolation. Is this trial just a game or a survival test? She screams in pure disbelief. Impossible. Even this current rank of beasts is unprecedented in our kingdom's history. Her face pales. If his prediction is true, a 1,000-fold increase means total annihilation. The Iron Wall and Green Swallow legions would be crushed like paper. The southern wall cannot hold. She levels her blade at him. demanding proof of this vision. Yun Shang stays calm. That future tide will turn the entire southern wall into a graveyard. Every elite hunter and soldier will perish. The southern provinces will be completely wiped out. Millions of innocent souls will vanish. To end her doubt, he prepares a mental link. He reveals his hidden trait, Future Sight. I'll show you the end of the world. Using the Jade Core System interface, he projects his memories directly into her mind. A torrent of horrific images floods her consciousness, leaving her paralyzed with fear. She sees the sky over the southern desolation, beasts falling like rain upon the wall. Multiples sentiers émergent. Eternal Peace City has become a literal hell on earth. Humans are torn apart by fangs. No dungeon or tower could be this cruel. Mankind is reduced to livestock, hunted down like prey in a sick, twisted game. Legendary tier monsters sweep through the ruins, leaving nothing but ashes behind. Every vision shatters her spirit. This isn't just a trial, it's the coming apocalypse. A roar beyond Saint Tier echoes, forcing her to sever the link. She returns, trembling, gasping for air. She stammers. This vision cannot be our destiny. She clings to hope the Saint Tier guardian beast of Tuyen City might still save them. Yun Xiang denies it. Tuyen City will fall first. No one is coming to help. In such total destruction, how could anything survive? She asks desperately. How much time? He holds up 2 fingers. 2 months. Her pupils contract as she realizes the truth. Without the God Tier fragment delay, her mission to evolve would have been far too late. She and the others have retreated to the capital for a 3-month cultivation session. This means the upcoming selection will be defenseless, with no Saint Tier guardians. Hong Duam wonders, is his foresight actually real? Furthermore, she instinctively trusts Van Tuong. His mana signature provides a strange sense of security. A heavy silence falls between them. She calculates the scale of this Saint Tier horde, even with her and Tunay, backed by the Royal Guard. Surviving this onslaught seems impossible. I need proof, she demands. She cannot mobilize the Hai Thui army based on mere visions. Van Tuong is stuck. He has no physical evidence to offer. Her frustration peaks. Who are you? Really? She interrogates. Without a verified identity, how can she report his warnings to the Empress and the Imperial Court? This is his crisis. His status as a returner must remain a secret. He decides to bluff, silently apologizing to Duam's father while borrowing his persona. Van Tuong deactivates his soul armor, revealing his past life face and shedding his hood. He locks eyes with her from within the cockpit. She senses a shift in his soul wave, deactivating her own armor. She stares at him, eyes brimming with tears. In that moment, she sees the ghost of her own father. Sobbing, she lunges forward to embrace him. The pride of a Saint Tier warrior vanishes. She's just a child again. Meanwhile, on the blood-soaked battlefield, Lam Khan and Ho Dian Han fight back to back. Their soul power carving through the monster waves. Lam Khan collapses, his mana drained. He knows they can hold this line much longer. He urges Han, the long-range specialist, to retreat to the second defensive wall. Go, I'll hold them off, he yells. Suddenly, a beast lunges from the shadows behind Han, sensing the kill zone. Han spins around, teeth bared for a counter-strike. 2 beams of light erupt, obliterating the beast in mid-air. Carcasses pile up like a mountain. Han admits his soul power is hitting 0. Scoring points in this trial doesn't matter. Having a comrade like Lam Khan is enough. Reliable. Han mutters. Lam Khan offers a weak, bloody smile. Fighting alongside a Ho Dian was unexpected, but it looks like their journey ends here. Han points toward the ocean. A massive shadow looms a titan beyond anything they've ever faced. That's no Heaven Tier, he whispers. It's at least a Saint Tier boss. Lam Khan curses in shock. Against a Saint Tier, they are powerless. But Han refuses to break. Remember the Zhao Bin trial? We didn't give up then. The Ho Dian way is to attempt the impossible. That is our creed. Even if this is the end, he chooses to face the strongest enemy. Lam Khan's battle spirit reignites. As a prince of the Naga, he cannot let this monster breach the gates. I won't let it slaughter my people. I'll die before they do. Lam Khan vows to draw its aggro. Han interrupts. Imenfesta. My range is better. I'll be the bait. Lam Khan's explosive power is their only chance for a fatal blow. Besides, I messed up your clan's trial. Let me make it right. If anyone's going to slay this god, it should be you. Han charges before Lam Khan can argue. With no choice, Lam Khan follows. They charge the Saint Tier beast together. The monster lets out a soul-shaking roar, emitting a lethal frequency. The surrounding urchin beasts glow crimson, firing a barrage of lasers. The zone becomes a localized hell. Keep moving, don't stop, Han screams. Find the opening and strike from behind. 𝐊𝐷 focuses, readying his final skill as he lunges into the chaos. While Hu Yanheng draws the aggro, the diversion begins. As predicted, the beast tide swarms him in suffocating numbers, pushing his limits. Hu Yanheng counterattacks, his 4 mechanical arms transforming into devastating cannons. Despite the overwhelming swarm, he breaks through, closing the distance to the massive Saint Tier boss, pouring every ounce of energy into his thrusters. He launches a final, desperate strike. The blow aims for the beast's head, but a sudden tentacle parries the attack effortlessly. Horror fills his eyes as his ultimate gamble fails. He can't believe his strongest skill was neutralized. Before he can react, jagged hooks lunge forward, protruding from the boss's spine. The hooks pierce his mecha and lock his limbs in place. In that frozen moment, Hu Yanheng's will to fight completely shatters. He smiles, relieved not to die by low-rank mobs. Then, his mecha explodes, leaving only the wreckage. In his final breath, Hu Yanheng whispers a silent prayer. Entrusting the mission to 𝐊𝐷, the boss's tentacles fire a final blast, vaporizing the mecha. 𝐊𝐷 seizes this blood-soaked opening. He lunges at the Saint Tier beast, swearing that his comrade's sacrifice won't be in vain. Suddenly, a shadow blurs the scene. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 appears, betraying his ally with a brutal kick. Laughing like a maniac, he steals the glory. 𝐊𝐷 can only watch in helpless rage. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 positions himself at the weak point and activates his ultimate combat art, 7-color vortex. He becomes the center of a storm, grinding into the monster's neck. An explosion rocks the area. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 lands safely, grinning at his massive point haul. 𝐊𝐷 curses his betrayer. The decapitated Saint Tier monster, however, refuses to stay down. It radiates a terrifying, ancient pressure that freezes both hunters in their tracks. Confused, Hu Yanheng wakes in a void. He touches his neck, stunned to be alive. His trial necklace remains. Could the simulation still be active? The system window appears. His score is negative 5,000 points for not being merfolk. Before he can process the math, a sharp pain pierces his mind. Hidden lore and data stream into his consciousness like a flood, gasping for air. He awakens with a vision. Yongan City is doomed to total destruction. Questions race through his mind, but a system notification forces an emergency exit. Without a choice, his digital body begins to pixelate and vanish. The cat spirit wonders why Yunxiang shared that intel, but its mission is complete. Back in the trial, the monster tied at the south gate shows no sign of stopping. Thousands of lobster-type monsters surge forward in an endless, chitinous wave. High above, Yunxiang weaves a lie, convincing Huang Diaoyin he isn't a simple reincarnation. He claims to be a vessel for her father's remnant soul. A perfect, calculated deception. During their contact, he attempted to replicate her mecha-s blueprints. The system fails to respond. He'll have to find another way once they leave. Fully deceived, she asks if he's been watching over her since Sand Dune City. She realizes only her father's mastery could bypass a Saint Tier's divine sense. Playing the role of the devoted father, Yunxiang continues the charade. He explains his arrival was accidental, triggered only by his lingering obsession with her. Using hidden realm permissions, he manifested this form just to see her face again. He warns her that once they leave, this fragment of his soul will fade forever. Overcome with emotion, she clings to him, begging to stay in this illusion forever. Caught off guard, Yunxiang shakes his head. His soul is already at its limit. Whether she believes it or not, the end of this trial is inevitable. Soon, a beast tide 100,000 times stronger will bury the entire Southern Desolation defense line. When that day comes, from the lower realms to the high seas, no one will escape the slaughter. From mortals to Saint Tier elites, none shall remain. Thus, Yunxiang altered the third trial's core rules, forcing everyone to witness the horrific tragedy that is destined to consume the entire continent, hoping to pass his power to a worthy successor. Only Song Yunxiang could change these variables. Protecting this realm was the ultimate burden of the guardian bloodline they swore to uphold. Using every ounce of his acting skills, Yunxiang convinced De Yin he had assigned Song a legendary quest. He urged her to treat the boy as his own reincarnation and support him with everything. If she succeeded, his fading soul could finally vanish without shame before his ancient ancestors. Running out of lies, he searched for an escape. Suddenly, a swarm of beasts provided the perfect distraction. As the monsters charged their beams, Yunxiang scooped Di Yin up and retreated in a flash. Light beams hammered his shield, allowing him to use soul power to simulate a final dissipation effect. Terrified by the sight, Di Yin cried out, desperately asking what was happening to his fading form. He feigned weakness, claiming that blocking that last strike exhausted his soul, forcing a deep sleep, refusing to let him suffer more. Di Yin stepped forward to face the incoming barrage alone. Her armor instantly shifted into the prime-tier heavy mech, obliterating the entire swarm with one wave. As carcasses rained down from the sky, she turned back to Yunxiang with tear-filled eyes. She begged him to stay, but he simply smiled, praising how his little girl had become a true powerhouse. Inside, he sighed with relief while admiring the majestic aura of her specialized spirit soul. He felt a twinge of guilt for the deception, vowing to compensate her after leaving the hidden realm. His figure grew faint through his soul power trick, leaving Di Yin completely devastated by the sight. She sobbed uncontrollably as his illusory figure finally dissolved into nothingness before her very eyes. Moments later, Yunxiang reappeared in his current body, playing the part of a confused bystander. The plan worked perfectly. Now, he just had to play dumb as she disengaged her massive armor, landing on the battlements. She scanned him frantically, searching for any trace of her father's presence. Yunxiang stood and bowed respectfully, introducing himself as the hunter. Song Yunxiang, he claimed the senior left him a mental message before vanishing. Deep sorrow clouded her eyes, struggling to keep her composure. She turned away to hide her tears from his sight. In a trembling voice, she told him to drop the formalities and simply call her Adu. On the battlefield, a headless Saint-tier beast remained standing, emitting a terrifying call to the swarm. Watching from the front lines, 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐝 froze in utter disbelief at the monster's resilience. He couldn't comprehend how the beast survived after he had literally crushed its skull to pieces. The monster's back erupted, birthing a swarm of smaller parasites that immediately drew the guards' attention. These spawn beasts leaped high before diving, launching razor-sharp tentacles at the unsuspecting soldiers. Their speed was insane, piercing through reinforced mechs and impaling multiple hunters in a single strike. They thrashed the captured mechs through the air before violently tossing them aside like useless dolls. Glowing beams then erupted from their tentacles, vaporizing the survivors with superior, overwhelming combat power. Suddenly, one of the elite monsters lunged from above, targeting 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐝 and 𝐿𝐴M-kun. They narrowly evaded the impact, but the beast immediately locked onto 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐝 for a follow-up, mid-air and unable to maneuver. His suppressed Earth-tier stats left him completely vulnerable to the strike. Just as death neared, 𝐿𝐴M-kun lunged forward, severing the beast's tentacle in a flash of steel. 𝐊𝐤𝐥𝐝 landed with a heavy gasp, briefly thanking his nephew for the life-saving intervention. But his gratitude was short-lived as he shoved 𝐿𝐴M-kun aside to steal the finishing blow. He unleashed a devastating skill, shattering the monster into fragments while 𝐿𝐴M-kun cursed his greed. He banked 500 points from the kill, but his celebration was cut short by two more beasts. Sensing doom, the coward fled underground, ditching 𝐿AM-con in the chaos. A truly pathetic, low-life move. Dodging flares, 𝐿AM-con desperately analyzed the evolving battlefield. These aerial predators were lethal. One wrong move meant becoming a sitting duck. He weaved through the fire, closing the distance. Leaping high, 𝐿AM-con triggered his skill. His dragon demon staff crackled with violent lightning as he descended from above. He struck like a god, shattering the first beast into bloody fragments. The second lunged with tentacles, but he didn't flinch. A dragon roar countered the strike, obliterating the monster instantly. 1,000 points earned, yet 𝐿AM-con felt zero joy. His soul power was bottoming out. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of lightning struck the city center. The massive anomaly grabbed his attention. The raw pressure was terrifying. He wondered in disbelief. Could it be those two? He never expected such god-tier power among their ranks. Within the city, General Wenzhong cleared the skies. Even the catfish spirit stood frozen in absolute awe. This power dwarfed even 𝐊𝐤𝐵in. Shaking his head, the spirit forced himself to focus. He snarled, reminding himself that 𝐁𝐿𝐵in was supreme. Everyone else was mere trash. Noticing Van Tuong in 𝐁𝐿𝐵in's hand, the spirit felt a chill. That performance was pure nightmare fuel. Elsewhere, on the second defensive line, the battlefield was crumbling. Monsters overwhelmed the long high guards. Tentacles dragged men to their doom while mechs exploded into stardust across the horizon. Yet, the survivors' resolve didn't flicker. Their rage only fueled the fire. They charged head-on, engaging the tentacled horrors at close range. Watching friends die ignited their fury. They swung wildly, but their blades shattered against the monster's iron-hard carapaces. Two soldiers were tossed like ragdolls just as flares lit the sky. As the beast prepared to fire, 𝐊𝐥𝐿 descended. A vertical lightning strike vaporized the monster on impact, landing hard. His lungs burned for air. Seeing the fallen soldiers, rage boiled. He was one step too late. Again, the battlefield was a disaster. Heaven-tier beasts were crushing the army. Hope was fading fast. In pure desperation, 𝐊𝐥𝐿 punched the earth in fury. These things had range, reach, and armor that ignored standard weapons. They were perfect killing machines. Mass-produced mechs were just scrap metal here. Then, 𝐊𝐥𝐿 sensed something chillingly wrong. Their numbers weren't just high, they were multiplying. He turned and froze. Heaven-tier monsters were crawling out from the Saint-tier giant's body. Every time one left, new limbs sprouted instantly. It was an endless, horrifying assembly line of death. That massive beast was the source, the root of this entire nightmare. He had to kill it. But how? After a tense silence, he opened his eyes. Decision made. His face twisted as he reversed his soul meridians. It was a suicide gamble. Burning his last embers of power, 𝐊𝐥𝐿 watched from below. Is he self-destructing? This is bad. The coward retreated as 𝐊𝐿's aura exploded. He had never radiated such terrifying energy before. He became a streak of light. A kamikaze dive toward the Titan, tentacles lashed out to intercept him. He took the hits, refusing to slow his momentum, screaming. He pushed past his limits. His will shattered the grasping claws as he plunged into the beast's back. In that final moment, forgive me, Mother. I couldn't keep my promise to stay safe. Moments after he entered, the Titan's massive body began to hemorrhage, violent, crackling electricity. Then came the blast. A shockwave that incinerated everything in its path. The battlefield turned into an inferno. A soul explosion rippled outward, leaving only a charred carcass. Silence finally returned. The monster-spawning factory had stopped. The Titan was finally dead. But then, a massive leg twitched. It slammed down, steady as iron. From the shadows, 𝐊𝐥𝐿 sneers at 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿's sacrifice, calling it pathetic cowardice. Only the patient win the ultimate prize. Suddenly, a crimson arrow streaks through the air. Before 𝐊𝐥𝐿 can blink, he's blown into bloody pieces. As the smoke clears, nothing remains of him. His executioner stands revealed the hunter, Yunxiang. Yunxiang spits in contempt. Trash like that will never understand the true weight of sacrifice. He descends beside Huang Duyin. With a cold gaze, she demands to know his final choice. Is it over? Yunxiang apologizes. Then Zhaobin inheritance is reserved solely for the merfolk's true descendant. Huang Duyin narrows her eyes, questioning what's really going on in his head. She scoffs at the petty reward, telling Yunxiang to drop the formalities and call her Adu. Yunxiang chuckles softly. It's time to finally end this secret realm trial. But Adu shifts gears. She wants him to purge the battlefield first to prove his hidden stats. Challenge accepted. They leap from the ramparts, twin bolts of lightning. As their gear souls reach peak resonance, they tear through the horde like gods, transforming the battlefield into a literal sea of hellfire. Their overwhelming aura sweeps the land. Eventually, a battered 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 slowly regains consciousness. The catfish guardian is waiting. Meanwhile, 𝐊𝐥𝐿 is booted from the dungeon, completely blindsided. He doesn't even realize he was sniped, refusing to believe his perfect plan ended in total failure. A system window flashes, inheritance denied. His ranking is a complete and utter disaster. Negative points. 𝐊𝐥𝐿 howls in fury, only to realize he's been trapped within a prison barrier. He screams for Tao Nian, desperate for answers. But only a haunting silence returns his cries. Abandoned in the void, 𝐊𝐥𝐿 is forgotten. Elsewhere, 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 faces the Guardian's final judgment, disoriented. 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 watches as the Guardian tosses him. The official quest results. The screen flickers. His score has surpassed 10,000 points. Qualification successful. 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 stars in shock, trembling as he asks the Guardian to confirm the rank. It's official. 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿 is now the 10th host for the legendary Soul General. 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿. With a roar from the Guardian, the ancient inheritance ritual finally activates. A massive sigil erupts above 𝐊𝐿𝐥𝐿, casting a blinding pillar of light that swallows him whole. Pure. Raw power floods his veins. It's a brutal evolution that pushes his body to its limit. Knowing the data transfer takes time, the Guardian shifts his focus back to Yunxiang's progress. But now, Yunxiang and 𝐊𝐥𝐸 have reached the heart of the battlefield to face the boss, 𝐊𝐥𝐸𝐥𝐸. Summoning a catastrophic storm of heavenly lightning to crush the titan, fire rages as Yunxiang's heavy arrow pierces the core, forcing the monster's soul hect into the open. In a flash, a precision strike cleaves the beast's core right down the middle. 𝐊𝐥𝐸's mech hums with devastating energy as she delivers the final execution. The boss is dead. Regrouping. Yunxiang asks if she could have one-shotted it without the realm's power suppression. According to her, that beast was only a peak tier 3 saint monster. Saint tier 12 is the goal. Each rank gap is as wide as an entire phantasm realm, even at full power. Killing a saint monster in one hit is a nearly impossible feat. 𝐊𝐥𝐸𝐸. Imagining the nightmare if these monsters ever invaded in massive numbers. Yunxiang pondas. Above Saint tier 12 lies the realm of the gods. In his past life, his crippled soul path stopped his ascension. This time, he'll break every limit. Suddenly, a duel eyes him suspiciously, even without suppression. Why is he still just Earth rank? Yunxiang plays it off. I really am just an Earth ranker, no secrets here. He claims his power is nothing compared to her overwhelming talent.